Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Opening his mouth tiredly, the boy quickly ran forward. The hero looked ahead, ran after his brother, trying to catch up with him. Rudd always disliked his brother because he tried to keep up with him, and as soon as he got close, he still could not catch up. Looking at Rudd, his brother answered with a smile on his face that they were almost there. The hero did not like that he was always ahead, that he was too friendly and caring since they were brothers. Holding out his hand, John offered his help. Rudd gritted his teeth in displeasure, looking ahead. Standing near the cave, Rudd said that he never believed the words of his comrade, who said that Rudd had a terrible character. But over time, the guy admitted that this was true. Opening his mouth wide in fear, the hero looked ahead, realizing how terrible he was. Standing alone in the cave, Rudd did not understand how he could hate his only relative. One of John's hands lay separately from the body on the ground. Reaching out to it, Rudd understood that his brother had died protecting him. With a smile on his face, the hero looked at John's hand, not believing that his brother had died because of him and that he was the only one left alive. His gaze looked ahead with displeasure. A huge number of flying dragons appeared in the sky, smelling the blood. Rudd gritted his teeth with displeasure, looking ahead and understanding that soon his end would come too. Leaning his hand on the sword in the ground, Rudd understood that his leg and arm were torn off, so he still would not be able to run far. The dragons flew, approaching the hero. Laughing loudly, Rudd understood that it was better to kill a few more dragons before dying. Standing confidently forward, the hero began to wait for the monsters. Putting his hand forward with the sword and opening his mouth wide, Rudd shouted to come to him. A whirlpool began to appear out of nowhere in front of the hero, emitting a bright light and creating some kind of portal. Rudd looked ahead in confusion. Someone's legs began to appear in the sky. A few seconds later, a majestic god appeared in front of the hero. The dragons bowed to him in fear, not attacking anyone. Rudd continued to look ahead in fear, not knowing what to say. The guy's sword was shaking. The hero began to understand that, apparently, this was the Dragon King. Memories of dead comrades and acquaintances arose in his head. Remembering friends bound in ropes, Rudd understood that he had lost comrades. The image of a red-haired girl appeared in the hero's head. Rudd himself began to understand that he had killed even his own brother, not to mention all the dragons of royal blood. Looking at the energy of the Dragon King, Rudd understood that he did not feel any power emanating from him. Standing in front of the creature, the hero looked ahead in surprise. The creature's wings were covered with sharp blades. Looking at Rudd, the monster said that everyone was dead and this was a huge problem. The eyes were radiating fear. The guy understood that he was dangerous and perhaps even more dangerous than those 7 Dragon Kings. Looking ahead with confusion, thoughts arose in Rudd's head that he must kill him at all costs. His hand held the sword tightly. Looking to the side, the monster offered something to the guy. Grasping the rope with his teeth, Rudd understood that he only had one chance. His legs quickly rushed forward. Quickly running forward towards the monster, the guy hoped that he would be able to get it with his sword. Through clenched teeth, Rudd confidently and angrily looked at the creature. Watching the main character, the monster told himself to wait a little longer. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Rudd opened his eyes wide. As a sound wave began in his ears, there was a clear sensation of flesh coming away from bones. A few seconds later, a white light appeared. The portal that appeared began to thicken, forming a huge hole. After all this, Rudd was already standing to the side, seeing the school in front of him. Looking at it all with displeasure, the hero realized that he was in the past. Memories of his studies came flooding back, where professors told him that they should learn by heart. The guys looked ahead attentively, hearing that a dragon slayer is someone who kills them. The hero waved his hands, telling all the guys that they must live up to this title and kill monsters, who responded by taking the lives of innocent people. Holding a paper with a smile on his face, the guy said that this would be their calling and task. The portal glowed brightly, blinding all the heroes. The system window told everyone that it welcomed all recruits who became sons and daughters of the Iradium Academy. The hero's eyes were closed. A voice appeared in his head, which said that this academy opened about 700 years ago. Looking down, Rudd heard how he was told that this is considered the best institution for training dragon slayers. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure. Rudd's gaze watched the huge number of children running around the vast territory of the academy. The territory of the academy. Walking along it, Rudd began to understand with surprise that this gives admission to this place. Looking at the heroes, the guy began to think where the battlefield and dragons went. His hands were shaking. One feeling did not leave him. A memory of dragons arose in his head. Rudd fearfully extended his hand forward to his brother, who looked up with displeasure. The monster flew up to John, who told Rudd that he should not miss anyone. His hands tightly grabbed the sword, realizing that this would not happen again. Thinking about how he fought the dragons, Rudd said that he killed everyone. Fragments of phrases arose in his head. That demon surfaced in his memories. Rudd's eyes, full of anger and misunderstanding, looked down in fear, thinking that he had returned to the past. Standing in front, the hero opened his eyes wide, answering that the one he killed was a dragon. His teeth were clenched. Looking away with anger, the guy knew that it didn't matter if it was a demon king or a mutant. They were all just ragged lizards to him that needed to be destroyed. Tugging his tie incorrectly, Rude realized with displeasure that this was his chance, and no matter what, he had to exterminate all the dragons. Slowly descending the stairs, the hero realized that he had to prevent the death of his brother and comrades. His gaze looked forward with displeasure, hearing someone calling him. Suddenly, Rude began to look forward in surprise. The girl, pointing to her head, asked the guy if something hurt. Remembering the heroine, who through pain and tears told the guy to live, Rude immediately recognized her as Henai's. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist asked the girl if her name was Henai's. With incomprehension, Rude heard the girl ask him how he knew her. Covering his mouth with his hands, the guy calmly said that she had the highest scores among the first-year students. Looking at the hero, the girl agreed with this. Turning away from the hero, Henai's calmly replied that Rudd was talking to himself and swearing, so she thought he had a mental disorder. Looking at the hero sarcastically, the girl laughed, answering that crazy people rarely enter the Iradium and she saw a real psycho for the first time. Lowering his head down, Rudd laughed, realizing that she remained just as poisonous. Looking at the hero with displeasure, Henai's asked him about what he liked when he was insulted. A few seconds later, the girl turned away, glad that the guy understood everything. Closing his eyes, Rudd thought that he had forgiven her. Looking carefully at the floor, the hero heard the entrance ceremony begin. The territory of the academy. The professors talked about the vast lands of their school, answering that in this place there are both ambitions and hopes. Henai's raised her hand tiredly. Putting both hands behind her head, the heroine said that they were reading these speeches for a very long time. The girl looked at the relaxed Rude with incomprehension. Looking towards Henai's, the guy understood that he needed to answer, since he would pester him later. Watching Rude with pleasure, the heroine shouted that she could sit it out, since patience was the main skill of magicians. Raising his head, the hero sarcastically replied that this was very cool. Smiling, Henai's replied that for their family it was easy as pie, and then asked the hero's name. Crossing his arms over his chest, Rude replied that he came from Dissal, namely from a remote village. Raising her head up, the heroine waved her arms, answering that she heard the last name and the name of this area for the first time, so she got the impression that he did not know anything. A few seconds later, Henai's looked ahead in surprise, covering her mouth with her hands. Remembering their manner of communication and the teachings of their mother in the girl's childhood, they often quarreled. Rudd continued to look ahead with displeasure. Holding her mouth, the heroine said that she meant something else. Pointing her finger forward, Henai's replied that if the guy does not know something, then she will help, starting to show the leaders of famous guilds from the second tier. The guys laughed among themselves, looking for the most talented in advance. Rudd looked ahead with displeasure, thinking about the sacred fire, the dim moon and the leader to pursue, realizing that he knows what kind of success they will achieve in the future and how they will die. Looking at the guy with displeasure, the heroine answered that in the third year there will be an appointment. Ahead of the girl, Rudd calmly said that she will be in the sacred fire, because he ranks first in the ranking. Shouting and looking at Rude, the heroine answered that he was right, but not only because of this, but also because the leader of this guild, Liana, was a role model. Remembering the heroine, Henai's thought about the Empress of the White Flame with a smile on her face. Thinking about the future, Henai's appeared in Rude's head, realizing that the Dragon King would kill Liana and a girl would come in her place, who would set herself on fire and avenge the death of Liana, whom she respected. Lowering his head, the hero answered with a smile on his face that the girl would definitely go where she wanted. Winking, Henai's said that she already understood this. The heroine went up to the stage to read the oath. The hero understood that everything was happening as in the past. Holding his hands tightly on his knees, Rude understood that his brother should go next. The memory showed the silhouette of the protagonist's brother. John was an exceptional genius, a steadfast warrior, and Rude's only relative. He was the one who died to save his younger brother. Looking ahead in surprise, the hero saw that a completely different president had come onto the stage. Waving his arms, the hero replied that people around the world suffer huge losses from dragon attacks. Many die, and some states die out completely. But the children of these academies can be proud because they have bypassed their competitors and their own to enter this academy. The guys looked ahead attentively. Rude looked up in confusion, hearing the president answer that this place is the best educational institution for training dragon slayers. Previously, John looked at the guys, telling them to prepare for this title. But now a completely different person was looking at the heroes, with a wide smile on his face. Starting to think about John's childhood, the hero realized that this could not be. Remembering the hero, Rude realized that he was the president, and Jeremy was just his best friend. Hennies looked at the guy in surprise, raising her head high. A few seconds later, Jeremy stood in the hallway in surprise, hearing his name being called. Grabbing the hero's shoulders, Rude asked him why he was the president and where his brother was, who was supposed to put forward his candidacy. The hands continued to hold tighter, asking about the fact that maybe John was already on the council. With a misunderstanding and a smile on his face, Jeremy calmly told Rude to stop, answering that he was hearing John's name for the first time. The protagonist began to look at the guy in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Looking after the professor, the guy did not understand how it happened that no one knew him. Standing alone in the portal, the thought arose in the hero's head that John was no longer in this world. It was a terrible assumption that the hero's brother simply did not exist. The bell rang. The academy territory. A voice was heard throughout the place on the street, which said that this entrance ceremony was over and all first-year students should go to their class. Pensive Rude walked up the stairs, thinking that it was impossible for his brother not to exist in this world. Looking at the students of the academy, the hero thought that there must be at least a possibility that this was true. Thinking about his brother, Rude decided that he either disappeared, or John was hiding and concealing himself in the past, because memories of the future remained. The heroes entered their classrooms. Looking away, the hero thought about which riddle could be most correct. Starting to watch the guy, Hennies began to ask what he was thinking so seriously. The hero calmly looked at the girl, not answering her. Sitting at his desk, Rude looked at Hennies, answering that he wanted to find a person who might be studying at this academy. Lost in thought, the heroine looked away, answering that she needed to look at the list of students. Seeing that Rude was leaving, the heroine made an angry face and asked him where he was going. Frightened, following Rudd, the girl said that there was little time left before the lesson and she didn't really want to be late. But the hero said that he didn't ask Hennies to follow him. Looking at Rudd's back, the heroine replied that she was just looking to see if he was up to something. Stopping, Hennies began to point her finger at the guy, loudly asking him why he started arguing with the president. Running after Rudd, the girl angrily asked him about being a psychopath with attention deficit disorder. Looking at where Rudd was going, the heroine angrily said that he was going in the wrong direction. The huge territory of the academy. Opening the door, Hennies began to look ahead in surprise. Looking at the huge room, shining with beauty and cleanliness, the girl realized that this was the central library. Looking to the side, Rudd asked the girl how she knew where she was, if she was standing here for the first time. Looking at the guy with displeasure, Hennies replied that before enrolling, you need to find out where everything is in advance. Casually looking at the girl, Rudd decided that he had not looked here in his past life. Looking to the side, the hero realized that he needed to find the list first. Running his finger forward, Rudd thought that these were lists of former students. Hennies looked with admiration at the huge number of books that she had never seen. The book was in his hands. In every line of every page, the guy was looking for John. Biting his lips, Rudd read the book, realizing that his brother was not here. Looking carefully ahead, the hero thought that if his brother was not there, the Dragon King was to blame. The tall black silhouette was an ancient dragon. It was the king of the Dralns, who controlled time and dimensions. The brother contacted the Dragon King, and then disappeared with him. Watching John, Rudd was lying on the ground. Closing the book, the protagonist decided that there was a chance that he was alive, like the dragon. The guy looked out from behind the corner, calling the girl. While with the Blibdiathakar, Hennies argued with him, asking why they wouldn't give her books, since she only wanted to take 17. Waving her hands, the woman said with displeasure that you can only take a maximum of 3 books at a time. Hennies was choosing the books she would take, when she suddenly noticed with displeasure how Rudd quickly ran away from her to the first-year class. The corridor. Reading a book on the desk, the heroine asked Rudd who he was looking for. Looking away, the protagonist answered that he was looking for his brother. With a smile on his face, Daniel looked at the guys, answering that for 1 year he would teach the subject and be their homeroom teacher. Thoughtfully looking at the guys, the hero with a smile on his face answered that if they signed up for studying weapons and conducting a battle, they would be able to see him more often. All the students happily whispered about the teacher, saying that he was a cool ranker. Talking to each other, the heroes heard Daniel answer that in the 3rd year they would do an internship in the guild, and in the fourth they would need to write down that the diploma and pass the exam. Looking at the guys soothingly, the professor said that if they put in a lot of effort and talent, then it would not be hard. Looking at Daniel, Rude understood that in other words it could be said that you can even die, but without abilities you are useless. Thinking about training, the guy understood that if he had to go through a huge number of humiliations and insults. Looking displeasedly to the side, Rude remembered that he had to prove through all this the presence of a little talent. The professor suddenly put his hand on his chest, ending the lesson. Looking at the guys for the last time, the hero wished them many good memories over these 4 years. A few seconds later, the guys approached the hero, asking something about their own. Hennies looked at the guy in surprise, saying that the dorm was on the wrong side. Rude looked ahead with displeasure and answered that he knew it himself. The girl looked angrily at the guy and wondered why he didn't know where the library was, but knew where the dorm was. Adjusting his academy uniform, Rude understood that the main task of a dragon slayer was to kill dragons. Thinking about battles, the hero answered that first of all, one must fight, so there were training halls all over the academy grounds so that the student could develop his powers. Walking forward, Rude realized that he had been here often in his youth. Opening the door, the hero said that everything was like in his memories. His hands began to slowly take off his uniform. One of his hands was holding onto the horizontal bar. The hero slowly pulled himself up. Rude's whole body was tired. Drops of sweat flowed down the protagonist, falling onto the floor. Sitting on the floor, Rude looked away with displeasure, answering that he now understood how strong his body was. Wiping the sweat with his tongue, the hero thought that for a 17-year-old teenager this was natural. Looking at his body, Rudd realized that it was still too weak. Turning his head forward, the guy realized that classes would start tomorrow, and there was only 1 week left until the subjects in the fight. Looking around the training room, Rudd realized that in order to avoid mistakes, it was necessary to achieve results that would be higher than in his past life. Holding his knees, the guy realized that he needed muscle strength and endurance. Starting to warm up, the hero looked to the side, answering that he was a specialist in monotonous training. His gaze looked askance to the side. A familiar figure peeked out from behind the doors. Seeing the guy's silhouette, the hero did not think that they would collide so quickly. Rude, watching the guy looking away, recognized that this was another friend of his from a past life, Chuck. Chuck was a fighter who would hold the title of the king without weapons in the future. The guy was standing next to him. He had never met him in his past life, because he began to disappear in the training hall only after the midterm exam. Putting his hand to his chin, he decided not to interfere and not to climb. Chuck, looking at him, was lifting barbells. They were both standing in a plank. The guy was looking at him. He looked at him discontentedly as they lifted the planned deadlift. The barbell fell sharply. Opening his mouth, he asked if he was doing it on purpose. Looking at him, he asked why he thought so. Because he was just training. The main character asked why he was repeating the exercises after him. There was a scar on his face. He apologized for making him think so, because his movements were simply perfect and decided to repeat after him. Putting his hand on his hips, he asked again. He answered that he was lifting dumbbells or moving his forearms, and that was great. There were muscles, because in his family no one's movements were so perfect. Standing next to each other introduced themselves. The other was surprised that he was also a first-year student. Putting his hand on his chest, he asked him to train him, because one day he would surpass him in the beauty of his body. He was very angry about this and said that he could not. The sun was shining brightly in nature. In the box and also on the ground lay weapons, because it was very important to choose the main weapon, since it affected the style of battle, and it was usually recommended to use the weapon that they used before entering. Putting his hand said that sometimes it is useful to try something new. The girl standing on the ground said that the sword is very light. Putting his hand on the sword, he thought that this is still the best academy on the mainland and an extremely high quality weapon. Only it is worth sharpening the blade and it can be used in real combat. The girl came up and said that she wanted to become a magician and asked what weapon to choose. She was told that magicians also need to master weapons for battle. She stood and chose a sword. The protagonist approached her with a dagger and said that he should come up, because the blade can be increased or decreased with the help of magic. In a past life, Hennies was well acquainted with the dagger. She used it in close combat, when it was necessary to spend mana economically. Taking it in her hands, she looked and decided to choose. He stood with a sword. The girl asked if he would use a sword. He began to pull out the sword with his hand. Straightening his arms with the sword, he said that he would look. Looking at him, he decided to take it. Hennies said that others were putting on a whole show to feel the sword. Daniel, putting his hand on his chin, thought that the swing was not at the level of an academy student. closing his eyes, he said that in any case, all weapons are of high quality. She, pointing at him, asked to look anyway. Looking, he thought that this was an excellent weapon for an experienced sword master. Approaching the professor, he asked how many weapons he could take. Opening his mouth, he said that there was no such rule, but it was much more effective to take one. But you can take it as an additional one. Looking at him, he denied it because he wanted several main ones. Daniel agreed and said that he could choose. Holding a sword in his hands, he said that he would take this. He looked at him in surprise with his mouth open. He had a spear in his hands, he decided to take it. He had a sword in his hands, which he also decided to try. His face was serious, and this was. Looking at the professor, he decided to take all three. Sweat began to appear on his face because he was different from the others. He could understand his polished movements and techniques, but where did such elegance of movement come from with each swing of the sword? Approaching the student, he asked how he lived before entering the academy. Looking at him, he said that he worked as a mercenary to earn his bread and also lost his family because of the dragon. The professor apologized for the question. Behind them, they said that he was doing well. The guy knew about it. The girl was infuriated by it. Looking at him, she asked if he told the professor that he lost his family because of the dragon. That is, 2 parents. He began to squeeze his hand. There was a weapon on his shoulder. He answered affirmatively that they died. Sighing, she replied that it was probably not easy for him and apologized to him. The main character did not understand why she was apologizing. She looked the other way with her mouth closed. Looking at him, he thought that she was not bad or evil. Opening her mouth, she asked what he was staring at. She looked at him in surprise, because something happened at Class B. The guy argued that he was a fighter, and he did not need a weapon, because the body is his tool. Clutching his head, he did not understand what nonsense this was, because fighters only use their bodies anyway. But at least gloves are needed. Chuck squeezed his hands and said that he did not use weapons. The guy was shocked. They shouted at him. The girl asked what kind of idiot he was. They tried to calm him down. Rudd suggested leaving here. Raising his hand, he thought that he would not pretend to know him. Suddenly, he went to him. The girl asked in surprise if they were friends. He shouted and pointed his finger, saying where the professor was going. Looking at him, he said that he was not his friend, because they had a deeper relationship. Rudd said that they were friends. The professor said that if his family was against weapons, then this was part of the educational process, and now there was training. Sighing, he thought that they would come up with new rules and laws, like in his past life. And you can also stay for a second year. Surprised, he looked at this. The 3 of them were watching, because apparently the past had changed. He hit him to shut up, because he wanted to give up glory. Spreading his arm, he asked why they couldn't make an exception. He replied that it would be unfair for others. He began to walk and look for weapons. There were gloves on the box, which he decided to take. Approaching Chuck, he threw the gloves into his hands. The main character stood further and said that this was equipment. The guy claimed that he did not use it. Oliver bared his teeth and said that it was not a weapon. Rudd replied that it was also a weapon and that they had been releasing them for that purpose lately. The girl stood next to Chuck. The main character asked him to stop, because he had already chosen a weapon. The professor turned around and admitted that these were very strange gloves. Sighing, he realized that he had a keen eye. Squinting, he thought that this time he had gotten away with it and he had to be more careful, because his actions could affect the future. They were reading a piece of paper, while the other one was saying that there weren't many people, perhaps because it was the first day of classes. Rudd walked and read, and the guys were also behind him. Most of the subjects were theoretical. The first week of study at Iradium, this is the time for freshmen to adapt. At the same time, teachers evaluate students in order to subsequently recommend them to the guild. Rudd thought that he had already taken some measures to be remembered and write a good recommendation, and now all that was left was to prepare for battle practice. Hennies pointed at Chuck and called him a moron, but he insisted on his real name. Looking down at the girl, he explained that she was a magician and therefore could not understand the dignity and honor of a fighter, and for the shame of dishonor is worse than death. Hennies said that he was not himself. They looked into the distance because they were called freaks. Near them were 3 guys. Rue was reading and initially did not pay attention. Putting the paper further away, he asked if he was called. Raising her head, she asked who they were to bully them and whom they called freaks. Extending his hand, he said that he had no questions for her, then introduced himself. He was from Class B. The hand was extended. She said that she did not ask him. Starting to get angry, he clenched his hand into a fist and said that it was a pity to see her with bastards. Hennies said that she did not care who she was talking to. Putting his hand on his head, he asked her to move away. She asked not to say her name. Looking into the distance, he asked to calm down first and not to push forward, and also not to go out of his way to show off in front of the professor. Rudd was holding a book in his hands. William was saying that he was showing off, and the other had not chosen anything, and with such an attitude it was better to leave the academy. The protagonist, with his mouth closed, thought that he was right, because he did it on purpose, and in his past life there were the same scum. One was laughing. Memories were surfacing in his head. His hand was in his pocket. He said that he had no parents, no abilities, no character. Two were laughing, because he was a freak and he was a pity to death. Looking with his blue hair, he asked if he was connected, but in general he had no parents who could help. The protagonist hit him, because at that time he was full of energy and took mockery seriously. Closing his eyes, he said that even if he had 500 different swords, they would still win. Showing his finger, he continued that he, too, could deal with such a freak with his bare hands. His eyes burst with anger. Opening his mouth, he shouted that he was a son of a bitch. Making a fist out of his hand, he continued that he was just a real bastard who wanted to attract attention. He swung at Rude. They tripped him. The guy fell face down on the floor while the main character looked at him. The girl smiled at this. William was angry and clenched his hand. He got up and reached for his weapon. Pennies opened her mouth and started screaming that weapons were forbidden to use outside of training duels. He had a sword in his hands. He asked her to shut up. They swung at him, but he stood calmly looking. He understood that thanks to him he was able to apply what he learned in his past life. Rudd hit the sword and it fell out of his hands. The guy ran at him. He was in complete shock and opened his mouth in fear. Approaching him, he hit him on the head with all his might. His pupils were not visible due to the blow. Falling face down on the floor, Rudd said that this would be a lesson to him. Chuck was surprised, because this was their family's signature move. A woman came running, asking why he was lying on the floor. Pointing her finger at the main character, he said that he hit first. The woman asked him to move away from him. Opening her mouth, she said that they were the first to pester him and then pulled out their weapons. The guy agreed, because Rudd did not have a sword. The woman looked at the sword and thought how a freshman could subdue it with his bare hands without getting a single scratch, then asked to take it to the office. The guys approached him and began to drag him. The woman pointed at the main character and asked him to go to the professor's office after class. She left, while the others dragged the man to the medical room. Hennies asked what technique he used. Looking at them, he called the skill parry. The girl did not know what it was and asked how he could do it with his bare hands. Chuck asked if he was his brother. Sweat started to appear on his face. He realized that he could not say anything about the past and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Putting his hand to his neck, he explained that he was a genius. They looked at him in surprise. The main character did not know what to answer, but she asked him not to hide anything. Folding his arms, he said that if he was hiding anything, then he should not pester her, because she could also have secrets. Putting his finger to his lips, he said that they were now friends. Angrily asked if he was an idiot. Rudd looked at them with his mouth slightly open. There were guys sitting at the table. One said that he irritated her because he was hot. Opening his mouth, he began to ask why he was standing there, since they would be late for class. As he went, he thought that no one had died yet and no one would die this time. He opened the doors and began to leave, while the woman thought that the guy had done nothing wrong, but seemed suspiciously lucky to her. Coffee was pouring into a cup. Holding a teapot in her hands, she said that there was no need for this. 20 minutes ago, Rudd came up to him, kneeling down and began to apologize for the mess. He clutched his head and told her that his friends were insulted. Clenching his fist, he continued that another one of them began to swing a sword. Putting his hand on his neck, he continued that he was afraid for his friends, since they could get hurt and therefore slightly miscalculated his strength. Claire began to cry from such a story. Approaching the window, she smiled, thinking about where such a well-mannered boy came from. William drank from a mug. She decided to chase him during training. Leaning on the shelf, they knocked on her door and entered. She asked what he was doing there. All sweaty, Daniel asked if she was joking, because today there would be a meeting of the teachers of the first-year students. Approaching her, he said that she herself was stubborn and insisted on this. Because she was too lazy to go somewhere, she asked when she had been stubborn. Closing her eyes, she said that she simply suggested. He replied that another such offer would leave her without pants. The bald man, opening his mouth, asked if they knew how many times they called the administrator because of them. She asked what she had done. Aggressively answered that he was pushing his way through, because they deserved it, and constantly demanded that something be installed in the professor's room. She replied that she had not bought anything like that, only a magic air purifier and a sofa. Folding his arms, he added that he also bought a dolphin flower for 3 million ruble. Starting to open the backpack, he said that it was better to closely follow the work plan and how the professor could forget about the meeting. Looking to the left, she said that he was meticulous. The bald guy looked at him seriously. Daniel asked to calm down and start the meeting already. Putting his hands on his knees, he said that this year's freshmen were stronger than last year's newcomers. Arthur understood that the probability of graduating from the academy would be high. Taking a book in her hands, she said that they did not know this yet, because even with good skills there could be problems with the mental state. There was a mug near the papers. She said that the role of teachers is to help, including internal growth. Arthur, looking at them, asked who should be paid attention to. Damien, looking, said that in Class C there are not many of them, because the majority are quite high level. The girl, reading the papers, said that in Class B one is lagging behind and another is crazy. Leafing through the papers, he asked about the manner of speech, about the lagging one. He understood, because it was the one who fought. The girl answered that a crazy person is someone who suddenly does not like something, then starts talking about his muscles. Chuck did terribly on the written exam, but did an excellent job on the practical exam. Looking at the documents, he was surprised, because he was the son of a famous muscle fan. Smiling and also looking at the paper, he said that he was quite capable and was looking forward to meeting him. Bending the paper a little, he said that there were also 2 rising stars in his class. One was the second daughter of a famous family of magicians, and the second was a student named Rude. Damien, holding the document, said that the Empress of the White Flame immediately noticed her because she was a fire magician, while the other asked about the second student. Pointing his finger at the paper, he asked them to look at it in person. One of them asked if it was really him, while the other said that the written and practical exams barely reached the average score. He also lost his family and worked as a mercenary, while the other thought that he would become the strongest among the first-year students. The girl and the man sitting at the table looked at him. Looking at her, he asked if she had seen him. Claire smiled and replied that she was ready to do anything for her friends and that he was very polite, which is why she liked him and wanted to take him to her class. One of them spilled his coffee in surprise, because she had never praised students before. Raising her hand, she said that there was a student in her class who swung a sword, but Rudd subdued him with his bare hands. Pointing with her finger at a piece of paper, she said that he used a sword at the entrance exam, and she said that he had the ability to hand-to-hand combat. While drinking coffee, she said that it would be better if she started teaching him. Folding his arms, he said that his real skills were in wielding a spear and a sword, and that's why he would teach. They looked at each other angrily and began to argue, because he had never been interested in students before and would be much more effective in her class. Opposite them, they sat and looked puzzled. Daniel claimed that he was the first to notice his abilities and could not give in. She stood up, looking at him angrily, and asked if she should show him who was in charge here. He asked her if she remembered how they had argued 2 weeks ago, and she had lost. The table had broken in half from a fist. Arthur threateningly ordered them to sit down. The girl screamed that it was an expensive thing. Having calmed down, he asked if Damien had any thoughts on the matter. Having looked to the right, he decided to refrain, because what student would choose a professor who looked scary? Having sighed, he said that if the guy had abilities with a spear, then they would have to meet before the training duels, after which the teachers would have to make recommendations. Having taken the fabric, he said that they could show as much interest as they wanted, but it was still up to the student to decide. Having looked, he was surprised, because the guy was from Dassol. Having sat down, she asked again, and they answered that it was a small village that had disappeared 10 years ago as a result of a heavenly defeat. The 3 of them were very surprised. The Sky Route is a tragedy that happened 10 years ago, as a result of which half of the kingdom's territory disappeared. After this incident, the state lost its former strength, and Caliban disappeared for several years and completely disappeared from the map. The culprit in the destruction of the entire village was a dragon that could transform, and it was impossible to predict what. Opening his mouth, he said that it was one of the 7 great dragons. He asked Daniel if he participated in the raid. Closing his eyes, he replied that the man who killed the sky dragon was his teacher, and was a newbie at the time and did not know how to do anything. Sitting on a chair, he said that surviving in that situation was a miracle, and Dassol was one of the affected villages. The place burned down and did not know that there were survivors. The boy stood in one boot looking at the dead man. He thought that maybe he wanted to avenge this tragedy, because he harbors hatred for dragons and who is able to resist even him with his skills. Starting to sort through the papers, he said that this was the only survivor who had unprecedented abilities, but he had to correct it. Looking at him, he asked about this. Taking one sheet of paper, he asked about the strongest student, because there was one more in Class D, the same genius, who had amazing skills, namely, a girl with yellow eyes. The guy was doing physical exercises. He was already out of breath because he had done 3 approaches of 200 times. Claire was sitting next to him and said that he needed another 200,000 times of 8 approaches. There were people in the hall who were training, and Rude was there too. He lifted the barbell with his hands, taking a towel and starting to dry himself. He thought that there were 3 days left before the fights, and he seemed to have already remembered the method of breathing and movement from his past life. Wiping his cheeks, he thought that he could quite easily achieve the desired result. His eyes became serious. Squeezing the towel, he asked Chuck to keep quiet. He said that great strength is manifested in powerful breathing. Looking at him, he explained that he could not lift this weight, so he was not strong enough. The main character, looking at him, said that first you need to take a normal pose, because every time he sleeps, he leans to the side. Sitting down next to him, Chuck said that now the muscles are stimulated more effectively. Getting up from the barbell, he said that he was definitely a superior teacher. A girl came up and started screaming that it stunk because he had been training for 3 hours and had never rested. Chuck replied that when you feel the growth of muscles, you can experience the joy of physical activity, and in general she is too thin. Pointing at herself, she said that she had a normal weight and that he should not come because he stinks. He replied that he would guide her, and compared to the women in his family, everyone here was too thin and looked like homeless dogs. Hitting him, she asked if he wanted to die. Rudd started to leave. She shouted at him and asked where he went. The main character replied that he decided to buy a drink. She wanted to go with him. Sitting on the subject, he said that after such loads you can't walk, and if she brings him a protein shake, he will be grateful. Standing behind Rudd, she realized that someone had arrived earlier. Kate was standing and drinking soda. They looked at her in surprise. They were standing on the floor, and she thought that the brothers were similar, but it turned out that it was not so. Rudd was lying on the floor all dirty. It was a swordswoman with truly devilish skills, a dragon slayer comparable in strength to his brother, the one who first showed him the insurmountable wall of difference in skills. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that she would see her again, because he remembered her. Biting his lip, he thought that she did not give him a chance to win, and if she had not died in the battle with the heavenly dragon. The girl looked at him, and he told her to step back. She looked displeased and asked again, and they answered her the same way. With a serious face, he asked if she had earplugs. She was holding a tin can in her hands. Suddenly, she squeezed it and threw it. Rude dodged it. He remembered the room from his past life. Kate threw again and missed. She tried to kick him. The protagonist blocked the attack. She was surprised by this. Flying up, she decided to kick him again. Her leg was near her head. She decided to attack. Pennies screamed what she was doing, but the guy dodged again. Seriously, she thought that at first she thought he was just an idiot, and he dodged the attack twice. Looking at him, she asked if he came to make fun of her because she acted on recommendation. With a displeased face, he answered that she blocked the drink machine. Clenching her hands into a fist, she looked at him in surprise, and he asked her to move. Approaching the machine, he began to choose a drink. The selected item fell out of it. She asked his name. Having started to drink, he said his name. Kate decided to remember. Going in the other direction, he said that he wanted to do as he wanted. Pennies said in confusion that she should apologize and who she was anyway. Putting his hand in his pocket, he thought that he just wanted to check what the difference was between them, but she was still as strong. Approaching him, she began to say that it seemed to her that his hand would come off and told her to go to the infirmary. Chuck looked at his bandaged arm. The other shouted who hurt him. Claire came up and asked how it happened. He replied that it was a small accident. Hearing the conversation, Daniel came up, and Hennies explained that some girl started to swing her legs and hit. He confidently began to claim that she did not hit him and it was a small skirmish. The angry professor asked who beat him up. The girl said that it was a freshman with silver hair and yellow eyes, who entered on recommendation. The professors exchanged glances because they understood who they were talking about. She began to get angry and decided to go sort it out. Daniel stopped her because first she needed to calm down. The guys from the hall began to talk about this situation. Kate did not calm down because she would not tolerate this, and this was not the only time she beat other students and even such a good boy. Opening his mouth, he said that he was not asking her to be patient, but as a teacher she should find a reasonable way. She looked at him angrily and asked again. He started whispering in his ear that if she started to sort things out on the spot, Arthur would have the right to punish, and he would probably hush it up, so it would be better to contact her father first. Putting her hand to her lips, she listened to him say that he was one of those who separated the personal and the public, and that she would most likely have an educational conversation. Kate asked if he was suggesting that she shift all the blame onto him and get the right to punish. Daniel smiled and agreed, because there was no point in blowing the problem out of proportion, and it would be better to get by with penalty points, correctional work, and additional school hours. Rude put his hands to his face, because it was a disgrace. Chuck came up and congratulated him, because the professors loved him and asked him not to be upset, because losing and despair brought up real men in them, and he asked him to shut up. People were standing. 3 days had passed and everyone was assembled. They asked all the students to line up by class. Arthur closed his eyes. The boys looked into the distance. Rudd looked seriously, because a joint lesson on duels was starting. Students were walking, because a competition between classes A and B was starting. Chuck stood, because every day in turn he personally chose an opponent for the competition, and the one whose name had already been called could not participate in other competitions, and each student would fight twice. The girl looked smiling. Rudd stood with a serious face, because that was the end of the explanation. At the competition, all the teachers sat on the second floor and assessed the students. The guy stood, because he was asked to choose his opponent. They wrote the grades with a pen, because the competition was only in words, more like a lesson, but was an assessment exam. Sword stood. He said that they only looked at abilities, or rather skills and talents. Helly stood next to the main character and said that one of the reasons why Iradium was the best institution was that everyone who was here had heard all their lives what geniuses they were. Smiling, they called her and went. She was sure that the enemy would simply freeze in front of a real genius. Chuck, opening his mouth, shouted that she was a real genius. She was in the arena with an enemy, and Rudd thought how a mage who fought in close combat chose a swordsman, because only she could do such a thing. They stood and waited for the fight, when suddenly it began. She sighed, her hair was red. A flame appeared from her hand, her eye narrowed. This flame flew at the guy who was holding the shield. He was able to defend himself, because the fireball was not very fast. He ran from the attacks, because otherwise the competition would have already ended. Taking the sword in his hands, he thought that if it were not for the weakness of the balls, she would not have left the opportunity to pronounce the next spell. With his mouth open, he ran at her. He was near her, he saw her legs. With her arms outstretched, she began to cast a spell. The guy looked and did not understand when she had time. Gritting his teeth, he tried to fight back. Very quickly tried to fight back and defend himself, and she began to prepare the next magic trick. Scratching his nose, he understood that he needed to do it as soon as possible. Helly smiled and said that he was caught. In his hands was a dagger, which was near his neck. He began to sweat, because it was a crazy trick. Leaning over, he said that he had lost. Looking up, they both praised him. The girl with white hair stood at the top. It was Liana, who raised her hand to her chin. She was descending from the arena, and Rudd asked what she was thinking when she approached the swordsman. Closing her eyes, she said that she simply put the effect of sudden appearance, and he probably thought that he could only shoot magic from afar. Seriously, he thought that this was a double-edged sword. If the enemy had realized a little earlier that she was trying to get closer to him, she would have been in danger. She approached the main character. Someone said that she perfectly sensed the enemy and the movements were not bad. Kate opened her mouth and said that she had used magic correctly and assessed the situation quite well. Arthur closed his eyes and agreed, because a combat mage was a rare occurrence and they would have to announce the recruitment of additional teachers, and this time they needed a fire mage. The girl smiled and waited to see who would come next. Pointing with his finger, he asked Rudd to come here, because last time he got distracted, but this time he wouldn't succeed. Kate closed her eyes. The three of them stood in a stupor and didn't understand why there were unnecessary phrases. He went to him, because there was nothing to be done. Having stretched his fingers, he decided to do everything in his power. The guys looked at the arena in surprise. Then they were horrified by their conversations. Putting his hands in his pockets, because William was being carried to the medical room, he said that he was fighting to the end and praised him. The girl looked at the sheet of paper and said that he was next again, and if he needed to rest, he would change the order. Opening his mouth, he said that he would continue the battle. He began to call Chuck with his fingers. His face was serious. He went. They stood opposite each other. Opening his mouth, he explained that he did not want to fight him. Looking at him, he answered that he would have to, because he was the strongest of those here. Starting to get embarrassed, he explained that friends do not fight against each other. He looked down. They asked him if he would run away like a coward. In his past life, the ground shook under his feet, and if he swung his fists, mountains fell. Now this was not enough, and he would have to hurt his honor, which he protected more than his life. He needed to rise one step higher and become the strongest, because he learned a lot from him. Rude smiled. Chuck said that wrestlers do not refuse a challenge to a fight. Snapping his fingers, he decided to reveal his talent, which had not yet blossomed. Opening his mouth, he said that he was stronger than him and therefore would not immediately ask to pull out the sword and hope to fight at full strength. Looking at him, he said that he could not have said this. They were standing opposite each other. They were asked to get ready. The main man's hand fell, which meant the beginning of the battle. There was flame everywhere. They stood in poses. There was a sword in his hands. He was called. Chuck opened his mouth and said that he was here at the request of his brother and he asked to pacify him because he was behaving wildly. Starting to move away, he said not to make him laugh. He asked if he was answering too rudely because this is his family. The sword flew to the floor. Angrily asked the boar to shut up and asked what kind of family he was. Near his feet lay a sword. He said that he was not a boar and in general why he was so against it. Taking him by the clothes, he asked if he wanted to die and for climbing where he should not. Chuck said that he never refuses a challenge to fight. The main character began to scream and get angry and asked to attack him. The beaten man lay on the floor and looked up. Starting to lift, he said that he was strong. Raising the sword, he said that he was also strong, but he was stronger. Opposite him stood Chuck, who thought that after that incident he had to admit that his level was not enough to get in among the real talents. His hair was fluttering because he walked. Crouching, he stamped his foot loudly. He began to run at the enemy. Their hands were close. Rude punched him in the chin. Chuck's eyes grew bigger. He removed his hand with force. The protagonist kicked him again, but the guy parried that too. Rude hit him in the stomach with his elbow. The guy decided to punch him in the shoulder. The hand flew straight into the chest. His eyes widened. There was blue hair on his head. The protagonist stood while Chuck ran away. Standing opposite each other, he said that this time he endured. The other replied that he was just a psycho who attacks openly. Smiling, he thought that he was a crazy piece of muscle. His face was serious. He thought that he had hit him several times, but there were no scratches. Steros are a kind of wrestlers in the north and fanatics obsessed with muscles. Their muscles, which had transformed over the years, were stronger than iron armor. He decided to attack, also thinking that their bodies themselves were instead of a spear and shield. Running towards him, he thought that normal blows did not work on him. He was already near him and began to attack. Looking up and then down, he thought that it was necessary to act not only quickly, but also to use a complex technique that was difficult to follow. His face became serious in an instant. Clenching his fists, the buttons almost burst. Rude punched him. Red blood came out of his mouth. He gestured with his hand and asked him to dodge better. Grinding his teeth, he looked at him angrily. His face was serious, because what was needed was not a short blow, but a soft pressure with which he was able to break through his armor and smash the inside. The floor began to fall apart. His legs stood in a stance because if he did not dodge, he would lose. Chuck moved his hand away because he knew such a method. He hit him in the face because he hit with an attacking technique, because the form combined the rock hardness of the mountains and the inner softness reminiscent of the evasiveness of the waves. He scratched his head because he understood that Ruddy's movements were similar to the Steros technique, but he did not assume that he would be able to comprehend the techniques of countering this technique. He stood in a pose with a serious face. Brown eyes widened. There was a smile on his face because he wanted to win. He opened his mouth. His arm was bent because he decided to attack. He was able to defend himself from the blow, but Ruddy understood that he needed to concentrate and watch the movements. He hit him again because he had to find a pattern and read its trajectory. His face became empty because he decided to grab him. Starting to scream, he straightened his arms and clenched them into fists. Their fists hit each other. Smiling, he said that he knew it. One was serious, the other was smiling, but they fought. Their eyes were focused, because Rude's strength was not in his unrivaled physical abilities, but in his ability to sense his opponent, and his perfect technique. The main character lost, while the other thought that he looked exhausted and was superior in strength. Chuck stood in a plank, while the other was waiting for a blow. His hands clenched into fists, he was shouting. After all, he decided to make a winning blow. Smiling, he began to take out his sword and also did not dodge. Looking at him, he said that it was a good fight. Chuck was shocked by the words. Starting to take out his sword, he said that he was still strong. He had a sword in his hands, but he was smiling. The guy was surprised because they started hitting him. Having fallen to the ground, he began to look at the main character. A smile appeared on his face, but his clothes were torn. Sweat was running on his face. He looked at him and said that he was much stronger than him. One of the guys was surprised at first, then he smiled from ear to ear. People were delighted with the fight, looking at them. They began to extend their hands to each other. Kate was in complete shock. Arthur was surprised and thought because both of them did not use mana, but their skill level is many times beyond the ordinary dragon slayer. Holding onto the fence, she said that they had not yet fought at full strength and this student was already a ready-made high-level fighter. Daniel opened his mouth and said that this was a perfect sword strike at the very end. Rude stood and held the sword. His techniques resembled the technique of one of the teachers. Smiling, he remembered the girl with yellow eyes, because she was not a genius, but a real monster of the sword, who had a fully formed technique even before she began training. The four hoped to personally teach such students. There were not many people in the student cafeteria. She slammed her fork on the table and was dissatisfied with the Korean food. She was angry because on such a day she could have lunch in a restaurant. The guys were eating. Rudd said he had no money. The other explained that restaurants often serve low-protein dishes. Holding a fork in his hands, he asked why he had to pay for food if they were feeding him for free, or if she had more than enough money. Looking at him, she agreed because she had enough. Eating food, he remembered that she had come from a rich family in the past. Looking at Chuck, he also remembered that he was not poor either. He sat and ate, trying to eat as much as possible. Eating quickly, he wondered if he was the only one who was such a pauper, because he risked his life for money and worked as a mercenary. Scratching his cheek, she said that she could treat him, and in general, he was the only poor person. Pointing at her with a fork, he began to shout that he did not need pathetic handouts from dirty rich people. Hennies asked if he had adopted this manner of speech. One of them was eating, the other was pointing with a fork at the girl, but everyone was looking at the people who were approaching them. Pointing his finger, he asked if he was talking about him. The guys behind him were looking at them, because they were the leaders of the guild, the Stalker and the Dim Moon. Roderick raised his hand and said that it was an impressive battle and also introduced himself. Looking at him while sitting, he also introduced himself. The Sky Archer Roderick and Abel. In his past life he did not have the chance to meet them. They died in a battle with a Sky Dragon before he became a Dragon Slayer. Pointing his finger at Abel, he said that he was shy. Laughing, he explained that it was a joke. Getting up from the table, she introduced herself to them, and Chuck, holding food, also introduced himself. The girl touched his hair and asked if he was crazy. Roderick laughed again and praised that they were also capable. Distracted, she looked at him and asked what they were doing in the student cafeteria. He waved his hand and said that they had already graduated from the academy and simply missed Korean food, and Hennies asked if Liana was with them. The girl was sad, because she had left immediately after their fight. He scratched his neck and asked not to be upset, because she would come soon. He approached Rudd and said that Abel had praised him very much, because the guild needed such talents. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop talking nonsense, then asked if he knew who he was. Looking at him, he began to say that he was a Dragon Slayer, who was in 4th place in the ranking of the number 2 guild, Dim Moon. He sighed and asked him to remember that Dim Moon was in 2nd place not because the sacred fire was retreating in some way in the guild. Rudd agreed, and the other asked to get down to business, because the fight was not bad. The girl opened her mouth, because she also wanted to be treated as a genius. Rude called himself outstanding. The guy with blue eyes said that he had good self-esteem and also had a proposal for him, namely, whether he agreed to join the Dim Moon immediately after graduating from the academy. Hennies was surprised, because it was quite a stunning proposal. Opening his mouth, he asked if it was forbidden to call students in advance and why him. Spreading his arms, he said that this was just a formal rule, and if the student had sufficient abilities. Stretching out his hands, he continued that such outstanding geniuses needed a stage where they could prove themselves and could guarantee that the Dim Moon would provide the most suitable conditions. Squinting his eyes, he apologized, because he had not yet decided on a guild. He himself thought that if he accepted the offer, he would not be able to freely take further steps. Looking at the two of them, he offered to make a deal. With a serious face, he asked to find his older brother, who survived 10 years ago after the heavenly defeat. Abel, looking at him, said that if we are talking about survivors after the heavenly defeat, then it will be difficult, and in general he refused the offer and demands a lot. Looking at them, he offered personal connections with him in return. Putting his hands to his chest, he thought that having connections with a future rising star is a good option. Approaching him, he agreed and hoped that the acquaintance would turn into a useful relationship. Smiling, he agreed with this. The girl watched them leave and said that it was as if a hurricane had passed and she was interested in whether all rankers were like this. Holding the mail in her hands, she said that he refused a large offer and seemed confident in his abilities and whether he received the results of the notifications. Looking at the table, he understood what she was talking about and decided to read it. There was a piece of paper in the envelope. He remembered that after each completion of the competition, students were given evaluation sheets, and in his past life he did not receive good results. Starting to read, he realized that he forgot to check. Putting her fist to her lip, she began to look at him. Closing her eyes, she decided not to look, because she probably wrote only good reviews. Opening one eye, she looked at them, and he remembered that she had a sister who was in a coma. Chuck, looking at him, asked what his brother was like. He began to say that he was kind and brainless. He decided to be an indomitable warrior to save his only younger brother. Closing his eyes, he called him strong and that he could not compare with him. Making a fist with his hand, he asked not to worry, because he was probably alive. Opening his mouth, he agreed with him. Laughing, she asked to listen to her and look at the grades. The three of them began to read the papers. Holding a sheet of paper in her hands, she decided to read first. They said about her that she has an excellent sense of combat, uses magic well, uses strategy, aiming at the enemy's weak points, has all the qualities to become a combat mage. Chuck also began to read. He was called a high-level fighter, with excellent physical data and reaction, as well as beautiful muscles. Looking at him in surprise, he asked what was at the end. Smiling, he answered that the teachers are not blind. Holding a piece of paper in her hands, she asked what kind of nonsense it was. He replied that even the teacher recognized his muscles. The guy looked at the paper but did not read it. She snatched the paper from him to look. Surprised, she did not understand what it was. The paper was written a little wrong. Entering the office, he apologized for disturbing. Opposite him were the professors. Arthur said that he had come. Smiling, he called to sit down and asked if he had settled in at the academy. Looking at him, he said yes. Kate, laughing, asked if he would like coffee and what kind of cookies he liked. Daniel, standing, beamed and also said that the weather was cold and it would be better to put on outerwear. Rude looked at the guy with a mask on his face. Looking at them, he asked if they called him because of the choice of a curator. Arthur, closing his eyes, agreed, because he should be aware of what all those signatures on the evaluation sheet mean. After the end of the competition, the first-year students must choose a mentor who suits them best. Sometimes students personally contact the teachers who leave their signatures on the evaluation sheet. Damien looked at him and said that it is rare for anyone to get all the professors' signatures. Kate beamed and said that he had proven himself in different areas and when he makes his choice, each of them is a professor in his field. Daniel was a white sword, Kate was a mad dog, Damien was a ghost predator, Arthur was a thunder spear. Looking at Daniel, he remembered that in his past life he had also chosen him and taught him sword techniques. Looking at him, he asked him to learn how to wield a sword. Kate was not happy, but the other one smiled and called it a good decision. Opening his mouth, he asked to make him his student. The professors were surprised by such a request. Daniel asked if he knew what that meant. Transparent wings appeared behind his back, and he said that the place of the successor of the Heavenly Warrior was still free. The Heavenly Warrior is a master swordsman who controls mana and was trained specifically to kill dragons. In his past life, the professor was the teacher of his brother, who was a legendary Heavenly Warrior, so his brother was originally supposed to be the next successor. One of them leaned on the table and asked how he knew that the seat was free. He thought that he wanted to make him the successor later, but he spoke up himself. Looking at him, he asked why he wanted to take this seat. Looking at the floor, he said that he was very weak and his entire family died because of dragons, and if he were stronger, he could have protected them. Frowning, he did not want to lose his loved ones again. Daniel looked at him with his eyes wide open. He remembered how he was taken by the hand and asked to stand up. They were running along the ground with the girl. Suddenly, his leg hurt. He fell and began to cry while the girl screamed. Taking him and hugging him, the monster approached them. It didn't matter what kind of suffering a person had to endure, because if he wants to gain strength only from feelings of revenge, then such a person has no right to take the place of a heavenly warrior. The sun was shining through the window. There were teachers near him and they were watching. Arthur was surprised, because he agreed to take him as a heavenly warrior. Looking at him, he said that he made him his student. Straightening his hand, he asked how about all his curators teaching him. The protagonist shouted because he was surprised. Daniel Poe, looking at the professors, said that if there is such a student, then all his abilities need to be developed. He stood up and began to shout what kind of nonsense this is, because even with one mentor it will be difficult, and they are offering 4 because there will be an imbalance in the training of other students. Arthur scratched his head and said that this is a good offer because there must be a skilled dragon slayer in the world to exterminate them all, and for the sake of such, other students fade into the background. Opening his mouth, he thought that the professor is known for adhering to the rules, and now he is saying the opposite. Exhaling, he said that there would be discontent, but it was necessary to blame one's own inferiority. Kate raised her hand and shouted that she agreed. Damien agreed, only because Arthur also agreed. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that it was just a proposal for now. Smiling, he continued that no matter what choice he made, they would respect him. He thought it would be right. In his thoughts, he understood that someone could lose their chance and it is unknown how it will affect the future. But if he wants to change the future, then he needs a person who will replace his brother. He needed a warrior who could resist the heavenly dragon and prevent future disasters. Looking at them, he asked for their support and help, because it was necessary to return the future to everyone who lost it. For this, he will step over himself from the past, subordinating each of his actions to a single goal, to become stronger. A girl was walking and saying that you can die. She was angry, because apparently the professor had an aversion to her. 2 hours ago, girls were standing on the training field. She clenched her hands and said that this was her extra lesson, or rather, independent training. She opened her mouth and asked her again. She closed her eyes and asked her to take a pose and not to continue to just stand there. The professor approached her with a fist because she could die, but she didn't need it. She clenched her fist and understood that it hurt. She hit the flower and thought about why he immediately ran to complain. She sat down on the stairs and understood that she had misunderstood him then and that it was her fault, but to give him penalty points for one time was too much. She clenched her lips and understood that her mother had scolded her too. Tears appeared on her hands. Rudd was passing by and saw her. He seriously thought that she was cold-blooded and was surprised that she also had tears. He also remembered that it seemed to have happened after the death of the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. In her past life, Liana was an ordinary child until her adoptive father died. He was also a boy then, and she had a bad relationship, so he didn't get into it. He stood near the wall because the girl was crying because of him, and anyway, he never complained to anyone or spread rumors. Liana sat and wiped her tears while he was peeping. He grabbed her by the neck and went to her. He came up to her and asked why she was sitting and crying. His hand was shaking with anger. She pointed her finger and started shouting that they had a little argument, and he immediately ran to complain. And anyway, he knew how hard it was for her because of that. She gave her a handkerchief and said that if he hadn't spoken rudely to her, he had interrupted her and apologized. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he had said. He grabbed her neck and apologized again, because he had been rude and slightly overdone it. She took the handkerchief, and he continued that his friend had snitched on her. She opened her eyes and realized that it wasn't that important. Liana started blowing her nose into the handkerchief. Holding it in her hands, she asked if he thought she would stop being angry with him after his apology. Smiling, he said that he hadn't asked her to blow her nose. She replied that she would wash it. Putting her hand and handkerchief in her pocket, she accepted his apology because it was her fault too. But if he bothered her, he wouldn't leave it. Scratching his ear, he said that he would avoid her. Her hair was fluttering from walking. She quietly said that she could greet her. Looking at her, he asked again. Turning her head, she said discontentedly that she didn't mind if he greeted her. The guy didn't know what to answer her. Exhaling, he thought that he expected to see her differently. Walking down the corridor, she thought that her friends wouldn't show up if she did something she had never done. From behind her, he asked again what he didn't show up for. Holding his hands in his pocket, he explained that he was also going that way. Liana asked where he was going. Pointing at the door, he said that he was going to the training field for teachers. Pointing at Class A, she explained that she was also going there. Opening the door, he understood everything. Daniel stood with papers and asked if they had come together. Surprised, he asked if she would listen to the lesson with her. He agreed, because he asked her himself. Clenching his hand into a fist, he was shocked, because in her past life, her mentor was Kate. Looking at him, she asked what he didn't like. Rude explained that it was not about that. Looking at him, he continued that she wanted to study close combat techniques for fighting dragons. It was simply necessary. Showing his palm, he said that he saw her fight in a competition and her sword technique was perfect in itself, and if you add strength training to it, it will be better. Daniel, holding a piece of paper in his hands, said that he agreed, because close combat is suitable for filling the gaps between the blows of the enemy's sword. Squinting her eyes, she said that she didn't like the fact that he was watching her, but it wasn't a bad idea. He answered angrily that he wasn't watching her and cursed. Covering her mouth with her hand, she asked if he had just cursed in front of the professor. Rudd denied it. Smiling, she said that he should try to distract himself and she would complain about him in less than 3 seconds. He was surprised because he wasn't used to it. Looking at him, she asked what he wanted to say. The main character assumed that she would choose Kate, not Daniel. She began to get angry because she would not agree to go to a crazy woman who made her train. Looking at Daniel, he understood that the future had changed again, because in their past life they had a good relationship. All this was because of Daniel. Standing next to them, he understood that he was the reason. The professor suggested that they move on to the lesson. It was sunny outside, but he decided to explain in a few words first. Holding a sword in his hands, he said that there are many levels in sword technique and they will start with simple movements and will put in maximum effort until they reach the ideal. Looking at them, he continued that although they have reached the level where theory is not needed, however, experience is needed to find your own personal way to apply their knowledge. They looked at him. He said that in order to gain experience, appropriate training is needed. Laughing, he said that it was independent training. They began to get angry because they would have to fight each other. They were lying on the floor. Daniel decided to end the lesson. Smiling, he continued that they would combine individual lessons with joint ones, like today, and he wanted to have a good weekend. Looking at the sky, he thought that he could at least defend himself. Adjusting her hair, she said that she told her to be careful with expressions. She scratched her head while Rudd yelled that if she had worked as a mercenary, she would have sworn in the same way. And in general, does it not anger her that they could not do anything? She answered negatively, because they are weak. Looking at her, she said that Daniel was giving in to them. He widened his eyes because he should have trained with Kate, because there were still flowers here. Lying on the floor, he asked to stop. She asked why, did not feel guilty. Getting up, he decided to go. Liana asked where he would go, because if he felt guilty, then let him teach his techniques. Looking at her, he asked why all of a sudden. Taking hold of his clothes, she said that she lacked skill, and he fought well with his fists. Throwing his hand away, he asked to learn from the teachers. Liana replied that there was not enough time for sword technique, and he could show his techniques. Screaming and holding on to him, she explained that she was already tired of receiving from Kate. She widened her eyes and looked at him sweetly. She began to smile. Rude agreed, but only for her to let go. Lying on the floor, she asked not to forget, because he promised. Scratching his head, he thought that he could not get used to the difference with his past life and was so confused that he could not refuse. He remembered how she smiled, because it was not because of this, but because she would enter the main team of the raid and would be better friends with her. Holding his head, he understood that this was a good chance, and since it turned out this way, he would be able to pay off her debt received in the past life. Angry, he did not understand how she dared to ask him to teach techniques and he would make her regret it. The Iradium Academy was located on the territory of the capital. Strong killers, the power of the nation. The Imperial Palace provided all kinds of support and assistance to the academy, and most of the graduates subsequently worked in the guilds of the Empire. All the equipment in the academy was modern. The students were unhappy with the limited space and life only inside the academy, so the management allowed students to go to the city on weekends or holidays. Henai's, holding books in her hands, asked if they would also drag themselves along, because there was a lot to do. The guys were standing. Rudd said that he was going to sleep longer today. Chuck agreed. His muscles just needed rest. She started screaming, because there was a lot to do in the capital. Looking displeased, he said that it was better to sleep than to carry her bags. She had books in her hands. Approaching him, she asked him to stop grumbling and be patient, because later he would treat her to lunch. Closing his eyes, he decided to be patient, because the food would be expensive. Chuck Po, looking at him, asked if the girl asked him to carry it, and it would be better if he carried it. The girl ran to buy groceries. Rudd asked if he had brought money with him. Hearing a negative answer, he said to carry it himself. Henai screamed and asked to hurry up. The guy understood that this was psychology. Evening came. She decided to have lunch. In one of the buildings there were doors with windows. The waiters leaned over and greeted her. The three of them led them to her place. He was surprised because the restaurant looked too rich. The girl sat down and asked him to sit down too. The waiter came up to her and decided to take her order. Reading the menu, she decided to take the same sets for 3. And soda as a drink. Chuck said that he likes when there is a lot of meat. Because of this, she also added a 600-gram venison steak to the order. Reading the menu, he wanted to replenish the lost energy in his muscles. Reading the price tags, he was shocked, because for one set of 500,000 ruble, this was the same cost of his food for a month. Surprised, he asked if it was too expensive. Pointing with a finger, she said that they were dragging her things, so they needed to treat them properly, and if he wanted something else, then let him order it. Smiling, he wanted to order something else, but Henny's shut him up. Looking embarrassed, he explained that he was also carrying bags. The girl asked him to shut up. The waiter brought them food. Rudd was shocked by the table. They were wished a bon appetit. Having started eating, he said that it tasted great and was not inferior to their family chef, but the portions were small, and he needed to order more. A knife was thrown at him. He stopped near him and Henny's asked if she told him to shut up. Angry and happy, she asked if the main character liked it. She started pointing at different dishes and offered to try. Having started eating, he realized that he had never eaten such expensive food and did not even know what it tasted like. He looked at her as she smiled, because after talking about his brother, she became more friendly towards him. But in a past life they were not good friends. She hit him and screamed that he was ugly. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that she could handle the earth dragon herself, and he imagined himself to be better and only wasted his equipment. Having broken the table, he shouted that even a dog is not touched during a meal. She began to scream louder that how could he eat when he put such crap under it, because he is worse than a dog. Looking at them, he thought that he was more used to seeing her rude, but honest, and now he didn't like that she was fawning. He looked at her and called, but she interrupted. With a frightening face, she took his hand and asked what he was putting in his mouth. Taking her hand away, she asked if all his food went not to his brain, but to his muscles, or if his brain was completely made up of muscles, because there wasn't a single convolution there, and if she touched him again, she would cut off his hands. He began to squint his eyes because he was scared. After that, she calmly asked what Rudd had said. Showing a thumbs up, he decided to thank her, because it was delicious, but he himself thought that it would be better this way than such an attitude. Henny smiled, and Chuck was sad about such discrimination. The protagonist looked at his watch. It was 8 in the evening. He began to remember that something had happened at that time. He remembered the girl with yellow eyes, whom he was supposed to meet. Liana was angry because he was late. The floor creaked under the girl. She closed her eyes and thought that 5 minutes had already passed. Why hadn't he come? Standing by the wall, the girl thought about the fact that he was the first person she could talk to normally in this place. Unlike her, he probably had a lot of friends. He could have forgotten. Red entered the room. Looking at the girl, he asked if she was already here. Frowning, she replied that he was late, didn't know or something. It was usually accepted to come 10 minutes before the appointed time. Scratching the back of his head, the main character asked if it was true, let him forgive her. Raising her eyebrows, Kate asked if he had eaten something, to which he replied that he had gone to the capital with the guys. The girl looked to the side and asked if he had gone to the capital, outside the academy, to which Rudd replied that he had. Turning around, he added that his friend had treated him to dinner. Lowering her head, Kate replied that she understood. The protagonist grinned and said that so what she wants today, to which she replied that it means he has a lot of friends. The protagonist started to leave and said that they would start with a simple position, to which the girl said that she had never been to the capital. Rude closed his eyes and said that well. Looking at him, the girl said that okay, she understood, and now they would return to training. Going down the stairs, the hero said that next setter, to which she asked again. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist added that if that's what he wanted, they would go to the capital together. Grinning, Kate asked if it was true. Looking away, Rude asked again that she was so glad, to which she replied that no, not really, it was just that he suggested going, and he added that maybe, then it's not worth it, and the girl said that no, she will go. Goes. The hero stretched and said that it was good. And now a warm-up, she wanted to learn how to fight, to which she replied that by the way. He frowned, hearing that there really was a lot to see there, and they sold a lot of delicious things, exactly, and what would they eat there? Looking at him, the girl asked where he had been today, what was customary to do when walking with friends. Closing her eyes, she added that she had seen it last time. Standing in front of her, Rudd heard that what was he suddenly, to which he replied that that was enough, let him put on this instead. Kate lowered her head, hearing that she had always been so talkative, to which she replied that yes, her mother constantly made fun of her, that she was a chatterbox. He knew her, she was the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. The hero closed his eyes and wondered that if she loved to chat so much, how could she have endured it in her past life? Turning around, he said, "That's enough chatter." Walking straight, the protagonist said that he uses Chuck style in fighting, to be more precise. It's a modified technique so that it can be used by an ordinary person. After all, she knows that they base their technique on crazy physical indicators. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this is why all he can teach her are a few techniques and his brother's methods. Rude looked to the side and said that if you combine these techniques with those used by Professor Claire, there are no specific norms or rules. Just try to dodge blows and hit the enemy as much as possible. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that it sounds easy, but how can you dodge when the enemy is following you on your heels? Taking a step forward, the hero replied that this is why he is going to teach her a way to get hit as little as possible. He began to step from side to side. Looking at him in surprise, Kate thought that she could not catch his movement, similar to how a snake wriggles. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that the limbs are a technique during which she moves exclusively on her toes, attacking the enemy. The leg muscles are used to a minimum, so the movements are barely perceptible. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked what is also a Stero's technique. Rudd put his hand to his face and answered that no, he came up with it himself. She usually does not use such techniques. Looking at him in amazement, the girl asked that he really is a genius. Grinning, the hero said that he should try it once. Kate raised her leg and asked what went where. With her eyes wide open, she added that this is how it is done. The girl began to practice the technique and thought that these are the kind of people who are called geniuses. Watching her, the protagonist reflected on the fact that it had taken him 2 years to develop this technique, another year to transform it, and a year to master it. Raising his eyebrows, he added that it was difficult to call someone a genius who tries to survive by any means necessary. A genius is rather someone who mastered in 4 minutes what took him 4 years. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that she and his comrades were from a past life. Kate looked away and asked what and how he liked it. Right. The protagonist smiled broadly. He tripped her and said that it was simply terrible. The girl fell to the floor. Rude crossed his arms and said that he had said on his tiptoes, and she had started dancing here. The girl frowned and said that there you go, to which he replied that she should get up and try again. Kate turned around, hearing that she should try to do it properly. Today he would torture her until he succeeded. The sunset appeared. It was heard that she should do it normally, stop tripping her up. It got dark outside. A view of the room opened up. The protagonist sat down on the bed. Closing his eyes, he said that he was so tired. Looking at the ceiling, the protagonist thought about how good it was that everything was going smoothly so far. Outwardly, everything was not so different from his past life. He frowned and added that, but about the relationship. Kate frowned. The guy raised his eyebrows. Penny's grinned. A thought arose that completely differently than in the past, strong changes had occurred. Rude lay with his eyes closed and thought that it was interesting how this would affect the future. It was dark outside, and he continued that no, on the contrary, everything cannot be like before. If he wants to save them, he needs to change the future. People stood in front of the monster. A thought arose that he only had to gather the team again and destroy the heavenly demon. Then he would be able to see it again. The guy looked away and thought that for now he should act as a brother. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that the first thing he should defeat. The man's cloak fluttered in the wind. A mark appeared on his hand. The thought of the blue sky technique arose. Wooden swords hit each other. The man parried the blow. The guy swung his sword. The hero parried his blow. He stuck out his tongue and thought that it was not easy with him. He surprisingly liked to joke. Angrily looking forward, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he was not going to lose. Looking at him, the guy grinned. He swung his sword sharply. Daniel stretched his hand forward. The thought appeared that maybe he should change his style. Rude gritted his teeth and wondered where the fist came from. The guy swung his hand. The protagonist parried his blow. Frowning, he asked that it was possible to use more than just a sword. The guy grinned and said that he had a very changeable character. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist thought that he was still physically inferior to him. He slid backwards on the ground. Daniel frowned and thought that he had gone too far, tempting him. Swinging his weapon, he added that he would stop and let him show what he could do. The hero put his hand on the floor and thought that he was getting closer. The stick hit the floor. The thought arose that he would go according to the standard method. Suddenly, the protagonist used a blocking blow. The sword flew out of his hands. Rude opened his eyes wide and thought about counteraction. White smoke flew around. The thought arose that the blue sky technique is a sword technique aimed at defense. The weapon was lying on the floor. The thought arose that a blocking blow and counteraction. The guy held the weapon in his hands. It was said that in his past life he studied only this technique in order to keep up with his brother. However, for the real blue sky technique, not sword strikes were needed, but some other element. Daniel grinned and said that his moves were great. There was nothing to complain about. It felt like he had been learning them from the start. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he had beaten them off very easily. The guy smiled broadly and said that he thought it was time to move on to a more serious level. The protagonist looked at him and asked what a more serious level was. Standing in front of him, Daniel replied that the blue sky technique included not only the ability to wield a sword. The sword could be mastered by those who were not adherents of this direction. But mana control was passed on only to the successors of this style as the completion of the technique. A heart appeared. It was heard that mana was unrefined life force. Usually it accumulates in the most important organ, the heart, but the blue sky technique deviates from this norm. Raising his hand, he added that he also uses mana from the outside using a special method. A mark appeared on his hand. It was heard that it was a mana seal. The successors of the blue sky technique control a large amount of life force accumulated in a subspace called the heavenly spirit. That is, they use not the heart, but a certain channel for transmitting energy. Rude raised his eyebrows and thought that the heavenly spirit, his brother, had one too. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that this is an effective method. But if the heart already contains mana, its role as a conductor is reduced because he has not yet studied other methods of mana control. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that yes, that's right, and then thought that in his past life he used a regular method based on the magic circle system. So this is what the maximum mana control indicator looks like, which was previously unattainable for him. Taking a step forward, Daniel said that it would be fastest to try this method himself. Let him sit down. But first let him decide where he wants to put the seal. The hero looked away. The guy grinned, hearing that they will be here. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he will pinch a little. Daniel touched the protagonist's hand. A glow appeared around his hand. Gritting his teeth tightly, Rude wondered what the hell he was pinching. It felt like he was on fire. A bright light emanated from his hand. The particles became smaller, and the hero thought, what is it? He stretched his hand forward in surprise. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that pure mana was flowing out from here. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Rude froze in amazement and thought that this was the legacy of the successors, which was passed down from generation to generation for a long time. They dedicated their entire lives to reach a certain level, to create heaven with the help of the information and mana they received. A bright sky appeared, and the thought arose that these heavens were the blue sky. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing that it was him. He opened his eyes wide, hearing his name. Grinning, the guy asked how he liked his first encounter with the blue sky. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that it was amazing, to which he replied that the first steps in mastering mana are comparable to the appearance of a new organ in the body. Closing his eyes, Daniel continued that it takes a long time to get used to this feeling and start using mana. Looking away, he said that it was amazing, but he already felt it in his body quite confidently. Rude looked at the particles. The thought arose that he was not just feeling, but controlling the mana that descended from the space of the blue sky. Just a few minutes later, Daniel opened his eyes in surprise and added that who was he. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that when he learned the usual way of handling mana, a ring appeared in his heart, with the help of which its level was manifested. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that the level of the blue sky technique was manifested through the number of wings. The teacher had 6, and the masters of the heavenly sword, like his brother, 7. The guy grinned and said that now his goal was 8 wings. He must make every effort. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that and he. Particles appeared on his hand, and he added that only 1. Looking straight ahead, Daniel said that the seal could not be removed because it was not engraved on his body but on his soul. Even after the death of the successor, his memories and strength would return to the source. Rude, looking at his hand, thought that but in the space connected to the heavenly spirit, there was teacher Daniel and the one who called him a youth. His brother was not there. If this seal remains on the soul, then it is quite possible that after his return, the heavenly spirit will keep the memories of his brother. Walking forward, he added that the teacher did not say anything about being imprisoned in other dimensions. The palace appeared. The thought arose that the heavenly dragon had disappeared along with his brother. This was the only clue. The hero looked surprised when he heard why he came out from there so late. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked that didn't she know that every second is precious if they want this idiot to learn at least something. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that he finished on time. Why didn't they just go without him? To which she replied that she couldn't handle this dumbass alone. Chuck's eyes widened and he said that he wasn't dumb, to which she replied that at this rate he was risking repeating a year. Looking up, the guy said that it was weird, but as soon as he started listening to theory, He was ready to pass out. Looking away, he added that he should wait. Maybe it was some kind of psychological attack using magic. Looking at the hero, the girl asked how he was enjoying his lessons with the curators. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist replied that nothing special, and then thought that if you don't count the fact that they were showing excessive interest in him. The man laughed and said that he exceeded his expectations. He was simply incomparable. The girl closed her eyes and enthusiastically said that he invented this technique single-handedly. How beautiful, she heard, which meant nothing special. Walking forward, Hennies asked that he had a chance to listen to the subjects of all the curators, which had never happened before in history. Was it really nothing special? Covering her eyes, she added that, for example, he could see the professor without a mask. They say he is a real misophobe. Looking straight, Rude replied that he did not even know. The office of the professor of Class D appeared. The protagonist sat opposite the professor and thought that today too. Holding a mug in his hands, he added that last time he did not utter a word for an hour. The protagonist began to drink and thought that if they had known each other in a past life, it would be possible to discuss some hot news. But he almost never met him, so he does not know anything about him. The professor lowered his head. A thought appeared that among all the professors, he was the first to die. Looking at the hero, he asked what he liked tea. The protagonist raised his head and said that it was a nice aroma, to which the man replied that it was good. It was the most popular in the empire. It was a type of milfery. He liked it too. Looking at the mug, Rude thought that he had not taken a sip. After that they were silent for another half hour, and the lesson was over. The hero closed his eyes and said that nothing special had happened. He had just drunk his tea and left the room. Looking at the door, the girl said that it was boring, to which he asked how their lessons with the curators were going. Chuck grinned and said that he really liked Professor Claire. She was a strong warrior, worthy of respect, and also appreciated the beauty of muscles. Looking away, the protagonist reflected that if he remembered, they got along well in their past lives, because they both had muscles instead of brains. The girl closed her eyes and said that everything went just worse for her. They said that there was no magic curator, so they gave her another teacher, asked what they knew, what he told her. She looked furiously and shouted that he said that fire magic is extremely ineffective, and that she should master another type of magic, that if she insists on only one direction, she will quickly reach her limit. Yes, he is not fit to hold a candle to the Empress of the White Flame. The guy pushed back his chair and answered that there is sense in his words. Fire mages are quite rare, isn't it? Hennies opened her eyes wide and shouted that yes, what does he understand? To which the hero said that he should calm down. If he does not like the teacher, he can change classes. The girl closed her eyes and said that it is useless. Among the professors of Iradium there is not a single fire mage. Grinning, the protagonist asked what anyone knew. What if the Empress of the White Flame would come to teach here to teach her? She looked at him in surprise and asked what nonsense he was talking about, and the guy apologized. Rude frowned. Jeremy grinned slightly, stretching his hands forward. He said that they had already met him during the entrance ceremony. He was the student council president. Grinning, he asked what, and they must be Hennies and Chuck, and the girl said hello. The hero frowned and asked what. He had found out about everything in advance. The guy grinned and said that he was just quite famous, asked how it was possible not to notice the first-year students who always walked together. Looking straight ahead, he added that especially him. The protagonist stood still and heard that all the teachers had chosen him. Even among the seniors there was a lot of indignation that it was unfair. Grinning, he asked that he also came as a representative of the seniors to express his dissatisfaction. Jeremy raised his hands and said that he had no objections to this. There must be a reason for such a decision of the professors. Rude clenched his fist, hearing that on the contrary, he liked outstanding personalities like him. Grinning, the guy asked that he was not by any chance interested in the student council. They always had a shortage of people. The hero grinned slightly and said that he did not really like the idea of being an errand boy. Jeremy smiled back and said that he shouldn't take it that way. He wasn't being called to be a mercenary. The protagonist clenched his teeth angrily. The guy closed his eyes and said that he just said it at random. It seems he hit the nail on the head. Raising his hand, he added that such small scratches usually occur on mercenaries. It seems he had a hard time in life. Standing in front of the guy, Rude said that he was going a bit too far, to which he replied that his hobby was playing detective. He even knew that he was unusual, and was looking for his brother. The hero lowered his head and thought that he was still as nasty as ever, talking as if he knew everything in the world. The protagonist stood still. A thought arose that in his past life he was known among mercenaries for his rare observation. But he knew the true face of this freak. Although he was not a villain, he behaved in the most selfish and self-confident manner in favor of the absolute majority. The guy was holding a chess piece in his hands. Chuck looked at him, hearing that although he was not keen on playing detective, he also knew something about him. For example, that he showed too much interest in other people's affairs. Looking away, the protagonist said that he either mistakenly believed that with such a brilliant mind he was able to control people like his mongrels. The guy closed his eyes and said that wow, what hatred, but he was very interesting to him, to which he replied that he knew he was only interested in those who were something. The protagonist looked away and said that he was not at all interesting to him. Smirking, the girl said that she should forgive him. He was just a little, to which Jeremy replied that it was nothing, he should not worry. Putting his hand on the book, he added that it looked like they were going to study, and he interrupted, let them forgive him, well, he would go. Looking at the hero, Hennies asked what was wrong with him, said that he was the student council president after all. Lowering his head, Rude replied that he shouldn't mess with this idiot, to which Chuck replied that he agreed, he smelled dangerous. The hero listened to their conversations. An open book appeared, it was heard that he should beware of Damien. The hero clenched his teeth and wondered what kind of psycho this was. The man was holding a chess piece in his hands. The thought arose that he should beware not of Professor Damien, but of this freak. In the past he had done so much that many people died because of his choice. The professor looked away. It was said that among them, Damien was the first one to die among the teachers. Bloody splashes appeared. It was said that he became Jeremy's first victim. The carriage was driving down the street. The thought came that, to be more precise, Jeremy personally did not kill Professor Damien. The hero put his hand to his face and thought that in his past life he committed suicide by stabbing himself in the neck with a dagger. The guy grinned. Looking at the professor, the thought came that however, Jeremy pushed him to this name. The reason was simple. He believed that Damien was a danger to the Empire. His death would cause a chain reaction of all subsequent events that happened further. People were talking to each other. The thought came that it was necessary to neutralize him so that he could not do anything. There was still time left until that day, but most likely, Jeremy would slowly put pressure on the professor, so he had no time to relax. It was heard that he could not believe it. Looking at him, Kate asked why he was late every time. He had a distorted concept of time. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that he had arrived on time, to which she replied that she had already said that according to the rules of etiquette, one should arrive 10 minutes early. Rude closed his eyes and said that the best he could do was spend his precious time on her on a day off, to which the girl replied that he himself had suggested meeting. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that and what should he have said when she was sitting there all sad, and Kate said that they had arrived. Smirking, she added that there were so many people. Looking at the crowd, the girl said that the street where the Dead Dragon Guild was always busy, but not that much. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what and where they were going now, to which Rude replied that he did not know, because he was supposed to just carry her things, or not. Looking to the side, she asked what other things, since he offered, he should show the way. The hero scratched his head and said that he should buy himself something first. Everyone does that. Taking his hand, Kate said okay, then they'll go buy new clothes, to which he asked why she grabbed his hand. Let him let go. Rushing forward, she asked what and what he was embarrassed about, to which the protagonist asked why she was so strong. She'd break his fingers like that. They entered the building. The girl's eyes widened and she said that this dress was fine. Pointing to the side, she asked how he liked it. That's all he could say, to which Rude replied that it was not bad, white. The girl grinned and asked if she wanted to try it on, to which Kate replied that she did. She went into the fitting room. Looking at her, the girl said that it suited her very well. Kate grinned and asked what she would say. It was beautiful. The protagonist looked at her. Closing his eyes, he said yes, good, white. The protagonist turned around, hearing that he was starting to irritate her, that is, taking it, to which he asked that she was done, they would move on. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the girl said that he should wait, she would buy him clothes too. Gritting his teeth, Rude said no, he didn't need anything, and she said that this would do, let him try it on once. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that he should come this way. Looking straight ahead, Kate thought, what a strange guy. The hero frowned. The thought occurred to her that he had behaved so cautiously at their first meeting. He gritted his teeth. Kate looked away and thought that later, as soon as he saw her tears once, he immediately apologized, and now she notices something soft in him. The clothes were hanging in the closet. It was said that most of his emotions are very direct and honest. Only sometimes. Leaning against the wall, the girl said that it felt like he was comparing her to someone. She looked away, smirking. The seller said that it also suited him very well. Kate's eyes widened, wondering who he was. The hero was looking straight ahead. The thought appeared that the person he hated so much. They stood in front of each other. It was said that he was looking at him like a star in the sky. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what she was standing there for. Let him pay, she promised. The girl frowned angrily and asked what manners, said that it seemed like she was buying for nothing. The light sky appeared. Walking down the street, she said that the lunch was delicious. It was clear why this place was popular. Looking at the hero, Kate thought that it was just right. Rue was looking at the papers. The thought appeared that such clothes suited him. She grinned, hearing why he was staring at him, to which she replied that no, nothing. She promised to treat him. Why did he pay? The hero gritted his teeth and replied that she bought him clothes. He also has a conscience. The girl grinned and said that he was strange after all, to which he asked what was strange about him. Looking away, Kate asked what they said. He had worked as a mercenary since childhood, which means he has comrades or friends with whom he fought side by side. Frowning, Rude replied that there were, and then thought that only he was a mercenary and a dragon slayer. Looking at him, the girl said that it was true. Life comrades are closer than family. They protect and care for each other. With her eyes wide open, she added that it was an accident with him. The hero clenched the sheet, hearing that there was no first love among them that he could not forget. Kate looked at him in confusion and thought, wow, that was too unexpected a question. She watched the hero. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted furiously that he thought it was even possible, and that mercenaries treated each other like family. He thought a little kid would be treated as an equal. These people were just professionals in betrayal. Damn. He had to endure so much, to which the girl said okay, fine, but she didn't know that. Rudd clenched his teeth and thought that there was no love or any kind of relationship between colleagues, and then said that wow, what blatant nonsense she was talking, to which Kate said that she really had never seen someone like him before. Looking away, the hero asked what she was talking about, to which she replied that he should see for himself, and he began to get irritated and shout at every question. The protagonist frowned, hearing that she always had a dissatisfied, impudent look, and if she was unlucky, she began to shower him with abuse. Looking at him, Kate added that despite this, he was honest, taught her combat techniques, and was even now staring at the brochure to understand where to go next. She closed her eyes and said that in a nutshell, he was a flunky with a terrible character. Rude turned away and said that he, then, went out for a walk with her, and she, okay, he went back. Having hit him on the back, the girl answered that no, they still had a lot of things to do today. Turning around, the hero asked why she hit him, to which she answered that her mother does that. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that if friends support each other, then they have a strong relationship, so she slightly changed today's plan. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what she was talking about, to which the girl answered that she understood. It was too far, but she would like him to experience what a real family is. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what family, really she. Putting her hand to her chest, Kate said that they were going to her home right now, to the Dead Dragon Guild. She would introduce him to her family. A glow appeared around the hero. It was heard that the kingdom of Siren, thank you for using the warp gate. He closed his eyes and asked her that she knew that it was a violation of the rules. Turning around, the girl said that she just had to be careful so that no one would find out, since he wasn't in a school uniform. Looking at her, the protagonist asked her that she didn't mind spending 6 million rubles on the gate, to which she replied that her mother said that she could spend as much as she wanted if she wanted to come home. A view of the kingdom opened up, the west of the continent, Siren, the capital of the Ribble Kingdom. The city where the Dead Dragon Guild was located was not as large as the capital of the empire, but also quite lively. Houses in the capital appeared. People were walking along the streets. It was said that in his memory, Siren was a dead settlement, extinct a few years from now due to the attack of the 7 dragons. Kate looked at the burning house. The thought occurred that at that time the Dead Dragon Guild completely fell. She smirked and said that this was her home. Looking around, Rudd thought that it looked more like an estate than a guild, and the girl turned to her uncle. Harold looked away and asked how she ended up here. She was already on vacation. Smirking, Kate replied that no, she just dropped by for a while, wanted to introduce her friend to the members of their guild. Looking at her in surprise, the man said that she was already making friends outside the guild. Tears appeared in his eyes and he said that they should throw a party, hang up posters. Finally she had a friend, to which Kate asked what he was saying. She was so ashamed. Harold closed his eyes and said that he forgot himself with joy. Let them quickly go into the house, and the girl asked why she was smiling, to which the main character replied that she was an outcast. That's how it seemed to him from the very beginning. The protagonist smiled when he heard that he shouldn't make her laugh. He was almost no different, to which he asked what she was talking about. Actually He closed his eyes, and phrases appeared in his head. What an idiot, there's nothing to talk about with him. Why does he dine alone? Talk disgustingly and have the same character. Does he have no other friends besides him? Putting his hand to his face, Rude thought that maybe he was an outcast. It seemed that she really did come. People looked at him enthusiastically. It seemed that his friend was behind him. How cute. What's his name? Maybe she paid him. That's why he's silent. Let him tell the truth, she threatened him. Stretching her hands forward, Kate shouted for them to all leave here. The girl grinned when she heard that he should tell them. They were going too far, to which she replied that they were just happy to see her, and the guy said that it was as if she had grown up. Looking at them, the hero thought that he was seeing the members of the Dead Dragon Guild for the first time. He didn't think that there was such a warm relationship between them, like in a family. Kate looked at him in surprise. Then she laughed. The thought arose that perhaps the change in her character in a completely opposite direction after the destruction of Siren was a natural result. Looking at them, the man said that they should go to the living room. The head of the guild was waiting for them, to which the girl asked what the living room was. Someone had arrived, and he answered that someone she knew well had arrived. Someone knocked on the door. Smiling, Kate turned to her mother. Adelina looked at him in surprise and turned to her. She hugged the girl and said that she had become prettier during the time they had not seen each other. Frowning, the woman added that something had happened to her since she had arrived in the middle of the school year. Had she really beaten someone up again, and that she needed to transfer to another school? Looking at her, the girl answered that no, she just wanted to introduce her to her friend. She opened her eyes in amazement and asked again. The woman looked away and asked what was wrong with all of them. It was quite surprising that a daughter with such a bad character and zero sociability made friends. She looked at them carefully. Raising her eyebrows, Lyanna asked why they both didn't say hello when they saw adults. Gritting her teeth, Kate said that this old woman, she always comes to their house because she has nothing to do. And the hero said hello and introduced himself. The woman smirked and said that he was the same young man who showed dissatisfaction during the competition. Yes, Miss Hennies is doing well. Smirking, the protagonist answered that no, this time she didn't like the curator, so she was very upset. Sitting on the couch, Lyanna said that really, it's not such a big problem. Soon the academy will have a better teacher. Looking at him, the woman asked what he said. His name is Rudd, thank him very much, to which he thought how awkward. Kate looked straight. It seemed that her daughter was special. She had an extremely developed sixth sense, so she took other people's emotions too close to heart. She could instantly analyze those around her, but she did not know how to express her emotions, so she still had no friends among her peers. Standing next to her, the hero said yes, and Adelina said that at least he was strong. Last time she broke her classmate's wrist. Smirking, Kate said that so it was him. The woman opened her eyes wide and asked again. Looking at her, the girl continued that but he started it first. That's why it happened. Now all the bones have grown together. Besides, she was given a punishment. She closed her eyes, hearing her name. Putting her hands on her hips, Adelina asked if her mother taught her to fight so she could torture people. Gritting her teeth, the protagonist answered that no, she did not torture him. He also said it without thinking, so they were both guilty. Raising her eyebrows, the woman said that it was still no reason to hit people, and even more so to injure them. Looking away, she asked what she saw. They had already made up, and she apologized, to which Rude thought that he was talking like he was the only one who got it. Looking down, Kate said that he should forgive her for hitting him, to which the hero replied that it was nothing, everything was fine. Crossing her arms, Adelina said that she had asked him so many times to be careful with ordinary students. Putting the cup on the table, Liana said that she did not even know. Smirking, she added that she did not think that he was an ordinary student. She saw how he fought, dealt with Chuck like a toy. The protagonist frowned, hearing that moreover, they say, he himself offered to go to his guild, right? The woman, widening her eyes in surprise, asked that he was also a dim moon. Sitting on the couch, Kate said that yes, he is very strong, and also teaches her to fight, to which Rude replied that he refused to join their guild. Raising her hand, the woman said, well, well. Frowning, she added, that's it. The hero looked at her, hearing that if he is so strong, then as the head of the guild and Kate's mother, he cannot pass by. The woman smiled and asked that he could show her once how he fights. Kate exclaimed in amazement. The protagonist grinned and thought that he heard that the head of the Dead Dragon Guild is very warlike. It turned out that this is true. This is his chance to measure his strength with someone of higher rank. Looking away, he said of course, and then added that there was no reason to refuse. The girl looked surprised and asked what was going on, to which she was told that she didn't even have to ask. The leader was going to fight a friend that the young lady had brought home for the first time. The view of the armory opened up. It was heard that for a first year to fight a dragon slayer in third place, this is what his abilities are. The girl crossed her arms and asked, interestingly, how many seconds he would last. People were talking to each other. It was heard that he hoped that their leader would not do something stupid. The hero looked away, hearing that these clothes suited him. Looking at him, Kate said that she completely understood why his mother lent him the Dead Dragon Guild uniform, but that he should not worry about it. She would forgive him. Because of it he was suffering. The protagonist warmed up his hands and said that, on the contrary, he was grateful. When would there be another opportunity to fight a dragon slayer of such a level? Smiling, the girl replied that she was in a good mood. Just let him not die. Closing her eyes, she wished him luck and asked her mother to be more careful. The woman smiled broadly. They walked towards each other. It was heard that all the onlookers had already climbed higher, starting the fight. Raising the sword up, Adelina said that the weapon is a wooden sword, control of magic only inside the body, avoid vital organs. She smirked and continued that if he hits her, the victory will be his. If he wins, she will fulfill one of his wishes. Asked that the rules are clear. Looking at her, Rudd answered that it is quite clear. The woman frowned and asked, well, now he is ready. The hero grabbed the sword. Smiling, he said that he can start whenever he wants. The woman smiled back. She took a step forward. The protagonist also took a step forward. They looked at each other angrily. The woman smirked, looking straight ahead. Rudd looked to the side. She jumped up. Adelina struck him. The girl looked surprised and asked that she definitely saw it. Watching the battle, the girl asked that this boy was parrying her blows. Frowning, Adelina thought, how amazing. The hero landed on the floor. The thought appeared that it was hard to believe that a 17-year-old boy possessed such a perfect sword technique. It was even a pity that he had average physiological data. He frowned, and the woman thought that, however, the protagonist parried her blow. Swinging his sword, the woman thought that this was his limit. Gritting his teeth, Rude thought that at that time, adults did not give in to children. Standing in front of him, the woman asked that he was already tired. The hero raised his eyebrows. A mark appeared on his hand. He swung his sword sharply. The woman looked in amazement. She opened her eyes wide. A bright glow appeared around her. The broken sword lay on the floor. Standing in front of the protagonist, Adelina said that judging by his technique, he had already mastered the blue sky. She didn't think that this loser Daniel already had a student. Looking at her, Rude asked what a loser means. Actually, this is his teacher. The woman smiled and asked that he was also unhappy, then stopped sitting around. Let him take a rematch to defend the honor of the teacher. Looking straight ahead, Kate thought that she knew he was strong. She opened her eyes wide and added that but this is beyond her imagination. Look, Mom liked the fight with him so much. The girl looked down and thought, but some kind of mood, whether it was jealousy or a feeling of inferiority, she does not know what others think, but her feelings. She watched them. The hero lowered his head and said that a rematch was, of course, a good idea, but he won this battle. Looking at him, Adelina asked again. The protagonist extended his hand forward and replied that she had just used mana outside her body. The woman looked at him in amazement. They were standing in front of each other, and it seemed as if she had known it. Lyanna closed her eyes and said that she was such a fool. The protagonist smirked and said that he didn't think the guild leader would contradict herself. Adelina put her hand behind her head and replied that yes, of course, she had promised to grant his wish. Let him say what he wanted. Clenching her fist, she added that she could only do what she could, and that she couldn't demand a large monetary reward, as the guild was going through hard times right now, to which Rude replied that he didn't need that. Kate looked away and wondered what she was thinking, who his extreme fighting style reminded her of, and Adelina said that anything else that could ruin the guild's reputation would also not be accepted. The woman extended her weapon forward. The thought arose that even if they were not connected by blood, a mother and daughter would always remain mother and daughter. The leader's technique resembled Kate's warlike and ferocious beast technique from her past life. The hero frowned. It was said that he had never managed to defeat her sword, but once he almost managed to achieve victory. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he had a simple wish. He extended his hand forward. Adelina looked in amazement, hearing that they would fight again under the same conditions. The swords hit each other. They fought each other. The thought arose that so he had a reason to ask for another duel. This time he would fight differently. The protagonist swung his weapon. Looking at him, the woman thought that maybe they would test him once. She tilted her head to the side. Adelina dodged the blow. Gritting her teeth, she wondered what was the matter. What kind of crazy speed was this? The woman extended her weapon forward and added that she would still have a chance to strike back. The protagonist dodged, and the thought appeared that there was no chance. Particles appeared behind him, and the thought appeared that he was almost simultaneously dodging and attacking. He simply had superhuman reflexes. He did not even have a split second to swing his sword. Rude lowered his head, and the woman thought that Kate had similar abilities, but where did he come from? The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought about the extreme sensation. Extending his hand to the side, he added that with the help of mana, he uses all his senses and becomes extremely sensitive. His reflexes and thinking accelerate, which affects the nervous system. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his sword and thought that, but he was obsessed with the desire to defeat Kate, at least in this way. The girl extended the sword to the side. Rude extended the sword in front of him. Adelina parried the blow and thought that it was difficult to handle him, and his ability to read her movements perfectly was very similar to Kate's style. She frowned and added that it was the first time she saw such a strange technique of confusion, because of which it was impossible to predict his next actions. The woman landed on the ground and thought that after all, he was not so strong that she could not fight back. The hero abruptly jumped to the side. Dodging, he wheezed. The protagonist deftly dodged the blows. Looking at them, the guy said that he was a real destroyer, and Kate said that she asked to go easy on him. Smirking, the woman said that let him show what he is capable of, and he will continue to run. The protagonist jumped to the side. Gritting her teeth, Adelina said that all she does is dodge. She rushed towards him. The hero stopped abruptly. The thought appeared that he was caught. The protagonist bent down to the floor. He looked to the side angrily. Rude threw the sword up. The thought arose that he had dropped the sword. This. Grinning, Adelina thought that the essence of the blue sky technique, free and uneven counting. She opened her eyes in surprise. Suddenly, the woman stretched her leg to the side. The hero jumped up sharply. Looking at him in surprise, Adelina thought that this was how he had planned to throw the sword from the very beginning. First, he needed to increase the distance between them. She froze in amazement. The protagonist disappeared, and the woman thought that he was gone. She raised her head up. Adelina turned around. The protagonist was standing behind her, and she thought that when did he manage to get behind her? Stretching his hand to the side, he thought about the reception with noise and rumble. Rude swung his fist and thought that a momentary hesitation. That was enough. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The hero jumped up sharply. The woman raised her leg up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it hurt so much. Kate, looking at him, turned to him. Sitting down on the floor, she asked him if he was crazy, if he decided to die. He should have retreated, but he could die, to which he replied that he was really going to die now. The girl looked down and said that he was not a fool. Why did he have to continue if he immediately understood that he would lose? Closing his eyes, Rudd replied that yes, I see, stop whining. He was upset, to which she said that she had not whined at all, and he added that he had not lost. Looking at the woman, Kate asked what? Adelina grinned slightly. Closing her eyes, she said that yes, she had lost. Behind her, she heard enthusiastic cries. Raising her hand, the woman said that a promise must be kept. Let him ask for whatever he wants. Asked that she could open the guild treasury for him. The protagonist, with his head down, said that he didn't need that. Let him promise just one thing. Standing in front of him, Adelina asked again, and he said that he should promise that he would believe him when it was necessary. And she asked that even if he would talk some nonsense, and the hero said yes. The woman's eyes widened as she considered the unusual request, and then asked what she could ask about the reason. The protagonist turned to the side and said that he did not want anyone to die. The woman smiled slightly. She extended her hand forward and said that it was fine. As the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild, she promised to fulfill her promise. Shaking his hand, she asked if the generational change was already approaching, sadly, but she was glad to meet them. Rude frowned when he heard that he was the future son-in-law. The kingdom appeared. It was said that in a few years, the attacks of the 7 dragons, who had been sleeping all this time, would begin. The creatures appeared. It was heard that the first to begin would be the heavenly dragon, then the dragon of light. The third would be the dragon of illusion. The monster stood behind the kingdom. The thought appeared that, as the name suggested, she used illusion magic. As a result of her attack, Siren fell, and all who were members of the Dead Dragon Guild died. The weapon was lying on the ground. It was said that after that they managed to take revenge and catch her, but in the battle with the 7 dragons, his comrades died along with her. People looked in surprise. The thought arose that a little time would pass and a war would begin, but he would not let all those people he met today die. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that since he met the members of the Dead Dragon Guild, he would be able to warn them in advance about the time of the illusion dragon's attack. looking at the girl, and he added that then her future too. Kate looked surprised, hearing him exclaim. Kate looked at him and asked what was wrong with her, to which the protagonist asked why he took some jokes so seriously. Frowning, Rudd said that he should just ignore them, to which she replied that she didn't really think about it, it just felt like her mother really liked him. Closing his eyes, the hero said that yes, it was not for nothing that he got it today. Looking away, the girl asked that he felt okay. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist answered that no, it hurt a lot, and she answered that she told him to drink the medicine. And why was he so stubborn? It was heard that the final stop was the Iradium station. Following him, Kate said that it was already so dark. Looking away, Red asked that by the way, they still hadn't had time to walk around the capital. She was not upset, to which the girl asked again, what and what, he would go there with her next time. She grinned and added that she had asked whether he would go or not, and that he should wait for her, to which the hero replied that they would see. Looking at her, he asked why she was following him. The female dorm was on the other side, and the girl said that she was seeing him off. The hero turned his head and asked again. Kate closed her eyes and said that there had been strange rumors circulating around the academy lately. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what the rumors were, and the girl said that they said that every evening a naked pervert appeared near the entrance to the dorm, who was training. Rude looked straight ahead angrily. The girl looked in surprise and asked what else they had said, that some homeless man with blonde hair was hanging around in a flower meadow in the park. The hero clenched his teeth. A dark forest appeared, and he heard that he should tell him in more detail. A view of the blue sky opened up. Looking into the room, the protagonist said that they should forgive him. Lillian adjusted her glasses and said that he should come in. Standing in front of her, Rude said that thank you for agreeing to a conversation, to which she replied that you are welcome. Professor Daniel said that he wanted to ask something. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that yes, he would like to know about their student, to which the girl asked again. Sitting at the table, she heard that it seemed to him that she had recently begun to bring small problems. Holding a pen in her hands, the girl asked what small ones. Looking at her in surprise, the protagonist turned to her, and she replied that they could not be called small in any way. She constantly skips classes. As soon as she wakes up, she immediately runs outside. The professor threw the sheets of paper up and shouted that she bathes in the fountain, grills barbecue on the roof. This is far from small problems. Gritting her teeth, she added that she had done everything she could. Damn, she had asked her to at least attend class, but she wouldn't listen to her. Raising her hand, the girl screamed, and the hero said that she should calm down first. 5 minutes passed, and the professor sighed heavily. Putting her hand to her face, she said that she should forgive. She flared up a little. Looking at her, the protagonist wondered what kind of stress she had received. Lowering her head, Lillian said that Jacqueline was an outstanding student. For most summoners, a contract and discipline are very important. The girl put her hands behind her back. It was heard that despite her promiscuity, she is very close to the spirits. You can immediately tell that Jacqueline will become an unrivaled summoner. But the problem is that she loves freedom too much. People looked up. It was said that during the written exam she made an airplane from the exam sheet and launched it. The girl was lying on a book. Lillian looked furiously. It was heard that in class she could say that she was hungry and jump out the window. The guys looked at the girl. It was said that recently she had destroyed the training hall, saying that she wanted to test the magic of the spirit. She had not slept for several days trying to hush it up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that it was much more serious than he thought, and how his brother managed to befriend this crazy girl in his past life. It was heard that this was true. The guy grinned. It was said that it was 5 times more difficult than all the training combined to make Jacqueline graduate from the academy. The hero looked away, hearing that he was exaggerating too much. Grinning, the guy replied that this, of course, was a bit strong, but they were sitting by the fire. It was said that at that moment Jacqueline was not just a person. Lowering her head, Lillian said that in Iradium you can repeat a year twice. If it continues like this, she will simply be expelled, but she does not want her talent to go to waste. Leaning on the table, she added that he did not just ask her about her, he has a reason. Yes. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that nothing like that. He was just a little worried that such a talented student behaves like this. Taking his hands, the girl said that she was talking about the same thing. The professor smiled and said that it was necessary to prevent such a talent from being expelled from the academy, at least for the sake of the future of the country and the victory over the dragons. Rude asked again, his eyes widening. He frowned, listening to how only Jacqueline does not listen to adults, but she is not against encouraging words. She heard that he is special. Maybe she will listen to a younger student who respects her. Looking at her in surprise, the hero said no, let her wait, to which the professor replied that at this rate she would not be able to finish the academy. He would not abandon Jacqueline. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist said that but he actually did not know what and how to say, to which she replied that she was asking him. The butterfly flew in the air, the thought appeared that it had already been decided. The butterfly flew forward. She approached the girl. Grinning, Jacqueline said what a nice weather. The girl looked away and asked why she was sleeping right here, and the guy asked that she was not dead. Rude watched her in amazement. Crossing his arms, he sighed. Grinning, the girl said that but in appearance, of course, beautiful, the most beautiful tramp she had seen. And the other said that she did not even look like a person. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it was true. In fact, Jacqueline was half spirit, half human, but still. Walking forward, he said that in the human world, you have to act like a human. The protagonist approached her and told her to get up. He watched the sleeping girl. Rude touched her with his foot. Jacqueline rolled on the ground. She looked at him in bewilderment. Looking at her, the hero asked what she was doing here so early. Grinning, the girl replied that she was looking at flowers and then fell asleep. And who was he? The protagonist sat down and said that Rude was from the first year. Professor Lillian sent him. Looking at him, the girl said that it meant he was younger than her, asked what happened. Taking the sheet in his hands, the hero said that he understood. He respected her very much. Grinning, Jacqueline asked what it meant that she looked cool, and he did not want to be friends with her. The protagonist closed his eyes when he heard that only outcasts joined their team and that they were all looking for friends, and then said that he would think about it later. Her school life lately. The girl started to run away, and he added that he hadn't finished yet. Standing next to her, Rude said that he should listen to him first. The girl looked at him. Looking away, she asked what he was talking about, to which the hero replied that it was such an exclamation. He closed his eyes and said that he heard that the girl he respected so much was skipping classes and acting very strangely, and that if she stayed for a second year, he would be very upset. She looked at him in surprise and asked why she was acting strangely. The academy square appeared, and the hero said that she had recently destroyed the training field, and asked what he was surprised about, to which the girl asked again. Raising her hands up, Jacqueline said that she remembered. Nothing, no one was hurt, to which the protagonist replied that the problem was that no one was hurt. Lowering his head, he continued that okay, such things happen, and why was she skipping classes? How was she planning to finish the academy? The girl looked at him and asked why she had to finish it. Frowning, Rude asked again. Getting up, Jacqueline said that it was warm here and there were a lot of beautiful flowers, and in her homeland there was too much snow. She smirked and continued that she liked walking in the park more than sitting in class. She would like to live here all her life. The hero gritted his teeth and said that this was Iradium itself, an academy for training dragon slayers. Wasn't that why she came here? People all over the world die because of these very dragons. Looking away, the girl said that it was true. But people kill dragons too. She raised her head and added that dragons kill people. Dragon hunters kill dragons. It turns out the same thing. Nature, in general, is arranged this way. For her, a peaceful and quiet life is more important. Sitting on the stairs, the protagonist asked what the same thing, people and dragons. Standing in front of him, Jacqueline said that for her it was so. What is the difference between them? The monster looked at the people. It was heard that it seemed that she had lived in the snowy mountains for too long, so she did not know that the only safe place now was here in the Elfia Empire, since it was protected by large guilds, and all the neighboring kingdoms were in ruins. The paw of the creature appeared. It was said that the inhabitants were brutally killed, and the states were falling apart one after another. Dragon slayers were protecting some settlements, but where they could not provide assistance. These damn dragons simply erased entire villages and cities from the map. The boy looked at her in fear. A question was heard that she had ever seen her brothers, sisters, parents, and friends being torn apart. The girl looked down and asked what he was angry about, but why. Sitting in front of her, Rudd answered that the devil. Frowning, he continued that he would rather talk to the wall. He understands that she does not know anything, so she thinks as she wants. But he did not know that she is so stupid. Putting her hand on her chest, Jacqueline said that she came here because she was curious to see the academy where her mother studied. The protagonist lowered his head and said that yes, he had no doubt about it, so let him live here in peace and quiet until he dies, annoying those who risk their lives to get here. The girl looked at him. A crystal appeared, and someone turned to her father, to which he responded. Looking away, Jacqueline said that she did not intend to do this, but it seemed that she angered him. What to do? She wanted to make friends. Feldroa hung in the air. Jacqueline grinned, hearing that she should not worry. Usually friends appear during quarrels, to which she asked again. She closed her eyes, listening to the fact that of course it was true had he ever deceived her, to which she replied that it was good, she would have to apologize to him tomorrow. The Spirit King, hanging in the air, said that he was doing well and he should also talk to this friend. The protagonist was walking down the street. He sighed heavily, gritting his teeth. The protagonist thought that he always did everything wrong, and now he completely ruined everything because of his terrible character. Looking up, Rude thought that it was understandable. She had lived in the mountains all her life, so she had not suffered from dragons in any way, which means she could not easily agree with human emotions. The girl looked down. A thought arose that he had just taken out his anger on her. The protagonist frowned, thinking that his brother was kind, so he would have coped with the task. What to do now? He looked away. Hearing that she did not hear, she was told to leave. Turning her head, the girl said that she was just in time. Gritting her teeth, she added that how dare she come here. Kate looked at her, holding out her hand. Henny said that she breaks hands the first time they meet. Pointing at the girl, she added that she is a sick psychopath. Henny's frowned and said that it was immediately clear why she was hanging around in front of the dorm. She obviously wanted to take revenge for being punished. Looking surprised, Kate replied that not at all. They did not understand each other that day and had already made up. Holding a basket in her hands, she added that she just wanted to visit, and at the same time brought breakfast. Looking angrily at the hero, the girl asked what to visit. The main character raised his eyebrows and said that nothing special. He just went to her house yesterday. It so happened that he took part in a duel and got a little hurt. The girl clenched her fists and asked what it meant. They both broke the rules, went outside the capital, went to her house, and he was beaten up there. Turning around, she added that okay, she would go and tell the professor everything, to which the protagonist said that he should hold her. Waving her arms, Henny shouted that he should let her go. Kate, her eyes wide, said that she understood that she, as a friend, was worried and angry, but she really apologized, and the fight was on fair terms. Although a little confusing, they agreed to train every weekend and more. The girl frowned angrily. Raising her hand, she said that he should let her go. Henny sighed heavily. Smirking, she said that it was really good that they made up, then she would be friends with them too. Kate asked again in amazement. The girl crossed her arms and said that yes, they would wrestle together, they would see, then Chuck, and she would also have to break 2 or 3 bones, right? The girl froze in amazement. Looking at Henny's, the guy said that he should stop. Turning around, Kate said that was enough, she would go. Rude looked at the girl and asked why she had to let it come to this. Frowning, the girl said that he should just run after her and be friends only with her, then why was he going with them? Raising his hand, the hero asked what and why she was angry. Chuck lowered his head and said that he had to go. He had volunteer work before class for breaking school rules, although he did not fully understand which ones. Rude stood in confusion. A view of the room opened up. The notebook was lying on the table. It was heard that this would be the end of their lesson. Let them go to lunch and not forget to hand in their reports before the next class. People in the audience began to disperse. The hero lowered his head down. He looked in surprise, hearing that they greeted him. The girl was standing in front of him, and the protagonist asked why she was here, and then thought that right, they had a fight with her. He does not know what to say. Jacqueline grinned and asked if he was hungry. Blue skies appeared. Steaks were grilling. Rude looked at the food. The girl was grilling the meat. Raising her hand, she asked if he preferred medium or well done. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he preferred medium. No, let him wait. Sitting at the table, he added that, of course, he could try to understand why she suddenly suggested eating, and this spontaneous barbecue. But why do it on the roof? Jacqueline looked at him in bewilderment and said that if she grilled it in the office, there would be too much smoke. Looking at the meat, the protagonist heard that he should eat it before it got cold. Her meat was perfectly cooked. Rude lowered his head. While stabbing the meat, the girl said that he should listen and apologize for yesterday. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. She looked down and said that he was a human and probably suffered because of the dragon. That's why he wanted to become an assassin. It seemed like he wanted to help her, and she answered too carelessly. Maybe he was angered by her answer, since she was only half human. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist answered that no, that's not true. He already said that he respected her very much. Rude stuck out his tongue and thought that this was his chance. Since the situation was developing in his favor, he should strike while the fire was hot. The girl looked surprised, hearing that he was worried about the fact that such a beautiful student with outstanding skills would not be able to graduate from the academy normally. She turned her head to the side, hearing that, to be honest, she was perfect in every sense. She just needed to endure for a few years and not act so freely, then even among his peers, anyone would want to be friends with her. Jacqueline grinned and asked if it was true, said that while there was a student who respected her so much, she should change her thinking a little too. The hero wiped his mouth and thought that she was so vulnerable to praise. It seemed that everything could be solved much easier than he thought. Stretching her hand forward, the girl asked that there was peace between them, they were friends now. Taking her hands, the protagonist replied that of course, thank you for being the first to take a step forward. Jacqueline closed her eyes and said that she would not skip classes in the future and would try hard in exams, because Rude himself respected her. The hero grinned and said that she was really cool, he would support her in everything, and she should not forget about her decision, to which she said that by the way. Sitting in front of her, he heard that there was something else. The girl raised her finger up and said that her father wanted to talk to him, he did not mind. Looking at her in surprise, the protagonist asked again. Jacqueline closed her eyes and said that she should not worry. Her dad was not that scary, he was ordinary. Suddenly a crystal appeared in the air. An image of the protagonist appeared on it. It was heard that the king of spirits. Particles were flying around him. Looking at him, the girl heard that he would like to talk to her friend alone. He can leave them. Looking away, Jacqueline said that yes, she would take a walk in the park. She began to leave. Bowing, the hero said that he greeted him. His name was Rudd. He gritted his teeth, hearing that he would get straight to the point. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, hearing that he had returned from another life, right? The Spirit King, illuminating everything around with his energy, asked Rudd Donatos that he had returned from another life. The boy looked at him in shock, asking how he knew that. Levitating in the air, Feldroa explained that he knew that he had already been in this world, and the smell was familiar. Introducing the prototype of the human world, the majestic being explained that this was a completely different dimension, which was different from this world and from the spirit world. But in the very core of that dimension there was a passage that connected spirits with summoners. Then, the Spirit King's mind began to recall the spirit world, adding that they, whose bodies were trapped in this passage, were therefore affected by the real world, hence the deja vu effect. Visualizing the magic circles of time in his mind, Feldroa explained that he was also in this passage, so he could not escape the influence of the magic covering this world, but he felt some kind of fluctuation in time. Visualizing a purple magic circle, the majestic being stated that he did not retain the memories of what happened before returning. Standing right in front of the protagonist, the Spirit King stated that he was curious, since it seemed that they knew each other in a past life, guessing that he was a warrior. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, Rude explained that there was another warrior, and he was the one who was following him. Looking at Feldroa levitating in front, the boy said that it was okay since that was how it turned out. Then, imagining a videotape of information from the previous world in his head, the protagonist was going to tell him about what he had forgotten. The story continued to take place in the courtyard of the Iradium Academy. After listening to Rudd, the majestic being, levitating in the air, stated that it was now clear, and that meant that this warrior named John had disappeared along with the heavenly dragon. At that moment, the boy was extremely dumbfounded to hear that the Spirit King had suggested that perhaps this warrior was alive. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the protagonist asked if this was true and what the reasons were for it. At the same time, Feldroa, imagining the image of the heavenly dragon in his head, stated that, as far as he knew, it had a very cautious nature and would not die along with its enemy, and most likely hid to recuperate. Then, when Rude recalled how his brother had shielded him with his body, the majestic being would tell him that his relative had simply been carried away along with him, and warriors did not die so easily, so he must have ended up in some dimension. Gritting his teeth after hearing this, the boy would agree with him, hoping that this would be the case. Immediately after this, the Spirit King, looking straight at the protagonist, would add that if he wanted to find his brother, perhaps he should go to the floating island where the dragon's lair was. Clenching his hands into fists, Rude would state that it was too early, and first he needed to prepare for the disasters that would arise in the future. Recalling the dragon invasion, the boy would note that reaching the floating island was not easy, and therefore he needed to become stronger. Then the protagonist, recalling the image of the white dragon, asked Feldroa something curious, because if he realized that he had returned to this world, then maybe he knew about the dragon that was the reason for this. Levitating in the air, the majestic creature wondered if he was talking about a dragon that had the magic of returning, and stated that of course he knew about it. Remembering that he was shrouded in magical chains, the King of Spirits explained that he could not tell him, because it was an old oath, for which he promised his life, and he had no right to tell anyone. After his words, Rudd, looking away, thought that if even the King of Spirits himself swore his life, who was he? Leaning his head on his hand, the boy stated that he understood perfectly well what an oath meant to spirits, and it was a pity, but nothing could be done. Suddenly, Feldroa, resembling a huge crystal, said that he also had a question for him. Standing right in front of the protagonist, the majestic being inquired about what his daughter Jacqueline's last moments in that world were like. Looking down, Rude spoke about the ice dragon Nephrine, recalling the image of a huge blue dragon, next to which the mistress of spirits stood. He said that they never found a way to kill him, and when the most critical moment came, she decided to seal herself in a huge block of ice with him, but smiled until the last. While the image of a smiling Jacqueline appeared in the boy's head, the king of spirits stated that if he said that she smiled, then in that situation it was the best decision she could make. Levitating in the air, Feldroa stated that no matter the reason for his return to the past, he has a chance to change his daughter's future. Leaning forward slightly, Rudd said that he had thought about it himself, but he did not know what could happen to such a weakling, although he was trying his best. Suddenly, a majestic being enveloped the boy with its power and declared that he would not just wait either and would try to change his daughter's future, which greatly shocked him. The protagonist looked at the Spirit King with a look of complete surprise, who was using his magic and declaring that he believed in him. At that moment, the legs of the chair wobbled, and Rudd asked what he was going to do. Looking at his hand, which was enveloped in spirit energy, the boy heard Feldroa's words, telling him to stand still because he was not going to harm him. As soon as the protagonist realized what this meant, he immediately felt great pain. He was enveloped in the Spirit King's magic and held his neck, feeling a lack of oxygen, thinking that his heart was being torn apart by the particles of the majestic being. Rude writhed in pain as the Spirit King explained that the sensation was quite unpleasant, but he had to endure it because he would need the strength of the spirit, because he needed to contribute to saving his daughter. The boy could barely stand on his own feet when Feldroa stated that he had put a very small piece of himself into him. Gritting his teeth from the pain that was rushing through his entire body, the protagonist asked not to make him laugh, because in his past life, his level of affinity with the spirits was 0, and this was not even an official contract, so did he really think that it would be so easy for him to accept a fragment of his soul? Rude stretched out his hand forward when the majestic being called him by name. Watching the boy, who seemed to be frozen in place, the Spirit King asked not to disappoint him. A moment later, the protagonist broke Feldroa's power and took a deep breath. He was shaking all over from the pain that had just tormented him, and said that he almost died, calling the majestic being crazy. Levitating in the air, the Spirit King noted that he had not died after all. Rude looked in surprise at Feldroa's magic that enveloped him, while he explained that from now on he would be able to resonate with his power and thoughts. In other words, he would be able to easily use it when needed. Examining the spirit magic in his hand, the boy said that this was already the second question, and asked what he would tell his daughter, and whether he had really made a contract with her friend who had returned from the future. At that moment, Jacqueline appeared right behind them, asking who had returned from where. Looking straight ahead, the Spirit Queen said that it seemed to her that their conversation had dragged on, and she returned. Suddenly, she began to sniff the protagonist. Leaning slightly towards him, the girl declared that he smelled like his father, and there had been no such smell before. The Spirit King, levitating next to him, tried to somehow explain everything to his daughter. A moment later, Rude, with feigned joy on his face, said that it turned out that they understood each other perfectly, so they decided to be friends. Hearing this, Feldroa was extremely dumbfounded. After his words, Jacqueline smiled widely, saying that he was very sociable and that they had an age difference of several hundred years. Continuing to stand right next to the Queen of Spirits, the boy thought that this was revenge for the fact that he willfully penetrated his heart, and asked Feldroa that he had just told the truth, and he shuddered in surprise and gave a positive answer. Immediately after this, the protagonist went ahead and offered Jacqueline to go back and asked her not to skip classes in the future, and she agreed to this, while the King of Spirits watched them from behind, calling him a sly one. Then the narrative of the story moved to several weeks after the fragment of Feldroa ended up in Rude, all at the same Iradium Academy. Right in the dorm room, the voice of the Spirit King could be heard, saying that they had to hurry, and he hadn't forgotten that he had agreed to meet his daughter in the library. Sitting on the bed, the boy said that he was already leaving, because they had actually decided to study together, when suddenly someone came to him and said that he had a letter. Taking the message, the protagonist read it, saying that they had finally finished. Looking at the huge amount of papers with information, Rude thought that this was all the data about his brother that they had gotten from the Dim Moon Guild. Rude recalled the image of Abel H. Waite, the head of the Dim Moon Guild, whom he had seen in the dining room, and thought that, as promised, after completing the investigation, he had sent him a report with the result, several dozen pages thick, but there was only one conclusion. Staring at the information papers he had received, the boy read that no trace of a man named John Donatos had been found, and he thought that if the Best Information Guild, Dim Moon, had come to such a conclusion, then his brother simply did not exist in this world to begin with. As the Spirit King levitated next to him, the protagonist reasoned that this was a situation that allowed him to make such assumptions, and the Spirit King stated that there was a possibility that his brother was trapped in another dimension with the Heavenly Dragon. Holding the stack of information papers in his hands, Rude heard Feldroa ask what he would do now. Closing his eyes after hearing this, the boy explained that there were two ways out and was about to tell him about the first one. Imagining the Heavenly Spirit's treasury in his head, he explained that he could try to find his brother's traces there using the blue sky technique. But the problem was that he could only do so after reaching the same level as John. Then an image of a flying island appeared in his head, and the protagonist explained that the second way out was to find traces of the Heavenly Dragon in its lair, but that it was also difficult because he would have to fight everyone who guarded it. As Rude approached the front door of his room, the Spirit King said that no matter what he chose, both options were currently difficult to complete. With a clearly dissatisfied expression on his face, the boy agreed with him, because even if he managed to find their traces and calculate the coordinates, but he could not find a way to get to that dimension, all this would be pointless, suggesting that perhaps it would be worth looking for a mage who was engaged in research of other dimensions. And Feldroa said that he did not remember meeting human mages capable of such a thing, to which he replied that he himself knew this and it was all just thinking out loud. After some time, the protagonist came to the library and opened the doors. Right in front of him, he saw a smiling Jacqueline, who was calling him by name. Coming closer to him, the girl said that she realized that he was standing behind the door by his smell, and came to study as she promised, asking if it was worthy of respect. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand right on the table and asked them to be quieter because they were in the library. It was Henny's, who, with a clearly displeased expression on her face, asked why he had come later than they had agreed. Menacingly pointing her finger at him, Halfley asked why she was sitting there with two idiots, because in fact he was supposed to be studying with her. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Rudd explained that he needed to think about something, and Jacqueline, standing next to him, was very unhappy that she was called an idiot. Looking in her direction with displeasure, the fire sorceress declared that she had stayed for a second year. Looking back at her, the Queen of Spirits asked what this had to do with it, after which the girls looked at each other with displeasure. Sitting at the table in the library, the boy suddenly heard the voice of Professor Daniel, who asked if he could hear him. Then the protagonist, looking menacingly to the side, gave a positive answer, while the teacher asked to go into his office for a minute, to which he agreed. Looking at Chuck, who was sitting in front, Rude told him to wake up. With a sleepy expression on his face, Staros wished him a good morning, and the boy did not understand what he was even saying. Leaning closer to his friend, the boy explained that he needed to go out, and he should make sure that those two girls did not pull each other's hair. Looking straight at him in surprise, the fighter said that he did not think that they would fight, because they met less than a week ago. Puzzled, he looked away towards the protagonist, thinking that he couldn't tell him that in their past lives they pulled each other's hair whenever they saw each other, and said that in general, if something like that happened, he should separate them. At that moment, Hennies noticed that Rudd had gotten up from his seat, and asked with displeasure where he was going, since he had just arrived. With his hand already near the door, the boy explained that the professor had called him, and he would come soon, and Jacqueline said that they would see each other again. Immediately after that, Halfley buried her face in her textbook and said that it really irritated her, and the Spirit Queen sitting opposite asked why she was always angry. With great pleasure, looking straight ahead, the red-haired girl asked when she had ever been angry. Continuing to draw something in her notebook, Jacqueline said that until the protagonist came, she looked at her with hostility, and just now she also got angry and looks at everyone with red eyes. Hearing this, the fire sorceress, clearly angry, asked for forgiveness for the fact that she inherited such nasty eyes, but she was a little annoyed that they agreed to study, and instead she constantly asks when Rude will come, and scribbles in the notebook. After her words, the Queen of Spirits suddenly stopped and stopped drawing. With great pleasure, looking straight ahead, Jacqueline asked something that she was irritated by such trifles. Speaks of her narrow-mindedness and evil character, is not it? And who would want to be friends with such? Smirking smugly, Hennies declared that it was not for her to say this, a second year and a lover of sleeping on the street. trying to hide her anger behind a smile. The Spirit Queen noted that even so she was still more polite than her, and asked if Rude and the other guys even knew that she spoke so rudely. Smiling falsely, Halfly explained that usually friends appear when they know each other well, and asked if she herself wasn't tired of constantly making such an innocent expression and pretending. Hearing this, Jacqueline, looking menacingly ahead, asked that it seemed that she didn't like her. Menacingly looking back at her, the fire sorceress wondered why she was looking at her like that. At the same moment, the girls looked at each other furiously, as if Fire and Frost were competing. Chuck was watching them from the side, very scared by what was happening. Suddenly crying from despair, Steros mentally wondered how he could stop them. At that moment, Rude approached the professor's office and knocked on the door. As he entered, he asked Professor Daniel what had happened, since he had summoned him so urgently with the help of a spirit. Inside was a swordsman who asked him to come inside and say hello, introducing his teacher, the master of the heavenly sword, Nicholas Bryce, who was to become a great teacher for him, and pointed at him with his hand. At that moment, Nicholas Bryce, the master of the heavenly sword, said with a smile on his face that he was pleased to meet the kid. Then the protagonist bowed to him and said his name, saying that he was glad to meet him, the great teacher. While Rude looked menacingly ahead, the Spirit King flying next to him said that he had heard the name of the master of the heavenly sword, but he was seeing it for the first time, and he was very young. Remembering the image of Nicholas from his past life, the boy thought that although he looked like this, he was over 100 years old, and thanks to a certain level of mana mastery, the process of his physical aging had stopped. Then the image of a dragon with a sword stuck into it appeared in the protagonist's head, and he reasoned that if we were to focus on the development of the blue sky technique, then aging stops at about level 6, which means that his level is higher than 6, and these are simply crazy abilities. But the most important thing is that he is the one who defeated the heavenly dragon. At the same time, Bryce looked at Daniel standing next to him with a smile on his face, noting that he knows how to choose students, because he looks pretty good. Delighted by what he heard, the academy professor said that he was pleased to hear such words from him, and the master of the heavenly sword added that he just didn't have very good manners, and couldn't he at least buy a cake on the way? After all, he was going to meet the great teacher. With a slightly puzzled expression on his face, Daniel suggested going now for a cake, while Rude watched him from the side in surprise. Despite his student, Nicholas added that he could also buy 5 cream balls at the store near the academy, because 2 would be too few, which confused him a little. After his words, the academy professor agreed to the teacher's request with a smile on his face. Then Daniel sat the boy down on a chair and, holding him by the shoulders, said that he would return quickly, and that he should stay there for now, to which the protagonist said that he did not even have to worry. A moment later, he was left alone with Bryce in one room. While drinking tea, the master of the heavenly sword said that his name was Rude. With a smug grin on his face, Nicholas asked him why he thought he came there. Looking at the shopping bags lying next to him, the boy assumed that he probably came to see the sights. Sighing with displeasure, Bryce declared that not only did he have no manners, but he was also hopeless, and the protagonist noted that he was often told such things. Immediately after, the master of the heavenly sword would place the cup of tea on the saucer and say that what he was about to say now must be kept a secret from his teacher Daniel. Hearing this, Rude was extremely surprised, looking straight ahead. With his hands folded at his feet, Nicholas asked that he knew Damian Grace, who worked there as a professor. Imagining in his mind the image of Professor Damian Grace from the Iradium Academy with a purple heart inside, Rude stated that it belonged to the heavenly dragon. He then visualized the image of a majestic dragon, thinking that it was unknown how a person could live with a dragon's heart. Either it was a successful transplant or some kind of magic. Remembering Damian, who was crying and holding his head, the boy reasoned that, however, one thing was clear: the heart of the heavenly dragon had invaded his soul, and when it completely took over him, the second cataclysm would occur. Imagining the image of Jeremy pulling the rope, the protagonist thought that this is why in his past life he tried to provoke Damian's suicide before the terrible thing happened, and at first many believed this decision was the right one. At the same moment, Rude imagined the hand in which the very heart of the dragon was. Remembering how the huge monster attacked Iradium, the boy thought that, however, after Damian's death, Jeremy secretly stole the heart of the heavenly dragon, although he clearly understood the dangerous consequences of his actions, and this led to negative consequences, and after some time, the dragon of Light Harma attacked the academy. The protagonist looked at the impending disaster with great fear on his face, because then he was a very young boy, so he could not help in any way. And then Professor Daniel, the heavenly sword, and hundreds more died trying to kill the dragon, trying to protect ordinary citizens. Returning to reality, Rude, sitting right in front of Nicholas Bryce, did not understand how he knew about Damien. At that moment, the heavenly sword, with a serious look, declared that he came there to keep an eye on him. With great surprise, looking straight at him, the boy asked if the teacher also knew about it. Thoughtfully looking to the side, Nicholas explained that he was too easily attached to people, so he did not tell him in advance, anticipating his reaction. Staring straight ahead, the protagonist wondered why he told him about it then. Placing his hand on his knee, Bryce was about to tell everything as it was. Taking out a small box from his shopping bag, the heavenly sword explained that it was because he heard that he was from the village of Dissol. Holding that same unknown box straight in front of him, Nicholas declared that he was almost the only survivor of the heavenly debacle, and believed that he had every right to know about it and the right to hate. After hearing this, Rude clenched his hands into fists and said that now everything was clear to him. Taking cookies straight from the plate, Bryce told him that he was told that all the professors were his supervisors, and therefore he often saw Damien, asking how he was. Remembering their silent lessons, the boy thought that he had already gotten used to him, and lately he began to give him various advice on training, and they even talked about various topics, saying that he was a little unsociable, but still not a bad person. While tea and cookies were lying on the table, the master of the heavenly sword said that no one knows what kind of character is hidden under the mask, and if he notices something strange, he must immediately tell him. With a look full of seriousness looking straight at him, the protagonist agreed with this, wondering what could be strange. While biting into the cookies, Nicholas imagined an angry Damien and explained that if he saw any violent aggression in his behavior or a change in his character, he should report it, but not do anything himself, and he would personally deal with everything. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, Rude thought that in this world very few people knew about the professor's secret. And if he was so hostile, there was only one person who could tell the master of the heavenly sword about it. Then, looking at Nicholas sitting in front of him, the boy asked if he could ask him something. After which the protagonist asked if Jeremy Duval had contacted him by chance, which surprised him greatly. Looking at Rude sitting in front, Bryce asked what was going on and whether there was something bothering him about him. With a serious look, the boy explained that he had rather rebellious ideas and was ready to make any sacrifice for the sake of his plan, so it seemed that he would definitely do something. Placing the spoon directly on the plate with cookies, the master of the heavenly sword asked if this was true and if there was any other way. Suddenly, he thrust the spoon downwards with great force. With it, Nicholas destroyed the cookies lying on the plate and stated that he thought the most reasonable solution would be to kill Damien Grace and destroy the heart of the heavenly dragon. Looking down, the protagonist agreed that this was a reasonable solution. Then, looking straight ahead with his eyes full of determination, he declared that this was not the most correct way. Bryce looked straight ahead in surprise and asked if there were any alternatives. Rude looked back at him and said that he had to find her while there was still time. At that moment, the door to the office opened. It was Daniel, who was trying to catch his breath, holding a bag of groceries in his hands, and asking the teacher if they were waiting for him, saying that he bought everything he asked for. Hearing this, the master of the heavenly sword would stand up from his seat, praising him and telling him that he could go. Immediately after that, Nicholas would grab the bag of sweets from his hands. Turning around with a smirk, Bryce told the boy to try his best. Hearing this, the academy professor looked away with great confusion, while the protagonist sat next to him, who understood what he meant and thought that despite such words, he was not one to wait, and he should quickly find some other way. The story then moves to the academy library. Entering inside, Rude saw that there was no one inside, and did not understand what was going on and where everyone had gone. Coming closer to the table, he noticed a note lying right on the book. Taking it, the boy read Chuck's message that he did everything he could so that they would not find each other by the hair. But they were still kicked out of the library for making too much noise, so a bloody battle of two girls is planned on the roof. Displeasedly slamming his fist on the table after reading, the protagonist said that he already had a headache, and then this one. Suddenly, she came up to him and asked what was wrong with his head, which surprised him greatly. Looking in her direction with great displeasure, Rude asked not to bother him, because he was busy preparing for exams. Sitting down on the chair next to him, the white-haired girl asked that now he was also pretending that he did not know that his friends did not like her. Opening his notebook, the boy gave a negative answer, explaining that they did not dislike her from the very beginning. Looking at Crier sitting next to him, the protagonist asked if she was still angry with Hennies. Leaning closer to him, Kate said that she was not angry at all, although she had done something for which she could be angry at her, and asked what he was reading. Looking straight at the book, the girl saw a report on the Great Rift, data on the 7 dragons. Looking at the picture of the hero with his 7 unknown signs around him, Crier read that 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer, called a warrior, sealed the 7 dragon kings, and among them was the heavenly dragon, who appeared in the south of the continent 10 years ago. Looking straight at the book, Kate continued to read that in a few days, he incinerated the entire territory of the southern lands, took the lives of many dragon slayers, and among the few survivors were the master of the heavenly sword Nicholas Bryce, Jared DeGramo, Daniel Good, and others. Then the white-haired girl looked away in surprise and asked that he hadn't thought of anything strange, thinking that all these materials were connected with the heavenly defeat. Rude looked straight at her with an incomprehensible expression and asked what exactly she was talking about. Still holding the book in her hands, Crier assumed that, for example, they were planning to escape from the academy, unable to overcome the desire for revenge, or to go to the southern lands, where entry was prohibited. Smiling after her words, the boy declared that he was not crazy enough to go to the south and provide easy prey for the dragons. Looking straight at him, Kate noted that this was reassuring, because if he hated dragons, it meant he was not afraid of them, and she was just worried because he said that he would kill them all. Then the words of the protagonist were heard right through the library, who declared that this was not a joke. Hearing this, the white-haired girl was extremely dumbfounded, looking away. Taking the papers with information in his hands, Rude said that before the start, he would accumulate strength and then destroy all 7 dragons one by one. Squeezing the materials about the dragons in his hand, the boy added that next they would need to kill the remaining damn lizards. With a look that did not express any emotions, the protagonist concluded that he would regain everything he had lost. Imagining himself from his past life in his head, Rude was going to wipe all the dragons off the face of the earth. Surprised, looking straight ahead, Kate thought that he was going to attack the 7 dragons, but their existence was still just a legend. Clenching her hand into a fist, the white-haired girl asked Rude if they really existed, because this name was invented by people, since these dragons were similar to the heavenly one. Reading the papers with information, the boy answered that they existed. With a serious look, looking at his friend sitting next to him, the protagonist explained that he had already seen a heavenly dragon 10 years ago, and it was a real disaster. Hearing this, Kate apologized with a guilty look, trying to find an excuse. Interrupting her, closing his eyes, Rude said that he had already experienced it himself and did not want to repeat, so he was going to eradicate the cause. Looking down, the girl with white hair asked that he really wasn't even scared. After her words, the boy looked straight at her and asked if she was scared. Looking away, Kate concluded that she couldn't say that the dragons themselves scared her. Looking straight at the library window, the girl with white hair declared that she was afraid that her close guild members, relatives, and friends would get hurt. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist said that he couldn't even believe that Kate Crier could be scared of anything. Hearing this, the girl with white hair looked at her friend in surprise, and he, realizing that he said too much, tried to change the subject by talking about time. Getting up from his seat, Rude said that he was going to have dinner, she should stay there. Then the boy slowly walked towards the exit of the library. At the same moment, she jumped up from her chair, asking him to wait for her. A moment later, she grabbed the protagonist by the shirt and said that she wanted to help him. With a look full of determination, Kate declared that she would help him achieve his goals and in drawing up a raid strategy or convening a new guild. Immediately after this, Crier offered to do it together, and Rude, who heard this, looked at her with a puzzled look, wondering if she was sincerely saying this, and what about the dead dragon guild then? Putting her hand on her chest, the girl with white hair explained that it was okay and that she was sure that her mother would respect her choice, and even though she was not as strong as him, she could do a lot too, and he would need her help. Moving her hand aside, the boy noted that he knew it himself, because many guilds probably wanted to get her, so he was interested in why she was doing this. Then the protagonist asked why she wanted to go down this difficult path, and Kate, who heard his words, was a little puzzled. Suddenly, Crier turned her head to the side, declaring that she just wanted to. Waving her hand after hearing this, Rude asked where she had seen such a thing, noting that one might think that she liked him. At that moment, the girl with white hair was very angry, but the boy who saw this said that it was all a joke and that she should not react like that. Looking after Kate leaving, the protagonist repeated that he was just joking. At this point, Crier's ears turned slightly red. The white-haired girl was thinking that she had probably gone crazy as she moved along the dorm corridor at great speed. Kate stopped in her tracks and tried to catch her breath. Slapping her cheeks, Crayer didn't understand why she had run away, and what he would think now, since it was obvious that they were joking and she couldn't possibly like Rude. With an embarrassed expression on her face, the white-haired girl couldn't believe that she liked someone like him. Suddenly, she shuddered when she heard someone calling her name. Immediately after that, Kate started waving her hands, explaining that she was simply confused, to which she received a question about what she was talking about. A surprised Claire was standing right in front of her, asking where she was going since she still had one last lesson. Grabbing her by the shirt, the academy professor dragged her along and was going to see what she had achieved in a month and a half of beatings. The story then shifts to the training ground, where the sounds of battle were heard. Claire was kicking Kate, who was defending herself. Throwing her fist forward with great speed, the academy professor thought that her goal in the beginning was to build character in them. Looking at Crayer, who was dodging her attack, Claire was amused that she was a quick learner, and that was her charm. Looking at the white-haired girl's footwork, the academy professor did not know who taught her this stepping technique, but she found it to be a good style. At that moment, Kate suddenly jumped to the side, after which she dodged Claire's strike and was preparing to counterattack. Crayer had almost reached the body of the academy professor with her fist. Having received a blow right in the block, Claire was very surprised that she had now also learned how to counterattack. After receiving damage, the academy professor held her stomach, and the white-haired girl who saw this was about to attack. Suddenly, Kate stopped, seeing something ahead. Claire, noticing that her opponent was distracted, immediately struck her right in the leg. Despite Crayer's obvious displeasure with this outcome, the academy professor thought that she had managed to dodge that blow. Having knocked the student to the ground with a kick, Claire added that she couldn't avoid it. A moment later, she took damage right in the stomach of the girl with white hair. After receiving the blow, Kate fell to the ground, holding her stomach. With a sly grin, approaching her closer, the academy professor said that she thought she had simply received blows, but it turned out that she had learned a lot during this time. With great displeasure on her face, looking straight ahead, Crayer said that she had simply killed her, and she had learned from another person. Standing right in front of her defeated student, Claire noted that she heard that Rude was training her, and she confirmed this, explaining that he explains very well and teaches techniques that are really useful in battle. With a smile on her face, looking straight ahead, the academy professor said that you just need to look at how she talks about him, and asked when they managed to become friends. After her words, Kate suddenly became embarrassed and did not even know what to answer. Abruptly jumping up from her seat and heading for the exit, Crayer said that since they were finished, she had to go, and did not understand what was wrong with her. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the late night in the courtyard of the academy, where Rude was. Lowering his head down, the boy sighed heavily. Right next to him was the King of Spirits and said that it was a good time, asking that he was already going on a date, which greatly angered the protagonist. Rudd looked at him with great anger and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. At the same time, Fuldroa, with a smile on his face, noted that at this age, people become very emotional, and the better a person is, the easier it is for him to develop sympathy, so there is no need to worry. Lowering his head down, the boy stated that he himself knows about it. At the same time, the majestic creature noted that whatever the reason, it is very good to be interested in a person with such abilities, asking what, isn't that so, to which the protagonist only silently looked at him menacingly. Looking at the beautiful garden right in front of them, the Spirit King told Rude that he roughly knows, is thinking about something, and Kate Crayer now and then, before his return, are two different people. Hearing this, the boy with an emotionless expression on his face raised his head up. Looking at the beautiful starry sky, the protagonist concluded that he also knows this. A large number of students were talking about today's written exam in the courtyard of the academy, and one of the guys was saying that if he had studied, he wouldn't be there now. Rude was also there, just reading a book. Remembering the image of an embarrassed Kate, the boy thought that after that day, she openly avoided him, and he was not particularly pleased with it. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Spirit King, who said that she was simply ashamed to look at him after such stupid words, and the protagonist, angry at this, asked him to shut up. In Rude's imagination, an image of Crayer from his past life appeared right on the water behind him, and he thought that he had been tormented by remorse all his life because of her. Touching his fingers to the surface of the water, the boy reasoned that she no longer looked down on him like she did in his past life. Her clothes were not stained with dragon blood, and she was standing in front of him alive. As the protagonist was thinking that if only he could defeat the dragon and not feel guilty, he suddenly turned around, hearing someone asking if he was really putting it off until the last minute. It was a girl with white hair who, looking away, asked him not to answer because there was nothing special in it. Then she rudely handed an unknown package to Rude and wished him luck on the exam. Immediately after that, Kate quickly walked away from him. With great force, clutching this small gift in his hand, the boy said that he did not need anything. Immediately after the parting of the story moved to the academy cafeteria. Smiling maliciously, Henny said that it took her 5 minutes, and he 10, and she was faster by a whole 5 minutes. That's why she won. Leaning back in his chair, Rude asked that is it normal to solve a test in 5 minutes, which is designed for an hour. Suddenly stopping eating, Chuck, who was sitting next to him, declared that they were still far behind him. With a self-satisfied expression on his face, Staros explained that he had decided everything in 1 minute, and Halfley, who heard this, asked him to stop talking nonsense because he had written a note to the professor not to punish him, and left. Pointing her finger at him with displeasure, the Fire Witch added that nothing could help him anymore because he would not be able to teach this psycho anything. Suddenly, Jacqueline joined their conversation, carrying a plate of food in her hands and declaring that this was not true, because she really enjoyed studying with the protagonists. Menacingly looking to the side after hearing this, Henny's asked what she also called this studying, noting that she now saw the limit of her intellectual abilities. Smiling sarcastically, the Mistress of Spirits asked what she really thought. Only she could see the level of intellectual abilities. Immediately after that, the girls met eyes. Because of what happened, the fighter hit himself in the chest, telling Rudd, who was sitting next to him, that he thought he had indigestion, and he advised him to chew properly. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the boy asked Fildroa to do something, and in response he only said that girls become closer when they quarrel. Watching how Jacqueline and Halfley continued to quarrel, the protagonist thought that they would live in disagreement for 10 years and never become friends. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the chewing Chuck, who asked that he prepared for tomorrow's practical exam. Surprised, looking in his direction, Rudd asked what to cook there, because the training field would still be chosen randomly. Smirking smugly after what he said, Staros declared that he knew nothing, and suddenly he would get by with a desert, which meant he had to prepare water. Looking at the girls who were still arguing, the boy noticed that there was something in this, wondered how he could take it with him. Putting his hand on his torso, the fighter said that he would pour water into his stomach and go to the exam. The protagonist watched everything that was happening next to him with a dumbfounded expression, not understanding what kind of mess they had made. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the day of the practical exam in the room with the magic portal, where the students were. The academy professor, moving his hand to the side, attracted the attention of the guys, saying that he would briefly tell them about the practical exam. Imagining different types of monsters in his head, Arthur stated that it was held in the vicinity of the Althea Empire in a special stadium of Iradium, and in this stadium, different continental territories were represented. The type of monsters would depend on the climate and conditions of each zone. Adjusting his mustache, Winston hoped that they did not think that the exam would consist only of monsters. Looking at the surprised students standing in front, the academy teacher stated that with the help of warp gates they must reach the destination, escape from the attacks of monsters and find the dragon by the tracks in order to kill it, and this is the purpose of this exam. Then, spreading his arms to the sides, Arthur asked that they remembered why exactly dragons were dangerous, and added that they would not be able to even leave a scratch on him with ordinary cuts, because he was smarter than an ordinary monster and could resist magic, and some types could use it themselves, so they had better not relax. With the image of the student lifting the maples above his head in his mind, Winston explained that at the same time they might be given the chance to take an additional test if they did well in the practical exam, and that this test would be in the form of a tournament where they would not only be allowed to bring their own weapons, but also choose one from the Iradium treasury. With his arms folded across his chest, the academy professor stated that they were certainly aware of the risks involved in becoming a true dragon slayer. Immediately after that, he pointed to the warp gate directly behind him, saying that their practical exam was now beginning. With a serious look, watching everything from the sidelines, Rude remembered that in his past life he had lost to Kate in the final of the additional exam. As he entered the warp gate, the boy heard the Spirit Lord ask if he really wanted to get rid of his guilt so much by defeating someone who did not even remember her past life. Looking down, the protagonist stated that this was not revenge at all. Teleporting into the green forest, Rudd explained that this was just an attempt to calm himself down. As the boy slowly walked through the thicket, Feldroa said that he felt the presence of monsters there, and he explained that people from all over the country were gathered in the academy, and he was not afraid of some ordinary monsters. Looking at the crow sitting on a tree branch, the protagonist stated that if it became too dangerous, one of the professors would immediately intervene, because they were watching them. Stretching his hands, Rudd concluded that there was nothing obviously strange so far, and especially since his goal was one monster, so he could calmly look for it. Suddenly, a huge orc appeared right behind the boy, swinging his club, and he, looking at the Spirit King flying nearby, asked him to check if there were any traces of the dragon, to which he said that he did not want to, and offered to check himself. A moment later, the huge monster would strike the ground with his weapon. Suddenly, he was very surprised, looking straight ahead. The tendon on his leg was instantly cut. Looking back, the orc saw Rudd there, putting his sword back in its sheath and saying that nothing could be done. At the same time, the boy grabbed the hilt of another weapon with his hand. When the huge monster was about to strike again, the protagonist cut his other leg with an axe at great speed. After the damage received, the tendon on it was also destroyed. Having completed his attack, Rudd jumped back, saying that he had to make it come to him. A moment later, the boy jumped on the monster and was about to plunge his blade straight into its chest. At that moment, blood flew around the area. The protagonist swung his blade at great speed, striking straight at the huge monster. Having completed his attack, Rudd pushed the two parts of the orc apart with his legs. Covered in the monster's blood, the boy stood on its corpse, thinking that he would not be able to pass by such a smell of blood and would probably appear there soon. After some time, the trees in the forest began to shake, and birds flew up. Immediately after that, a loud scream was heard, and the protagonist, hearing it, grinned maliciously and declared that he had found this lizard. Putting his blade back into its sheath, Rudd thought that, judging by the sound of his footsteps, he was quite large. Noticing a slight movement in the bushes, the boy reasoned that something else seemed to be approaching. At that moment, a student jumped out from there with loud screams. Seeing him, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded, as was the same student. With a look full of fear, William was surprised that Red Donatos was also there. Looking straight at him with a puzzled look, the boy asked who he was. Angry after hearing this, the green-haired boy said his name, and the protagonist, remembering how he beat him, said that he was the one. Suddenly coming to his senses, William declared that it was not the time to chat and that they had to run. A huge monster was heading that way. He did not even have time to finish speaking, when suddenly a loud scream was heard. The two boys looked up at the unknown monster, which was casting its shadow. It was an earth dragon, which was right in front of the boys. The majestic monster looked menacingly straight ahead. Seeing it, Fardita fell to the ground in fear. The green-haired boy trembled with fear, talking about the dragon. At that moment, the huge monster sharply shook its head, and Rude rushed towards it, which greatly surprised the student, who thought that he had gone crazy. Using her blade, the boy parried the dragon's attack. The protagonist clutched his sword hilt with great force, thinking that these earth dragons were so strong that his sword would break. Jumping up after receiving a blow from the majestic monster, Rude thought that he should just trust the flow of this power. At this time, William watched everything that was happening with a frightened look, calling out to Donatos. Looking straight at him with great displeasure, the boy said that he should stop provoking him and just shut up and stand there. Immediately after that, the protagonist enveloped herself in energy, while mana circulated around Rude, creating wings behind his back. He himself thought that almost 2 months had passed since he began training the blue sky technique. Tightly clutching the hilt of his sword, the boy thought that his 3 wings would be enough to fight such a dragon. At that moment, the majestic monster on the ground opened its mouth wide. A moment later, the protagonist struck him right in the head with great force and speed. Using his blade, he pinned the huge dragon right to the ground. With a deft swing of his sword, Rude managed to injure the majestic monster. From the damage received, the huge dragon, bleeding, roared loudly in pain. Fardita, sitting on the ground, watching the boy, could not believe that this was possible. And was he really not even afraid of the dragon? Immediately after that, the majestic monster struck the protagonist with its tail. After dodging the enemy's attack, Rude struck back. A swing of his blade hit the dragon's leg. Watching what was happening with great surprise, the green-haired boy asked him to stop, because no matter how much of a genius he was, this was too much, and he also tried to fight with a sword, but ordinary weapons cannot withstand these scales, unless he knows how to use a high level of mana. In response, the boy only took his second weapon, telling him to shut up and look more closely, thinking that, Unlike ordinary monsters, almost the entire body of the dragon is covered in hard scales. Then the protagonist made several blows directly to the leg of the majestic monster, arguing that in the end they are also living creatures, and their eyes, airways and joints are relatively soft, so you just need to widen the distance between the scales a little. Continuing to strike with his weapon at great speed, Rude added that it would not be very difficult to penetrate it later. The boy was very fast, dealing a huge number of blows to each limb of the dragon. After receiving damage, the majestic monster raised its head up and roared loudly in pain. Noticing this, the protagonist made another swing of the blade, wishing death on the damned dragon. Suddenly, Rude's sword split into several pieces. Looking directly at the blade fragment with great displeasure, the boy said that it looked like a sewing bone. It was no longer enough. Looking at the wounded dragon lying on the ground, the protagonist thought that no matter how good the weapon was, it was difficult to defeat a dragon with a training sword. Then Rude struck his fist directly on the head of the majestic monster, telling him to stand still. After that, the boy turned to William, who was sitting behind him, and asked if he had an extra sword. With a dumbfounded look, looking straight ahead, Fardetta gave a negative answer, explaining that his was also broken, and the protagonist declared that nothing could be done then. The green-haired boy then watched as Rude slashed at the wounded dragon's body with his bare hands, thinking that it was incredible that he had defeated a dragon that a crowd of students couldn't handle on his own. And with his bare hands and no sword, wiping the blood off his face, the boy was suddenly surprised that the monster had died, when William suddenly called out his name. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around in surprise, and Fardetta, still sitting on the ground, thanked him for saving him and apologized for acting like that time. Standing right next to the fragment of his sword, Rude realized that this was how it was, and thought that he hadn't originally had such thoughts. At the same time, the green-haired boy, with his mouth slightly open, was about to say something else. Looking at the boy standing next to the corpse of the majestic monster, he asked that if he didn't mind, could he include him as his competitor? The protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise and asked him what he had just said. William looked down and said that he was also considered quite strong in the area where he grew up, but looking at him, he realized that he was very strong and that he could not compare to him. Trying to get up from the ground with a tremor in his body, Fardetta noted that he clearly realized that he lacked a lot, but he was not going to give up and wanted him to become his competitor. Hitting his chest, the green-haired boy added that then he would develop and become just as strong. Rude stood there with a dumbfounded look after hearing this, not understanding what was wrong with him at all, because even he felt awkward, and said that he should do as he wanted. At that moment, the Spirit King levitating from above suggested that perhaps he was ashamed because he recognized himself from his past life in him, and the angry boy asked him to shut up. Suddenly, the teachers called out to the boys, saying that the practical exam for Grupa was over, so they should prepare to return to the meeting place, which surprised William very much. After hearing this, the protagonist, gritting his teeth, walked forward, telling Feldroa that if he was going to talk nonsense, it would be better for him to sleep, and he asked why, because now was where it was getting interesting. At this time, a bird was watching them. Through the magic circle, through its eyes, you could see the boys. An unknown man with binoculars in his hands was surprised by something. It was Gerard de Graham, the rector of the Eradium Academy, who, standing on a tree branch, said that he was not bad, as they said about him. Looking at the rector on the tree, Daniel asked how he was doing. Turning back, Gerard stated that the professors praised him as one, so he expected different, but this is beyond expectations, and thought that it would be very difficult for him to cope with such a dragon. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the professor of the academy noted that he did not even believe that he was only 17 years old, and for sure he would show himself brilliantly at the additional exam and become an excellent dragon slayer, which had not yet been in history. Immediately after that, de Graham jumped from the tree to the ground. Adjusting his cloak, he spoke of an excellent dragon slayer. Passing by Daniel, the rector of the academy suggested that perhaps even better than they think, for example, as free warriors. Looking at him in surprise, the professor of the academy asked that he really meant Banner's diaries. With a smile on his face, Gerard confirmed his words, saying that this is a dragon slayer who was a man. Immediately after this, the plot, showing us people worshipping a dragon, told us that long ago, people were considered nothing more than their prey. Introducing several majestic monsters of different kinds, the story narrated that 100 monsters walked on the ground, flew in the sky, and were as big as mountains, so in this world, everything, both the earth and the sky, belonged to them. Slowly walking forward, de Graham said that a special kind of creature, the dragonmen, dominated them. Then the story, showing us the images of these same monsters, said that they looked like ordinary people, but they had extraordinary intelligence and strength, and the dragonmen mercilessly killed people and used them not only as prey. Continuing to walk forward, the rector of the academy said that 700 years ago, these cruel creatures forced people to fight for fun in this place. Looking at the battle arena in front, Gerard said that now the Iradium Stadium has become a symbol of freedom and dragon slayers, asking if this is not amazing. Standing right behind him, Daniel concluded that he, as a receiver of the blue sky technique, understood fragments of these memories of the past. A moment later, the plot, visualizing a man in a cage, explained that Banner was one of those who were used by the dragonmen for their entertainment, showing us how he spoke to the other prisoners. The plot explained that he was stronger than the others, so he gathered like-minded people around him and started a revolution. Immediately after that, he and the Steel Ones fought against the monsters, and thus the first dragon slayers appeared, who managed to push the dragonmen back to the northern mountains. By stabbing the blade directly into the ground with a magic circle, they were able to seal their king, the seventh dragon, in China, and then an era of freedom for humans began. Still in the same battle arena, the academy professor stated that Banner's diaries were a well-known tale, as well as the main plot of many wandering musicians' songs, but there were parts that he did not understand. Looking at the academy principal standing in front of him, Daniel asked if he was so strong. Why didn't he exterminate the dragons completely? Then there would be no need for dragon slayers. Looking down, Gold didn't understand why he didn't kill the seventh dragon, but only sealed it. If he had done something different then, now would be different. Suddenly, Gerard began to speak, while his cloak fluttered in the wind, that there would be no victims like him or this student. Hearing this, the academy professor awkwardly scratched the back of his head and noted that, of course, he did not doubt the power of the great progenitor. Smiling after hearing this, de Graham told him not to worry, because no matter what the past was. Looking at the huge arena right in front of them, the academy principal added that the things that they, humans, must do remain unshakable. Immediately after that, the word spread throughout the academy that all exams were over and the students were asked to hand over their weapons and come to the gathering place, and they could check the schedule of the competition venue for the additional exam and the announcement in the main hall. Then the story moves to 3 days later on the day of the additional exam to the waiting room where the students were. The guys, preparing for the upcoming event, were happy that this day had finally come, because the weapons from the Iradium treasury were at stake. Having put up a ladder leading down, the guys said that only one student from each team was chosen to take the additional exam, and this was the championship among the most elite first-year students. Pointing a finger at Rude, who was sitting in front, Hennies asked that maybe the best student among the first years would tell them what he was feeling at this moment, and he asked her to stop. Walking right next to him, Halfley called him very boring, because in the end they all met here again. Sighing heavily, the fire sorceress noted that she was the only one who would not give in because they were friends and could buy any weapon she wanted. But she was terribly curious about what was in the academy's treasury. With a clearly dissatisfied look, looking straight ahead, the boy noted that he knew this very well and was about to ask something. Looking at Chuck, who was sitting in front of him, he wondered why he was participating there since he didn't even use a weapon. Hearing this, Steros, with a look full of seriousness, declared that competing with the strongest was a prerequisite for strengthening his body. Looking ahead, the protagonist did not understand what he was yelling about, and said that he was saying everything correctly. Immediately after this, Rude abruptly turned to the side. Looking at the grid with opponents, where the fighter was supposed to face Kate, the boy noted that it seemed that his opponent was not easy. With a thoughtful look, Hennies stated that she thought so, and this crazy woman could not miss such a thing, so she had to see how strong she was. Menacingly pointing her finger at Chuck, who was sitting in front of her, Halfley said that if he lost to her, he would be a goner. With an interested look in his eyes, Steros asked the boy that Crayer was really very strong. Looking straight at him, the protagonist answered that she was quite strong and, he thought, the strongest among the first years. Then the fighter passed that she really was even stronger than him, and he just silently put his hands on his knees. A moment later, with a look full of confidence, Rude declared that he was still stronger. Immediately after this, the story moves to the fighting arena, where a huge number of students were. Kate, with a displeased look, looking straight ahead, said that she was thinking who else could be late for the competition for as much as 10 minutes. And it turns out it was him. In response, Chuck would put his hand on his chest and say that he had a name and introduce himself, and she would say that she already knew it. Holding the blade straight out in front of her, Crayer would suggest that they stop talking and ask him to attack. pointing his finger directly at her. Steros would say that announcing one's name at the very beginning of the match was a family tradition, and it would be better for her not to interrupt him mid-sentence. At that very moment, a small wound would appear right on his finger. The fighter would stand there, not understanding anything, and would be extremely dumbfounded. Pulling his hand with the sword back after completing the attack, the girl with white hair would say her name and ask if her opponent was satisfied. After that, Chuck would smile happily. Taking a fighting stance, Steros would say that it was excellent, and he could see that she was strong enough to fight such a nobleman as he was. Not letting him finish, Kate would swing her blade. After that, she would rush forward with great speed. The fighter managed to block her attack by crossing his arms in front of him. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, Crayer thought that this was not a shield made of mana, and he blocked her blow with his muscles. At the same time, Chuck said with a sly grin on his face that he hoped she would like his beautiful muscles. Standing in a fighting stance right in front of Steros, the white-haired girl thought that he blocked the sword blow with his bare hands, and this was not just some kind of shield made of mana. Suddenly, the fighter sharply pushed off the ground with his foot. After making several lunges forward, Chuck prepared to strike with his fist. His fist hit the blade right. Kate barely held back her opponent's onslaught with her sword, thinking that his speed and wide range of strikes made him good. But the greater the range, the more open he becomes, and she just uses this to strike. At that moment, Crayer noticed an open area on her opponent's neck. Realizing that this was a good moment, the white-haired girl swung her blade. Suddenly, she noticed something in front of her and stopped. At the very last moment, Kate pulled her sword away from her opponent. She thrust her blade straight into the ground, realizing that this was not a good moment. Dodging Chuck's blow by bending over, Crayer couldn't understand why he wasn't even going to dodge. At that moment, the white-haired girl wanted to strike back with her fist. Her attack hit right on the opponent's torso. The damage caused the muscles on Steros' forehead to sting. The fighter then quickly jumped back. Seeing this, Kate pulled her blade out of the ground, saying that some sword technique didn't work on him. While putting the sword behind his back, Crayer added that his muscles were soaked with his mother, and that was why he was so strong. And he wanted to say the same about her, because she was a good attacker. At the same time, Chuck tried to hide the pain behind a smile, thinking that although it was not critical, it hurt right down to the bones. Enveloping herself in gray energy, the girl with white hair could not believe that his physical abilities really surpassed her skills. Seeing this, Steros tore his clothes off, releasing his power. Immediately after that, he rushed forward, saying that it was impossible to pierce a fighter's body with a sword. Chuck dimly saw Kate standing right in front of him. Suddenly, he was very surprised when she disappeared from sight. Instantly, Crayer was right next to Steros and was about to strike. With a deft movement of her hands, she managed to knock the enemy to the ground. Looking straight at him with great anger, the girl with white hair declared that this is why she does not use less. Hitting him with her leg, Kate called him a damn narcissist. The fighter, looking straight ahead, was very scared. Dodging Crayer's fist at the last moment, Chuck thought that she was very fast. A moment later, the girl with white hair struck his torso with her leg, and he was stunned that she was using a stunning blow. Taking the attack of his opponent directly on himself, Steros flew back from a cloud of dust. Trembling with anger, the fighter said that it was very good that Kate was so strong. Looking straight at him with great pleasure, Crayer heard that he was going to gather all his strength to resist her. Immediately after that, the fighter tensed all his muscles. Screaming loudly, he managed to release all the energy gathered inside. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was the referee, who looked at him and said that he was disqualified, which surprised him greatly. With almost completely torn clothes, Chuck did not understand why he was disqualified, because it was unfair, and the referee said to take him away. Then the guys took Steros and led him away, while he declared that his body was not some kind of nakedness, but a real sculpture, while he was told to stop talking and just follow them. A moment later, a voice announced that Kate Crayer had won, and she abruptly turned towards Rude and Heneyes, who were watching her. The boy looked straight at her and simply said nothing. The girl with white hair looked straight back at him with a look full of seriousness. Immediately after that, she walked towards the exit of the arena, and Halfley, who was standing next to the protagonist, suggested not to say that she and Chuck were friends, and noted that their turn was coming soon. With a worried expression on her face, the fire sorceress did not understand what had happened to make him look at her like that. Suddenly, she called out to Rude, who flinched in surprise. Looking straight at her, the boy asked what was wrong, and she, opening her mouth wide in displeasure, said that it would soon be their turn. With a serious look, Henny said that he should not give in to her, and he explained that she did not need to worry about that. After saying this, Halfley turned her back on him and walked away. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist imagined the image of the fire witch Henny's Halfley, thinking that in the future she would become the strongest fire teacher and a great fighter. Remembering her behind the huge amount of papers, Rude reasoned that she had gone through so many fighters, and there was no one who was superior to her. Visualizing Henny's fighting with her dagger, he added that her name was made famous by her unrivaled skills and ability to make the right decisions. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the moment when the dagger was lying in the arena, shrouded in flames from below, and the girl said that she thought she could handle it. Finding herself right on the ground, Halfley declared that she had lost, and that it was terrible. Then, with a sly grin, the fire sorceress declared that next time everything would be different, and the protagonist concluded that her strong will never faded. Rudd looked straight at her with a menacing gaze when the judge's voice announced that Donatos had won. Selecting his blade for the sheath, the boy said that in the end it was a bit of a pity, because the moment was right, but the blow was weak. Scratching her head with great displeasure, Henny said that he was annoying at such moments. When the protagonist extended his hand towards her, Halfley said that then he could teach her the dagger technique. The fire sorceress extended her hand to him in response, and Rudd did not understand why, because she could handle it herself anyway. Pointing her finger at herself, Henny's declared that he was helping Kate, and asked why she did not want to then. At that moment, the boy was looking at the stands, and Halfley called out to him. Suddenly turning his back to her, he said that he had to go because he needed to drop by somewhere, and the fire sorceress did not understand where he was going, because the final was coming soon. Seeing him off with her gaze, Henny's did not understand what was really between them. Kate was running away from the guys who were discussing how all the first years had shown good results this time, as expected. The final of the additional exam was between the same student from Disol and the daughter of the head of the Dead Dragon Guild. Kate moved at high speed and noted that she did not want to fight. She imagined herself standing in front of Rude and noted that he thought the same, because he refused to train under various pretexts, so she did not really count on it. The protagonist was watching her. Kate was taken aback by this. She looked at his furious face and asked if he himself wanted this fight. Looking down, Kate added that Rude felt a desire to win and open hostility, but for some reason she did not want to fight him. She added with a puzzled look that she could not understand it. Kate heard a voice calling her. The protagonist approached her and asked what she was doing there. Rude frowned and said that the final battle would begin in half an hour, and that she should return to the waiting room. Standing in front of her, Kate replied that it was none of his business, to which the protagonist replied that it was his business because he was her opponent in this battle. Looking away, Kate said that she was not going to fight him and that she did not care about the prize, so she would refuse to participate. Rude asked again, clenching his hand into a fist. This scared Kate. The protagonist was furious while he said that she wanted to show pity for the scum, with whom there was no point in even fighting. Taken aback, the girl replied that this was not true and that she did not understand why Rude was saying that. He grabbed her by the shoulders and screamed at her to shut up. Standing in front of her, the protagonist emphasized the fact that she had no right to refuse victory. Taken aback, Kate asked again. The furious protagonist said that this time she couldn't even think about running away. Standing in the rain, Rude screamed for her to open her eyes. He held Kate's hand and asked her to pull herself together. Blood was dripping from the girl's mouth. The protagonist sat over her and said that she had never even won. If she died there, he would curse her for the rest of his life. Kate raised her trembling hand and noted that Rude had always been like this. He hadn't changed a bit. The furious protagonist asked her to shut up and think about how to stop the bleeding, because the blood was gushing out. Kate touched his face. She said with a smile on her face that Rude was really a fool. Her hand fell into a pool of blood, sitting over her corpse. The protagonist reasoned that she had always called him scum. She hated him, but he didn't like her either. The protagonist began to tremble. The guy stood behind her and said that Kate had made a stupid choice. He pointed out with a serious expression that Kate was strong enough to kill the dragon Lasha, but she chose to die protecting a weakling like him. And the plot introduced us to the battle dragon Nate. Rude listened to his speech in silence. Nate began to turn around, saying that he had lost interest. He walked away from there and said that there was no point in killing the protagonist. The protagonist gritted his teeth in rage. He held Kate's corpse in front of him and began to scream. Holding Kate's shoulder, Rude thought about how he himself knew that the Kate he knew was dead. Looking at her frightened face, the protagonist added that he knew that this was just a stupid feeling of defeat, and that he was talking nonsense now, but still. Kate pushed his hand away and asked him to let go. Frowning, she asked what was wrong with Rude. Holding her head, Kate asked him not to follow her. Watching her go, the protagonist thought that at that moment she looked lonely. He stood quietly and noted that he, who wanted to surpass her at all costs, looked like a pathetic person who hunted dragons only for revenge. He imagined Kate in a dark cloak and said that she was a genius, a wall that Rude had to overcome, a goal that he had to achieve, so he could not forgive and understand. The protagonist punched the wall. He asked with an enraged look why someone like him. Fuldroa appeared and addressed Rude, and he asked him not to say anything. He continued to stand in one place and said not to make noise. The protagonist's face was serious. The girl moved her hand to the side and said that the participant in the final battle of the additional exam did not appear on the battlefield, which is considered a refusal to participate, so Rude wins. The students watched from the stands and discussed that they did not understand why Kate did not come. Looking down, Hennies asked if Kate had really run away. Standing on the battlefield, the protagonist noted that she did not come after all. He walked through the gate and said that she could run away, but this time he would never let her go. Kate sat on a stone. She hugged herself. Looking at the bright moon, the girl assumed that the additional exam was already over. She sat on the ground and asked if Rude was angry. Kate suddenly turned around. The girl began to look around. The protagonist came to her. Standing in front of Kate, the protagonist thought about how in her past life she always came there when she felt anxious, and he often came to fight her. Rude grabbed the blade. He stuck it into the ground. The protagonist walked towards her and asked her to get up, because the final battle remained. Stunned, Kate asked why she was doing this. Rude seriously noted that she said that she had no right to refuse this fight. Putting her hand on her chest, Kate screamed so that the protagonist would not make her laugh and asked why he was saying this now. The protagonist took out the blade. He swung the sword and replied that he had been waiting for this moment. Kate watched him closely. She jumped up while Rude thought he was waiting for this rematch to put an end to her bullying him. Kate got into a fighting stance. She swung her blade, screaming that the protagonist couldn't understand that she didn't want to fight him. Rude parried her attack, saying that it didn't matter. Their blades clashed, and Kate noted that his blows were too heavy and that it was unbelievable. She stepped back, adding that the pressure alone was knocking her down. The girl parried the protagonist's attack with her barrier, noting that he couldn't break through her mana shield anyway. The veins on Rude's arm stood out. He began to strike Kate's barrier, telling her to do it right if she didn't want to die. Cracks appeared on the girl's shield. She suddenly jumped back. She stood in front of the protagonist, asking if he was telling her to do it right. Her sword was enveloped in yellow energy and she asked him with a furious look if he knew what it meant to do it properly. The protagonist watched her and remarked that she had amazing abilities if she could do such a move at her age. An enraged Kate replied that if Rude knew this, he should stop because no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to defeat her without this sword technique. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and replied that he would not say that. He swung his blade and said that they would find out during the battle. Kate swung her sword and said that her sword technique could only be countered by the same technique or high-level magic, and with his techniques, Rude struck her. The protagonist moved towards her. He extended his hand while Kate reasoned that he tricked her and wanted to tie up her sword so he could fight barehanded. The girl made a series of attacks and emphasized the fact that she needed to keep her distance. She could not let him drag her into these games. Rude dodged her quick attacks. He got even closer to her. The protagonist punched her in the face. The protagonist prepared for another attack. Holding onto her sword, Kate wondered if he dodged her strikes. She punched Rude in the arm and assumed that the problem was not in the sword technique. The protagonist ducked from her swing of the blade. He punched her again. The girl tried to catch her breath and thought that Rude had an insane reaction speed. He simply read her movements perfectly. She saw it during his fight with his mother. The protagonist swung his leg, saying that his training was not in vain. Kate parried his blow. While Rude reasoned that she was much stronger now than in her past life, he would not be able to deal with her without using extreme measures. On the other hand, he had also become stronger. The protagonist ducked from the attack. Frowning, he wondered what kind of stupid feeling he was feeling. Rude jumped back. The protagonist took out his blade and asked why this feeling wouldn't go away. Dumbfounded, Kate thought that Rude had pinned her to the wall and now had pulled out his sword. It was obvious that he would not benefit from such a technique in a fight with her. Frowning, the girl wondered whether the protagonist wanted to win or not. She held the sword in front of her and noted that now she didn't even want to understand him. Kate screamed with an enraged look that Rude was to blame himself. Their attacks collided. Blue and yellow energy crossed. Kate frowned and noted that she had won. The protagonist stared at her. She was dumbfounded by this. The girl noticed that a bright light had enveloped Rude. Gusts of blue mana were coming from the protagonist's hand. Blue flames covered his blade. He was running at Kate and reasoning that now he had a fourth wing and he could use it. The dumbfounded girl saw that it was a Kai sword technique. A powerful blow was heard. Kate jumped back from the shockwave and noticed that it was the same technique, but the level of skill was completely different. She sat on the ground with a puzzled look. Kate looked down. Rude was walking towards her. Sitting in front of him, the girl stated that he had won. Looking at his face, Kate asked if he was happy. Squeezing the hand that held the sword, the protagonist thought that he should be happy, because he defeated the one who had treated him like trash all his life. However, he unclenched his hand. A saddened Rude said that he felt empty inside, after which he wondered why she had tortured and mocked him. Sitting on the ground, Kate asked again. The girl watched him and stated that the protagonist made her fight for no reason. She walked towards him and asked if Rude was talking about emptiness now. His face was sad. Kate punched him in the face. The protagonist flew to the side. The furious girl asked if Rude was making fun of her. She screamed in anger that she had already said that she did not want and would not fight him. Holding his face, the protagonist said that he needed it. Holding her head, Kate asked why if he said that he was empty inside. Rude sat silently on the ground. He looked at her and said that he needed to defeat her at least once. Smirking, the girl asked not to make her laugh, and then asked if he wanted to defeat someone other than her. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Kate turned around and asked if Rude thought she knew nothing, noting that from the very beginning he had an incomprehensible anger, a feeling of inferiority and melancholy. She recalled moments with the protagonist and said that he so openly showed his emotions towards her because he saw someone else in her. The protagonist stood in front of her. Kate grabbed him by the collar and screamed that he wanted to defeat that person. The girl, looking furious, emphasized that she was just a substitute. Tears were dripping down her hand. Kate, crying, said that she knew everything. She was kneeling in front of Rude. The protagonist looked at her and said that he could not understand what she was talking about. He took her hands and asked her not to deceive herself. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he always saw her. Rude pushed her hands away and said that she was the person he envied, admired, and whose recognition he always tried to get. Kate was taken aback by these words. Rude remembered how the girl fought and screamed that it was all because he could not even compare to her. She was incredibly cool. The dumbfounded protagonist said that he could not have the same strength. Lowering his head, he said that this is exactly how it was. The protagonist stood up and said that a rematch was ridiculous. He just wanted to be her. Kate sat on her knees and listened attentively as Rude said that he wanted to imitate her movements, her technique, her feelings. In the end, it was all about that. But no matter what she did, he couldn't keep up with her. The protagonist presented the broken blade and said that he couldn't accept that she died protecting a piece of trash like him. The dumbfounded girl clarified what Rude was saying. The moonlight illuminated his hair as he said that he didn't feel empty, but unbearable bitterness. The protagonist looked at the moon. Kate, horrified, asked if he was really crazy. Looking at Rude, Kate asked again if she died protecting him, if he wanted to follow her technique, noting that they first met there if he was going to keep talking nonsense. Rude interrupted her, looking at the sky, and said that it was not nonsense. Fildro appeared and asked the protagonist to stop, after which the guy told her that she died protecting him and left her stupid will. The dumbfounded girl asked what he was talking about. The protagonist smirked and replied that he was talking about a past life. He stood in front of her. Kate touched the grass with her hands and asked again about a past life. Looking at Rude, she asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The protagonist calmly replied that he didn't care whether she believed him or not. He had nothing to prove it to anyway. But as she already knew, he wasn't lying. He had returned to the past. So now this was his second chance. The dumbfounded girl wondered if he had returned to the past. Rude stood still and emphasized that if Kate wasn't stupid, she should have felt it. He imagined a powerful aura enveloping him and said that the level of mana cultivation was too good to be considered just the talent of another martial arts genius, possessing knowledge that could not be obtained without experience, imitating the skills and talents of people he had not met before. Rude imagined how he destroyed Kate's shield and stood on the destroyed ground. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that all of this was impossible unless he had studied them beforehand. Lowering her head, the girl thought that all the inconsistencies and doubts she had felt all this time could very well be explained by this one return if all these absurd words were true. Her face was calm. Kate looked at him and asked what Rude knew about her as an adult that she could not know. Sitting on a rock, the protagonist replied that it was what he had told her. Looking away, the protagonist explained that in her past life, she lived only for revenge and treated him like a trash can on the side of the road, no matter how desperately he wanted to defeat her. Closing his eyes, the protagonist added that she was the one who never looked at him directly. Holding the back of his head, Rude asked if Kate could imagine how hurt it was that she died saving him. Confused, the girl asked if she did all that. She listened attentively to the protagonist's words, who said that she was so rude and strong that he risked his life just to fight her. Kate looked at him silently. She imagined them standing in front of each other and her touching his face, and then asked if she was the person he longed for and the one who was like a star in the sky to him. Rude's face was serious. Kate was embarrassed. The protagonist looked at her when she asked if that was why he started a fight when they first met. He put his hand on the rock and said that he was going to fight right away, but she was stronger than he thought. An unhappy Kate cried out that if everything he said was true, then she was much younger than him now, and then asked if he really hated her so much to act like that. Rude closed his eyes and said that he did, otherwise he wouldn't have had to go that far. The protagonist was taken aback by the question, asking why he apologized in the first place. Kate remembered how they met at the university and noted that if he hated her so sincerely, he could have just passed by. The protagonist stood up from the rock and said that he tried to resolve the situation quickly because she made a noise in the lobby. Kate stood up after him and said that Rude even taught her fighting skills. The protagonist walked away from there and said that there was only sense in defeating her when she was strong. Kate ran after him and asked what about how he showed her around the capital on the weekend. Furious, Rude turned around and asked what she was trying to achieve and if she had gotten it. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist said that in his past life, he was like a dog to her. She belittled him so much, the worst treatment could not be. The dissatisfied protagonist listened to him say that now was his second chance, after which he replied that this was not so. She grabbed him by the collar. Kate looked at him and ordered him to stand still. The girl held a handkerchief in front of Rude's face and said that he lent her this handkerchief when she was crying on the stairs. She brought the handkerchief to the protagonist's face. Rude pushed her hand away. Frowning, he asked what she was doing. The protagonist was taken aback by the words that she was asking for forgiveness instead of the past Kate. Looking into Rude's eyes, Kate emphasized that she was apologizing for always calling him trash and reacting so coldly. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she was stupid. He asked her with a dumbfounded expression why she thought he was telling her about his past life, and in his mind he asked Kate not to apologize. Rude's screams could be heard in the forest, saying that this was all for the sake of letting go of these regrets that had been plaguing him for so long. His entire life, even after his return, and in his head he thought that if this was really all for this, then this was a great chance to get rid of their current relationship. There was a broken blade on the ground, and the protagonist noted that now it was really over. That was enough, now that this burden was finally lifted from his shoulders. An angry Rude said that she had nothing to apologize for. He suddenly staggered. Kate headbutted him and screamed at him to shut up, as it was difficult for her to accept this situation. She held the protagonist by the shirt and stated that she knew full well that it was the protagonist who should apologize because he was the only one there who couldn't let go of his past regrets even after being reborn. The girl said with a serious look that no matter how much it hurt him, the current her had no idea about any of it. But this time she made an exception and apologized first. Rude was shocked by what she heard. Putting her hand on her chest, Kate noted that it was because the past her he kept talking about was different from her. She believed that her feelings and thoughts now were real. Smiling, she added that she couldn't do anything about it, no matter how much he hated her, no matter what their relationship was like in the past, right now. The protagonist stood in front of her. Kate pulled him towards her. Rude came closer and closer to her. They kissed. The girl's eyes were closed. They looked at each other. The protagonist was shocked. Keith happily declared that she liked Rude. The protagonist woke up with a dumbfounded look. Felgerai appeared next to him, asking how this could be a dream. Floating near the protagonist, Felgerai noted that Rude could not even think of such a thing and he should be ashamed of himself. The protagonist closed his eyes. He lowered his head. Keith looked away with an embarrassed look. Rude backed away from her. He began to run away and noted that in his past life he was too impulsive. He also suffered a lot in his first life because of his hot temper. The protagonist listened to Felgerai's words with an irritated look that maybe he would get along well with this girl who liked to stick to his lips even before the two of them started dating. Closing his eyes, Rude screamed for Felgerai to stop talking nonsense about a relationship. He did not have time for this. He would just pretend that nothing happened. He remembered their kiss and asked why Kate would kiss a guy who said he didn't like her, fought with her, and admitted to being reincarnated. He kicked his legs under the covers. Looking out the window, Feldroa asked if today was the day the protagonist was supposed to receive a reward for winning the trials. Rude was taken aback, clutching his head, and asked what time it was. He ran out of the room. The protagonist followed Gerard. Turning around, the man asked if Rude had slept, since he looked tired. The dumbfounded protagonist replied that he had, but he was just really nervous about getting into the treasury. Gerard smiled and said that that explained everything. As they walked down the stairs, he told them that inside the Iradium treasury were the old legacies of the Dragon Slayers, the rarest artifacts and weapons, all of which were priceless treasures. The man presented the valuable items and noted that even if Rude won the trials, the treasury would only be open to him after receiving approval from the Academy's director and most of the professors. The teachers gathered in the office. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that he had a weapon that his older brother and Kate had pulled out of it in his past life. But in this life there were no promising newcomers who could replace his brother. Gerard stood at the gate and noted that this was the treasury of Iradium. He touched the door and noted that Rude would not regret a single thing he took out of there. But he should remember that this treasury was not limited to Iradium, but the entire history of Dragon Slayers as such. Mana streams came from the door. The gate began to make an opening sound. It opened, and Gerard noted that Rude should be proud that he could enter there, because this in itself was a great honor. The protagonist entered the treasury with a serious expression. He extended his hand and emphasized that the mana flow was different. Rudd walked through the white space. There were traces on the floor, and Feldroya said that it was like the void in which the Dragon Island hovers. Spatial coordinates cannot be fixed there. Looking at the multicolored traces, the stone noted that this is something that can be created by people who have reached at least the rank of an archmage. The protagonist found himself in the treasury and said that in order to maintain all these weapons in order, they definitely needed the help of an archmage. He examined the items and listened to Feldroya, who noted that at first glance everything there seemed to be of the highest quality. Rudd examined the blade and said that he was looking for something specific. Feldroya flew next to him and asked if this was the weapon he used in his past life. The protagonist remembered holding the sword in his hands and stated that if there was nothing better than the things of the past, he would have done so, but that was not why he was there. He looked down and noted what he had found. The protagonist reached for the blade. He raised it above his head and told him that it was a sword that defied the heavens, a demios. Crystal watched him and emphasized the fact that this sword was used by the first Dragon Slayer. He presented the blade and told him that he had heard that this sword was darker than the blackest ink, that it could cut through even mana and neutralize any high-level magic. Rude looked at Feldroya, who asked if he had chosen it because he wanted to follow in the footsteps of the hero Vanner. The protagonist waved his hand dismissively and replied that it was not so. He had heard the legend of Vanner countless times, but he did not want to follow in his footsteps. He seriously noted that if he needed to save the world, then instead of pathetic sealing, he would simply kill them all. The protagonist took the blade out of its sheath and said that everything was simple. His brother had used this sword in his past life. Besides, this sword was ideal for killing higher dragon species. There was an orange seal on the blade. Rude, with his eyes closed, said that he could leave now because this was what he needed most. He stepped on a bright stone. Looking at it, the protagonist wondered what it was. He took it in his hand and noted that it was not a weapon. He did not think that it contained protective magic. He saw his reflection in the stone and was taken aback. Feldroya was flying nearby. The protagonist remembered how he turned to his brother and asked if he knew why Professor Damien committed suicide. Rude seriously noted that this was all somehow strange. He watched his brother and asked if he was listening. The protagonist's brother pointed and said that there was something in the sky. A crystal was flying in the sky. It began to crack. Bright streams of energy sparkled in the sky. The huge dragon appeared, and Rudd noted that this was the stone stolen from the thunder dragon Harma. Rudd imagined a burning castle and told us that he first learned of the existence of the 7 dragons when he still lacked skills and determination. Remembering the corpses of people, he said that the terrifying screams and the disgusting stench of burning flesh that they brought are impossible to forget even decades later. Looking at the crystal in his hand, the guy thought that here it is, the Thunder Dragon Stone that brought this disaster. The protagonist looked at the shards and wondered why the Thunder Dragon Seal Stone was in the treasury of Iradium. Raising his hand to the stone, the protagonist said that he did not know, but he was sure that it should not be here. Rudd looked at the chests and said that everything in the treasury had a protection spell, but this thing didn't have one. He frowned and said that it meant that the Thunder Dragon didn't attack Iradium. The guy looked at the sparkling stone and asked if this thing was here from the beginning. He looked at the fragments and wondered if that was the case. Who brought it here? It had been 700 years since the Thunder Dragon was sealed. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully. He looked at Feldroya and asked if he could find out when he was going to awaken. The crystal in his hand replied that the seals weren't in very good condition right now, judging by everything. They would last about 2 years. Frowning, the guy thought about the fact that in his past life, the Light Dragon's attack happened about half a year from now. Rude imagined the guy with the stone and thought that just a few months after Professor Damien's death, it was obvious that the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon that Jeremy had stolen was stimulating the Thunder Dragon's activity. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Feldrew was flying above the guy and asking if he would take it with him. The protagonist walked away and answered that he would take it. It was like the seed of a catastrophe. He needed to act ahead of the schedule. The crystal hovered silently. Rude stood by the door and listened to him tell him that he would kill all the dragons in the world. Would his decision be unchanged even if somewhere in this world there was a good dragon? Smiling, he replied that a good dragon was unlikely to exist in their world. The guy raised his hand to the door and said that if there was one, then he was already a dead dragon. Looking at the windows, the protagonist thought that they could not affect the sealing stone, since the seal would eventually be destroyed in a period of 6 months to 2 years. Then it was worth preparing for the upcoming event. Fortunately, he was in constant contact with Professor Damien. It had been a long time since he attended the preparation classes. Rude sat at the table in the office and thought that thanks to him, the atmosphere had become more comfortable, but he was still taciturn. Damien looked at him and asked what happened. Smiling, the guy replied that nothing, the coffee smelled great. The man closed his eyes and said that it was a relief. In fact, he doubted it. The professor recalled the fight with the guy and said that his skills with a dagger were already at his level, and he wondered why he continued to attend his classes. Damien looked at him seriously and said that now he knew it was all because he liked coffee. Next time he would get better coffee beans. The protagonist waved his hand in confusion and replied that it was not the main reason. He still had a lot to learn from him. Looking at the man, he said that he wanted to learn more about his experience because he believed that he, more than anyone, was worthy of respect, being a former dragon slayer. The professor looked down sadly. He silently looked at the boy. The protagonist sat in front of him, wondering why he had gone silent. Rude watched carefully, thinking that he felt guilty. The boy remembered the men at the table and thought that he was sure that the teacher knew that he was from Dissol, most likely because he had the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon that destroyed his hometown. That was a good thing. Looking at Damien's embarrassed expression, Rude thought that given his cautious nature, if he could use this opportunity to provoke his feelings of guilt, he could get to the bottom of all this. The protagonist took the cup and said that he understood that this was not relevant, but he was wondering if he had been to Dissol, a village on the outskirts of the kingdom of Calavan, although now destroyed, his homeland. The professor looked down in alarm. The protagonist picked up the cup and said that it was a really nice place, peaceful and quiet. He remembered sitting at the table with his family and telling them that during the hunting season, he and his father made traps to catch wild animals. He ate the hot stew that his mother served for dinner. Looking at the reflection of the coffee, the guy said that he was happy. The man looked and listened in fear that it was before the moment the dragon appeared. All the peaceful villages were destroyed at once. Only he and his brother survived. Damien held his trembling hand and asked if he had an older brother. Smiling, the guy replied that they were not together now, but his older brother was the best. The protagonist imagined himself with his brother as a child. Rude looked at the coffee and talked about his brother. He remembered his brother wiping away tears. The boy sadly hung his head and said that it was all his fault. The professor sat silently in front of him in the office. Damien suddenly jumped up and said that it was time. Looking at the confused student, he asked if he could tell the rest of the story next time. Rude stood up and said that he couldn't, it was a boring story anyway. The protagonist walked away and said that it was a typical cliché about losing everything in the world and trying to get it back. He looked at the trees outside the window. The protagonist walked down the hallway. The boy angrily punched the wall. Rude desperately hung his head. Feldroy was floating in the air and said that he looked exhausted. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he assumed that everything would be fine now, but he was being eaten up by guilt from the inside, and answered that they were so close, now they needed to get him to talk somehow. The crystal flew above him and asked what if he never spoke, what if he was an evil man with the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and all his stories meant nothing to him. Rudd looked at him seriously and asked why he was asking. Obviously, in that case, he would kill him. Looking at Fildroa, he added that this would not happen, and the stone clarified why he was so sure. The protagonist turned around, remembering how Damien banged on the door. He said that for an evil man, he blamed himself too much. The protagonist washed himself and thought that everything was still okay. Drying himself with a towel, he thought that some time had passed since that day, but there was no word from the professor. The guy put the towel down and decided that soon he would have to do something and prepare a plan. Rude stood in front of the mirror, thinking that he could only release 4 wings today. The use of sword will in subspace had become possible, but it was still not enough to defeat the Thunder Dragon. Feldrua flew behind him, asking if there was anything about subspace in Chase's reports. The guy stuck his hand into the space and replied that the information was in the part about the heavenly spirit. This is a personal space accessible only to the air. Taking out the sword, he said that in his past life, his older brother always used countless weapons from this subspace, and also this is an ability that he desperately needs. Feldrua hovered behind the protagonist and asked if he could use it to defend himself in a hurry, to which he replied that it was possible, but there would be a mess inside the space. The protagonist turned around at the voice shouting that he should not undress. Stretching her hand out to the guy, Kate shouted that he was in training, but constantly trying to take everything off. She turned to Rude and said that she trains jiu-jitsu, but this one is hanging around and stinks. Chuck sadly looked away and said that Henai's has no complaints. The girl covered herself with a book. She frowned and replied that it was not that she was on his side, but he was cool. The protagonist stood next to his friend and said that they should take it seriously at least once. The protagonist doused the guy with water and asked if they were done. Henai sat on the couch in shock and asked if it was really elemental magic when he had time to learn spiritualism. Stretching out his hand with water, Rude replied that it was not that long ago. Let them stop arguing and do their own thing. Kate put her hand on her hip and said that since he came to calm them down, why not train together? The protagonist walked away from the guys, saying that he would come later and would not do individual training for now. The disgruntled girl looked after him, saying that he would continue to pretend that nothing had happened. He could have answered normally already. Raising an eyebrow, Henai's clarified what kind of answer. Kate looked down in surprise. She pursed her lips. The girl put her hand on her hip and said that she confessed to him. The friend was taken aback and asked what it meant. Kate came up to her and said that she admitted that she liked him. Blood gushed from Chuck's ear from his scream. The dumbfounded girl waved her hands and asked if they were really together now. The guys turned around in surprise at the noise. They looked out from behind the door in embarrassment. Outside, the guy was clenching his fist in front of his rival and saying that even after being beaten so badly, he still couldn't come to his senses. Beaten William frowned and demanded that he apologize right away. Peering out from behind the door, Henai said that it seemed like it was him. Chuck turned to his friend and asked if he was going to stop him, to which Rude replied that children grow up fighting. The protagonist calmly listened as the guy screamed that he should apologize for insulting him. William was on his knees and saying that he was his rival and didn't deserve such insults. The rival hit him in the face. The guy flew to the ground. Brad smirked and said that they were playing a giveaway and asked if he didn't know that the protagonist was an orphan who just happened to win. William, beaten, clenched his teeth and asked for an apology. The enemy looked at him mockingly and asked if he had been taught to talk to adults, if he wasn't too arrogant. He joyfully swung his fist and shouted that he would now beat it out of him along with his stupidity. The protagonist stopped his hand. Brad turned around in shock and asked what was going on. Rude closed his eyes and said with a smile that the orphan was still there. He punched his opponent in the face and asked him to get acquainted with the damn boot. The guys around watched the fight and listened as the protagonist said that he also wanted to join in. We see the academy building. William looked after the guy with delight and asks him to stand up for him one more time. Chuck crossed his arms and said that it was a great relationship. He deserved to be his friend. Beaten Brad and his friends raised their hands. Rude squatted in front of them and asked why the older guys would suddenly catch the younger guy and beat him up like he was some kind of gangster. Besides, how dare they insult the younger guys? William pointed his finger forward and said that they should remember it well. He said that they would still answer for their words about the orphan who did not finish eating. Henai stood next to her friends and said that he was talking about orphans who never see rice in their lives, so they do not eat it. Rude turned around and said that even though he was an orphan, his manners were almost impeccable. He smirked and asked why the guys did such a thing, since they apparently knew everything. The beaten guys looked at Brad and asked him to speak first. The guy looked up sadly and said that it just happened. He heard that the new guy, who was on everyone's lips right now, behaved rudely and was rude to the student council president. Raising an eyebrow, Henai clarified if he was talking about the student council president. Meanwhile, Jeremy looked at his watch. He was sitting in the office with a smile and said that now was the time. Putting his elbows on the table, the guy said that Rude was running late. The president sat at the table and listened as the girl asked what brought the freshman to the council room. Jeremy raised his head with a sweet smile. The secretary stood behind the protagonist and said that he did whatever he wanted. The guy looked at Rude walking and replied that she didn't have to worry, but his guest would take care of it himself and could come back. The girl calmly closed the door. The president put his head on his hand with a smile and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jeremy closed his eyes and said that he was later than expected, but first he should sit down in the chair. The protagonist kicked the chair back with his foot. Frowning, he said that he had enough chatter and should tell him what was on his mind. The guy grabbed his head and said that it was the property of the student council. Rude glared at him and asked why the hell he had ordered this fool named Brad to slander him. Smiling, Jeremy replied that it seemed like there had been a misunderstanding. He had never given such orders, and he had indeed complained to Brad a little, but it was true that he had been rather rude that day. The protagonist put his hands on the table and asked if he wanted an apology, to which the guy replied that he had just wanted to talk to him. The protagonist clenched his fists and said that he had chosen a bad way to invite him for a chat, but he should talk. Jeremy spread his hands. He sat in front of the disgruntled boy and said that he had been in frequent contact with Damien these days. The president tilted his head and asked if he hadn't warned him before that Damien was dangerous. Rude smirked and said that he didn't remember all that nonsense. The boy smiled and said that he still didn't realize how hot-tempered he was, but he didn't know anything about Damien yet. Jeremy was taken aback when he heard the protagonist ask if it was because he had the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. He looked at him in surprise and said that he didn't expect that he already knew. The president stood up and said that he was the heir to the Heavenly Sword technique, so he probably heard about it from the immortal Heavenly Sword Master. Jeremy walked away and said that he couldn't understand why he was so close to the professor if he already knew everything. He raised his hand with a smile and asked if the Heavenly Swordsman had asked him to keep an eye on him and report him at the first sign of a threat. The protagonist introduced Daniel and thought that he was unlucky, as if he could see right through everything. The president clapped his hands and said that of course the Heavenly Swordsman would take responsibility for killing him, so he was only asked to observe, which is why he was stuck with him. Rude walked towards the guy and said that he knew exactly what kind of predictions were swarming in his head. But he was wrong, the professor would not die. The guy looked at him in surprise. The protagonist walked up to him and said that he would see to it. Damien looked at the coffee pot and thought that he could no longer avoid this. He had to admit to Rude. A drop was dripping into the vessel. The professor stood up from his chair, thinking that he had the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Opening the doors, he decided that he should tell him the reason. Damien remembered how, as a child, he would ask his grandfather with a smile what he would read to him today. The old man stood near the bookshelf and asked him if he wanted the Devil Territory Beyond the Mountains or the original Sky Evil. The boy happily said that he wanted a story about a dragon slayer. When he grew up, he wanted to be a dragon slayer like his grandfather. The professor imagined his grandfather petting him, thinking that his first memory was the soothing aroma of coffee and his grandfather's big hand ruffling his hair. His parents, who were dragon slayers, died when he was young, so he was raised by his grandfather, who retired. Remembering how he happily picked up a branch in the forest, Damien thought about how thanks to his grandfather's care, he grew up safely without feeling the absence of his parents. He wanted to become a dragon slayer like his parents and grandfathers, to make them proud. He imagined his grandfather worried. The old man ran in a panic to his grandson on the ground. Imagining the branch, the man thought that this is what would have happened if he hadn't started suffering from mana hypersensitivity. Damien remembered lying sick, thinking that it was a rare disease in which the patient's body reacted too strongly to mana, the source of all life. Even if it flowed as it should, in a continuous stream, his body was torn apart by excruciating pain that flowed through him like blood through veins. Each breath was difficult. Imagining a sad grandfather at the bedside, he thought about how, despite countless visits from healers and mages, he had lain on the bed for so many years, clinging to life with no hope of recovery, that he had completely forgotten about what was happening outside. The professor remembered the old man entering the room. The boy looked at him desperately and called for his grandfather. Looking at Gerard, he asked what was happening. The grandfather stood in front of the bed and asked if he wanted to live. Damien nodded sadly. Gerard stuck his hand under his robe. He held out the heart and told him to swallow it. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Gerard held out the organ and said that he would recover in no time. Grandfather grabbed him by the cheeks. He stood in front of the teenager. Gerard shoved the heart into the boy's mouth. Grandfather held back the screaming Damien's hands. Grabbing his wrist, he apologized to him. Gerard looked at the child with concern and called him. The professor sat in a chair in the office. Clutching his head, he said through tears that his grandfather had done nothing wrong. He only saved him, his grandson. Damien looked at the overturned dishes, saying that if he wanted to blame someone, then only him, who took so many innocent lives, only because he wanted to live a little longer. Stretching out a trembling hand, the professor repeated that he was very sorry. The protagonist sat seriously opposite him. Then we are transferred to the alchemy club room in the magical research building. Henny's sat at the table, her head buried in the desk. We see a clear mess on the table with various ampoules and alchemical accessories. A second later, someone distracts the girl, and we look up with a ridiculous expression. The girl raised Sparta's head and looked at her friend, who was asking if she had any professional training today, because she always got up half an hour earlier to meet her friend. Henny's put her hand to her hair to fix it, and with a calm face said that she could not concentrate, and therefore there were not too many thoughts in her head. After which she immersed herself in the meeting, recalled how her teacher with white hair held her head, saying that she would not succeed in concentrating today, because if she continued in the same spirit, the training ground would turn to ashes, which is why they were going to stop, as she ordered, and rest instead of wasting energy in vain. The blonde girl smiled and started clapping her hands because she remembered that the new festival season was starting soon, and maybe the red-haired girl was worried about how to attract more members to the alchemy club for the special event. Henny's was sitting at the table with books and leaning on her arm. She asked if Tanya was busy writing her final thesis because every year at least half of the graduates graduated, for whom it was worth trying. Hearing this, her friend started crying. Then we see the alchemy table, where there were still many different ampoules of ingredients. Henny's continued to look at her friend and did not understand why she was thinking about the festival. Then she asked the upperclassman to tell her how she felt when her friend forgot the girl. The colors were worried that he would no longer spend time with her and felt sad and broken. After which the blonde girl started laughing, covering her mouth with her hand. She understood why Henny's was so worried about this relationship. After that, she started poking her fingers into Henny's face with a smile. Who was unhappy, she realized that she was so friendly with the boy, and started asking questions. Was he too arrogant or old, who did not know what he wanted? After that, the door to the alchemy room opened, someone entered it. A second later, we see Rude, who turned his head, asking if this was the alchemy club. He stopped in the middle of the room and saw the red-haired girl stand up and shout why he was here, but he in turn answered that he just wanted to join the club. The protagonist stood with his hands in his pockets while Henny stood up from the table and said that he wasn't even a wizard, and his friend in turn greeted him and asked him to come in, and she explained that in order to join the club, he only had to fill out an application. After which Rudd took a piece of paper and leaned on the table to fill it out, while Henny's looked at her friend with a dissatisfied look. Then the blonde girl waved her hand with a smile and greeted the newcomer to their club. She explained that Henny's would tell her everything about the club, and she would go write her thesis. Rudd filled out the form with a dissatisfied face and handed it forward, while Henny's held her hand by the neck with a not very pleased look. Rudd handed over the sheet with the form, and Henny's was lost in thought. She realized that she could soon go crazy like this, and was still very embarrassed to look Rudd in the face. She took the completed questionnaire and began to look carefully. She saw that there was no experience in alchemy and absolutely no understanding of magic. The protagonist's motivation for joining was to create medicines like potions, which was an extremely unusual reason. The protagonist stood and asked with a stony face what was unusual about his reason, to which Henny's told him to sit down on a chair and wait for her, introduced to go get the research records. Rude, with his hand in his pockets, began to examine the books on the table. He walked up to the table and put his hand on the white book of magical fever in order to study the symptoms. Then a system message appears in front of us, where everything was told in detail about the source of life, mana. It was the power of the surrounding world that flowed inside the body, and it was also of unknown strength. Even after centuries of research, it remained an object of study. After which we see the silhouette of a man who was on top of the magic circle. Also in the system message it was said that this was all because there were many special laws of diseases that had not been identified yet. We then see two people discussing something with each other in a room with books and a glow. Magic fever was one of those unidentified diseases where excess mana was released as a weapon and the body could not withstand it and then died from the fever. Then we see a man who was covered with a blanket and covered his mouth with his hand. It was similar to Professor Damien's disease, but still different since he suffered from hypersensitivity to mana. We then go to Henny's room and see her sitting on her bed covered with a blanket. She spent her entire past life creating treatments for her older sister Layla, who suffered from a terrible fever. Then we see a joyful Henny's who held the wrapped paper in her hand, seeing that by researching the disease so persistently, she was finally able to find a cure. Then her gaze squinted and became wary. She looked ahead and saw her sister's lifeless body lying on the bed. At that moment she realized that it was already too late for Layla. Then we are transported to another place 4 months after Layla's funeral. A girl with blonde hair in a dress looked ahead and called out to our protagonist. Rude looked ahead with a stern face and asked if she was still in the same state, and she in turn continued to eat nothing and cry all day. The red-haired guy with a scar on his face sternly looked away and expressed his opinion. He understood the pain of losing a family member, but the position of the head of the Holy Fire Guild had been empty for a long time, because even inside the makeshift one, voices of discontent were already heard. The protagonist looked ahead angrily. The red-haired boy extended his hand towards Rude, who was leaving, and called out to him, as he did not understand what he was going to do. A second later, someone kicked the door, causing it to open. At that time, Henny's was in her sister's room, sitting by the bed with her head down. She raised her head and looked towards the door with tear-stained eyes. Rude was extremely angry and did not understand why she was still going to shed tears, as she had no right to ignore her duties to the Holy Fire and the Dragon Slayer just because of her sister's death. Henny sat by the bed and clenched her hands into fists. Rudd stood in front of her and, gesturing with his hands, he explained that she was so mired in her own self-pity that she had abandoned the world that her predecessors had defended with their lives, after which he asked if she would give up on her claim to be the heir to the Holy Flame, as well as her place as the Empress of the White Flame. Henny's face changed and she gritted her teeth. She told the protagonist not to dare tease her like that again. Rudd, with his hands in his pockets, smiled and provocatively asked what she could do to him, after which a huge explosion was heard in the room, and the fire was so powerful and strong that it went out the door of the room. The red-haired guy and his girlfriend stood with stony faces, understanding that this was how it would be. A second later, Rudd was sitting on the floor and was completely beaten. The wounded at home were smashed to pieces. Henny's looked forward and said that he couldn't defeat her, but still continued to heat up. The protagonist said that there was one little pest that could always flare up and sit in the room and cry like a fool, because he decided to check if there was at least a drop of brains left in her head. Rude looked away with a smile and a detailed face and realized that she was still hellishly strong to convince her. He realized that she was strong enough to still accept her into the group, after which he suggested that she stop crying like a loser and join them from tomorrow. Henny's, in response to this, opened her mouth and began to laugh. A second later, she hit the protagonist on the head, and he continued to sit with a dissatisfied face. The girl called smiled, clenching her hand into a fist, and said that the protagonist was really crazy. After which Henny's, being in the alchemy room, held many books in her hands, and she asked why Rude was reading someone else's research notes. The protagonist put his hand to the side and said that she herself scattered them, as if she specially wanted him to see them, then asked why she studied such a difficult incurable disease. Henny's, holding the books in her hands, said that it was all because this disease was possible to cure. She looked forward with a serious face and, thinking, she realized that magicians, healers, pharmacists, more noble priests, and none of these idiots could find their own individual treatment for the sick, and therefore her older sister looked like a living corpse. After which she was surprised and looked forward with stunned eyes when Rude said that her sister was actually incurable, because he saw patients who were cured of this disease. After which the books began to fall down. Henny's threw all the books that fell on the floor with a shocked face. She asked if what he just said was true, to which Rudd said that she was a very capricious woman. The woman who studied the method of healing was already dead, however. He did not know much about alchemy, but learned a little from her. The protagonist with a calm face raised his hand to his face. She said that if they could gather the ingredients they needed, they could create medicine for her, but it would be quite difficult. The protagonist put his hands on his waist and said that if she wanted, he could help create this medicine, but Henny's would have to buy him a couple of potions. After which Henny's ran up and grabbed Rudd by the waist. Henny's pressed herself against Rudd's chest, and the protagonist, spreading his arms, with a surprised face, did not understand anything. Henny's began to cry, burying her face in the protagonist, and thanked him for everything. Rudd with a calm face looked at all this. They continued to stand in the middle of the chemistry room and hugged. After that, we see a lot of people trying to attract customers, and a guy with purple hair stopped near the counter and looked at the products carefully. We were told that every year at the end of spring, a festival was held in Iradium. Then a guy with black hair stopped near the counter with potions and scrolls. We were also explained that this was an annual event that was quite important not only for the academy, but also for the entire nation and other people, which was dedicated to the beginning of the era of people, when one dragon slayers sealed the 7 dragons. Mages with ordinary people passed on the street and walked around the festival, and also because of this, entry was allowed to all people, because many tourists came from outside the Elfia Empire, and flooded the festival with crowds of people. The white-haired girl was sitting near the fountain at that time with a sad face, her head down. She was saying that she had asked her friend to go sightseeing together during the festival. Then we see the protagonist standing near the girl, waving his hand, and she, lost in thought, did not understand why he had been so busy lately, although she did not think that he was trying to avoid her on purpose, but it was quite difficult to see him. At that moment, the blonde girl was sitting near the fountain with Hennies, looking bored. Then they turned their heads and looked at each other in surprise. The white-haired girl, with a not very happy face, asked what Hennies was doing here all alone during the festival season. The red-haired girl, in turn, laughed with a confused look and tried to come up with an excuse. She thoughtfully looked ahead and remembered this situation. How she hugged our protagonist. She did not understand why she took her again herself, although he had relatively come to terms with it that day, but she was not yet mentally ready. Hennies started to tug at her hair with a displeased look while the bios girl looked at all of this sadly, after which she realized that she was under no obligation to explain anything to that girl, and decided to listen more carefully, from which she realized that they were not dating at all. Hennies carefully adjusted her hair and asked why she was sitting here completely alone without friends. The white-haired girl looked at Hennies, who held her hands near her neck, and said that she simply had an appointment here. The red-haired girl looked ahead, putting her hand to her chin, and exhaled. She said that she was very lucky. Because all her friends had abandoned her, now even Nevsky could go for a walk at the festival. The haired girl looked at her with a smile and laughed, after which she said that she was brave and private enough, and she in turn began to be indignant with a displeased look. Hennies looked at the laughing girl, who said that she had actually lied and had no appointment. She had everything the same as her, because she had no one to talk to or make friends with to spend the festival day together. Hennies looked at her with a sad face and said silently. Then she crossed her arms near her chest and said indignantly that she was not a softie, and that she could have just called her Hennies. She continued to sit with her arms crossed near her chest and her eyes closed, said that they did not get along very well with each other, but at least she was talented enough to set an example for herself, and then said that whether she liked it or not, they would see each other much more often. The white-haired girl said with a smile that she would not mince her words, which made Hennies angry and asked why she was always asking for trouble. Her friend looked at her with a calm face and said that it was a compliment on her invincible part. Hennies, hearing this, looked ahead with a stony face, after which she stood up and walked forward until her happy friend called out to her on the stairs. Hennies was sitting near the fountain, her hair tousled, the girl looking ahead, and then her friend, holding her hands behind her back, asked with a smile what they were doing. The red-haired girl got angry and realized that everyone had continued to irritate her since the morning, to which her friend said that she was very rude, because she just went and said hello to her because they knew each other. She approached the girl and asked if they were friends. The girl calmly looked ahead and introduced herself. The fair-haired girl put her hand to her chest and said with a smile that she was, formally speaking, her respected senior classmate. The three of them were standing near the fountain, and Hennies asked if she was up to something, since she would hardly have come here just for a nice chat. She assumed that the protagonist had sent her here, but the blonde girl was shocked by this and denied everything with a ridiculous face. While other people at the festival were talking to each other, the girls continued to sit near the fountain and talk. Hennies' friend asked what they were thinking about, since she saw the two of them, and decided to come up to them. The Luck girls were sighing sadly at the festival, then asked how it was difficult to make new friends with such a character and intelligence, then suggested that they have some fun at the festival. Hennies and the white-haired girl spilled. Everyone was shocked by such words. They did not understand who she was to make comments about their character. The red-haired girl pointed at her friend with an angry expression and said that she should come to her senses. There were already rumors going around the school that they were a group of inadequate students. Hennies continued to nag at her friends, since there were many people around the area who were watching this situation. She said that it would have attracted a lot of attention if her group consisted of a genius, a student with gangster support, a muscular guy, and a representative of the freshmen. And she also suggested adding a crazy maniac who was barbecuing on the roof. The blonde girl clenched her hands in front of her and told Hennies to watch what she said. Apparently people were already looking at them sideways, and the white-haired girl, tilting her head forward, lost in thought and realized that her family were not gangsters. Then someone called out to the girls, and they looked away calmly. A red-haired and muscular guy stood in front of them, wearing a hat with feathers sticking out of it, a wreath on his head. He said that she was attracting too much attention and she should be a little quieter in public. A half-naked guy stood near the stairs, while other people were looking at them. He told the girls that he heard that from today on the celebration began, and in the Staros family it was customary to give it their all even on holidays. Then from behind the red-haired guy another boy appeared in exactly the same hat. He happily stood up, clenching his hands into a fist, in front of the white-haired shocked girl, and said that only on the way here 6 people asked them for a joint photo, and 8 people asked for autographs. He said that he was just the embodiment of the god of muscles, but the girl menacingly told him not to come closer, otherwise she would kill him. The red-haired guy smiled while Henny's looked at him with an angry face. Holding her hands stuck together, she asked when they managed to become friends, but he answered with a smile that he was strong enough, and he invited him to muscle training, and they talked for weeks about the beauty of their bodies. The blonde girl, hearing this, put her hand to her mouth and began to laugh, while the other was extremely angry. The guy hesitantly extended his hand in front of him, saying that the men of the Staros family were gentlemen, and gentlemen were supposed to accompany the ladies, and then suggested that they go together since they had met. The girls at this time began to go down the stairs, while the guys in hats watched all this. Henny said that she remembered seeing a delicious creme brulee in one of the stalls, and the others also decided to follow her. Then a tray with various pastries and cakes is shown in front of us. Henny's held a fork in her hands with her eyes closed and realized that the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. The white-haired girl held a straw with a milkshake in her hands. The red-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes and realized that the protagonist had been gathering people from groups, as if he was planning something. And then he directed all his attention elsewhere, and also a few days ago he was even able to buy a lot of potions. The blonde girl watched her friends talking with a calm face. She looked down and said that she had been talking about Rude behind his back, although she thought that she was his friend. Everything had changed drastically, and now she supposes that she should stop calling him just a friend. Henny suddenly stood up with an angry face and said that she did not understand anything in order to interfere in their relationship, then asked if she was planning to protect them from him. The white-haired girl got up from the table while Henny's was arguing with her friend. She said that she can't be in this environment, and that she needs to rest for a while. She then walked down the street where there were a lot of people because of the festival. Then she became lost in her thoughts and realized that, as Henny said, the protagonist was focused on something. She imagined Rude, who stood confidently with his hands in his pockets, because he said that he saw a terrible future. Then we see a lot of donuts lying on the counter. The girl continued to be in her thoughts and realized that even if the protagonist was now preparing for these events without them noticing, she didn't want to disturb him. After which she looked ahead and hoped that he wouldn't try to cope with everything alone. Then we are transferred to the alchemy room, where there were many books and tables with chairs. The protagonist was sitting at the table and carefully reading a book, burying his face in his hand. Then he slammed the book shut, putting his hand on it, after which he threw his head back, and on the table there was a lot of different literature, which he had managed to study during all this time. Then we see how Rude, sitting at the table, where there were many books, threw his hands behind his head and with a grumpy face was glad that he was finally able to finish the work. After which a book appears in front of us, where a human skeleton was depicted with anatomical information about a person. All this work took the protagonist quite a decent part of his time, which he was not happy about. He turned his head and with his eyes closed put his hand to his neck. He understood that he could not imagine that he would have to study so much information. Then he looked forward, opening his eyes, and saw glowing crystals in front of him. He could not believe that people needed so much time to master such a small drop of knowledge. He did not judge the low intelligence of people from the height and standards of the king, although it bothered him. He looked to the side with a stony face at the blue crystal, which reminded him that he was still a human, but he still did not really understand or know anything about his physical form. Then the protagonist turned his head to the side and put his hand to his chin. He asked his comrade what he was talking about, to which he replied that he was still a human with a very weak body, but it was nothing new to him, since he already knew. He continued to sit with his hand near his face, and the crystal told him that no matter how much mana he collected to strengthen his physical abilities, he still had his own limit of physical durability, and all the techniques he had to use must have been very exhausting for his body and organism, since they were too difficult for his average training as an ordinary person. He still did not really understand how he dealt with this in his past life. The protagonist, with his hands folded in front of his chest, told the spirit lord with a calm face that he had no other options, because he had used them until he became a cripple. The protagonist then went into thought and remembered how he sat with his wounded body, holding his hand in front of his face. He realized that his limbs were crunching, as usual, rust, and he was just shitting blood, because even with bandages on, he still did his job well and could still fight well against enemies, but he did not care about anything at that moment. The glowing stone looked at the protagonist and said that it could not be that simple, that he did not have any consequences, because especially if Rude used extreme sense in everyday life, it should definitely bring its own effects. Then Rude looked at him with his menacing gaze and said that it didn't matter at all, because no matter what side effects he had, and his enemies were all dragons, and although they were all called dragons, they were actually in real trouble, because he couldn't guarantee that they would be able to win the battle even if he put his life on the line. Then he got up from the table and walked forward. He said that even if he could lose his eye or his sense of taste or even become an incapacitated cripple, he would still continue in his endeavor, even if he could no longer feel his pain. He walked towards the huge door, holding his hand near the back of his head. He said that he would do his best to kill the dragon in this world where his older brother was not. The Spirit Lord, watching and listening to all this, quietly called out to our protagonist. Rude bowed his head down and closed his eyes. He said that even if he could sacrifice all of this, it would still not be enough, because there was still one thing left in him that he didn't like or trust very much. He then walked outside while the girls and other people were looking at the window displays of the festival. The protagonist became lost in thought and realized that he was actually very curious about all of this. He continued walking down the street while people were looking at the items that interested them. Rude continued to think and wondered if he could kill all the dragons in this world faster than anyone else. We then cut to another location and see a man walking up the stairs of a house. Then a door to a room opens in front of us. An old man with a gray beard and hair sat at the table with a pen in his hand. He was surprised when he saw Rude in front of him. The protagonist stood near the door with a stone face and wondered if he would be able to cope with his task or remain an incapacitated cripple for life. After which, a man's chest appears in front of us, on whose clothes there were many orders for his merits. We were told that this man was true to his nickname, and all the other people called him an executioner, because he was a hero who was able to cut hundreds of dragon boats and returned alive from a real battlefield after a fight with a heavenly dragon, which was incredibly strong at that time. Then the man stood up, putting his hand to his chest, clenching it into a fist. We were also told that later this man was able to leave the front lines due to his serious injury, but he was still a hero to many people, and all his merits were taken into account, and he was also appointed as the head of the Iradium Academy, because he was a dragon slayer, which deserved the honor of people. But there was one nuance. The gray-haired man, sitting at the table, looking at the protagonist, wondered what brought him here. Rude looked ahead with an evil face and immersed in his thoughts. He realized that the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon was able to be stolen by this old man who was standing in front of him. Rude approached the table where the man was sitting, and the protagonist said, holding his hands behind his back, that he only came to visit him, and he also apologized for disturbing his work, but he said that he was glad to have a guest like him. The gray-haired man looked ahead and asked him if he was enjoying the festival. On the man's desk were many notes, books, and various tools along with books. The protagonist said that he did not enjoy this festival at all, because he did not have time to even look around, because he had too much to do and material that he had to study. But the man said that he should not have done so at all, because he was still young, because even a dragon slayer sometimes needs to let go of his worries that weighed him down and his responsibilities in order to relax. Rude stood next to the desk with a smile and laughed at his words. He looked ahead confidently and said that he was not so stupid as to worry about the days of his youth in such an emergency. He stood in front of the man with his arms folded at his sides and with an incredibly serious expression asked if the situation was really that emergency. Rude then placed his hands on the desk and said that he had been talking to the professor a lot lately, thanks to whom he was able to find out a lot. The gray-haired man sitting opposite was shocked by the information that Rude told him. He told him that their professor's grandfather was their director. The man clenched his fists angrily and asked if one could admit it or not. But Rude, with a calm face, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that he really told him about it and also learned a lot. He was told about his chronic disease and also about the specifics of this disease, as well as its consequences. He smiled and said that he also had information on how he was able to get an unusual heart. The blonde man's gaze changed, and he was extremely angry, and why he clenched his hands into fists. Rude lowered his head and said with a smile that he did not understand whether his interlocutor really had such bad hearing because of his age. He put his hand in front of him with an arrogant face, said that he was talking about the very heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon that he was able to place in his grandson. Then we see how many books and various notes that were lying quietly on the table flew into the air, and scattered in all directions. The gray-haired director with an angry face knocked over all the things on the table and reached out with his hands to the protagonist. His hand almost reached Rude's neck, but he was lost in thought and realized that there was no need to think at all, because he would immediately try to run away. Then Rude was firmly grabbed by the throat, from which his face tensed, but he still continued to smile. Then the director grabbed his sword with his hand and began to deliver cutting blows, leaving behind a bright blue electric trail. Rude, lost in thought, watched the cold-blooded face of the gray-haired man, who was confident in his actions. He understood that after returning from the battlefield, the man really sat in his office for some time with a benevolent face, but he still remained a very formidable executioner who could manifest the aura of a sword with his bare hands. Then the protagonist put his hand forward and also took the weapon in his hands, and his mana was so overflowing that the sword began to shine with black-blue energy and illuminated everything around, because he was prepared for such an unforeseen situation. The director of the academy saw how the protagonist held his bright sword and was shocked by it. Then a white fog began to appear everywhere, and from there a black silhouette of a man was visible who was holding his sword. Then the director stood in front of the protagonist menacingly, holding his huge sword in his hand. He told him something that he had no idea what he was thinking, telling him all this information. Then his scarred face became incredibly menacing, and he asked if he wanted to die here. Rude, in turn, held a dagger in his hand with a smile, which continued to envelop everything in its bright energy. He asked the director if he was going to kill his student, even if he was the director of this academy. But he closed his eyes and said with a smile that it was all a stupid joke, and then said that he would have to cut off a couple of the protagonist's limbs and that he should close his mouth and not interfere with him. Then he made a slashing blow with such force that he left a bright fiery trail behind him with a menacing face. Rude was ready for this attack and stood in his fighting stance. He held his sword in front of him and was ready to take the blow, after which the protagonist held his sword out to hold back the director's blow, but the force was so incredible that his face changed, and he was clearly very tense, and from the clash of their swords, bright sparks flew everywhere along with the remnants of mana. Rude saw this whole picture, realized that he would be able to tear his body into pieces in an instant. Then we see how the explosion was so strong that it broke through the wall of the building, and all the action began to come to the street, after which streams of wind with raindrops began to appear in the sky. It was low-level wind spirit magic. The protagonist was in the air, surrounded by his magic, and the director was looking at him in a half-destroyed building. Rude, with a wounded face that was bleeding a little, presented his mouth with an ampoule and bit it. He understood that if he could receive that blow, his back would simply be cut into two parts. He continued to levitate in the air, and with a damaged look and blood on his shirt, he held the ampoules in his hand and drank them. He continued to be in his thoughts and understood that for him it was too much to compete with the executioner with 4 wings, whose mana density was on a completely different level than his. The director of the academy with a stern face ran forward, waving his red cloak. He realized that he had prepared a potion for the subspace, because he had been expecting this battle from the very beginning. Rude continued to levitate and said with a laugh that he came here to inform him that he was going to extract his grandson's heart, and that was why he was able to prepare so well, because it didn't matter to him at all, because he wouldn't have anything to do with him anyway. The white-haired man with a calm face wondered what he meant by such a message. He then got into a fighting stance, holding a sword in his hands, and the surrounding area began to be covered in bright lightning. He was in the center of the destroyed room, and in front of him appeared a guy with blonde hair, who said that his spiritual grandson was quite a bully, because he didn't know exactly how he could piss people off. A guy with a confident face appears in front of him. A strong energy emanated from him, which beat lightning around. He held his sword and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then we are transferred to another place, and we watch the blue sky in which the leaves of the trees were flying. And at this time a hairy guy was sitting on the lawn and watching a beautiful city. The guy all this time continued to sit on the lawn with his eyes closed, immersed in his thoughts, after which he smiled and crossed his arms in front of him, because he had a plan. Then a white-haired guy appears in front of us, who looked forward with his eyes closed, and behind him was a dark-haired guy in a mask. This guy was nothing more than a survivor of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and he also understood that this was still not enough for him to want to kill him. After which the hairy guy opened his eyes and with a menacing look realized that he really wanted to kill the 1,000-year-old dragon, although it was very burdensome for him. Then he opened his mouth and realized with a smile that it was the stupidity of his favorite student. Then he, sitting, folded his hands in front of his chest and began to laugh out loud. After which we are transferred to the battlefield and see how in the middle of a destroyed house a white-haired guy was levitating, creating streams of wind energy around himself, while our protagonist was immersed in his thoughts. He could not believe that his enemy dared to ask him for a favor, because the immortal sword of heaven simply decided to drag out time without killing this very executioner. Rude looked forward with a stern face and continued to think. He understood that since he had such a serious expression on his face, he could not just stand aside. The white-haired guy with a confident expression grabbed his sword with his hand and greeted his opponent, because they had not seen each other for a long time. The head of the academy sternly looked up and was surprised at their meeting. He said that his behavior was quite suspicious lately, because he so suddenly arrived at the academy to observe. The guy held his sword with his hand and continued to smile, because his opponent was half right. The protagonist at this time levitated above the debris and watched their dialogue with a ridiculous face. The blonde guy said that he had a great plan, and asked to play along with his tune, because his plan was the precious life of his only grandson. The gray-haired man was extremely angry about this and clenched his teeth. He did not understand what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking. He sternly looked forward, holding his weapon in his hand, and said that if he could destroy the heart, he would immediately die from terrible pain, because he would not allow this to happen. The protagonist and his comrade were levitating in the air, and he said that on the day he was able to take the heart, he promised that he would kill his comrade if he could not cope with this task, to which the head of the academy said that the boy had been coping with survival for too long, and all this time there was not a single problem. And now the guy decided to go back on his words so easily. Rude extended his hand forward and said that he did not intend to kill him, but only wanted to take his heart. The white-haired man was extremely angry at this and, pointing his finger forward, ordered him to shut up, and then followed a punch that left a trail of fire. The white-haired guy abruptly grabbed Rude by his shirt and asked him to shut up. The method was too complicated. Then the fire attack was directed towards Rude's chest, and his comrade was able to push him away. The white-haired guy asked with an angry face to choose his words more politely, so that they would not piss off other people. The protagonist said with a ridiculous face, while being held by the shirt, that he was just explaining his plan. We suddenly did not understand how he could choose such a stupid air. Rude looked away and said with a smile that he could no longer stop from his goal. Then his comrade stood in front of him with a confident face and exhaled, after which he grabbed his sword on his back with his hand, and the area began to fill with streams of wind and water. He decided to act according to his plan. While he occupied the enemy, Rude had to extract the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. The protagonist clenched his hands into a fist and looked towards his comrade with a smile. He was sure that he would be able to drag out time without killing him. Then we see how the head of the academy rushed forward, creating a fiery funnel with his sword and mana, and the blonde guy continued to calmly stand and watch all this, after which he puffed up his face and angrily said what the gray-haired man chattered as if it was so easy to do. Then, bright petals appeared on his neck. Then, their swords clashed with each other, but their strong aura was leading them everywhere. The head of the academy tried to pierce the guy with his incredible strength, but he did not succeed. Then we see how the residual energy from the blows went up. There was a lot of lightning everywhere. The white-haired guy with a smile on his face swung his thumb to deliver a deadly attack, and when he resisted the techniques of the whirlwind piercing the heavens, everything suddenly became unexpected for his opponents. Then he delivered a lightning strike with incredible speed. The head of the academy put his sword in front of him and reflected the attack, leaving a trail of fire behind him. The two clashed again, and they tried to pierce each other using their powers. The protagonist at that time covered his face with his hand and was immersed in his thoughts. He realized that everything was fine, and so far everything was going according to his expectations. Then he leaned on the wooden shelter and looked around the corner. He realized that this time the ghost of the past 1,000-year-old dragon would not be able to return from the world of the dead. Then he was shocked. His look changed. He looked up in fear and did not understand how all this was possible. Then we are transferred to the square, where there were many people who were walking in connection with the festival. Then we see how in a dark tunnel there was a black-haired guy who was leaning against the wall. He was furiously moaning, and a black unknown liquid was flowing onto the floor. His face was extremely gloomy, and the same liquid was flowing from his mouth. He assumed that his skull was about to split. after which he opened his eyes, leaning against the wall, and realized that it was very difficult for him to maintain his sanity, because he thought that guilt was tamed by the same pain that began after he was able to persuade him to extremely terrible actions. We then see our protagonist standing forward with a serious face. The black-haired guy knew that he had told Rude everything, but he couldn't leave anymore, and he thought that he needed to avoid people as much as possible until his pain completely went away. We then see a black silhouette enter the tunnel saying that it was disgusting, the black-haired guy looking forward with fear. The student entered the tunnel and said with a smile that he really was a disgusting person who belonged in a dirty alley. Then he takes a step forward and stumbles upon a black liquid, asking if he still couldn't understand his problems. He put his hands in front of him and said with a smile that it was as he had predicted in advance, that he would soon become even more pathetic than he was before. Then the black-haired guy extended his hand forward and began to swing. A second later, he grabbed the student by the neck and pressed him hard against the wall, and then his face changed. He began to squeeze his neck even harder, and he began to groan in pain. He opened his eyes and with a smile and a pitiful face told him to die quickly. The guy with black hair was in a terrible state, and his eyes were wet with tears. He was the very remnant of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Then he continued to hold his hand near his neck and with a terrible face shouted that he was not a monster. But the student continued to laugh with a tense face, saying that with such an expression on his face, these words were just empty. The guy with black hair was completely damaged in his negative emotions and with malice on his face told him to look at himself, because he wanted to survive, even if he became the world's evil. Then he let go of the student, and he began to straighten his shirt. A second later, he grabbed the knife that was in his jacket and told him to stand still while he tried to help him. A second later, he swung his dagger to hit the pair opposite him. I think it was the right choice. The remnant of the 14-year-old dragon at this time stood with a stone face and cried. He understood that he was a dragon slayer, and it would be better for everyone than to become a living monster. The protagonist grabbed the guy by the heart, which was dark purple, and asked if he still wanted to live, after which he plunged into his thoughts and remembered how his professor really sympathized with him. The guy looked ahead and said that he had to live no matter what, like a true villain. At this time, the dagger was almost next to the head of the remnant of the 1,000-year-old dragon. But at the same second, he put out his hand with tears in his eyes, and the dagger pierced him through, splashing him with blood. Then dark energy began to awaken from his head. A second later, he was in the air, his face completely changed and spreading a dark, angry aura around. The student, seeing all this, attached his face and was extremely dissatisfied with this damned monster. Then everything began to fill with this very angry energy, reaching the sun. After that, we see a blood-red sun, which the protagonist looked at. It was the second coming of the 1,000-year dragon. The Scarlet Knight came again. Then we are transferred to another place, and we see how the white-haired girl looked forward. A second later, she raised her head and looked to the side. Immersed in her thoughts, she did not understand what kind of strange feeling was bothering her. After which a rain of black drops began to fall on the ground. Many people were surprised and extremely upset, and the red-haired girl, covering her head with her hand, did not understand why it suddenly started to rain. The other students watched this, holding out their hand. They did not understand why the rain was such a strange color. After which a palm appears in front of us, on which a dark purple liquid was flowing. The white-haired girl looked at the dark purple thickening clouds from which those very dark drops were coming. She realized that these were not raindrops, but someone's released mana fragments. The entire pattern on these fragments was so chaotic and unique that even she could not grasp its essence, although she could still feel this insatiable appetite, a thirst for more mana. After which we watch a dark sphere that was in the sky, and the dark energy of mana was directed into the air. It was gluttony. Then the white-haired girl entered the building and looked away at many things. The red-haired guy was holding his daughter's hand and saying that his daughter was running out. They were standing over the canopy of one of the stalls. Then the girl, holding her father's hand, started calling out to him in fear because a dark puddle appeared behind her. The dark sphere of mana began to form a funnel, and a second later, fierce dark wolves crawled out of it, which began to roam the city in search of their victims. Then one of the wolves saw a man with his frightened daughter. The father hugged his crying daughter tightly to somehow calm her down, after which a lightning strike occurred and cut many wolves in half. A white-haired girl appeared in front of us, who quickly rushed to help and defeated the fierce monster. She straightened up, looking forward, telling the people to run from here if they wanted to survive. She turned her head and told them to run as far as they could. Then, many monsters were driven forward while dark clouds hung over the city. The white-haired girl stood in a stance, holding a sword in her hands, while many people were trying to leave the place in fear. The blonde-haired guy watched the whole situation in complete silence, while many people were running away. Then, someone pushed him and he fell to the ground. The girl continued to fight off the monsters, shouting for him to stop being afraid and get up on his feet, because they were students of Iradium. Many students were standing in fear and did not know what to do, while the girl told them that they would either run or fight, so as not to give in to this animal fear. They then reached for their weapons to fight back. Each student armed themselves and were ready to fight off the furious monsters. The girl pointed her fingers at the door, telling the people to run to the shelter. The pink-haired student began to pull back the bowstring to shoot her enemy. Then the arrow flew forward and dealt fatal damage to one of the monsters. Several wolves continued to stand on their feet while they tried to shoot at them. The girl lowered her head and plunged into her thoughts. She realized that these black communities, even if they were seriously wounded, would not be completely killed. After which she went to extreme measures and, standing in a stance, began to accumulate a large amount of mana for a strong attack. Then she shouted to all the students to lie down, which surprised them. She confidently looked forward. Immersed in her thoughts, she realized that if they had incredible regeneration, then they would not be able to take them with normal attacks, and it was necessary to act by force, after which a powerful blow was heard, leaving behind a bright lightning trail. The blow was so strong that it passed through all the monsters, and they began to gradually disappear. The girl realized that she had to make it so that regeneration was simply impossible in order to defeat them. The students stood in shock and did not understand how this was possible. One of the guys suggested with a surprised look that it was the same aura of the hyper sword that was incredibly strong. One of the wolves lay lifeless on the ground, and his body was burned. The students stood and looked at the defeated monsters and the deformed earth, which was broken from the shock wave of the girl who stood and held with a skillful hand. One of the students with a staff said that these dogs were now turned into ordinary dust, and they will not be able to regenerate. And another student said that even from rolls such crazy regeneration did not happen. Then he suggested that these were the tricks of evil demons. The white-haired girl put her hand to her chin and immersed herself in the meeting. She realized that these were not the tricks of demons, but most likely something else, because most of all she felt like the remains of the obsession Chet hung in the air. She also realized that the black rain was constantly changing patterns and the insatiable appetite of all the monsters. After which she changed her face, holding her hand to her mouth, and realized with horror that it was a 1,000-year-old dragon and she must urgently hurry to Rude. After which she confidently walked along the street where the festival was recently held, and told the students standing behind that they had to split up and protect the residents, and the wounded should be evacuated to safe places where the sinister monsters cannot reach them. One of the green-haired students stretched her hand forward and said that there was danger in front of her. The white-haired girl looked forward. A black liquid immediately reached for her hand. She abruptly jumped to the side. Dark tentacles of mana began to crawl out of the ground. The dark liquid all this time pulled the earth upward and tried to catch one of the people. Afterwards, we see how the white-haired girl was sitting together at the table with the protagonist, to whom he was reading information from pieces of paper. We were told that the 1,000-year dragon was also the dragon of 1,000 forms, and this referred to the number of different alter egos he created that imitated the appearance of the people he devoured throughout his long life, and the appearance of these grotesque creatures was constantly changing and completely different. And the stronger those the dragon devoured, the stronger his alter ego became. After which we see how a human silhouette made of dark energy that appeared from the ground walked forward towards a white-haired girl, and a dark aura was leading around him. The girl smiled and with a tense face realized that she was already very busy. A second later, she raised her arm to strike her opponent. Then we are transported to another place and see a black sun, to which dark energy was drawn, and everything around was filled with demonic flames. Rude looked with a tense face and realized that the future had changed again. The head of the academy at this time looked forward in fear and realized what was happening. The white-haired guy stood next to a man who was still alive in the middle of a ruined building and assumed that someone had tried to extract him. The white-haired guy looked ahead with concentration and asked if he would kill that same guy, but the protagonist looked back and said that they would not kill anyone and would continue to stick to their plan. Rude looked ahead and tried to think of a solution to this situation. After which we see how the survived 1,000-year dragon was flying in the air, filling everything with its evil mana. The white-haired guy looked ahead and noticed his opponent. The released 1,000-year dragon was flying in the air all this time and enveloping everything with its terrifying power. After which its face changed, it opened its mouth and began to scream, and blood flowed from its eyes. The head of the academy looked ahead in horror and called out to his grandson. Then we see his memories of his father holding a child in his arms, as well as his grandson's words. where he said that he hated his father but never held a grudge against him because when he let his mother die, he was saving the world at that time. The child was lying in his father's arms and sleeping. The head of the academy at that time was covered in blood, asking him to protect his grandson no matter what, after which the gray-haired boy shed a tear and sank into his thoughts. He realized that in the end, he made the same mistake as before. The released thousand-year dragon levitated in the air and looked forward with bloody tears, after which he angrily opened his mouth and was ready to attack. A second later, he moved forward, swinging his hand with claws, and the head of the academy at that time stood and watched as a powerful blow was directed at him. The released thousand-year dragon almost approached his opponent, while he watched and stood still. The head of the academy simply closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable, after which there was a blow that left a trail of dark magic behind it. From this blow, a shockwave spread in all directions, and then red-scarlet blood flew in all directions. A second later, dark purple blood splashed onto the floor. The head of the academy looked forward in fear, and in front of him stood our protagonist. Rude looked forward, and in front of him were splashes of blood. The released thousand-year-old dragon delivered its blows with the remnants of dark energy, and at this time, the protagonist stood between the head of the academy and defended himself. The monster missed one of the blows, which landed on his neck, causing him to turn his head to the side and start bleeding. Rude got into his fighting stance, charging his sword with wind energy, after which the head of the academy jerked his hand and could not believe what was happening. After which he extended his hand forward and used his fire magic, which he directed at the protagonist, saying that he could not kill his child in front of him. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard, causing the head of the academy to fly to the side. The white-haired guy stood behind our protagonist, using his wind magic. Rude confidently looked forward and said that he should not have let him die, to which his comrade looked to the side in surprise and said that he brought this on himself. At this time, the released thousand-year dragon levitated in the air and covered its head with its hands, bleeding profusely. He said that since he dared to touch the heart of the thousand-year dragon, he should definitely prepare to die at the hands of his grandson, who was destined to become a fierce, merciless monster. The protagonist then pointed his sword down, with scarlet blood flowing down, and said that he could not allow anyone to die. He stood back to back with a smile to his comrade and said that all he had to do was just take care of the dragon's heart, and that was all he needed. To which his comrade said that he himself created this whole mess only for his great master to deal with it later. After which he closed his eyes and said that even if they followed his plan like this, his fusion with the dragon was already significantly advanced. Then the monster spread its wings, flew into the air. The protagonist understood that it looked almost like a draconid, and it was also able to get a low ability to regenerate, and there was very little time left before its final transformation, and when all this happens, then everything will be over for them, because it will become incredibly strong. The protagonist looked to the side from where a lot of smoke was coming. He understood that everything was heading towards this, but he was still a great master, and that is why he asked his comrade to look after that side. The white-haired guy went forward with the words that he should not think of ending up in a grave after this fight, and then went to cover Rude while he stood in a stance and prepared to fight the monsters. The protagonist stood and looked at the levitating monster, and everything in the area was destroyed to pieces. He was lost in thought and realized that, as his comrade said, he had absolutely no time, and now that the executioner was busy with his comrade, it was the right time to act on his well-thought-out plan. After which the eyes of the released thousand-year dragon began to be covered in yellow mucus, and their color changed and became yellow. The protagonist noticed this and realized that his eyes were almost like a dragon. After which the monster tilted its head down, a sharp dagger protruding from its hand. Then it moved forward with lightning speed, leaving behind bright and dark circles of energy, destroying everything in the area. It approached our protagonist in order to deliver a deadly attack with its claws. He made a strike, but Rude raised his hand with a sword and blocked it using his wind energy, after which he plunged into his thoughts and remembered how he trained with his professor in sparring. He understood that although the mind was completely under his control of the dragon, but it was still the body of the professor, which is why all his attacks went along a familiar trajectory, which he managed to master from his professor's attacks in lectures and sparring with him in training. The protagonist, putting out his sword, blocked the monster's blow, after which he delivered a slash, leaving a lightning-fast wind trail. He assumed that this should be enough to protect him, But the monster did not lag behind and also delivered blows, defending itself from the protagonist's attacks, after which the released 1,000-year-old dragon got angry and stood up, looking at the protagonist. Rude, lost in thought, realized that he was still too protected, and the dragon's heart was in his neck. But he also understood that since the dragon had not managed to fully seize control of his body, then if he were to destroy his heart, it would not have time to regenerate and would be completely destroyed, and this also applied to the owner of this body. After which Rude raised his hand up, looking forward, and stuck his hand into the mana circle. He realized that this was not something he needed to worry about now, after which he took out, using his magical powers, a huge halberd and stood in a stance. He understood that he should have remained ignorant. Then, with a furious face, he delivered a powerful slashing attack, leaving a lightning-fast trail. This blow landed right on the neck of the monster, who did not expect such a strong attack at all. After which their blows met each other. Rude and the monster delivered many attacks to each other, trying to hit each other. Then Rude swung his weapon to hit the enemy. The blow was so powerful that the monster could only defend itself and parry the attacks. After which the protagonist's halberd began to crack and break, and he himself was lost in thought. He did not understand why his opponent only parried, after which he assumed that he had some kind of dignity, so he only reciprocated. A second later, he struck with his hand, attacking the monster right in the chin, saying that he was too clumsy. The monster fell to the ground with a battered, wounded face. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said with a smile that he was not good enough, and also he was just an unfinished version. With the demon, he struck another side blow, which hit the head of the released 1,000-year dragon, causing it to fly away. Then the monster confidently looked forward, and strong scales appeared on its face and neck. The protagonist stepped forward and used his skill Fist of the Wind. Then he suddenly approached his opponent with a powerful blow that hit the monster right in the stomach. He wanted his opponent not to hope that his strong scales could stop him. The blow was so powerful and strong that the released monster began to cough up blood. But Rude did not continue to stop and began to swing his second hand, immersed in his thoughts. He understood that this was very good, and if he wanted to play, he was happy to do so. Then a dark aura hung in the air along with bloody fire. The released 1,000-year dragon flapped its wings and jumped up, and the protagonist in turn jumped back. The dragon, levitating in the air, began to swing its hand to hit the protagonist. But Rude in turn, with a not very happy face, put out his hand to defend himself from this blow. He was immersed in thoughts and realized that his opponent deliberately avoided counterattacks, after which his gaze became wary and he realized that everything was not going according to his plan. He jumped back again from the powerful attacks of his enemy. The released dragon began to laugh, covering his mouth with his hand, as his weapon was dripping with blood. He hung in the air, filling all his evil energies, spreading his arms, while Rude stood on the ground and thought. He realized that he had already adapted to his attacks, and it was much more difficult earlier than the last times. Rude lowered his hand, which was bloody. He understood that as the capture progressed, the attacks would become much more complex, more sophisticated than now. He urgently needed to finish everything before he could do something incredibly stupid. After which he raised his head, and the released 1,000-year dragon began to talk about a long sleep that never stopped because of his hunger, and his empty stomach that did not give him peace under the crimson black moon, from the smell of fresh flesh and fresh blood. Rude stood on the ground, clenching his fists, listening attentively. The monster opened its mouth and with an incredible thirst for an exquisite dinner, began to drool, filling everything with its terrible aura. Rude continued to look at the sky, where his opponent was levitating. After which the dragon crossed his arms in front of him, flapping his wings. Rude stood in a fighting stance, clenching his fists, and assumed that he was restoring his mana, and he did not understand what the catch was. After which we are transported to another place and see the destroyed square near the castle. The released dragon levitated in the air with an open mouth, looking forward. Then he started to hit the protagonist multiple times, and he also released huge purple circles of mana. Rude stood on the ground in a fighting stance, and dark purple spikes started coming out of the ground towards him. The protagonist looked down and saw spikes coming out of the ground, trying to mortally wound him. Then many circles of mana appeared in front of us, which started to release many demonic charges. Rude saw this whole scene. His face changed dramatically. Using his extreme senses, traces of dark energy appeared in his eyes. The dragon released many attacks from his demonic circle, filling everything with lightning. And Rude at this time jumped back and tried to dodge all the attacks that were directed at him. He jumped back, getting into a fighting stance, holding his weapon in his left hand, which left bright blue waves. He was lost in thought. he realized that he could not even use his sword, which defied the heavens, because it required too much mana, and he really needed it, maintaining his stamina. After which the protagonist struck a strong blow, which left behind bright blue electrical lightning. Rude stood with an impassive face, and his cheek was injured, bleeding. The Spirit King asked if he was okay. Rude raised his hand and held his head, and his body was completely covered in blood. He grabbed his wounded hand potion that was in his shirt pocket and was about to drink it. The crystal said that he was known for taking the power of the enemy he was devouring all this time, but he never expected that it would be used with such an incredible amount of magic. While he was not able to complete the enslavement, the protagonist said that it all made sense, like 10 years ago when he was able to absorb hundreds of dragon slayers. Rude opened the potion bottle and poured it on his head, after which his body began to be enveloped in the magic potion. While the dragon watched all this, the released 1,000-year-old dragon floated in the air and called everyone picky humans and wished for a quick death for all of them. The blood and wounds on the protagonist's body disappeared, and he stood with a straight face. His enemy said that he wanted to snack on everything he could, because everything looked too delicious. The monster then launched a slashing attack with its claws, saying that it would devour everyone and gnaw them to the bone. Rude deftly dodged this dangerous attack and fell into thought. He realized that his movements suddenly became too fluid, and the adaptation ability of the 1,000 formed dragons really impressed him. The dragon then continued to strike many times, which Rude successfully parried with his sword using the wind element. All this time while he was fighting, he was in his thoughts and realized that this adaptation was the reason why the OS Academy could steal the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and it became the perfect panacea for hypersensitivity to mania. And even now he moved using the host's body as his own, without forbidding himself. Rude then put his hand in the air and took out a long spear from the mana circle, and then stood in a fighting stance, delivering a slashing blow to his opponent. The dragon, seeing this, put his hands out and crossed, taking the blow on his weapon. The protagonist at this time realized that first of all, the professor's skills were barely more than his norm. Then Rude ducked and rushed forward, holding a spear in his hands. He realized that his enemy's skills were so weak that even he from his past life could defeat him without much effort. After which, the protagonist was in the air, swinging his huge spear. The cutting blow flashed lightning fast and hit the dragon's chest, which made him extremely shocked and began to bleed. His face became much angrier, and blood flowed from his head. Then a green circle of mana appeared under his feet, and he began to use his abilities. The dragon suddenly flew up with the help of his wings and began to create a huge funnel of dark energy. Rude, seeing this, began to block all the attacks with his wind power, after which he again went into his thoughts and realized that of course he could have blocked all of this with his heaven-defying sword, but he decided to continue using high-level magic that dealt quite a lot of damage. After which the protagonist jumped up and began to levitate in the air with his powers. He suggested that maybe he should have saved his power for one more attack that he could deal to his enemy. We then see Rude standing in front of a man who folded his hands in front of his chest. He told the protagonist that his copia technique was almost perfect, and in his case, he simply did not have enough experience in real combat. The bald man with his eyes closed and a smile said that as his professor, he would be able to take him to the next level. We then see blue petals begin to appear on the protagonist's hand, and the mana began to be fully released. Rude looked ahead calmly, and his hand began to accumulate a lot of magical power. He looked ahead angrily, and his body began to be covered in electric lightning, adding incredible power to his spear, after which he used his new technique, Thunder Spear. Then he threw his spear, which left many electric traces behind it. The protagonist's weapon or body is so strong that even in the air it was endowed with incredible magical power. Then we see how someone began to move. A red-haired guy with his half-naked comrades in ridiculous costumes were fighting against wolves. One of them said that he heard a strong wave, and his comrade said that at that time he was bitten by a wolf from behind. After which the guy took and hit the wolf with his hand. He said that this worthless monster had no right to leave scratches on his skin, which his comrade was delighted with. Then we see Henny's using her fire abilities to fight off the enemies. She asked to stop flying in the clouds and focus on blocking this dog attack, because if even a few monsters get out of the academy, then entire villages can be destroyed. The blonde girl with a smile put her hand in front of her and began to cast her ice magic. She said that this was not some dog attack, but real ferocious wolves. Henny's with an angry face said that she already understood everything from the beginning. It was just that there were so many enemies that she did not see how they ended. It irritated her, because even if she started killing everyone left and right, there would still be no end to them. The blonde girl with a calm face said that if she was so worried about the merciless extermination, then she could help her. After which she stepped forward in front of the pack of wolves, and Henny's, calling out to her, asked if she had gone crazy. The wolves then furiously pounced on the blonde girl who was standing with her hands clasped in front of her chest. She continued to stand there, clasping her hands and concentrating her mana energy, and then all the wolves that had jumped to attack her turned into huge blocks of ice. Henny's, seeing all this, along with her comrades, were shocked. The blonde girl turned around with a straight face and said that all the opponents had been neutralized and now it was a great opportunity to kill them. Henny's pointed at her with a ridiculous face and asked why she couldn't do it earlier, and she said with a calm face that she had used up too much mana and was too lazy to deal with them. Henny's then hurried forward, lost in her thoughts. She realized that she was only a third circle mage and she couldn't take care of all these monsters by herself. After which Henny's began to tense up, and illegible text began to appear in front of us. She plunged into her thoughts and realized that if she could cast a spell of one circle one on another, then the incredible would happen. After which she began to concentrate, and illegible hieroglyphs led in her head, and circles of mana began to appear in front of her. Then she stood in a fighting stance, putting her hand in front of her, and huge scarlet tongues of flame began to appear in front of her. After which this powerful attack struck all the wolves, whose ice was melted by an incredible hot flame. Then Henny's fell to the floor and realized that she had overdone it with her powers. The blonde girl looked at the angry Henny's as they were burning to ashes behind her. She realized that she had put everything she could into this attack and she couldn't even burn everything here. To which the red-haired girl asked her to shut up, because most of them weren't even frozen. We then watch as another wolf moved forward to attack the students, but the red-haired guy easily repelled him by striking him with his hand. He then stood in front of the girls in his stance and said that they can save their mana for more important things, because from now on he will deal with all the remaining opponents. Henny's at this time sat quietly and did not understand what he was talking about, because up until this point he had done nothing at all, and his comrade said that the mentor had been watching the girls all this time so that they could cast their spells. After which he also stood up with full confidence and said that his mentor was just taking a break. From now on he would also get down to business. Then I will pass on, and a squall of dark energy appears, which was directed forward. After that, he landed on the ground, threw the guy far back. The red-haired guy looked at this whole picture in surprise. A human silhouette appeared in front of him, completely made of dark energy. The guy realized that he could not notice his movements at all, and realized that this was the work of the restraining skill. The enemy, in turn, began to swing his hand to strike. The red-haired man noticed this and also swung his hand, lost in thought. He realized that these unpredictable movements were the combat technique of the Steros family, after which they collided with each other and began to measure their strength. Then an incredible explosion appears in front of us, and the fists of the guy and the demonic mana monster collided with each other. The red-haired guy stood in a stance and lost in thought. He realized that his enemy, with whom he fought, was definitely a warrior from his Steros family. He also felt the full power of his ancestors, his mana and strength of which were simply at an ideal high level. Then the enemy began to swing his arm to attack, but the red-haired guy tried to deftly block all his attacks that he tried to inflict on him. A second later, he began to cough up blood, and in his thoughts he understood that the difference between them simply overwhelmed him to the point of horror. The guy created from dark energy struck his stomach, and the red-haired guy at that time understood and felt that even in one single blow there was incredible power, and this battle was lost to him in advance, before the fight began. Then the enemy from dark energy swung his leg to deliver the decisive blow. He struck with incredible power, leaving behind a bright purple trail of dark energy, but the guy crossed his arms and substituted for the blow. He stood there, exhausted, trying to hold back his opponent's attack, and also began to use mana energy, causing his body to glow with a bright fire. He continued to fight, and the Steros family members never backed down from their goals. Then the enemy raised his hand to attack, but the red-haired guy continued to defend himself with his arms crossed. Then someone stepped forward, telling him to step aside. Then a girl appeared in front of them, holding their fists with her hands. The red-haired guy with a bloody face was surprised that she could appear here. The girl was extremely angry and said that he should have called her professor. Then she looked away with an angry expression and said that he was just a useless fool. After which the girl approached him, putting her hand in front of him, and told him to watch the situation until the end, without stopping to think about this battle with his head, because he had to repeat all the time that it was impossible to go far with first strength, will, The red-haired guy, creating with his professor, looked at the girls, after which the guy from the dark energy began to disintegrate into parts, and then dark tongues of mana appeared in the air. Then the enemy divided and, immersing everything with his dark aura, divided into many parts. The professor began to warm up her fists with a smile and said that the students should not be afraid just because they had more opponents. She said with a smile that she was a professor and could defeat everyone in a jiffy, after which a bright blue silhouette appeared in front of her. The guy standing next to him with his magic weapon, which left wind streams behind him, asked if everything was okay with them. Henny's was extremely happy to see her professor, then asked how things were with the other students. Then a picture appeared in front of us, where many warriors pointed their weapons forward, rushed to attack, while the professor said that there was nothing to worry about. The Imperial Knights of the Black Wolf had already arrived at the academy, and everything would soon return to normal. He approached Henny's, smiling, said that they tried their best, although it was extremely difficult to protect the residents, after which he said that it was time to let the adults deal with it. Then a sword appeared in front of them, which was stained with demonic blood, while the professors were sitting with the girls. A stern man with an incredibly menacing look appeared in front of us. It was the leader of the Knightly Order of the Black Wolf. He was wearing a beautiful uniform and a blood-red fluttering cloak. After which the professor, along with his other comrades, went forward, and the man said that the dragon divided its body into many parts. They were sent to hunt. The leader of the Night Order turned around at this time. While there were many corpses of wolves behind him, he said that they did not come here to fight with a couple of weaklings and decided to go to the epicenter of the event. His face changed, and then his face was stained with demonic blood. He said that for the honor of the Imperial family, he had to see the dragon on the 1000 form with his own eyes right now. The white-haired girl at that time defeated another mass, swinging her sword. She said that in such a terrible situation, all that the leader of the knights could think of was just a part. A man with a dissatisfied blood-stained face put his hand in front of him. The white-haired girl stood behind him and said that he should move aside, because he was in her way. From this, the leader of the knights became angry and gritted his teeth. Then he reached out with his hand to stop her. Then the professor grabbed the leader tightly by the hand. He looked at him sternly along with the girl who held her hands behind her head and told him not to dare touch their students, because she was absolutely right. Because the situation was extremely urgent. The leader of the knightly orders was extremely angry at this and waved his hand. He said that when this problem is resolved, then he had better be prepared for the real consequences. Then he looked at the other knights and told everyone to listen to him carefully, because they had to destroy all the remains they saw on their way. After that, we see Henny's sitting on the floor listening to people talking among themselves. They were sure that the invasion began from the northern tower, because that was where the director's office was located. After that, the whole group of people looked forward with angry faces. The white-haired girl looked into the distance and was lost in thought. Then we are transported to another place, and we watch as an electric spear pierced through the dragon. Rude leaned on his legs and with a tired look realized that he missed a little. After which we were informed that the lightning spear was a technique that accelerated the sword and covered its blade with lightning, which focused on the sharpest tip of the weapon. Rude, putting his hand to his neck, looked at the dragon, who was wounded in the shoulder. He also lost in thought and realized that since he did not have much strength like the professor, he could use the lightning spirit as a substitute, and half of his heavenly spirit mana immediately evaporated. The released 1000-year-old dragon tried to get up from the ground with a shaking body, while the protagonist thought to himself that this technique needed a lot of modernization in order to effectively use it on his enemies. Rude confidently walked towards his enemy, holding the sword in his hands, and the dragon in turn lost in thought and realized that if this continues, he will die again because of an insignificant person, like in the past. He grabbed the spear with his hand and realized that he needed to recover by trying some food. Rude began to concentrate the wind energy in his sword, walking towards the dragon. He understood that even if they close their eyes, his opponent will still be finished, after which he made a slash with a furious face, leaving a bright blue trail. The dragon looked at all this with a spear still stuck in and realized that he would not be able to dodge this attack. After which all the memories of the released from the 1000-year-old dragon appear in front of us, and he realized that death was extinction. This is his final end, although he did not really want to die. A second later, a huge explosion was heard, causing the protagonist to fly back. Rude was thrown far away by the shock wave, and he began to cough up blood. Then the head of the academy appears in front of us, who stood in front of the wounded dragon. A gray-haired man with a completely wounded body looked and said that he would be able to protect his grandson at the cost of his life. At this time, the protagonist's comrade rushed to the head of the academy, who was swinging his weapon and covering the dragon, after which the gray-haired man, wounded, approached the released thousand-year dragon, holding his sword in his hands, after which the head of the academy crouched down, resting his hand on his knee, and said that he would be able to protect the released thousand-year dragon. He looked at him, completely wounded, and rested his hand on his head. He understood that he did not care at all what he did, because he was his grandson. The gray-haired man rested his hand on the dragon's face, and he, opening his mouth, called him grandfather, after which he also extended his demonic hand. Then suddenly he bit the head of the academy on the hand, calling him a stupid person, and he in turn was extremely surprised by such behavior. Then we see how the protagonist's comrade struck the monster with his weapon. He jumped up, swinging his lace attack, and releasing all the energy, exploded the place with a blue electric charge, but the head of the academy jumped to the side and used a barrier with his mana. After that, they approached, crossing their weapons, and the white-haired guy with an irritated face said that he would kill him. He was persistent and stubborn. Then the awakened thousand-year-old dragon chewed his grandfather's finger in his mouth. After that, he stood up, again filled with strength and energy, putting his hand to his head. He realized that the food itself was crawling into his mouth, and he was extremely happy about it. After which he put his hand to his face and understood that it was simply amazing, because centuries had passed, and people remained just as stupid, and his body was still immortal. He stood in the middle of the ruins, spread his wings and was full of his strength, but he still understood that he was missing something. He wanted to taste more delicious and refreshing prey. Rudd at this time sat with a dissatisfied face and a bloody body, pressing his hand to his head. He understood that things were not very good, and this drove him extremely crazy. He put his hand on the ground and tried to get up. The Lord of Spirits reminded him of the potion, but the protagonist realized that he had already used his share. After which the dragon abruptly rushed, flapping its wings, to the protagonist. It quickly approached, putting out a hand with sharp claws in front of itself, after which he struck at Rude, but Rude jumped nimbly, to which Rude said that it was stupid to attack without a weapon because he had slightly recovered his strength. Then the awakened thousand-year dragon made another attack, but Rude with an extremely tense face put out his hand with a barrier that protected him from the strike. He immersed himself in his thoughts and realized that this line of attack was much simpler, but much stronger than before, and the difference in his efforts was greatly increased due to the injuries he received recently, after which he began to spit out blood, and his eyes began to fill with tears. The protagonist continued to confidently parry his enemy's attacks and continued to think. He realized that if he explained it in other words, then if he had physical strength, then this would be an excellent opportunity to implement. At this time, the awakened thousand-year dragon began to swing his hand to make another powerful strike. At this time, Rude tightly squeezed the sword in his hands and realized that if his body was now in perfect condition, he could easily restore his strength from his past life, after which he continued to clench his hand into a fist again. Then the silhouette of a knight appears in front of us, and we understand that if it were not him in his place now, but his older brother, then everything would be different. After which we see the silhouette of a warrior who was waving his cloak and holding a weapon in his hands. The protagonist confidently rose to his feet, began to swing his sword, using wind energy. He realized that there was a great responsibility on his shoulders. He could not come up with an excuse for himself. After which he swung, getting into a fighting stance, and struck, the blast wave of which reached his enemy. Rude understood that he would need only one attack to win. The awakened thousand-year dragon put out his hand to block the blast wave, but it was so strong that it passed through his barrier, and began to wound his heart, which was in his neck. The dragon was lost in thought and did not understand why everything was happening. He looked forward and watched as the blast wave hurt him more and more, and whether his strength or speed was incredibly high. His body was excellent, but he did not understand why it could still hurt him. Rude deftly jumped up and made another slashing attack, and his enemy continued to think and did not understand why his body was being torn apart. Rude looked menacingly forward, and in his eyes you could see hatred and incredible strength. He was lost and you understood why all this was happening. After which he imagined a white-haired girl who turned her head, called out to him and said that he relied too much on his senses instead of just trusting his eyes. Then she suggested looking into the future a little further. Rude understood that he was not a genius like her, and he was also not gifted with a good physique, and the environment he grew up in was the last place. Then, many blows from the awakened thousand-year-old dragon began to resound in the air. Rude fell to the ground and watched as many blows injured his body more and more. He was lost in thought and realized that he did not see it then, but the contraction and relaxation of muscles, as well as the direction of movement, and the power of mana greatly added to his advantage in the battle. After which we see how the dragon swung his hand, which was all damaged, after which he took a step forward to further attack. Rude at this time stood up on 2 legs and stretched out his hand, which held his sword, which was enveloped in wind energy and mana. He was immersed in thought and realized that involuntary habits and the center of gravity believed and was the key to victory for him. He also remembered that this is exactly what they tried to convey to him during training, and he was taught to determine not only the speed of movement, but also the very model of behavior of his opponent for a complete advantage and free movement in battle. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a bright blue wind trail. He understood that everything was for this opportunity to hit the critical spot of his opponent. Then we watch as the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon was mortally wounded by an attack in the chest, from which he opened his mouth and began to scream loudly in pain. Rude confidently continued to stand, immersed in his thoughts. He felt incredible emotions, as if every muscle in his body was ready to break apart, as well as his bodies that continued to surround him. The protagonist with a fierce face approached his enemy and began to attack many times. He looked at the chains binding his enemy and continued to injure him more and more, because as long as he had the strength to hold the sword, he decided for himself not to stop. Then we see how the sword, the bloody sword, was sticking out in front and was completely covered in blood. The protagonist rushed forward with lightning speed and pierced the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon through and through, because he decided that this time he could do everything possible. He continued to stand and confidently look at his enemy. At this time, the dragon opened its mouth and began to cough up blood. Rude continued to stand in his stance, holding the bloody sword in his hands, after which the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon began to fall backwards, having an incredibly huge cut on its body, after which Rude's face changed and he became extremely wary. He looked at his sword, on which his opponent's blood was flowing, after which he pressed it to his chest. Then he struck again and pierced the neck of the awakened 1,000-year dragon, which contained its heart. Rude held the sword in his hands and was extremely surprised by what he saw. He looked ahead in shock while holding the ball in his hands, realizing that the mana of the heavenly spirit had reached the full one. Then we are transported to another place and see how many people quickly ran through the ruins to help. The white-haired girl looked to the side and said that they can move north. Then she became wary, looked ahead. Rude looked to the side and carefully looked ahead. The protagonist at this time was kneeling, while the monster leaned on him with the sword in his chest, after which the white-haired girl looked forward and called out to Rude, after which we see a flashback where the white-haired girl looked to the side at Rude, who was sitting at the table and writing something in a notebook. She asked the protagonist if he was scared, and he in turn answered that there was nothing to be afraid of, stupid lizards. His girlfriend looked to the side and said that she was not afraid of dragons, but was only afraid that her loved ones would be injured or completely disappear from this world. After which we see Rude kneeling while an awakened 1,000-year-old dragon with a wound pierced through his chest was leaning on him. The white-haired girl, seeing this whole picture, called out to the protagonist in horror. Her gaze was filled with horror. Rude raised his head with a stern face and looked forward and told her to stand still, after which the guy clenched the sword in his hand. A second later, the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon sank its teeth into the protagonist's shoulder, its face twisted. It tore a chunk of meat from Rude. The protagonist fell to the ground with a twisted face, and his arm bled profusely. Rude looked forward with a smile and grabbed his bitten shoulder, and the spirit lord asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he felt more or less fine, because his body was badly dented and he was very lucky that the awakened 1,000-year dragon grabbed his arm and not his neck. After which the monster stood up on 2 legs with the sword that was stuck in his neck, and Rude, looking at this whole picture, understood that the crystal was right. Then the awakened 1,000-year dragon with the sword in its neck began to gain mana, and its body began to fill with strength again. A second later, we see the sword, which was pointing forward. The awakened 1,000-year dragon opened its mouth and, looking up with a huge wound on its chest, began to loudly say that this is why humans were too pathetic and good for nothing except food. The white-haired girl, seeing this whole picture, was extremely angry. Then the protagonist's comrade, covering the head of the academy with his hand, held a sword in his other hand. And the dragon at the same time said that hope for people was lost and it only remained to remove his deadly hunger, after which he stood up on 2 legs and was completely covered in dragon scales, stretching out his hand in front of him, in which he accumulated a large amount of explosive energy. He said that people will be chewed, folded until he returns his body back to its original position, after which we watch as drops of blood fell on the grass. The awakened 1,000-year-old dragon looked at his hand in horror and did not understand what was happening. A second later, he opened his mouth and began to vomit blood. The protagonist tried to stand on both legs. Watching his enemy cough up blood, he reminded him that he himself said that he would devour everyone, but continued to helplessly cough and wait. The protagonist looked forward with a confident smile and asked if he could feed him. After that, the spirit master appeared in him, who would remind him that Rude had said this when he said that he had put all his faith in his reception. The protagonist stood and watched as the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon was kneeling and bleeding with his arms spread out. Rude said that he had a very special organism, and this was the only reason why he and his brother were able to survive in Disol. After which we watch as the protagonist, along with his older brother, knelt in front of a dead dragon whose face was completely covered in blood. We were told that the special blood of the Donatos had incredible power, and 10 years ago, the dragon of the earth attacked his family and was able to kill his mother, and then completely absorbed his father, and because the incident happened suddenly, and they could not find out that their blood was very poisonous for dragons, and they had no idea why this was so, but it was an undeniable fact, and they were too carried away by their survival to think about it for long. After which the protagonist reached out with his hand to grab his weapon, and said that he had already saved his life more than once with the help of this uniqueness of his body. After which he stood up on his feet whole and unharmed, stretching his sword forward, and said that his existence was a full-fledged curse for his entire family. Then he pointed his sword at the twitching and retracting awakened 1,000-year dragon. Rude looked ahead, and the spirit lord was near his head and said that this was quite an adventure, because he pretended to run out of mana, and if his blood did not work or this guy was not very hungry, he would have died a long time ago. The dragon raised his head and watched the whole situation with blood in his mouth, while his body trembled from the poison. Rude said that if he could not leave his sword there, the professor would die. Then the protagonist put the tip of the sword to the dragon's heart, which was in the neck, and said that now his enemy will truly end. At this moment, the professors ran up, stretching out their hands, asking him to stop. Then a huge, fierce funnel of wind magic appeared in front of them. Then a unique sword appears in front of us, which has unpleasant wind abilities. The protagonist's comrade stood in a fighting stance, resting her feet on the head of the academy, and holding a sword in her hands, told them not to interfere or to watch this whole situation carefully from the side. Then we see black hair fluttering in the wind. The awakened 1,000-year-old dragon grabbed the sword with his twitching hand. He held the sword in his hand and looked straight at the protagonist with a smile, thanking him. After which he smiled. Rude said that he was very sorry. Then we see the sword pierce the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon in the heart, which was located in the neck, and tears flowed from his eyes. Then we see how the incredible magical dark energy began to evaporate along with all the monsters that he summoned. The protagonist stood with a wounded bitten off Ivy and then watched as his enemy evaporated into the sky. The red-haired guy along with the other people stood silently and looked at this whole situation in surprise. The head of the academy was lying on the ground at that time, with tears in his eyes, unable to believe what was happening. After which the awakened 1,000-year-old dragon evaporated, and in his place appeared a black-haired guy, whose body was badly mutilated and was all covered in blood. Rudd looked ahead with a calm face and reminded that he had already told about this, after which he raised his hand to his chest and was going to deliver the potion there. He also reminded that if this guy really regretted that he decided to let him live until the very end. After which 2 vials flew into the sky. Rudd smashed the vials with a deft movement of his hand, and the potion began to pour out. The protagonist stood over the exhausted guy, holding his weapon in his hands, and his wounds began to gradually heal. The black-haired boy began to heal all the piercing wounds he received in the battle, and the Spirit Lord said that the dragon's ability was to adapt, and thanks to this, it made the flow of mana reverse, and with this in him, it was monstrously tangled, and therefore now the flow of mana in him moved cyclically, and as a result of the dragon leaving him, there was no longer any in him, and even if he could survive, he would still die from the disharmony of mana. After which, the protagonist's sword began to wriggle its wind energy, leaving particles in the air, and the crystal said that from the heavens to the divine then, which can redirect the flow of mana. It will be a completely different scenario for them. If Rude had an accurate understanding of the distribution of mana blood vessels in the human body, and a complete knowledge of anatomy, then he could very well help him. Rude at this time stood and watched this whole situation with a cold-blooded look. Afterwards, the spirit lord levitated in the sky and said that the solution was very simple, and the protagonist had to use his sword's mana redirection ability to cut its abnormal flows, and he also had to use a recovery potion to create the right conditions to support life. Rude stood with a stern face, bloody to the waist, holding a sword in his hand, watching the black-haired guy who was lying on the ground. Crystal said that the reason he was able to prepare all this at once was because of his reincarnations, which is why the explanation was clearly not very coherent, but effective. After which, the protagonist pointed his sword, which had gusts of wind, at the guy's chest, which was being restored with the help of a potion. At this time, the guy began to cough up blood, and there was concentrated wind energy around him, and at this time, someone asked the protagonist to stop. After which the white-haired man extended his hand forward and watched as Rude dealt many blows with his incredible sword to help the guy. The female professor grimaced and turned away from this whole scene. The other students with the professors watched all this and watched silently, after which the protagonist put away his sword, from the tip of which blood was dripping. Then we see the chest of the black-haired guy, which was completely healed, and the guy himself at this time was lying with his eyes closed with completely healed wounds. The protagonist, with an insanely tired look, covered in blood, stood and understood that this guy would not die. And then, due to too much stress that he experienced in his fragile body, he began to fall, slowly closing his eyes. After which, as he fell to the ground, the students along with the professors suddenly ran to him. A white-haired boy appears in front of us, walking down the corridor, thinking that the disaster from 10 years ago has returned again, and the professor was the cause of it all. The prince, sitting on the throne, said that the rector of the academy committed an act of treason. His grandson should be executed immediately. Looking at the boy, he added that the figure who would greatly influence the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms insisted very much, so for now he would simply be put in prison. The man, raising his hand, said that they had exposed their country to terrible danger. Menacingly looking ahead, he told him to stop, and he would listen to this story from the lips of the boy who defeated the dragon of 1,000 forms. The boy looked at him silently for a few seconds. He, displeasedly folding his hands, said that he came to warn that the emperor would soon call him. The girl turned around in surprise, and he continued to say that he was flirting here on the hospital bed. The girl grabbed her cheeks and, answering that they were just, the protagonist intervened in their conversation, frowning. He replied that he had problems with his eyes. The guy lowered his head, added that he didn't care, he needed to talk to him, so let the girl leave. She replied that she was already going to leave. Smiling, she added that they were given a whole month to do nothing. The guy looked at the protagonist sarcastically, saying that they were still young, to which Rudd replied that everything was wrong. The girl left the room. They heard the teacher say that he was going to find a new student. The old one had been unconscious for 3 days, to which Rudd replied that he had only been his student for 4 weeks. How could he say that? The girl, lowering her head, thought that she couldn't help in any way. She closed her eyes and continued to think that she was weak, immature, and stupid, and it was funny how they could still be considered comrades. A memory of her smiling in front of her appeared in her head. Raising her head, she thought that next time, after which she took a few steps forward. We were transferred to the teacher. He sat down in a chair and said discontentedly that even if everything was going according to his plan, shouldn't he first take care of his body? He was trying to save these 2 idiots. The protagonist, biting into an apple, replied that even if it was a little, but considering that it was a 1,000-year-old dragon, one of the 7, the result was not bad. The man, looking in his direction, added that he meant it one way or another, after which he grabbed the protagonist's head. Smiling, he continued to say that he was a good boy, and he tried very hard. Rude looked discontentedly in front of himself, asking what made him worse. The teacher pulled his hand away in displeasure, replying that he was going to be sarcastic even when he was nice to him, replied to make him remember how he usually behaved, after which he thought that in his past life he was nothing to him. The teacher, folding his arms, replied that if he behaved like that in front of the imperial family, his head would quickly fly off his shoulders. He even understood that. The protagonist, looking to the side, replied that he was not that reckless, to which the man replied that he was lying. Raising his finger, he added that it would be difficult in most cases. Then he looked at the protagonist, adding that they both had already crossed the line. Rude, smiling, replied that he knew, so he was also trying to cross the same line. We are transported to the carriage 4 weeks later. The protagonist, sitting in it, thought that killing the dragon of 1,000 forms was completely dependent on luck. Moreover, there was a fragment. He remembered swinging his sword, enveloped in a strong energy, thinking that it was not entirely his power, but the blood of the Donatos. It was not comparable to how his brother went against the Thunder Dragon in the past, for which he was called a hero. The carriage suddenly stopped. Rude slowly got out of it. The guard, looking at him, said that he would escort him to the throne room. The protagonist, following him, heard the crystal's voice that he had not been here for a long time, to which Rude asked that he had been here before. The stone appeared near him, after which he replied that there was no place where he had not been. He saw everything from the beginning of the birth of this empire to the construction of this palace with his own eyes. The protagonist replied with displeasure that he understood him. The crystal, looking at the luxurious room, said that he would like to know why they called him here. The protagonist replied that according to rumors, it is related to the incident of the 1,000-year dragon or just to praise for the victory, and he prefers the second option. The servant opened the door. The protagonist appeared in the throne room, looking at the prince. His Majesty's confidants immediately turned around, and Rude thought that all the guild leaders had gathered here, which meant a meeting to discuss the current situation, and that was even better. The girl raised her hand with a smile and waved. The prince proudly looked in front of him. This was the ruler of the empire, who was a descendant of the great hero. Their coat of arms appeared in front of us, and we were told that the hero's full name is the first dragon slayer. This is a well-known story about how a commoner without a surname was originally granted a surname upon arrival as an honored guest at a banquet. The protagonist bowed and said that it was an honor for him to meet the prince of the empire. He replied that he should raise his head. The prince, smiling and looking ahead, asked that he knew why he was summoned to the imperial palace. Looking at the protagonist, he added that they applauded him for breaking the seal and suppressing the last dragon king, the 1,000-formed dragon, defeating the 1,000-year-old dragon without a single loss and at such a young age. Bowing, the protagonist replied that the praise was too high. If the professors and students had not blocked the separated parts of the dragon, none of this would have been achieved. He simply had to do what was necessary. The prince, laughing, replied that he was still a spark. The imperial family would die of shame if they did not reward such a brave youth for defeating the 1,000-formed dragon. Perhaps there was something he wished for. Rude narrowed his eyes, asking that in that case he could ask something. Looking menacingly ahead, he named 2 people, adding that he would like their death sentences to be cancelled. The girls immediately looked ahead in fear, and the prince silently looks at the protagonist for a few seconds. Suddenly someone shouted that this is outrageous. The man, raising his hand, added that even death is not enough punishment for these 2, to save those who contributed to the revival of the 1,000-year-old dragon. The guys looked ahead in surprise, and the man continued to shout that the words of a youth who has no idea what 7 dragons are. Suddenly the prince raised his hand. He looked ahead for a few seconds, began to say that he believes, he guesses that it is difficult, no matter how much he wants it. The chances of overturning the sentence are close to 0. Rude took a step forward, answering that he understands this, after which he thought that he knew in advance that this would not work. The empire is in complete chaos for conventional methods to work. The protagonist a few more steps forward, adding that how about. He put his hand in his pocket, and then pulled out a blue crystal, saying that this is the seal of the Thunder Dragon. The protagonist imagined a dragon in his head, that the Thunder Dragon is the only one of the 7 dragons that was recognized as part of the dragon race without being a dragon. He is the only polymorph and is considered insanely strong. He is wise enough to not hesitate to retreat when faced with adversity, and then ruthlessly return to counterattack. In his past life, many dragon slayers sacrificed their lives to stop him. He imagined a muscular guy in his head, thinking that thanks to the efforts of many people, most of them in his brother's horde, he was able to kill him in the end. Looking at the blue crystal, he continued to think that everyone here is well aware of the consequences, even if they do not encounter them in person. What is the danger of this seal stone? A second later, everyone pointed their weapons at Rude. The guy, looking menacingly in front of him, shouted that they must kill him immediately. He dragged into the palace almost a time bomb. The prince, looking in front of him, said for everyone to lower their weapons. The guy turned around and shouted something discontentedly, and the prince, looking menacingly in front of him, said that the Thunder Dragon seal stone, how he got it and what his intentions are. Rude extended his hand, saying that he found it in the treasury. He has no idea how it got there, but he decided that it would help advance his proposal. The prince asked that he would rather use it for blackmail. Looking towards the girls, the protagonist replied that if he was going to do that, he would have taken it out right away. Frowning, he added that they should believe him and see for themselves. This seal stone is in an unstable state, and it can break at any moment. The sorceress, taking it in her hands, answered that it was true. She created a magic circle around the crystal, saying that this boy was not bluffing. that she had never seen anything like it before, but she was sure that the seal was extremely fragile now, that the seal would be broken in the near future. But that did not mean that it could be touched so thoughtlessly now. Rudd, lowering his head, answered that the outcome would be unfavorable, and that it would not be possible to subdue it. Looking at the prince, he added that he would make his own proposal, since the seal would soon be broken. It would be better for them to prepare well for this. The prince looked ahead in surprise, and Rudd, clenching his fist, said that he would kill the thunder dragon, and after that the illusory, flaming and ice ones too. The prince looked ahead silently for a few seconds. The protagonist, looking at the guys, added that he would kill the battle dragon and the void dragon one by one, and after he dealt with the 7. Frowning, he continued to say that he would destroy all the remaining dragons in the world. An expensive chandelier appears in front of us. The guy, smiling widely, asked that he would destroy all the dragons. Stretching out his hand, he added that who does he think he is? He could barely kill the remains of a 1,000-year-old and has no idea what kind of fear only 7 dragons inspire. Rude, looking menacingly in front of him, asked if he was afraid. He asked his teeth what he just said. The protagonist raised his head, answering that he asked if he would be quietly eaten without resistance, because of his fear. Hearing this, the guy opened his mouth wide and shouted something. The prince interrupted their conversation, raising his hand. He replied that what was the reason for his confidence? Even their great heroes could not kill all the dragons. He was only able to seal the Great 7 and push the dragon race behind the Great Northern Mountains. The dragon in his head, he added that, in addition, 10 years ago, the 1-0 forms Drivagon invaded and destroyed part of the southern continent. The Thunder Dragon is even more ferocious. He is just a student. How does he want to defeat it? Rude, smiling, replied that of course he does not plan to do it alone, so he will need a couple of things. He raised his finger, adding that first, he needs a field to place the dragon. The girl looked away in surprise, asking why he needed a field. The protagonists, looking away, replied that they need to place the victims of dragon mania in a zone created using spatial magic. Is there no such expert in their kingdom? The woman, frowning, looked down menacingly, answering that it was the mistress of the Crimson Tower. The protagonist, looking away, said that he would kill him there. The preparation time was about a year plus another half. Looking towards the prince, he continued to say that the second was the participation of everyone present here, except for his majesty. But there was no need to lead an entire army and multiply the victims. Preparing an army would rather harm than help, since it takes away precious time for preparation. The prince looked ahead in surprise, and Rudd, raising his hand, added that for sure, those who were madly afraid could not take part in this. The guy, frowning, replied that all this was not convincing enough, a battle with a thunder dragon in a narrow space, and with a small number of participants. What guarantees that they would not be pressed in the blink of an eye? Rude looked at him and replied that in the worst-case scenario it would be so. However, if the strongest people on the continent could not survive this battle, then there was no point in trying to fight the dragons at all. The boy looked at his comrade and said that Rude was right. The chances of winning were not zero. He believed that it was worth preparing well and praying. The prince closed his eyes, after which, looking ahead, he replied that he agreed. Clenching his fists, he shouted in displeasure. And the prince, rising from the throne, thought about whether to run away from the impending disaster or meet it face to face. Looking at the protagonist, he continued to think that, judging by the face of this shining young hero, the answer was obvious. After which he took a few steps forward and, grabbing his sword, thought that who knows, maybe this young hero will be able to defeat not only the Thunder Dragon, but also patch up the hellish abyss that appeared in the southern part. He then pulled out his sword with a smile. Rude knelt down as the prince continued to say that he would free his friends from the death penalty. He placed his sword on the protagonist's shoulder and added that he was appointing him as the leader of the forces to destroy the Thunder Dragon. We were transported to a boy who was sitting in prison. Suddenly, his bars opened and someone said that he was free. The boy raised his head in surprise, asking what they were talking about. He then opened his eyes wide when he heard his comrade's name. An old man then entered the cell. The boy stared ahead in fear for a few seconds. The old man hugged him and then apologized. Standing up, he added that his desire to save them, driven solely by greed, had only brought him more pain. They would have to repent for everything they had done to everyone who had suffered because of them and to the boy who had freed them. Now that it was finally over, he could live. The boy's eyes filled with tears and he replied that he had not. He clasped his hands and, crying, said that he had done everything to prolong his life. He had hurt everyone and now he could not be sure that he could live with the sins he had committed. The old man lowered his head, saying that the boy had said that if he was guilty because he had tried to save someone's life, then he would be forgiven at least once. The protagonist silently watched their dialogue. Then he turned and walked away. The boy, hugging his relative, replied that then they should live, changing everything for the better. We are transferred to a girl. She is reading a newspaper. It says that a month after the attack of the 1,000-year dragon, the discovery of the seal of the Thunder Dragon was officially announced. The young hero, the heir to the technique of the sword piercing the heavens, is credited with single-handedly defeating the dragon of 1,000 forms. The emperor appointed him the leader of the team to destroy the Thunder Dragon. Despite strong pressure from neighboring countries, he decided on an unprecedented step. Not only did he recognize the return of all 7 dragons, but he also wants to unseal them himself to make the first move. The guy looked in front of him in surprise. Someone said that the prince recognized Rude's merits and awarded him the title of hero. It seems that he wants to restore the South by pulling together and building up forces on the continent. This dream has long been cherished by the last meeting. The girl put her hand on the document and added that the southern part of the continent had been abandoned for 10 years since the 1,000-form dragon incident. The problems were piling up like a snowball, and it was annoying. The guy folded his arms and asked in surprise what was going on. The girl frowned and looked down, saying that he was doing everything alone again. He should have asked for help from someone, and if something happened, he should have told them. Someone picked up a knife, saying that she didn't have the skills for it. The girl closed her eyes and said that Rude almost died that day. They were able to defeat those small entities by overcoming the analysis of the charter after creating one big fireball. Her friend slammed her fist on the table, shouting that she knew. She remembered how she had stretched out her hand and turned to someone, asking where Rude was. In her memories, the girl, frowning menacingly, and then walked away, answering something. Lowering her head, the redhead added that she was pathetic. Looking at her friends, she continued to say that he helped her. Only thanks to him she was able to find a cure to save her sister. She owed him, but it seemed that she did not even have anything to help him with. The guy, closing his eyes, answered that she should not make up unnecessary things. Everything is so simple if she thinks carefully. Raising his head, he added that they were still very weak. They should learn a lesson from what happened and do everything possible to become stronger. Looking at the newspaper, he said that then they would be able to help Rude when he needed him most. The guy grabbed the paper, saying that, as he expected, it was easier to negotiate with the prince than with the emperor. Smiling, he added that he didn't know what happened, but they weren't even counted. They got out of this incident with only a few scratches. Stretching his hand into the passage, he asked why he was like that. A menacing protagonist appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was no hero, after which he swung his fist and hit the guy. He fell to the floor at great speed. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, added that he shouldn't make others clean up after him when he himself was capable of doing it. He had caused such a mess and was thinking of getting away without punishment. He would have counted all his teeth right now, but unfortunately, he still had to check something. Grabbing the smiling guy by the collar, he added that how he found out that the professor had the heart of 1,000 dragon shapes. The one with blood on his cheek replied that he had good eyesight since birth. The protagonist said menacingly that he was begging to kill him. The guy grabbed his offender's hand, replying that he was serious. His family really did have special eyes, so they had good eyesight, something like intuitive. He looked menacingly in front of him, adding that especially when it came to observing the flow of mana. Looking at the protagonist, he continued to say that he used his mana, driving it along a very tangled path. His mana tangled around his neck instead of his heart. He confirmed his suspicions by checking the events of the past, because he doubted. With his eyes wide open, he said that his grandson suffered from hypersensitivity to mana since a young age, and then woke up in the hospital right after the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms. That's how he got his nickname Predator. Rude looked down with displeasure and replied that he also drove him to suicide. The guy stretched out his hand to him, answering that the plan failed and he almost died if he had at least thought with his head or tried to escape. He is not strong in fights. Rude swung his hand and hit him, answering that he wanted to expose him and appear as a hero. Sitting on the floor, the guy laughingly answered that he admits that his plan was much better, but he did not want to become a hero. Smiling, he added that he only wanted to witness the history of heroes, the opportunity to see their lives and feats with his own eyes, like the first hero. He continued to tell Rude that he will become a hero. He will have an unforgettable adventure, and he will kill the 7 dragons, and at the end of the war he will become a legend. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he will be satisfied just being around. Although there is little use from him as a comrade, he will be the one who writes the legend. This is his ultimate goal. The protagonist, looking at his beaten friend, replied that he was wrong. He didn't care much about this heroism. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that they decided to simply announce beautiful headlines in the newspapers to sell more newspapers. In fact, if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be in this role. After which he remembered how he brushed shoulders with the guy, thinking that now he understood why in his past life he was so elusively difficult to communicate with. He took the role of the hero's comrade, which he wanted, but was that the only reason? This guy was wrong about something. Remembering his brother, he thought that in his past life he was close to ideal, but not flawless, because they are all people who make mistakes, not properly assessing the accumulated fatigue. Remembering how his brother sat near a huge number of balls, he thought that he constantly brought his body to the limit. Everyone always had complaints and grievances against his brother. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that he expected him to take the role of a person who carries propaganda on behalf of the one chosen by the imperial family itself, while they all work to save the world. Stepping aside, he added that he was racking his brains over what kind of idea he was trying to sell him. Apparently everyone is destined to encounter tickles in life. If he wants to, then let him do it himself. The guy stretched out his hand and said no. Grabbing the protagonist's leg, he added that he should become a hero. His face turned pale, and he added that he was from the Atoms. Hearing this, Rude frowned in displeasure. He imagined a large number of houses in his head, thinking that this was a trading kingdom. They bordered the Alfea Empire, the Marin Kingdom, the Magical Kingdom of Parma, and the Spirit Kingdom, the center of trade between the four borders. Imagining a man with a knife running after the boy, he asked him if he knew that crime and money were actually related there. He frowned, thinking how could he not know? That was where his days as a mercenary were spent. He did not know that the boy he thought was from an aristocratic family would turn out to be from Athon. The boy raised his head, saying that the Duvals were a fallen family, and not his father, and he were the only ones who survived. And he was eventually killed. He added with his hands that he was not pushing for pity. He was not a good person to begin with, which he inherited. The protagonist kicked him in the head, saying that then he should stop talking about it. The boy wiped the blood from his face, saying that from now on he will be honest, after his father died. He remembered walking through the castle, saying that while sorting out the inheritance, he went down to the basement, where he found an old chest with preservation magic. It probably looked like trash to his father, because he spent all the money on alcohol and entertainment, but the chest looks like it is a couple of thousand years old. He remembered stopping, looking at the objects. Then he imagined books in his head, saying that inside there was an ancient book, drawings, musical scores, and manuscripts. An image of how he opened this book appeared in his head, after which he said that he also found a diary of the owner of this chest. It was Elaine Duval, the guy who was always hanging around Vanner. The protagonist looked at the crystal next to him in fear, and the guy, raising his head, said that this diary was written by his ancestor 700 years ago. Imagining the book in his head, he said that she was the greatest hero. The guy, looking at the protagonist, said that the diary in his basement had records about the first dragon slayer. He smiled widely, adding that his family's ancestor was a wandering minstrel who followed the first dragon slayer. Looking at the records, he added that the diary contained all the details of their adventures. It was an incredible record of their journey. The protagonist, frowning, looked at the crystal and asked if this nonsense was true. He answered that it was. Rude took a few steps forward. He imagined the warrior in his head, thinking that the hero who saved the world and the guy who sang about it. This was happening again in front of him. The ancestor of the author who wrote the diary, that this was not fate. The guy grabbed his shirt, saying that on top of that, the sealed thunder dragon was hidden. Rude doesn't want to say that he never thought that the seal could be in the treasury. It was a backup to hide his grandson's secret. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised, after which he stared ahead silently for a few seconds, and the guy added that this was indeed a chance. Raising his head, he continued to say that he would be useful. He trained hard to have worthy knowledge to become the hero's comrade. He can use it as he wants, his eyes, hearts, anything. Rude suddenly interrupted him, telling him to shut up. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his head, thinking that this was already getting out of hand. He was just a smart bastard who didn't know anything about the seal stone. Imagining the crystals in his head, the protagonist wondered who it was then. What kind of psycho would place the Thunder Dragon seal stone in the treasury? The location of the seal was not mentioned in any of the records. He imagined a magic circle in his head, thinking that if he tried to take it, it should be hit by a 3-stage defense system. If a new artifact appeared in the treasury, he would definitely notice, unless the seal was placed there when the treasury was first created. Rude looked at the guy, saying that it was a diary. Raising his hand, he added that it contained any special details about the Thunder Dragon, such as the sealing technique. where it was sealed, or how it was dealt with. The guy looked ahead disappointedly, replying that he did not know about the special features. There was nothing about battles or sealing. All of these things were too dangerous for him to be there. The protagonist looked ahead displeased, and the guy replied that the diary was at his home, so he could show it to him right now. Rude folded his arms, and the boy continued to say that if he didn't believe him, he could take a look himself. He lived alone in an empty house anyway. The diary was in the basement, so he would give him the keys. He set his fist so that he would recognize him as one of the hero's comrades. Rude opened his mouth, then he menacingly bent down and replied that he would repeat it one last time. He was not interested in becoming a hero. Putting his foot on the boy's shoulder, he continued to say that it did not matter what the royal family decided about recognizing a hero. All this remained under the jurisdiction of the papal throne, the topic of which is not taken into account. Permission is not granted. Bowing his head, he added that the only reason she put him alive, his dull eyes, can help him kill the dragon. The boy looked ahead with a smile, and rude means that he is forbidden to spew any nonsense about this in public. The protagonist furrowed his brows and added that if he wanted to live, he should listen, after which he extended his hand towards him. The guy handed the protagonist a small black key. We are transported to the street. Someone says that the one who sealed the thunder dragon left the stone there. The protagonist drinks the juice, answering that he imagines it. The guy sitting opposite him folded his arms, answering that it means that the heir to the technique piercing the sky suspects the great founder. Rude, looking at the glass, answered that he himself doubts it. The guy imagined a guard with a flag in his head, answering that it turns out that the great hero did not kill the thunder dragon, but only sealed it. But why did they not write anywhere about where and how it was sealed for its descendants? After which he imagined a stack of books in his head, adding that the hero should have been strong enough to destroy the 7 dragons that played with humanity like dolls. Looking at the glass with the drink, he said that, however, he only threw them back to the northern mountains. As a result, the people escaped the control of the dragons, but the constantly lurking threat still remains. The guy silently looked at the protagonist for a few seconds. Then, looking in his direction, he said that it was all according to the will of the founder. Rude, turning away, said that they needed to change the topic. Looking towards the lively crowd, he said that the academy had almost recovered from the incident. The professor was appointed as the new head of the academy. He was at the ceremony. The guy, smiling, said that the bald man became the new head. He supposes that if you live long enough, you can see even worse things. Arthur said that he took an academic leave. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, saying that he plans to finish the rest of the first year. There are still 6 months left. During this time, he plans to take the second-year course and spend a year preparing for the sealing of the Thunder Dragon. The new head said that he will support him. He imagined the bald man in his head, who says that they are conducting a large-scale inspection of the treasury because of what happened. So while it is open, let him take whatever he needs. Rude looked at his hand and added that after that he was going to spend 2 years interning in different guilds. The guy looked at him and smiled, replying that interning in different guilds, he had quite a busy schedule. Rude said that this was not what he had originally planned. He put his head on his hand, saying that the leader of the guild Dim Moon was much more persistent than he expected. Hearing this, the guy extended his finger forward, saying that he should not even think about slipping through thanks to personal relations this time. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure, replying that the conditions of their participation in the sealing mission were a year of internship in their guilds. The guy frowned, saying that this guy set such a condition, to which Rude replied that he was annoyed, and all because he was so charming. The protagonist imagined a girl in his head, saying that he was going to join the dragon extermination squad. That was first. Then he thought that after the thunderous one it would be an illusion, and he planned everything so that he would be there in advance. The guy, smiling sarcastically, replied that if he was talking about the dragon extermination squad, he meant the girl. The protagonist asked why he was looking at him like that, after which his comrade, turning away, said that then he would go to Parma in 6 months. The most important thing in preparation would be to prepare the area for sealing. Rude stretched out his hands, answering that he had also received a request to appear from the Crimson Tower. He also wanted to learn magic. The guy, looking ahead, asked if it was too late for him to learn magic. The protagonist said that as a teacher he could prioritize by age, after which he raised his head, saying that he was joking. First he would go to Athun, then only to Parma. The guy, looking ahead, asked why he was going to this place, teeming with bastards. The protagonist looked at the key in his pants, answering that he needed to check something. Looking at his comrade, he added that he was told that it was hidden in the basement of the mansion. The diary of the ancestor of this weirdo. We are transported to the estate on the same day. The window was broken. There was someone's blood on the floor. The guy went to the chests. He bent down and stretched his hand inside, after which, looking dissatisfiedly ahead, he said that there was only trash here. He turned around and began to walk away from the papers lying on the ground. 6 months passed. A loud sound was heard. The girl closed her eyes and sneezed, stretching her hand forward. Chuck said that today was the last day, and she, instead of going home, sits and studies here, to which Hennies asked why she was so interested. He also said that he was staying at the academy during the holidays. Pulling out a mug, the guy said that he should drink it while he was working out. The girl asked, wide-eyed, when did he become so caring? What is it? The guy grinned and said that it was something like tea with eggnog. It immediately invigorates the whole body. If she drinks it and works out, then her entire illness, to which the girl replied that she does not need it. Sitting at the table, Hennies sighed. She wrote in a notebook and thought about how the study of the disease was going smoothly, following Rude's advice. With the help of the alchemy professor, if she puts in a lot of time and effort, she will definitely cure it. The girl looked down and added that, however, will it be enough? The hero put his hands on his hips. The thought arose that Rude said that he had things to do during the holiday period. The protagonist looked away. It was said that he helped her find a cure for the disease, as if he specifically raised this issue, knowing about her sister. Flasks with potions appeared. The thought arose that how he could prepare such a huge number of potions, as if she had foreseen the appearance of a dragon of 1,000 forms in any case. What if? Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that she was addressed. She looked in amazement and asked again. Grinning, the hero asked what she was doing. Lost in her thoughts, didn't she need to concentrate? Putting her hand to her face, Hennies said that she was just surprised. Looking at him angrily, she asked what was in his hand. Was it for her? To which Rudd replied that no, he would drink it himself. The hero began to leave, listening to what he had come here for then. To quarrel. To which he replied that he should not idle here, study hard while he was gone, to which she said that she was all ready. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked why he wasn't cold, to which Chuck replied that when he drank this tea, he didn't feel the cold at all. He wanted to try it, and he added that he'd rather freeze. A thought arose that she wanted to ask him too much, the reason why it seemed like he knew everything in advance, and why he was so strong at his age. A memory arose, and the girl thought that they should be there when Rude needed them. Their presence would be enough. The girl pressed her lips. Closing her eyes, she said that she should study. Hennies looked at the papers. The guy struck. She heard that he should wait, he would be there soon. Particles appeared on the girl's hands. She raised her hands up and said that she would catch up. Frozen trees appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was so cold. He lowered his head, hearing that the royal family sent him a magic cloak, and he still whines that it's cold, to which he replied that it's because the cloak is made of leather. The protagonist looked at the crystal, hearing that he has no shame either, being a contractor of the Ice Spirit King. Let him face the cold face to face. He frowned and replied that it was interesting. It's all because of his mood. He's so happy about winter that he's even become so caring. Rude exclaimed in fear, hearing who he was talking to which he asked what's wrong. Let him wait. What's wrong with her? The girl smirked and said that he was leaving today, but she didn't know what time, so. The hero looked at her in surprise, asking why she was hanging around here all day. Was she crazy? Did she even have any common sense? To which he was told that now that he talks like that, she's a little mad. Kate was shivering from the cold. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what she was doing. Trying to get sick? He knew that he caught colds easily. Looking straight at her, the girl said that she wanted to strangle her so that she wouldn't catch a cold, to which she was told that she seemed to be talking normally. What a relief. Looking at her, Rude heard how he knew that she caught colds easily. The hero sat down and said that in his past life, she fell into an icy lake while fighting an ichthyosaur. She turned blue. It was funny to watch her shiver. Kate started to leave. It was heard that he laughed so much that she freaked out and threw him into the same lake. He almost died, to which she replied, well, he deserved it. The girl closed her eyes and asked that, but isn't that enough? Looking away, the protagonist asked again. He put his hand on his side, listening to how his past life was already over and there was so much more to come. She wasn't saying that he should forget everything that happened in the past. She just wanted him to not feel guilty anymore. Looking up, Kate said that she just wanted to tell him that his comrades, including her, didn't die because of her. Rude flicked her and said that he would stop talking nonsense. He smirked and said that she should do her best while he was gone, that she should try to make friends with someone else. Even now she blushed when she saw their faces. Putting her hands on her head, the girl said that she was not the only one with such a problem, to which the hero replied that he would not even argue. The carriage drove up to them. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he was leaving. Kate raised her head up. The protagonist looked away, hearing his name. Suddenly, the girl hugged him. Smirking, she said that she would miss him. Rude closed his eyes and said that it was cold. Let him go inside already. The girl waved her hand. The carriage appeared. People were sitting in the carriage. The hero looked straight ahead. The protagonist frowned and thought that he just wanted him to no longer feel guilty. Those people did not die because of him. He closed his eyes and added that no, he could never forget it. He was guilty of being the only one who survived. Rude looked straight ahead and thought that no one would have died. He wouldn't have been so weak and useless if at least one more of them, the damn geniuses, had survived then this cycle wouldn't have to start all over again from the beginning. People walked forward. The thought appeared that now he couldn't even ask why she saved him and why she wasn't offended. The protagonist frowned. It was snowing outside. Mountains appeared. It was heard that he would have to find the answer to this question himself. People raised their hands. It was heard that the time had come. It was time to spread the teachings of compassion and grace among the poor lambs. The man crossed his fingers. It was said that it was time to put the world on the true path, which was mired in chaos and deviated from the path of life. Grinning, the man said that may the protection of the dragon's wings be with them. The view of the city opened up. It was said that the journey from the academy to the capital by carriage takes half an hour. In the capital, it is necessary to pass through the warp gate 3 or 4 times, so there are still 3 hours to the border. Houses appeared. It was heard that Ibris, the capital of the trading kingdom of Atuna, is a rather lively city as befits the business center of the continent. It was snowing outside. It was said that, however, these bright lights are only in the center. The hero walked through the city and thought that the slums on the outskirts of the city were painted the colors of dirt. People were sitting on the ground. Walking along the street, the protagonist heard that he must admit, to which he asked what exactly. Looking at the map, he heard that he was a topographic cretin and even in the daytime with a map in his hands he could get lost. Rudd squeezed the map and asked what he was talking about. He was perfectly oriented by the map. The hero froze in surprise. It was heard that he was not one of those who wandered around the forest for a whole week. He ran along the mountain. It was said that he gets into an accident in the mountains. The protagonist climbed through a cave. He grinned and said that and then takes the dragon's mouth on the volcano for a cave. Rudd looked angrily, hearing that okay, he is not a topographic, but an ordinary idiot, to which he replied that yes, everything there really looked like in a cave. Walking straight, the hero heard that at this rate he will have time to get there today. Looking to the side, he said that he should not worry, even if he does not know the way. The man followed him. It was said that but this guy knows. Grinning, he said that in these parts there is a fee for travel. If he hangs around here, he risks losing his head from his shoulders, so be it. He will leave him alive. In exchange, let him give everything he has. Suddenly, the protagonist took out a weapon. The man looked at him in surprise and thought that a sudden attack. How fast? Showing the map, Rudd asked where this house was. Grinning, the man replied that he was a freak. He had completely lost his fear, but at least he knew who he was. Looking at him, the hero asked what and who he was. Grabbing his weapon, the man replied that he would regret behaving so impudently. Swinging his axe, he shouted that he himself was an executioner from the squad of fierce dogs. Finding himself behind him, the protagonist asked again. Rudd put his foot on the axe. The thought arose that he had not even moved. Looking at him, he said that he was even nostalgic for this name. There was a time when he was in their debt. If you think about it, he was there much earlier than him. Volvic lowered his head and thought that everything was clear. He trembled and added that he had attacked the wrong person. Grinning, the hero asked that he was seeing him off. A view of the city opened up. Looking at the building, the protagonist asked what was going on here. He was circling around for nothing. He closed his eyes when he heard that he knew people from the Fierce Dog squad, to which he replied that he had been working as a mercenary until he entered the academy. They were only called that. In fact, they were horny mongrels. Rude extended his hand forward and said that it was interesting if the leader of these mongrels was still alive. The lock was open. Looking to the side, the hero said that there were visitors. He entered the room and added that they would not need the keys. The protagonist took the sword in his hands. He looked angrily to the side. Rude suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was the same. The elf was lying on the table. A question was heard about the fairy. Looking at her, the hero asked what the corpse of a fairy was, to which he was told that it was almost a corpse, but she was still alive. He had heard that in Ibris it was customary to secretly have slaves of another race. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what could be the curse on her legs. It seemed too late to do anything, to which he was told that it was the work of a dark magician. It was even surprising how she had held on all this time. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. Having struck him, the girl screamed that he should not touch her. She clenched her teeth, and Rudd thought that she was a child. He looked away in surprise. Looking at him angrily, the girl told him not to touch her. Having hit the floor with her hands, she added that her mother. A bright explosion occurred. The girl fell to the ground. She opened her eyes wide and asked what the rejection was, but why the spirit did not obey her. Looking at her, the hero said that he seemed to be afraid of the consequences if he hit the boss, and he was told that this child was cursed with the same curse. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that he knew, but judging by the way he was jumping, he still had the strength to endure. The girl screamed loudly, thinking that she was finished. Rudd gritted his teeth from the loud sound. Holding the sword at her feet, the hero said that her ears hurt, let her not scream like that. He touched the shackles. The girl looked at him in surprise and thought that her leg was healing. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that he had enough of eating. Looking away, he added that for a sword like that, it eats everything, curses, mana, it is harder to cope with absorption than with radiation. Sitting on the floor, the girl turned to him. She opened her eyes wide and asked that this was his house, he would sell it to someone else, to which Rudd asked what for, she was somehow special. Looking at the books, he said that this was not his house, and he was not interested in her circumstances. Let her not bother him and get lost. He needed to find one book, and he would leave immediately. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that he had lifted the curse from him, and now grumbled about how modest he was, to which he replied that he should shut up. The girl was sitting on the floor. She looked at her mother. Taking a step forward, the girl said that the book he was looking for. Holding it in her hands, she asked if it was by any chance this one. Angrily looking to the side, the protagonist asked, "What the hell? What about him?" A weapon appeared, a question was heard, "What was this sword?" Took her curse. The girl abruptly rushed forward. Holding the book to the flame, she said that he should save her mother before she burned this book. Putting his hands on his knees, the hero said that a curse is a type of magic. Mana enters the body, passing through the heart. The curse also spreads throughout the body over time and infects the source of life, the heart. The girl looked surprised, hearing that even then no potion or other means would help. This means. Frowning, the protagonist added that no matter how hard she tried, her mother would die. Looking at him, the elf said that no, if the curse was removed, she would be able to live if he did the same as her with this sword. Looking straight, Rudd asked what could he do, just hit her once and take the book away, to which Feldor replied that it was just a child. The girl raised her head. It was heard that he was talking about the same thing. Now she would have to survive alone. It was better to realize as quickly as possible how cruel reality is. Having taken the book, the hero asked why he was pestering her with his threats. Holding the book in his hands, he added that even if he couldn't hold onto a book, she screamed that she couldn't. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that no matter what he did, her mother would die. Stop doing stupid things. By the way, he saved her life. Let her think about how she could survive alone. The elf started crying and said that she would do everything. She could wash and cook. She could leave her as her slave. Her mother was everything to her, asking him to have mercy. Standing in front of her, Rudd asked what he thought, all those horrors that would happen to her now. The girl fell to the floor, and he continued that it could be solved with pleas and requests. She would trust her life to pity, which had worked a couple of times. She was worthless. There was no use for her even as a slave. She raised her head, hearing that her mother would die and she would be left alone. If she wanted to live, she should think about how to become stronger. The elf clenched her teeth and said that she did too. Clenching her fist, she added that she did not want to live like this, asked what was telling her to become stronger. The girl looked straight at him and said that she was not as big as him, did not know how to swing a sword and was weak in magic, but at least he knew what a helpless child felt. What she could do until she became an adult. He was an adult and strong. That's why he spoke so easily about it. He could not understand a weak and ordinary one like her. The hero closed his eyes. It seemed that he was already born like this. He looked away. Walking to the stairs, the protagonist said that then let him live here until his death. The elf looked at him with tears in her eyes. She lowered her head down. The girl was sitting on the floor. A view of the room opened up. The hero stopped in the middle of the room. He was looking at the book. Holding the book in his hands, he heard his name, to which he replied that it was quiet. It was her decision whether to leave this situation or not, and his goal was to get this diary. Sitting on the chair, the protagonist said that he should leave him alone. Rudd read from the book that he was a bard. Bards put their experiences into poetry and music, experiences related to different people and times, and not internal reflections. The one who writes them down should remain only an observer. The girl looked straight. It was heard that if he did not stop talking only about himself, he would disrupt the general flow. She was sitting next to her mother. Looking at the lines, the protagonist saw that despite this, he was writing a story about himself. His experience was so valuable that he wanted to pass it on and leave this amazing historical moment in his memory. People looked at each other. It was heard that an unknown day and month. Could this really be fate? Today on the way to the desert they were attacked by a dragon. At the moment when he was already ready to die, he was saved by a man. This man said that he would save humanity from dragons. He decided to follow him. He wounded the dragon with a dagger. It was written in the book that the more he gets to know him, the more he realizes that the name Dragon Slayer suits him. He can control not only a sword, magic, and spirits, but also leads people. He has already acquired many followers, but those who can fight equally and call him a comrade are not so so many. People appeared. It was said that he is watching him. He has about 6 people in his immediate circle. 4 have tremendous strength and can call him comrades. The image of a girl appeared. It was heard that, and also Arcania. Looking at the book, the protagonist reflected on the fact that most of the names are known from history books, but the last name. He turned the pages and added that perhaps the clue would be in the next chapter. A line appeared with the inscription that they were all just crazy. A page of the book appeared. It was said that the girl with her terrible character, the guy obsessed with muscles, Reynold, who wants to found a kingdom on bones, Arcania, who is always in her world. Although Arcania is the most normal among them, she expresses herself strangely. He cannot understand what she is thinking, but at least she does not do stupid things. Will these great personalities be able to save humanity? An image of a guy appeared. It was said that an unknown day and month, they say they managed to seal the Thunder Dragon. Reynold, who freed his city, smiled with one bruised eye. He wants there to be no more dragons in the world. The page said that only the warrior dragon and the flying dragon remained. They have a special power. The decisive battle against them is on the unknown ruins of the Urnham Forest. They say there is a passage to the floating island. Is it true? Everyone is already tired from long battles. They have accumulated fatigue, and the 2 dragon kings are too strong, only they behave as usual. Ancient buildings appeared. A glow appeared around the man. It was said that the decisive battle has come. While the rest of the dragon slayers are fighting the dragon army, a squad of warriors decided to sneak into his sanctuary. They asked to go with him, but in the end they decided to go alone. Looking at the book, the hero read that the warriors had returned, the people had won, this long war would soon end and peace would come to the continent. Everything was over, but he had several questions left. He had not killed the 7th dragon, but sealed it. But was that the only way? Let's say he didn't have enough strength to kill it, but he couldn't understand why he decided to leave the rest of the dragons alive and drive them out. He sat at the table and read, but the most incomprehensible thing was why none of the other warriors objected to what had happened in the dragon's sanctuary, that everyone had agreed with this decision. The guy raised his head. The man was writing with a pen. It was said that after that the squad had broken up, he had founded his own clan in the north, and the girl had returned to the magic tower. Reynold had become the emperor, and the guy had said that he would open an academy where he would educate future dragon slayers. Where Arcania and the others had gone was unclear. It was time for him to return to his place too. An image of a man appeared. The man entered the house. It was heard that he came to him. Putting the book on the table, the protagonist heard that this was the end of the diary, to which he replied that yes, but he did not find any useful information. Putting his hands behind his head, he asked that he knew him, and also the 7th dragon and the white dragon without a name. Feldrower remained silent in response. A question was heard that he said that he saw the moment of the foundation of the empire and the completion of the construction of the imperial castle. Rudd was sitting on the couch and said that if he saw all this, then 700 years ago he was with the first dragon slayers. At that time the warrior banner who entered into a contract with him was. A crystal appeared. It was heard that judging by the fact that he did not know the location of the seal stone, they were together before that moment, which means the dragon sanctuary, where he met the one who returned him to the past. An ancient building appeared. It was said that probably then the alliance was concluded, on which he bet his life. The crystals fell to the floor, and the King of Spirits said that he could not tell. The protagonist, looking away, asked what happened 700 years ago. He hit the table, hearing that he could not tell that either, to which he asked what kind of answer that was, and someone turned to him. Rudd rose and asked what was wrong, to which the girl said that he should forgive her, but still, he could not help again. Frowning, the hero said that he had already told her that everything was useless, to which she replied that she knew. Peeking out from around the corner, the elf said that therefore this was the last request. She began to cry and added that her mother. A glow appeared around the girl. It was heard that he should transfer her to where the forest was visible. The girl was unconscious. The thought arose that despite the fact that slavery had been abolished many years ago, the bewitching appearance and voices of fairies were still in high demand, making them an attractive target for slave traders. The girl held her hand. It was said that they lived hidden deep in the forests and had no opportunity to interact with other races, and led a peaceful life. The existence of Fells was long and measured, because they reached adulthood only after 150 years. The hero looked at them and thought that this kind of fairies originated from the spirit world, which they left long ago in order to settle in their world. The girl sat next to her mother. It was said that perhaps for this reason, at the moment when the fairy breathes her last. Looking to the side, the fairy turned to her daughter. Sophie's eyes widened, hearing that everything was fine. Mom will always be. The protagonist stood behind her and thought that her body and soul were returning to the spirit world without a trace. He heard that he would be nearby. The girl closed her eyes and said that if they had the opportunity to get out of this hellish place a little faster, if she could become an adult at least a little earlier. She smirked and continued that her mother protected her all her life. but she was never able to protect her. But it was okay, she promised that she would always stay with her, which means she has no reason to shed tears. Looking at her, Rudd thought about how in his past life, the elves would have preferred to run away and remain silent rather than fight the dragons. They died because of their desire to remain peaceful until the very end. Frankly, he does not feel sympathy for their kind, however. The view of the forest opened up. Putting his hand on her head, he said that now she needs to survive alone. The girl lowered her head, listening to how she couldn't continue to grieve and wait for someone to help her. However, looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that there are times when difficulties can be overcome by giving free rein to your feelings. The girl's hands were shaking. A view of the sky opened up. They were walking through the forest. The protagonist turned around, hearing that she was addressing him. Sophie raised her hands and said that her name was Sophie, asking for forgiveness, but now she had nowhere to go and also needed to avoid being seen by the hunters. Asked that she could stay here for a little longer, promising that she would not cause him inconvenience. She would do everything in her power. Therefore, looking at her, Rude thought that the slave owner would never let the white slave go so easily. He thought, anyway, this was the only place the girl could go. The girl stood behind him and listened, that if you think about it, she used a spell when she attacked him. She looked up, hearing that he should teach her some magic. The hero started to leave, hearing that it wasn't that it was impossible, but she was only a second circle mage, and he was strong enough without her. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that it was better to have a few cards up his sleeve, since he needed to learn magic from scratch. 1 or 2 days wouldn't be enough. Looking straight ahead, he continued that he should just teach him the basics, and in return he would find her a place to live. By the way, he wasn't an uncle, he was only 17, did you know? Sophie looked at him. Following him, she asked what he should call him then, to which the hero replied that it was rude. He should call him by his name, to which she responded approvingly. The dark sky appeared. It became light outside. Sitting on the box, the girl said, "Well, let's start the lesson." She smirked and continued that she would be his teacher from now on, so she asked him to show her the respect she deserved. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it was impossible for her to come back to normal in just one night. Was she really pretending? And then said that he understood. Closing her eyes, Sophie said that, simply put, magic was like drawing. Pentagrams appeared. It was said that it is necessary to use energy flows instead of paints. Creates a spell by determining the nature and attributes of mana. It is similar to choosing a color for a painting, isn't it? Anyway, the difference between magic and painting is in. Particles appeared near her hand and she said that you can change it as many times as you want even after using it. The girl grinned and said that of course, as the level of magic increases, the laws of magic become more complex and transformations are more difficult, but they say that archmages of the 8th circle can freely control them. Looking at the hero, she added that by the way, how many circles of mana does he have? Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he does not have such. Stretching his hand forward, he continued that because his mana is here, and Sophie exclaimed in surprise. Raising her hands, the elf said that is not the technique of the blue sky, which is rumored to be passed down from the first hero. How did he get it? Rude gritted his teeth and said that he was an incredible person, asked if the teacher wanted to say anything else, to which she replied that she definitely did. She stood up from the box and said that in any case, apparently there was no problem with the amount of mana. Moreover, she did not think that he had any difficulties in controlling and managing it, so they would move on to practice right away. Sophie put on her glasses and said that mana, technique and spell, in other words, let him concentrate the required amount of mana. Create a technique and embody it through a spell, although stabilization, transformation, calculation and release are also important. Sitting on the ground, the hero said mana, technical calculation. Looking at him, the girl thought that he was casting a spell. Grinning, she said that yes, he has talent, his magic spell is flawless, even if he uses it for the first time, the degree of completion, to which he asked if the implementation is too slow. Sophie put her hands on her hips and asked what was too slow, said that even a professional mage would have a hard time completing a magic spell in 2 seconds, to which the protagonist replied that those he knew managed without them. The elf raised her eyebrows and said that the skills he wanted to master in one session were extremely difficult. Of course, casting a spell made it easier to determine the shape of mana. Materializing magic with just one picture in his head was only possible if he managed to reach the level of the White Flame Empress. Raising his head, Rude asked if he should leave, to which she replied that he didn't. She said that he had talent. It wasn't that easy to cast his first spell in such a short period of time, and he added that it took less time to attack with a sword throw of Kai than to cast a spell. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that it was too early to give up, she would help him at any cost, to which the hero replied that no, she shouldn't bother so much. And she continued that there were a lot of good books in this house, she would rummage through the study and find some textbooks, so he should just wait here. Looking at her, the protagonist said that she was trying so hard. Closing his eyes, he heard that she had no choice but to try, because she also wanted to live. Rude sat up and asked what was wrong, said that he hadn't said anything since the incident that happened yesterday. A crystal appeared and said that magic was his imagination, it would help him a little, so he should try again. Stretching his hands forward, the hero replied that it was useless no matter how hard he tried, magic without a spell. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing about a spell using the power of imagination. The protagonist smiled, listening to how if he helped a little with the calculation and image, mana control would not be a problem for him, to which he replied that it meant that the solution was in connecting their imaginations. He thought it would only chatter in his head and that's all. Looking away, he continued that he suggested that he just put up with such a compromise, since he could not answer his questions, to which Feldroa replied that he did not quite. Rude smiled and said that he did not mind, it was enough to use in a real battle. Walking forward, the girl said that here was a textbook on magic. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero asked that she returned. The elf looked surprised and asked what happened here in her absence, how he does it. The protagonist was casting spells and saying that he was just repeating the technique over and over again. He thought that it would be possible to make the diagram three-dimensional instead of flat, to which she asked what the hell was he doing. Rushing forward, the girl said that if he lost control for even a second. Rude looked away and said that he had screwed up. Sophie smirked, looking at him. Suddenly there was an explosion. It was heard that everything was out of control. 2 weeks passed, the millionaire's mansion in Ibris appeared, it was heard that so. Standing in front of the man asked what the little elf was with this bastard, to which he replied that yes, he was sure of it, he had been spying on him for several days, did not think that this was the same warrior from the newspapers. Barry looked at him angrily. The man punched and shouted that no way. Sitting on the chair, he said that this non-entity took his priceless treasures, his love should be here too. Jillian frowned and said that he was his dog, it was time for him to earn his food. Gritting his teeth tightly, the general thought of Rude. Grinning, he said that okay, let him not be too persistent, this guy is in his debt and he should pay it back. Holding the paper in his hands, the man said that he did not know what kind of relationship he had with him. Kaiman raised his eyebrows and said that however, the enemy is a man who has enough skills to be noted by the imperial family and published in the newspapers, instead of irrational actions. The general closed his eyes and said that he did not believe in such rumors. Warrior, this is ridiculous. He stepped on the paper and said that this guy, he is just. Gritting his teeth, Barry continued that a psycho killer. The mage crossed his arms and said that they never listened, and the millionaire asked if they were really that strong. Lowering his hand, the man said that the rumors were probably exaggerated. But even if they were, he shouldn't worry, they would prepare everything here before Barry arrived. The hero looked at the particles and thought that this technique was already easy for him. Even first circle magic could be useful if you combined it 100 times. Looking straight ahead, he added that he needed to learn advanced magic from a higher level mage, and the girl turned to him. Looking to the side, she asked what he was going to destroy today. He cleaned, and the residents remained in the same mess. Looking at the protagonist, Sophie added that he shouldn't tear his clothes, she had just bought them for him, today he should be calmer and study. Rude opened his eyes in surprise. The girl rushed forward, it was heard that he should bend over. She looked away in fear. There was a sharp explosion and a scream. Everything around was destroyed. Gritting her teeth, the man said that was stupid. Crossing his arms, he added that they should not do stupid things. Looking at the debris, the guy said that these were not just rumors that he was of the sixth circle, there should not have been a corpse left. Looking away angrily, the general said that if this elf died, Gillen would explode. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Sitting on the ground, Sophie asked what happened. This sword, and then thought that wasn't this the sword that removed her mother's curse. She looked away and added that the explosion did not even scratch it. It took all the damage on itself, then Rude. Standing in front of her, the man asked what was wrong, she was fine. Grabbing her clothes, he asked where her mother was, to which the girl replied that he should let her go, he was bad. Barry glared at her and told her to shut up. The adult asked her a question. The elf gritted her teeth when she heard her mother where she was. Frowning, she replied that they would never get to her mother. She returned to the forest. Throwing her to the ground, the man asked what kind of nonsense, how she irritated him. The girl lay on the ground, it was heard that let it be so, then he would ask her something else, where is Red? He is dead. The general raised his leg and asked why he is not answering, this bastard also returned to the forest. Suddenly, an explosion flew behind the girl. Sliding along the ground, the man said that he only now decided to crawl out. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he is a traitor. Turning around, Sophie addressed him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he should hide and not worry. It was heard that it was a carnivorous curse that infected the dead fair. He needed a potion, to which he replied that thanks to the artifact he was wearing, it was only slightly affected, so everything was fine. Rude frowned and said that they burst in here barking like dogs. They are not ferocious dogs, but the most common mongrels. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl thought that his sword was still here, and then said that here. The hero held the weapon in his hands. The thought arose that he had already picked it up, but she did not even notice when. The guy rushed forward and shouted that mongrels, what, how dare he talk like that about a squad of fierce dogs. An explosion appeared in front of him and he shouted loudly. Raising his hand, Barry thought that the explosion, the bomb, it was definitely not magic. The protagonist stood in the smoke. Particles appeared around the sword. Swinging their weapons, people shouted that he was here. Looking at the explosion, the man said that everything was a lie. How dare he behave like that in front of an elite squad? The man fell to the ground. Looking at him in surprise, he turned around and someone shouted that he was behind him. Barry looked to the side, hearing that this time it was already magic, to which he replied that they should not be afraid, it was just a projectile of first circle magic. The blows flew at the people. The thought arose that but why there were so many of them. The man opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that on top of everything else, the explosions overlapped each other, making it impossible to predict their trajectory, and then shouted that the stupid bastards should open their eyes. He raised his eyebrows, hearing that he needed to open his eyes. The general looked away in fear, hearing that a lot of time had passed. Yes, standing behind him, the hero said his name. Smoke flew around them. The girl, sitting on the ground, thought that he had killed them all single-handedly. The sword emitted a glow. The thought arose that who the uncle was. The protagonist pulled the weapon forward, and she added that he really was like that. The blows flew at the people. The thought arose that this red sword created an explosion every time it came into contact with blood, and he also had that sword that removed curses. How many special swords did he have? The elf looked at them. Rude gritted his teeth and said that he should have just cut them, not used the explosive blood sword. Looking away, he added that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand why he was so angry when he was the one who mocked him 5 years ago. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. Turning around, he furiously shouted that he was an ungrateful idiot. Yes, he treated him like his own son, and he dared to appear in Ibris after killing half of the ferocious dogs. He is a monster in the form of a man. Looking at him, the hero asked what kind of nonsense was this. Looking at him furiously, Barry said that for the sake of some nameless refugee child, he killed his comrade simply because he did a few bad deeds and disfigured his beautiful face. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that something didn't add up. In his past life, he hadn't killed half of the fierce dogs and they hadn't treated him like a son. Rude squatted down. A thought came to him that he was that nameless child refugee. In those days, the fierce dogs were a group of weaklings who fought in the streets. Of course, there were perverts and just bad people among them. The people smiled. A thought came to him that at the time when their family died and they came to Ibris, the fierce dogs were no different from other mercenaries. The hero grabbed his head. It was said that fortunately, then his brother was strong enough to win their respect, but he was perceived as a parasite living off his brother. The protagonist was being beaten. It was heard that when they were together, he often protected him, but the brother gained Barry's favor, and he was often called on missions. That day was just one of those when the brother carried out an assignment. The guy entered the room. It was said that he was tired of constant bullying and decided to confront them, because of which he was beaten half to death. There was a foot on the hero's face. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The thought arose that his brother accidentally witnessed this scene and then killed half of the fierce dogs. People rushed forward. The thought arose that yes, the one who killed half of the fierce dogs and left a scar on Barry's face. A blow flew at the man. The guy was standing in front of him. It was said that it was not him, but his brother. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist asked why. He looked surprised and added that why he did it. There was no need to kill them all. Putting his hand on his head, his brother replied that he shouldn't worry, they were all bastards who deserved to die. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that even if it meant he would have to leave him. As he left, the boy said that it was all for him. A thought came to mind that soon there would be wanted posters all over Anon, so his brother left, entrusting him to a certain person. Rude frowned. It was said that at the time, it was probably the best decision, but after some events, he was left completely alone. He heard about his brother after many years. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist pondered that the fact that Barry reacted like that in a world where his brother was gone. The boy stood behind him, and he added that did that mean that everything his brother did in his past life was now his responsibility? Holding the gun in his hands, the protagonist sighed. He smirked and asked that this would happen every time now. The man opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. He fell to the ground and wheezed. Sitting on the ground, Barry told him to stop. If you think about it, he probably had his reasons, to which Rude replied that he should shut up. The general looked at him in horror, hearing that even after all this time, the fierce dogs are a shitty organization that abuses children. Looking at the weapon, he asked what he was talking about. Lightning flew around the sword. It was heard that the guy who was about to die did not need to know. Suddenly, a devastating explosion flared up. The hero wiped his face, and the girl turned to him. Looking at her, he answered that she should not come here, that she should find a safe place. Turning around, Sophie screamed at him to run. The protagonist looked in confusion. Hearing that this guy is Jillian's thug, he was the one who tortured her and her mother, and he still has a lot of mercenaries in his mansion. Looking away, the elf added that he also had a dark sorcerer there. They needed her, so he. Suddenly Red lifted her up. Putting her on his shoulders, he said that it was good, let her take him there. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked what he was talking about. He needed to run away from here, to which Red replied that stop, if he went alone, it would take him more than half a day. Looking up, he added that since she taught him magic, he would teach her something too. There are two things that must be paid for. Looking at him, the girl heard that the first was kindness. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the second was oppression. A view of the city opened up. Jillian's mansion appeared. The man and the magician looked in surprise. Looking at the man's corpse, they said that he was dead. Jillian's legs trembled. He fell to the floor and said that Barry was dead. He was so strong, but did not even have time to attack. Looking at the ball, the dark magician said that he was coming here too, to which the millionaire shouted that no, let him listen carefully, he will gather all the elf slaves and forbid them, he will not forget about any of them. Stretching his hand to the side, the man shouted that he knew that he was spending a lot of money on him, an exile from the magical kingdom, let him kill this monster, and so that not a single scratch remained on his treasure. Looking at him, Kaaman thought that he did not want to use his priceless work to save this fatso, but his research really needed funding. Putting his hand to his face, he said that there was no need to worry, they have it. Looking to the side, the man said that for sure, they have it. The man held on to the bars. It was heard that his research was a work of art. A scream was heard from the middle of the city, saying that he at least knew where he was going, and that he should stop right now. Taking a step forward, the hero asked what was here. Sitting on his shoulders, the girl answered that yes, it was Jillian's mansion. Looking to the side, she added that he must be rolling in money, there were plenty of guards here, and then asked if he was okay, to which the protagonist asked again why she was asking. Lowering her head, Sophie said that even though they were their enemies, they were the same people as he was. Looking straight ahead, Rude said that they attacked him first, despite warnings, and they answered, well, that's true. People ran to the sides, and the hero said that he saw that they were still trying to attack him. The man looked away in fear. The monster took a step forward. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked what it was. Suddenly the creatures rushed forward. It was heard that they were mana beasts. No, he had never seen mana beasts that looked like that. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was a chimera created by combining different creatures with magic, although he was sure that it was illegal. The monster bit the man. It was said that even if they assumed that they were chimeras. The beast looked at the man angrily. It was heard that why did they release beasts that could not even distinguish between an enemy and an ally? Rude grabbed his weapon. The girl went behind him, hearing that she needed to hide somewhere. The creature came out of the building. The monsters looked straight ahead. The monster held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that they even recreated the dragon tour. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was made of parts of dragons, beasts, mana beasts, and he took a step forward. The girl looked at him in fear and turned. Stretching his weapon forward, the protagonist shouted that he said to hide, it was dangerous here. Holding his hand, Sophie said that she knew, but that guy. Looking to the side, the guy said that traveling alone was dangerous. Charlie looked straight ahead. It was said that this was the guardian of their tribe. Looking at him, the hero said that they probably knew each other. It seemed to him that one of the parts of the chimera was still a living elf, to which Feldrower replied that the guardian of the tribe was quite strong, but his memory and consciousness should have worn out a long time ago. Suddenly, he jumped up. Looking at Charlie, the protagonist said that he was definitely on a completely different level than the others. The creature swung its weapon sharply. Rude parried its blow. Dodging the attacks, he thought about what was in his favor. He wanted to start using the techniques he used in his past life. Unlike the technique that pierced the sky, they were not so popular. These were techniques that he developed during the battle on the battlefield. Pulling the weapon forward, the hero used the swallow skill. Particles flew around the monster. The protagonist rushed forward sharply. He swung his weapon sharply. Charlie parried the blow and said that he could not dodge in that case. He quickly turned to the side. Suddenly, the monster jumped up. Charlie gritted his teeth. Cracks appeared on the ground. The hero landed on the ground. There was a sound of snow being cleared. Charlie lowered his head and wheezed. He looked at the protagonist. There were wounds on his body. It was heard that the wound was not that deep. He could still fight. Rude looked to the side and asked what the hell, what was the name of the skill? Raising his eyebrows, he added that he remembered. A bright glow appeared in front of Charlie. It was heard about the wolf skill. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that he put the condensed energy of the sword, accumulated from the previous attack, into his body and released it. And also, naming the technique, to which he replied that he should shut up. He gave them names when he was much younger. Rushing forward, he added that the names should be interesting and easy to pronounce. Yes. Purple lightning appeared around the weapon. The protagonist jumped to the side. He raised his head up. The mage rose in the air. Standing behind the tree, the girl said that he was a dark wizard. Holding the weapon in his hands, Rude heard that he needed help, to which he replied that he did not. Looking straight ahead, he said that this time he was out of his reach. The hero frowned and thought that magic was only 3 elements: mana, technique, and spell. Magic at this level can be easily dealt with if its structure is destroyed, and as for the remaining mana, swinging his sword, he said let him receive. The blue wave collided with the purple smoke. Surprised, his eyes widened. The mage thought that he had dispelled the magic. No, that was not it. Looking at the hero, he added that it was more like his magic was being devoured. Lowering his head, Kaiman thought about what kind of sword it was and then spoke the spell. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what he was doing there. Suddenly, a blow flew at the mage and he shouted that he should go down. Kaiman started falling down, thinking about the curse. Just because of his one attack he had to use recovery and levitation magic. On top of that, he ran out of mana and received a strong blow. The mage fell to the ground. His eyes widened. Lowering his head, the mage thought about the reverse flow of darkness. Looking at him, Rude asked what was the meaning, that he was a 6th circle mage. His body was even more fragile than a 6-year-old. The man looked at him in surprise and thought that he had figured out high-level 6th circle magic so easily. How come, even if he was the next hero? There was no point. Fortunately, he had just enough mana left to use one teleportation spell. He needed to run away from here quickly. Stepping on his foot, the hero asked what was going where. Swinging his weapon, he said that he would make things easier with it. The girl peeked out from behind the tree. She opened her eyes wide and said no. Suddenly, Charlie appeared in front of the magician. Grinning, Kaiman thought that this was his chance. Pushing the monster, he told him to finish his job. Suddenly, Charlie rushed forward. A blow flew at him sharply. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that the core was destroyed. He would not last long. The monster was lying on the ground. The girl began to cry and turned to him. Looking at her, Rudd told her not to come closer. He could still be dangerous. Looking at the monster, he thought that if he had not died, he would have been very strong. Not everyone is worthy of the honor of becoming the guardian of the tribe. He would not believe that someone like him could be captured by a weak dark magician. The elf looked straight ahead, sadly. A happy memory arose in her head. Gritting her teeth, she asked what happened to those people, or they could have escaped. Looking at her, the hero answered that they were not far. They were quite badly injured. Clenching her fist, Sophie asked him what he had tracked them down. Putting his hand through the portal, the protagonist replied that he had. Looking away, he asked that he wanted to come with him. The girl frowned and said that yes, her mother would be disappointed with her, but she still wanted revenge. The view of the city opened up. She heard that they should go out and protect the mansion, useless bastards, so that not a single fly would fly into the underground bunker. Kaiman was here, why wasn't he coming? Suddenly, the mage fell to the ground. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened to him. Frowning, Kaiman told him to shut up and then thought that he should run. Damn it, who was this guy? Standing behind him, the man asked what he was doing, running away, abandoning him and his treasures, even though he knew what he had sacrificed for him, the catalysts, the ingredients, and all that help for his research on creating chimeras. The dark mage stopped and asked what he was talking about research when they were about to die. He stretched his hand out to the side and shouted that he was in this situation because of him. Looking at the man, Kaiman said that either his brain was covered in fat, that he didn't understand anything anymore. Let him give him the keys to the stable right now. He had run out of mana, so they would have to ride horses. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what and where he was going. Crystal, hanging in the air, asked what kind of sword it was. It had destroyed the entire treasury. Particles were flying around the weapon. It was heard that it was a smashing sword. This sword cuts through space. In her past life, Kate used it. It spends a lot of mana, so he didn't want to use it. Running away, the man shouted that he was a monster. Let them save him. He sat down in front of the elves and added that they should save him. They were useless. Suddenly, a rope appeared around him. Jillian was tied up and he shouted. It was heard that he had some question for him. The man looked to the side. Hearing that he was fast, there was another guy waiting for his turn. Kicking the magician, the protagonist said that the elf from whom he made a chimera was quite strong. They would never have been able to capture him themselves. How did they get him? The man trembled with fear and said that the black market of Ibris, he traded with people in white robes and masks that looked like dragon heads. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that dragon masks and white robes, maybe the Church of the Dragon. People in masks appeared. It was said that a strange organization that dreams of dragons ruling the world. If they destroyed the tribe and captured their keeper, then everything makes sense. The man opened his mouth and shouted that he had told him everything he knew. His treasure, no, these slaves, let him do with them as he pleased. Maybe a couple were already rotting, but some were still fresh. The elves looked away. It was heard that he could take as much money as he wanted, asking. Rudd looked straight ahead. Grinning, he asked if he was serious. The man looked at him in fear, hearing that he was not sure that the treasures behind him thought the same. He opened his eyes wide. It was heard that he should try to convince them. Blood appeared on the man's face. Sitting on the floor, he begged to be saved. Someone stepped in a pool of blood. It was heard that he asked to be saved. Sophie, looking at him, heard that she did not want to see her like this. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that she knew her mother protected her with all her love. The knife fell to the floor, and she said that she was sure her mother did not want to see her like this. Crouching down in front of him, the elf added that this is what she would do then. Looking down, she said that she would start making small holes in his body and then would smoothly pass air through them. Summoning the spell, the girl said that the air would slowly pass through his veins, into his eyes, organs, and finally into his brain. Veins appeared on the man's neck. Turning around, the elf said that may his soul never find peace, for they will curse him for the remaining hundreds of years that they are destined to live. Grinning, she asked that this was fair, right, said that in the end, he was an oppressor. The hero looked to the side. Snow-covered trees appeared. It was heard that he taught her something good. Walking straight, the man said that here are hemorrhoids. People were carrying a corpse. It was heard that one was a pervert who abused illegal slaves. The magician was lying on the ground. It was said that the second was a dark sorcerer who conducted illegal experiments on the creation of chimeras. Looking at them, the guy said that both participants in this crime deserved to be executed. But even if it was all done to save the slaves, there were too many mercenaries killed here to turn a blind eye to it. He looked surprised when he heard that maybe then so. People were lying on the ground. It was heard that the one who killed all the mercenaries was a brainless chimera who was unable to separate enemies from allies. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and said that even though they were a guild based in Ibris, they did not need to worry so much. The man crossed his arms and said that in any case, after this incident, the imperial family would deal with the neglect of the illegal slave trade and the dark wizards. He did not want the guy involved in this incident to be branded with shame. Looking to the side, the guy said that he was so incredibly cruel for his age. Looking at him, the man replied that in their time, being raised as a normal child was a privilege. He had enough skills, but considering the possibility that he would join a guild in the future, it was better to make sure that his reputation remained clean. People were walking down the street. It was heard that, however, he really was using people for his own interests. The blue sky appeared. A view of the room opened up. The hero was sitting on the couch. It was heard that this cunning future hero. Turning around, he said that he had only been here for a week. His guild was so poor that even after several months of existence it could not provide such basic help. How shameful. Gritting his teeth, the man said how he even knew how long he tried to clean up after him. The protagonist rolled his eyes and said that in fact, it was not even he who killed that pig so cruelly. Closing her eyes, the girl cleared her throat, and he added that there was nothing to be proud of. Looking at them, the man heard that okay, he would take the rescued elves to Vernica tomorrow, then he would go to Parma, so he shouldn't be too sad when they parted ways. To which he replied that he was also interested in this. There was some reason why the elves needed to be taken to Vernica. Closing his eyes, he added that there were many forests where they could live and prosper. Looking up, the elf heard that there was no other country that worshipped spirits and treated elves with kindness like Vernica did, and now was a good time to pay off the debts to the Queen of Hearts. Rudd looked away. Hearing that the Queen of Hearts, he meant the Great Spirit who had made a contract with the Spirit of the Wind. To which he replied that yes, they would have to end up in Vernica someday anyway, so it would be nice to make a reputation for themselves. The elf sat up, and the hero said that even on a mana-powered train, it would take quite a while to get to Vernica, but you could think of it as an excursion. Yes, since she didn't have company, let him take care of her. Sitting on the couch, Sophie turned to him, to which he asked again. The girl hung her head, hesitating. She ran off and added that it didn't matter. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that what a heartless guy, to which he asked what and what he did. They decided so from the beginning. He stood up and said that after that, he needed to go to Parma and check the subspace that the leader asked for, and he also needed to learn more magic. He would also have to deal with the Dragon Church. He didn't have time to drag a child around. Rude closed his eyes, hearing that, but he decided to allow himself to stay for a week to leave with the elves. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was right. Looking out the window, the hero asked why he did it. A view of the carriage opened up. Light emanated from the candle. A train appeared. The man was sitting opposite the elf. Looking at her, he said that it seemed like the two of them never said goodbye. Rudd was so cold for no reason at all. Lowering her head, Sophie answered that that was true. He thought so too. Yes. The man asked again in surprise, and the girl said that they had spent a little over a month together. They had studied a lot and laughed together. She wanted to be as strong as her uncle. The main character looked straight ahead. It seemed that he wanted to be able to fight on her own, so that no one else would be her master. She looked at him. Looking up, Sophie said that if she were strong, her uncle would have taken her with him. The girl lowered her head and said that Uncle Rudd was stupid, nasty, bald. She looked at him in surprise, hearing that she had some rude words she did not find. Frowning, the protagonist said that he gave her clothes and food, and this is how she speaks of him, bald. Looking away, the girl asked why the uncle was here. Rude hesitated in answering. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was lost. Looking at him in surprise, Sophie asked that he was lost, but was able to get here, to which he replied that it does not matter. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked that he wanted them to have a really cool goodbye, but could not do it because he was pathetic. Now she is happy. The man smiled, hearing that he will return every last ruble that he spent on her, even if it takes years. The elves looked at him in surprise, hearing that he could work, that he could become a great sorceress, let her do what she wanted. But she would repay him, and not even think about running away. If she ran away, he would chase her to the end of the continent. An image of a girl appeared. Frowning, the protagonist said that if she understood, then let's go. Looking straight at him, Sophie said that he was an idiot. Taking a step forward, she added that he should continue in the same spirit and eventually he would really be bald. Hitting him in the stomach, the girl said that Uncle Red was stupid. Looking at them, the man said that he didn't know what was going on here, but if she didn't get off him right now, she would definitely go to Vernica. Looking straight at him, the girl answered that it was his own fault. If he had told him earlier, he wouldn't have had to come here, to which the hero said that he should shut up. She disappeared without telling him anything. Abel closed his eyes. They rushed forward, and it was heard that a fisherman could see a fisherman from afar. A huge building appeared. The magical kingdom of Parma appeared before their eyes. The girl was sitting at the table. The man, standing at the door, heard him say that he should wait. Bowing, he said that she was here, and the girl said that Henny's was still sleeping. There was no need to wake her up. Amanda put her hand on her side and said that this girl suddenly applied for a leave of absence, claiming that she had completed the entire curriculum of the second year during the winter break, and would return if she devoted herself to researching mana fever without a single day off. The man grinned and replied that the innocent and lovely heart of a younger sister who loved her older sister very much. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she only wanted her to take care of herself. Stretching her hand out to the side, she asked what happened at Hennises by the way, to which he replied that someone had called from the station using communication magic. People were sitting on a bench. It was heard that, judging by everything, it was the lady. Sophie was eating ice cream. It was said that some guest was looking for her. Huge buildings appeared. It was heard that there were magic towers everywhere. A view of the city opened up. It was said that rare tools created with the help of advanced magic. Food appeared. It was said that ice cream, its sweetness is a reflection of the power of human magic, the beauty of the magical kingdom. Jumping up, Sophie said that this is Parma. After all, it is amazing here, completely different from the forest village. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what kind of elf would even like such a place. Grinning, the elf answered that she really loves magic, and someday she will become a strong enough sorceress to help him. Lowering his head, Red replied that as far as he remembered, most of the mages he knew had bad character. Let him not become like them. Looking at him in surprise, the elf asked who the sorceress he was talking about was. Coming out from around the corner, the girl asked that they weren't discussing her here. She waved her hand and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the hero asked what and why she was taking so long. Hennies approached him and asked what he meant by taking so long. He was the one who came early. She hadn't heard from him since they took a vacation. He knew how surprised she was when he called her. Looking down, she asked what and who the young lady was with him. Lifting her dress, Sophie greeted him and said it was nice to meet you. Her name was Sophie. Lowering her head, she added that she was Uncle Rude's secret daughter. She hoped that she would take good care of her, to which the protagonist replied that it was not so. Rolling his eyes, he continued that she was just a little elf he met in Atuna. In short, she owed him, and the girl said that she should sit down, to which Hennies asked again, and the hero added that at least she was listening to him. Sitting down on a bench, the girl said that she thought that mom was something, he should just call her aunt. The elf grinned and replied that it was good. She had a kind and beautiful aunt, and she had also eaten ice cream for the first time. Today was the best day of her life, to which the girl replied that she was so sweet. Looking at the hero, the girl asked why he had bought her ice cream on such a cold day. She should have bought something warm, like cocoa, to which the protagonist replied that she wanted it herself. Now that she thought about it, she annoyed him. Well, she knew this age. The girl grinned, and it seemed that that was all. She thought that was all. Standing behind the countess, the guy said that Mrs. Hennies had grown up. Going on a date and having a boyfriend was completely normal at her age, to which she replied that he should keep quiet. Looking at the weapon, she said that as a mother, she had already thought about it a lot. She knew that Henny's goal was recovery, but she also hoped that she would fully enjoy life. She kept mentioning the boyfriend, a certain next hero. The woman pointed the crossbow and said that today she even put on makeup. Although she usually doesn't do that, her baby is already, in general, she has no choice but to eliminate him, to which the man replied that she was going too far. The hero looked away, hearing that he should let go of the crossbow, to which she replied that he should let her go. Even if it was the next hero, he was still just a scumbag with a child. Turning around, the girl asked what was wrong. The countess twisted the man's arm, and he turned to her. A view of the building opened up. A flower stood on the table. People were sitting at the table. Closing her eyes, the countess said that yes, the next hero. Looking at her, the protagonist said that his name was Rude. Looking straight ahead, Henny's heard that maybe, closer to the point, he had arrived in Parma to check the subspace barrier in accordance with his assignment. Yes. Putting the cup on the table, the girl said that it was in vain. She frowned and said that the subspace was still in the final stages of testing, so it would take an extra week. She could tell him through the communicator not to call her daughter. The Countess crossed her arms and said that she could leave, to which Henny's exclaimed. Looking at her, Rude wondered why she was so angry and then said that it was true, but he still wanted to ask her something. Amanda frowned when she heard that he wanted to learn magic from her. She smirked when she heard this. The Countess snapped her finger and said that he was so confident because he knew he had a title. An ordinary second circle mage wanted to learn magic from a great sorceress. Particles appeared around the hero. The woman stretched out her hand and said that she refused. The elf pricked up her ears and exclaimed. Sitting at the table, she said that she checked his magic circles just by waving her hand, even without magic. Amazing. Amanda looked at her and said that it was nothing. Sophie smirked and said that she taught herself magic, so she has flaws but she wants to become like her, asked that she could teach her and her uncle magic. The Countess closed her eyes and said that she really thought so. The girl asked again, her eyes wide. They bowed their heads and thought, what a cutie. Amanda stretched out her hand to the side and said that if she had nowhere to go, she could let her stay in one of the rooms for a while, but she couldn't just accept a bunch of random students as her apprentices. She frowned when she heard that if she thought he lacked skills, then let him set some conditions, like an entrance exam. Putting her hand to her face, the Countess said that the entrance exam, then how about this? She will ask him one question. Depending on the answer, she will decide whether he will take the entrance exam or not. Henny's looked at her in surprise. Stretching out her hand, the woman asked what magic was. The textbooks were in a stack. It was heard that according to the books, magic is. Sophie looked away, hearing that the miracle of the embodiment of a person's will through the use of mana. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that however, in reality, it is the result of imitating the dragon's powers in order to kill it. Henny's looked in surprise, and the woman said that what an unconventional answer, a proud wizard would not utter such words. A monster appeared. It was heard that but yes, ancient magic was subject only to dragons. The magic of their days is akin to a weakened spellbook of dragon magic, activated only by will and spells. A bright light appeared in the room. The woman raised her hand. It sounded like they were focusing on effective spells with limited mana, and casting spells with their limited imagination, but still. She smirked and said that human magic could suppress dragon magic. Sometimes growth began with facing reality, not reckless confidence. He was still smug, but he didn't look like a complete idiot. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that with just a wave of her hand she had created teleportation magic, and on such a scale. Amanda put her hand on her side and said that it was a worthy answer. Well, as promised, the entrance exam would begin. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. He looked ahead and asked about whether it was really necessary to do this right now and right there. The woman's eyes were closed as she suggested that he was not a busy man, adding that she did not plan on providing housing and food to someone who was not even her student, and then suggested that they begin quickly. Henny's placed her hands on the table and told her mother that he needed time to prepare. Amanda crossed her arms and asked her daughter about how she had not told her that a noble's dignity began with the way he spoke. The protagonist stood in front of the table as he said that everything was fine, and then inquired about what the exam consisted of. The woman pointed to the flowing lava and replied that the portal in front of him led to the Elfale volcano near the eastern part of Parma, and that it signified God's grace, and as the name implied, a large amount of mana flowed through his veins. The sky above the camp was dark as she added that Elfale was the foundation of a magical kingdom and a special research area with countless resources and secrets yet to be discovered. However, in places where mana was abundant, various life forms gathered. The protagonist placed his hand on his head. Lizards were flying in the sky as Amanda explained that, except for the research camp, this place was constantly under attack by dragons, especially flying ones, adding that since the guy was a student of Iradium, he should understand that winter had already passed, meaning that the mating season for flying dragons had begun. A baby hatched from an egg as the woman explained that although they were not a threat individually, they would reproduce endlessly until their leader died. Amanda opened her palm and explained that Rude needed to catch the leader of the flying dragons, who was hiding somewhere in the vicinity of the Elfale volcano. Sophie held her hand out in front of her as she added that he had a week, and that if he could catch him in that time, she would allow him to become her apprentice. Henny's opened her mouth and called the boy by name when he said he agreed, and that she should not go back on her word then. The woman placed her hands on the elf's shoulders and said that the tower which never lies. Rude stood in front of her as he asked if the girl would have to take an exam, since she wanted to be her student too. Amanda looked forward seriously and asked if the boy really wanted her to send this sweet little person into a seething volcano, and if he was crazy, to which he replied that he was actually much younger than her. Sophie looked up as the woman added that she would take good care of her, and that her decision on whether or not to teach her magic would depend on the protagonist's success. Rudd stood in front of them when he exclaimed that this was not fair. Then the elf said that the guy was right and that she was still loyal to him, so she would have to follow him. Then the countess asked if the girl wanted more sweets. Sophie waved at the boy, calling him uncle and asking him to come back quickly. He asked how she could leave him for a piece of sugar. A hand touched his clothes when Amanda said that he talked too much and named him the next hero. Rude put his hand out in front of him, falling when the woman asked him to remember that he only had a week. Henny's and her mother were standing near the portal when a loud scream was heard. The boy put his hand on the ground and made a sound. He was sitting in the rubble when he asked if she really sent him there with nothing, no food or water. A cake fell to the ground. There was lava everywhere when Rude wondered if they were making fun of him. The boy stopped in front of the magma and said that it was very unfair. His eyes were closed when he added that at least she could have told him where the nest was. Feldro appeared and said that it was a bit hot there, then suggested that the guy get it over with. Then the guy asked him about how he liked it when it was cold, but he got nervous when it was hot. Rude turned his back when the Spirit King replied that despite the name God's Grace, it was a rather desolate landscape. Then the guy said that the mana came from another source. The protagonist imagined the silhouette of a lizard and spoke of the flaming dragon Amida and how the veins coming out of it were sealed deep in the crater. Lava splashed in all directions when he said that it was the vein of the dragon. Feldroa was next to the guy when he asked if the subspace was not the only reason to come to Parma. Then Rude replied that he intended to go there, and that he just did not expect it to be like this. The protagonist looked away silently as the Spirit King said that at least it didn't take him 3 years to get there on foot, so he shouldn't complain. The boy took a step forward as he thought about how the flaming dragon would appear in 3 years. He walked along the lava river, thinking that this was the place where those guys had set up a base, but with the future being uncertain, they needed to prepare for it somehow. A rock flew at Rude's face. He looked away, his mouth slightly open, cursing as he said that he thought he found it so quickly, and they were just small dragons. Lizards were flying in the sky above him. The dragon opened its mouth. The protagonist jumped to the side, realizing that they were slow. A lizard appeared behind him as he wondered if their scales were strong. Rude pulled his hand back, thinking that it was perfect then. He thrust his hand forward, attacking as he used the skill Annihilation. The dark-haired guy grabbed his wrist and asked how that bastard Chuck could use that move so easily, adding that his hand was numb. Feldroa appeared in front of him and asked if he had concentrated the Steros-style strike and detonated it, suggesting that Rude could probably deal with those monsters without a sword, to which the guy replied that after sword energy comes sword power, and after combat power comes destruction, and that it was pretty rough around the edges. The protagonist looked up and added that this skill created a strong vibration in the air, so they would soon be swarming there. The silhouettes of dragons appeared in the sky when it was explained that they moved by vibration, not sound. A purple dragon was flying ahead. Rude smiled and said that here was the leader. The lizards spread their wings. The dragon's pupils narrowed. His whiskers began to glow. The lizard opened his mouth wide and made a sound. There was a barrier in front of the protagonist when he assumed that he was using magic because he was the leader. He remembered how the girl opened her mouth wide and called him a fool, asking why he was picking a fight with flying dragons if he couldn't even fly, and adding that if he couldn't use magic, then he should start with earth dragons. The guy opened his mouth and said that he could fly now. A protective dome rose above him when he added that it wouldn't be necessary. His hand reached for his weapon. He squeezed the handle of the spear. Rude held it out in front of him and suggested that the dragons go down. Magic seals appeared near the tip. Tornadoes appeared in the sky. The lizards tried to dodge with their mouths open. The girls were walking down the road when Henny's apologized if her mother was bothering her. Then Sophie exclaimed that everything was fine and that yesterday she showed her the kingdom and made a whole feast, adding that the countess was very kind. Amanda crossed her arms over her chest 2 hours ago and said that she had to live up to their family, so her clothes had to be appropriate and her room clean, adding that for now she should walk around the kingdom. Henny smiled and said that it was not her place to say this, but her mother could not resist cuteness. They stopped in front of the fence when she asked the elf if she wanted to walk with Red. The girl opened her mouth and answered affirmatively, adding that for now she would really only be in his way. She turned to Henny's and asked her if her uncle had always been so strong. The countess's daughter rested her face on her hand and replied that he had always been a little different, and that during the entrance ceremony he had gotten into a fight with the student council president, so he had been singled out by 4 professors, and 1 girl had even broken his wrist. The elf's mouth dropped open in surprise and asked who she was, to which she was told that it was a long story and that her name was Kate, adding that she was in their class. The noise of voices could be heard among the buildings of the city. The children stopped near the fence. Sophie's mouth dropped open and she wondered how anyone could be so insensitive, adding that the next time they met she would scold him, and Henny's wondered how their conversation had turned into gossip. The girl closed her eyes and said that anyway, she just wanted to say that she didn't need to worry. They were standing next to each other when she added that this guy was strong enough to defeat the dragon of 1,000 forms and that he didn't want to admit it, but anyone could see him as a warrior. The protagonist stood holding a spear. The weapon was surrounded by streams of energy when the Spirit King asked if it was new, to which the guy replied that the storm spear was an ancient weapon that had the power to summon storms and that in his past life, he dreamed of using it. The remains of the lizardmen were lying on the ground when he added that ancient weapons used an insane amount of mana, and this spear used even more, and that it required so much that he couldn't use it even if he wanted to. Rude looked at the spear in admiration and said that it was cool, then Feldura asked if he was using such a weapon to fight some flying dragons, adding that his mental age was clearly to what he had regressed. The protagonist's eyes were closed as he replied that no matter how old people were, they were still children at heart, and that if someone had a cool weapon, they should use it to its full potential, even if the enemy was a mosquito. The boy gripped the handle of the weapon. He was sitting on the ground when Feldura asked him what happened. Rude was sitting with his back turned when he said that he had run out of mana. There were clouds in the sky when he said that, as expected, it was too hard for the fourth circle. Meat was roasting on the fire. The Spirit King was next to the protagonist when he asked if he had suddenly decided to use an ancient weapon because it was cool, adding that looking at him consuming that stinking dragon meat, it was obvious that his intelligence had decreased along with his mana. Rude threw the bone away and asked him to shut up, adding that he thought he had enough strength to at least walk. The bone fell to the ground as he thought about what was bothering him, that he couldn't advance to the fifth circle, and that it had been a long time since he became a fourth circle mage, and he didn't think he lacked skills. The boy sat cross-legged when asked if he planned to take up the celestial spirit, to which he answered in the affirmative, adding that his mana would take a long time to recover anyway, and that it seemed like training outside was no longer enough for him, so he should look inside to find the key to advancing to the fifth circle. Streams of energy rushed to his hand. The protagonist was enveloped in blue energy. He opened his eyes. There were clouds around him as he said that almost a year had passed. Rude looked at his hands, thinking that it wasn't as hard to maintain his consciousness as it had been before, and that his weapons and clothes were the same, and then wondered if his real identity had any effect on his spiritual identity, adding that he thought he had left everything in the subspace. He took a step and said that it didn't matter. The protagonist continued to walk forward when he added that it was very quiet there and asked Feldura if he had also been in this blue sky when he had made a contract with the Vanner in his past life. Rudd looked away and once again addressed the Spirit King. The dark-haired boy turned his head, thinking that the connection had been lost and that if a heavenly spirit had been let in, then the spiritual bodies of the masters would also have to be found. Something appeared in front of the boy. A gate towered in front of him when Rudd assumed that it was a door and wondered where it led to. He touched it with his fingers and said that he would have to go further. The protagonist found himself on the edge of a cliff. He began to fall head first and screamed loudly. The boy braced his hands on the floor and said that it was painful. He turned his head to the side and added that it irritated him that there was a cliff right behind the door and then wondered where his sword had gone. Rude placed his hand on his hip and repeated that everything was annoying him. There were some structures in front of him when he asked about what the library was doing just below the cliff. A book titled Memories of 6-Year-Old Rude appeared in front of the protagonist. He touched the white sheets when he realized that his name was written on it. The protagonist looked down with interest, thinking that it was magic, that the images were passing through his head. People could be seen on the film when he realized that these were undoubtedly memories of his past life. The dark-haired boy looked forward in shock when he wondered why there were his memories up there in the blue skies. He looked to the side seriously when he guessed that this was a place where his inner consciousness was reflected in the blue skies, adding that it was not only his memories that were recorded in this place. There were mountains of books in front of him when Rude said that it was too big. The tome had a yellow cover when he noticed that the bookshelf was different in color and that these were the memories of 24-year-old Kate. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly. He put his hand behind his back. The guy began to leaf through the book in horror. The girl opened her eyes slightly, thinking that she could not hear and that she was in pain and tired. Rude opened his mouth wide, then she wondered why he was yelling like that. The girl closed her eyes thinking that he was still the same until the very end. She looked at her hand. Kate saw the silhouette of the guy when she thought that Rude was really a scoundrel. Books and sheets flew in different directions. The protagonist looked in front of him angrily and asked what the hell was going on. His fist trembled when he thought that he did not understand. The book was opened when it became clear that these were the memories of 20-year-old henais. There were patterns on the cover of the tome. These were the memories of 26-year-old Chuck. Several scrolls with the memories of 23-year-old Jacqueline flashed. Rude stood in front of the bookcases when he wondered why the memories of his companions from the past life were there. He thought about the library of unknown texts in the endless sky and how, considering that all the connections between the mental bodies and the spirits of the teachers were severed, This must be his personal space. There were books behind the guy when he wondered where the recorded memories of his and his companions from the past life came from, thinking that if this was the mental space of the heir, then it was understandable why his memories were recorded there, but not theirs. The protagonist's hand was at his side. He looked to the side intently when he realized that there was someone there. His fist clenched as he said that it was bad enough that he was in such a scary place, but if someone had snuck in, it would be even more annoying. Rude took a step forward and added that when he caught that person, it would be the end of him. He ran with his arms bent when he realized where he needed to go. There was a blade in front of him. The dark-haired boy looked ahead in surprise and wondered what it was doing there. He carefully looked to the side. In front of him was an empty cabinet with memories of him being 13 when he asked why there was nothing there. A girl appeared behind him and suggested that it seemed like someone had already rummaged through it, and then she greeted the ninth heir. Rude looked forward in shock. There was a girl standing in front of him. The blonde smiled and said that her name was Charlotte Erville and that she was the sixth heir of the Heavenly Immortal Sword. She was in front of the guy when she asked about this reaction, adding that she was a great master and that he hadn't heard of the Golden Rose Charlotte. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he had seen her mentioned in historical texts, adding that she was a master of the Heavenly Sword and that it was an honor to meet the previous heir. The blonde closed her eyes and exclaimed that she knew she was dead and that he might think she was a ghost. The girl stood in front of Rude when she asked him if he knew that when the heir dies, his body and soul return to heaven as a mental body, and then explained that she was this mental body and that it was the heir's will that communicated with heaven. Charlotte opened her palm in front of her and explained that she wanted to offer help to the little 1/9. She approached the guy's face and asked if something happened on the outside, because if you look closely, he was not a child at all. The protagonist bent his hand in front of him and answered that he was Rude, and then asked about what it was, adding that he had lost contact not only with the spirit but also with the other masters, and suggested that they were inside the endless heavens. The blonde smiled sweetly and exclaimed that he was very prickly, and then replied that of course the connections were severed and that this was his heaven. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and mentally asked her again. Waves spread across the surface of the water as she explained that the divine heavens were divided into 8 parts in total, including both the outer and inner. The books were opened as the girl added that the outer heavens were a subspace, and the inner heavens were a mental space, and that all 4 parts of the heavens he had visited were outer, and starting from the 5th part, there were already inner heavens. Silhouettes appeared between Charlotte's palms as she stated that the physical body, mental body, and spirit constitute life, and that there was a place where spiritual information corresponding to a certain spiritual body was stored. Rude stared ahead as she added that only the spirit of the heir could enter, so naturally the connection was severed, and that, simply put, this place was the heir's personal space in the heavens. Charlotte held out her hand and said that until his death, all his stories and memories would be recorded there, in his heavens. The blonde crossed her arms as the protagonist asked for a second, and then asked why other people's memories were recorded there, and not just his. The girl tilted her head to the side and suggested that it was some external factor, adding that there was no way she could know since she was only the mental body of the endless heavens. She lowered her hand and said that maybe this guy knew something. Charlotte held a blade in her hands as she said that it was a very interesting sword. Her pupils narrowed as she added that he didn't have the best personality, and that if he knew something, he definitely wouldn't tell. Rude was holding the blade in his hands when he thought about whether the sword had a personality and was then asked where the guy got it from. The protagonist looked ahead and replied that it was Demios, the sword that their founder used, and then asked her if she didn't know. The blonde opened her palm and said that it was the first time she heard about it, but the main thing was that it had a blade because that would be enough to fulfill what she was there for. The girl pointed forward, smiling, and asked the 9th heir to draw the sword. Rude looked ahead seriously as Charlotte explained that he had to prove whether he was worthy of looking beyond the 5th heaven. The silhouettes of the heirs appeared behind the blonde as she explained that all of his predecessors, including his master, had completed this test to ascend and that it required him to strike with all his might, adding that if the strike even touched her, it would pass. The boy's lips were closed as he thought about how he had assumed that there were some conditions to reach the 5th heaven. The protagonist gripped the hilt of the blade and said that she had pulled out the sword herself, so it wouldn't be that easy. Charlotte smiled, closing her eyes, and replied that of course, and that this was his heaven, meaning that dying didn't mean death, adding that he had to give it his all and not hold back, otherwise he would die. Rude dodged her swing of the blade. A shadow fell on the floor as he thought about how this speed and swordsmanship was similar to or even superior to the heaven's blade. The boy stood behind the blonde, who exclaimed that of course she was joking and he would not die, adding that the pain would simply be felt directly by the spirit. The girl held the blade in front of her as she asked the 9th heir to look at herself, explaining that she had aimed for his neck, but he had dodged it in an instant. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that it was somehow too rough for a test strike. Charlotte held her hand out in front of her and said that it was actually a tradition with a long history, and that she had died about 100 times in her time trying to pass this test. Then asked if it was true that it was rare to have the opportunity to put in one strike without using tactics, and suggested that he imagined that this was training. The boy put his hand on her shoulder as she exclaimed that trying to kill someone, especially someone of higher rank, might be off-putting, but after he died a couple of times, those feelings would no longer remain. The protagonist gripped the hilt of his blade, thinking that without Feldrua, magic was useless, and the only weapon he had was Demios, and that, as she said, the only option was to strike with all the mana in his body. Rude held the blade out in front of him when he decided that since it had come to this, he would put everything into the strike, and said that there was no such thing as training. The sword stuck into the ground as the girl said that youth was still the same. Streams of energy appeared. A translucent wall formed in front of the blonde. Charlotte opened her mouth wide and told the boy that he must show everything he had to break through the barrier. The protagonist looked ahead and wondered what he had. Shadows fell on his neck as he thought of the experience that belonged to his brother. He gripped the hilt of the sword as he remembered that this was the weapon that his brother had. Dark energy enveloped the boy as he thought about how, by blindly imitating the things he admired, he absorbed them whole until they became as murky as possible. Rude's pupils narrowed. A blue arrow shot towards the barrier as the skill pitch darkness was used. The fragments that remained of the barrier scattered. The boy was on one knee. He was in front of the blonde, who exclaimed that she was shocked and that he was very strong. The tip approached the protagonist's face as she said that she did not expect him to be able to break through the barrier on the first try, adding that she especially did not think about a counterattack, and then asked about whether he was still dissatisfied even after he showed his abilities. Charlotte swung her sword and asked him not to look at her like that. After all, it was tradition. The boy's head was cut off as the girl exclaimed that the ninth air had passed. Rude grabbed his throat and began to cough. A mark appeared on his arm as he said that this tradition was disgusting. The protagonist sat on the ground as Feldroa asked if the boy was okay, explaining that he felt a powerful wave of mental resonance immediately after he returned, to which he was told that he was fine and that it was nothing compared to the dragon of 1,000 forms. Rude turned his head to the side when he was asked what he was doing in the sky. The dark-haired boy placed his hand on his hip and replied that he learned a lot and developed. He reached for the blade as he added that, to be honest, he saw some strange things and that, apparently, during the regression, his memories from his past life were mixed up and some were missing altogether. He remembered the girl holding the sword as he thought about what it meant that he had a terrible personality. The Spirit King was in front of him when he asked him if Banner had actually used it. Since the sixth air, Charlotte Ervil said that she had never seen the blade. He imagined a knight in armor and answered in the affirmative, adding that the Demios he knew could only cut mana, but he had never seen him absorb power like that, and that perhaps something had added to his abilities, something that Benar had sealed without his knowledge. The protagonist looked to the side and assumed that it was a seal. He held the sword in front of him as Feldroa answered that Demios originally had two powers, cutting mana and casting seals, and that Banner had used the sword to seal the Dragon King, not to fight, adding that given that his power had changed and that he had the ability to absorb, it was likely that the seal could have affected it. Rude sat on the ground as the Spirit King summed up that whatever it was, if Banner decided to seal it, it must be dangerous. The boy replied that if it was dangerous, they could just throw it into the lava. The boy walked towards the hills. When asked if they were going further again, he replied in the affirmative, adding that reaching the fifth heaven had restored his mana, and that since the entrance test was over, it was time to do what he came there for. The protagonist touched the stone and said that he didn't know the exact location, but in his past life, the dragon cult was somewhere there. A symbol appeared under his palm as the boy said that in this dark, rugged terrain, they used special signs to navigate, and that they also set up patrols to prevent enemies from attacking. Rude raised his hand in front of the stone as he added that it would take too long to find them himself, so he would destroy everything in sight and then they would come out on their own. The masked girl turned around and addressed the man named Miles. A man appeared and asked her what had happened. Then Murda spoke of the recent events troubling Elphael and how the future hero had just destroyed one of their signs. She raised her hand to her face and asked if he could find out the true nature of the dragon cult. Then she was told not to worry, adding that even though he was a dragon slayer, he was still only an 18-year-old boy. They stood opposite each other as Miles added that he could see scrying magic in the sign. The blonde masked man extended his hand and said that it was true, then asked why they didn't just kill him even if he noticed, reminding him that the bishop had said to avoid conflicts until that day. But eliminating a serious threat to the dragon cult and putting the soul of the slain dragon king to rest would definitely please the cardinal. Murda folded her hands in front of her and exclaimed that her brother was right, and that the cardinal had also said that it was time to spread the teachings of kindness and grace among the innocent lambs, so it should be done now. They looked in the same direction and greeted the bishop, who said that it was very noisy there. The masked girl leaned forward and exclaimed that she was honored that the bishop had come in person, explaining that they had just been watching the future hero and his destructive actions. The masked girl brought her hand to her face and repeated her last words, then said that she wondered what that impudent youth was thinking when he decided to come there. The bearded man opened his mouth and asked the bishop if she planned to take action herself. A scaly tail appeared as she replied that she hadn't been training much lately. The bishop turned her back as she concluded that a light walk wouldn't hurt. There were rocks on the ground. The protagonist held an axe in his hand as he said that they should have appeared by now. He put his hand on his head when asked what he would do then, to which Rude replied that he would kill them and that he would leave one alive to find their base and the location of the other branches. He gripped the handle of the weapon and said that it wasn't the kindest way. Feldraw was next to him, who said that it was impressive and asked if he was still capable of developing, so the guy asked him to be quiet. The protagonist leaned on his weapon, thinking about how much he had suffered in his past life, and how the dragon cult was not one to give up information under threat and torture, adding that they were common throughout the continent. Then the boy was asked what he thought was important in battle. The Spirit King was in front of the boy. When he answered that an unyielding spirit, then he asked him to name something other than spirit. Feldroa shimmered in the light as he explained that weapons, spiritual power, skills, and information were all important, and that strength was in understanding one's enemy. Rude looked closely at the Spirit King, who said that he came from another life and knew much more about the dragon cult than they knew about him, and that using this information correctly would allow him to turn the tables without shedding a drop of blood. He imagined the people wearing masks with horns as he thought about how the dragon cult had spread across the continent like a plague, and how their goal was to bring back the 7 dragons, and how due to their secrecy, their true nature was only revealed after the continent had already been devastated, adding that the cultists were also behind the destruction of the heavens in the past. The protagonist imagined the symbols of the stars as he explained that there were 3 cardinals, who were served by 7 bishops, and that their skill level was equal to the best dragon slayers, and after them came the ordinary priests and believers. Rude held out his hand, thinking about how the dragon cult maintained strict confidentiality and used masks to hide their identities, often not even knowing each other's names, and how it was an absolute hierarchy of subordination, then asked Feldrew to contribute since he was the one who brought it up. He had the hilt of the blade in his hand as he explained that they needed the bishop who controlled the branch of the cult in Elphael, so they would need his power. The Spirit King presented the sword and asked if he really wanted to use its power, warning that even after reaching the 5th heaven, his mana would not be enough. So the protagonist replied that the Winter Sword Leventia was highly effective at using ice magic, and that he had enough mana for it. Rude looked ahead, thinking that for the plan to work, it would be ideal if one of the priests showed up, then someone said that it was too much trouble. The bishop stood in front of him, asking if there was really a need to destroy someone's front yard like that, then he realized that he was lucky. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that next time he would ring the doorbell if he saw one, then said that it was nice to meet one of the 7 bishops of the dragon cult, a great mage named Griselda. Sweat appeared on the girl's face. She looked ahead with green eyes, wondering if he knew her, and that even among the priests, few knew her name, and Rudd was just an ordinary child. Then the boy added that he had greeted her incorrectly. The protagonist raised his hand to his chest and wished for the dragon's wings to protect it. He confidently looked ahead and said that he was Rudd Donatos, the adopted son of Cardinal Adam, and that he had come to deliver a message from his father. Griselda looked ahead worriedly and asked how he knew that name. She pursed her lips. Snakes appeared under her hand as she said that she admitted that she was surprised. Reptiles wrapped around the boy's body as she added that the future hero had collected a lot of information about the dragon cult. The protagonist was in front of her when she said that he was overdoing it, and that pretending to be one of them could be considered a daring trick. Griselda gritted her teeth as she summed up that the boy dared to claim to be his adopted son and that she could not turn a blind eye to such a blatant lie. Rude smiled and replied that she dared to doubt his father's message, then asked about how she thought the cult would be stupid enough to tell a child like him the true name of the great cardinal. The bishop opened her palm and said that the reason would be revealed when she snapped his neck, calling him a foolish sky dragon slayer, then wondered if he really thought that if he appeared out of nowhere and started talking nonsense, they would believe him. The protagonist's body was wrapped in snakes as Griselda added that she did not know what kind of foolishness brought him there to provoke them, then considering how much he knew, they could not let him go alive. The boy opened his mouth and advised her not to do anything she would regret, adding that he knew how much she loved his father, asking if it was true that she had done everything to live up to his expectations, then saying that his father would be more than just disappointed when he found out about the bishop who had threatened to kill his son. Griselda clenched her fist and told the boy to shut his cunning mouth before she cut out his tongue, adding that he would say anything to survive, so he couldn't be trusted. The bishop looked forward in surprise when Rude spoke of the heavenly debacle 10 years ago. A stream of energy rushed towards the snake as he explained that his father being involved in the incident was classified information that only a few in the cult knew, and that his father had picked him up in Dissol back then. Griselda looked shocked as she asked how that was possible. A shockwave spread out from the boy when he spoke of the home of the enlightened ones who serve the benevolent divine dragon. The bishop covered her face when he added about judging the world that had strayed from the path of life. The blue snake began to wriggle when the protagonist addressed the owners of the defiled world, the executioners of the unbelievers, the 7 dragons. Griselda spread her arms out to the sides when he explained that he would say one last time that he was the adopted son of Cardinal Adam. An ice statue appeared above the boy when he identified himself as the seed of the antihero Rude Migrol, and mentally asked her if she understood. Everything had been engulfed in flames 10 years ago during the Dragon of 1,000 Forms incident, when it was revealed that the guild in charge of the village had been destroyed, and that no survivors had been found, and the southern part of the continent had been completely devastated. There were bodies of people lying on the path when Griselda called herself a dragon slayer, an archmage of the 8th circle, and a black star who mastered magic as a child and realized it right before her death. Her bloody body lay near the bushes. Blood was dripping from the girl's mouth as she said that human magic was insignificant compared to dragon magic. Someone approached her and answered that she was right and that everything was the will of the dragons, adding that humans were not supposed to go against the will of their god in the first place. The man extended his hand to the girl, calling her Black Star Griselda and saying that her pain came from the misconception that humans were superior to dragons, and that she should be saved by the truth and teachings hidden from the world, because salvation was her only way to begin to shine. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes as she concluded that her meaningless life was saved by His Highness. The protagonist looked ahead as the bishop thought that if he knew what happened that day, then he must be Adam's adopted son. The girl knelt down and said that she had committed a mortal sin. Griselda held the mask in front of her as she explained that she had never heard of him before, so she did not expect the cardinal to have an adopted son in Erathium. Rude looked down with a careful gaze and asked about the fact that the cardinal was obligated to report everything he did to a mere follower, adding that her loyalty seemed weak. The girl opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that it was not true. The boy turned away and said that he did not care if someone like her doubted him, and that he would just tell his father everything he saw today, then said that he was there to check on the progress of the work, so she should lead him to the lake. Griselda looked down guiltily. She was standing behind the protagonist when she answered that she understood and that she would show him the way. A portal opened behind the guy when they told him that they were glad that he was free of restrictions, and then asked if it was really necessary to show off like that, adding that the main thing in lying is to keep your spirit. Columns were visible in front of the lava when Rude realized that the flaming dragon was sealed there. They were standing in front of the magma when he asked about the progress of the unsealing process. The protagonist looked at the girl with displeasure, who answered that everything was going well and that at this rate it would take 3 years. Then the guy asked if this was really good for her, adding that he found it funny, after which the bishop apologized to him. Rude crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about how, as he thought, this exactly coincided with the time of the flaming dragon's appearance, and about how even if he managed to defeat the thunder dragon, there would be too little time left to prepare. The lava continued to bubble as he realized that he had to somehow take advantage of this opportunity and greatly thin out their army. Griselda looked surprised when the boy said that it was time to preach the doctrine of grace to the young lambs. The protagonist looked away and added that by tricking the heavenly sword warrior, he had received the title of a future hero, and that he had been chosen to fight against the Thunder Dragon, and that everything was according to his father's plans, and that the purpose of this battle was to gather the strongest dragon slayers in one subspace and destroy them all at once. The bishop stood near the lava when the boy explained that on the day of this battle, there would be warriors stationed outside the subspace in case of an emergency, and that one of them would be the crown prince of Ulfia. Griselda stood in front of Rude when he said that the royal bloodline, which was hostile to the dragon god, was an obstacle that would still have to be eliminated, and that while he would be fighting the dragon slayers in the subspace, she would have to lead the believers and kill the prince. The protagonist turned to the side and added that this was his father's order. The bishop looked ahead carefully and wondered if this meant that they should reveal themselves to the world and start a war. The dark-haired boy looked away with displeasure and answered in the affirmative, explaining that several dozen would not be enough to deal with the guard knights guarding the prince, and that she would need to gather all the people and kill them. Griselda bowed to him and said that she understood. Rudd turned away, standing with his back to him, and said that it was great, and that he was leaving and would tell his father absolutely everything he had seen today. She grabbed his clothes and asked him to wait. The bishop was standing behind him when he asked what she needed, to which she replied that she only wanted to apologize again for what had happened. The girl folded her hands in front of her and asked if he could not tell the cardinal about her mistake, adding that she knew that she was wrong, but was ready to do anything, just not to disappoint him. The guy looked away carefully and asked again. Griselda was standing in front of him when she asked if he needed anything, suggesting that it could be gold or treasure. Rudd looked away in disbelief and replied that he did not need money, but she could give him useful artifacts, because as a mage of the 8th circle, she probably had plenty of them. A dimensional gap appeared on the side of the bishop as she replied of course, then asked about the mist chain, adding that no matter where his enemy was, it would find him. The girl looked worriedly at the protagonist, who asked what she was doing. Rude looked forward angrily and asked what he said to choose, then told her to bring them all, adding that he would take the one he liked. The dark-haired boy rolled his eyes in displeasure, then the bishop agreed to show him everything. There were artifacts lying on the ground. The protagonist sat in front of them as he asked if that was really all, to which the girl replied that there were no more. Rude looked away seriously and warned her not to try to play with him, adding that she should give him what she had in her hands, namely the Wings of Darkness. Griselda hugged the staff and exclaimed that not him, because the Wings of Darkness was a staff that increased mana, so it was not suitable for swordsmen, and that if she did not have it, the effectiveness of her magic would drop dramatically. The boy's mouth fell open. He crouched when he answered that she did not do what she was told, and that his father could not stand to see it anymore and gave him this title at such a young age, and then asked her about what they were doing there, not counting this task. The bishop brought a hand to her face when she was asked about the dragon slayer of 1,000 forms, and what they did when the heavenly warrior killed him, adding that he thought he would turn a blind eye to it if he received the artifact. The girl looked exhausted when Rude asked about whether she did not want it or thought that he was empty. The protagonist held the staff in his hand when Feldroa said that his true nature was showing more than his pretense, to which he was told that she had given him the artifact. Then the boy said that that was enough and told the bishop to open the gate for him to return, to which Griselda agreed, thinking about how annoying he was. The portal opened above the stones. Rude walked past the remains. He put his hands behind his head and said that he had made a good profit today and could not wait for them to realize that he was lying. Then the Spirit King noticed that he seemed quite happy. The protagonist looked at Feldroa and asked him what was wrong, adding that he looked a little different. The Spirit King closed his eyes and replied that seeing his manifested form most likely had some effect, and that since spirits depend on the experience of those they made a contract with, the boy should have been impressed by his majestic appearance. He remembered the ice statue. Rudd put his hands behind his neck and said that maybe he was right and that he thought he had gotten rounder. Then Feldroa asked if the guy was going crazy. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that if everything went according to plan, the members of the Dragon Church would attack Parma during the battle with the Thunder Dragon, and that the Crown Prince's guard knights were strong, but they were few in number, adding that he thought he should call them. The Spirit King narrowed his eyes and asked him again. 4 people were walking in the distance when someone asked what they were doing there if they didn't know where he was. Layla looked at Kate and reminded her that it was exam time, then she asked if anyone had told her to follow them. Chuck was walking next to Jacqueline when he said that the heat was pleasant and that even lava lakes turned into ordinary hot springs with muscle training, and the girl asked if it was true, adding that then he should get into it and not come out. The protagonist looked away with satisfaction and said that this is why he hates geniuses. Everyone looked in the same direction when they realized that they had found him. They headed towards Rude, who said that they were amazingly on time. Sophie looked at the girl from under her brows, and the protagonist thought that he wanted to make a big contribution to the battle with the Thunder Dragon, and that this was the only reason he returned with them to the Halfley residence. The quill and ink were on the table when it was said that Rude officially became a student of the Crimson Tower and began studying magic. Amanda leaned over the guy when we were told that, working tirelessly, the protagonist did not notice how a month had passed. The hall was filled with people when the man said that the ceremony preceding the battle with the Thunder Dragon was grand. He raised his glass and added that his interlocutor wanted the entire contingent to pay attention to the upcoming battle. The mustachioed man, holding out his hand, said that one could say so because the legendary dragon, one of the 7, and the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms 10 years ago was terrible. And besides, an ordinary 18-year-old boy was in charge of all this, and therefore it could not but become big news, and, to be honest, he came there to see the leaders of the Dragon Slayer guilds. The girl took the man's arm. The guy in the suit was sitting on a bench. Amanda brought her hand to her face when the mustachioed man added that he did not see anyone, but noticed only one responsible for the subspace, the owner of the Crimson Tower. She waved her hand away when the man said that maybe they were saving their strength for tomorrow and at least His Highness the Crown Prince was here. The owner of the tower was climbing the stairs. Amanda leaned on the wall and called Rude a lazy student, and then asked him who he thought the main character was at this ceremony. The main character, holding a book, said that he was a little tired and needed to take care of the girl. Rude looked away when Amanda asked him again and said that someone was busy preparing for the subspace, and then added that she had to feed and shelter his friends who came to her residence for him without warning, and on top of everything, he was forcing his teacher to take responsibility for the banquet, and then dared to say that he was tired, to which the guy offered his deepest apologies. She leaned over to the girl and said that she would take care of the girl herself and asked the protagonist to appear annoying to the guests, and then was surprised at how much the imperial family supported him, and Rude said that he himself did not ask for anything. Amanda picked up the girl and said that the fact that he was able to become a 4th circle mage in just a month was very impressive. Although Sophie was also talented and no matter what she said, the girl did not forget anything, and that she was incredibly persistent and hardworking. The girl smiled, and the owner of the Crimson Tower said that she seemed to be looking at her daughters when they were little. Amanda opened her mouth wide and told the protagonist to go show them his face already, and added that his friends were already looking for him. The woman with the girl in her arms began to leave. The dragon leaned over the jug as the protagonist thought that in his past life, 5 days after this day, Layla died. But now, even if he tells Henny's about all the ingredients for the medicine, only she can get the exact recipe for making it, just like in the past life, and that he believes that she will figure it out after some time. But the only problem is that the last ingredient to cure the magic fever is a part of the body of the ice dragon. Rude stood up from his chair and thought that the schedule would be tight when suddenly someone called him. Layla was standing with a glass of wine and said that she had walked around here so many times trying to find him. Rude looked straight at her and asked why she was looking for him. The girl, tilting the glass, said that the protagonist of today's event did not show himself. The guy grabbed her hand when the girl tried to say something. He looked at the surprised girl. Layla, wide-eyed, asked the protagonist. Rude gritted his teeth and asked why a clumsy person like her drank wine. The girl clenched her fists and asked him again about what he said, adding that wine doesn't even count as alcohol, to which the protagonist asked if she wanted him to repeat these words to her mother, to which the girl said that he sometimes irritates her. The guy, looking into the glass, thought that he was wondering why she became such an alcoholic in her past life, but it turns out that she was rotten from the very beginning. Layla raised her hand when Rude asked her what she wanted to give him and said to give it to him. She threw the gloves in his face, adding that he was mean. The guy looked at them and asked what they were, to which the girl said that it was an artifact and that she made it herself, and also enchanted it to be resistant to electricity, but she does not know how long they will last against the Thunder Dragon. Layla put her hands on her hips when the protagonist said that it would be very useful. But the design was of course stupid, to which she thought that the fact that this guy was making her heart skip a beat was starting to irritate her. She remembered the girl covering her mouth when she thought that, as expected, romantic feelings were all nonsense and that she just didn't want to lose her friend, and he didn't have any such feelings at all. Layla looked ahead questioningly, and the protagonist said that it reminded him that he had something for her. He took out a pendant and told her to take it. She opened her eyes wide and asked if it was an earring. She took the gift in her hand. Suddenly, it turned into a weapon, to which Layla said that it was a transforming staff and asked if they weren't very rare. She opened her mouth wide and said that in addition to enhancing magic, it also increases mana reserves, and that it is a top-tier enchantment, a legendary artifact, and then asked where he got it. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and said that he tricked someone into taking it, to which the girl asked again. She raised the staff above her when Rude told her not to worry about it and that it could be transported into an earring so it would be comfortable to wear, since he knew that she did not like to hold heavy staffs in her hands, to which the girl told him not to ask for it back. She put the earring on. After adjusting it, she said that the protagonist was the best. Rude smiled and said that it suited her very well. Layla smiled widely. She looked forward and wanted to say something. The girl turned around and shouted that she was going to show off to her mother. The guy looked away and asked why she was suddenly acting like that, and then someone called his name. Chuck pointed behind him and said that there were many people looking for him. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that he didn't know any of them. The guy looked at Rude and said that now was just the right time to meet famous people, to which the protagonist said that he should do the meeting himself, to which his friend said that he was already quite famous thanks to his beautiful muscles. Rude put his hands in his pocket and said that, "Here, take this." He put the ring in Chuck's hand. Sweat came out on his friend's face. He said that he respected him very much and loved him as a friend. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, looked at Chuck when he said that, unfortunately, his feelings for him were different, to which the guy said that he already understood him and that everything was not as he thought. Rude put his finger forward and said that this ring of protection is a one-time totem that can protect its owner from fatal wounds once, and since he is constantly reckless and does crazy things, he should wear it. He folded his arms and said that he was not going to criticize his fighting style, and also knew that fighters have their own pride, so this was not a protection spell, but an artifact that would give him a second chance. Rude remembered his back and said that this guy would be enough. Chuck raised the ring above himself and said that it meant like a friendship ring. The guy closed his eyes and explained that Steros do not wear armor, but if a close friend insists, to which the protagonist said that if he continues to talk such nonsense, he will shove it up his nose. They looked away when someone shouted at them to wait. Jacqueline opened her mouth wide and said that the engagement was invalid. The girl, holding her hand out to the side, screamed that if they were going to get married, then only over her dead body, to which the protagonist asked what she was talking about. Chuck showed his hand and said that it was just a friendship ring and that it symbolized how much Rude cared about him, to which the guy said that it was not so and called him a blockhead. Jacqueline, holding her hand out to the side, understood what was going on. She thought that the main character would never date a blockhead like Chuck, and added that his dad was looking for him. The guy, sitting on a chair, said that she had already seen everything. Why did she have to joke like that? The girl opened her mouth and asked how he knew, because hiding her presence was her specialty, to which Rude said that he smelled her, to which she called him a dog. Jacqueline stroked the guy's head when he began to deny her words, and she said that of course not. He is not a dog, but a prickly porcupine, and called him a good boy. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she had a gift for a good boy. She showed him a pendant. A blue ball on a chain was shown. The guy asked if it was a spiritual stone, to which the girl said that he guessed right, spirits live in it, but for now it is empty, so it is nothing more than a beautiful stone. Rude looked at the decoration and asked if it was some kind of witchcraft. Jacqueline closed her eyes and answered negatively, adding that who knows, maybe he will die in the upcoming battle, and she would not want them to be separated like that. And in the event of his death, he can become a spirit and live in the stone, then they can live happily ever after together. The guy looked down in surprise, to which the girl asked what kind of reaction this was, and that she was partly joking. The protagonist extended his hand to the girl and said that he would refuse, knowing how important he is to her. Jacqueline raised her hand to her face and asked how he knew and if his dad had told him, to which the guy agreed and thought that in her past life she had mentioned that it was a keepsake from her mother. She covered the protagonist's hand and said that everything was fine and that he could take it. It was her decision. The girl looked ahead, saying that it was time to leave her peaceful garden. The guy opened his mouth slightly. Jacqueline closed her eyes and asked that, if it was not too much to ask, could he do her a favor? Rude, looking up, asked again. The girl, smiling, said that she knew that he respected her, but she would like to become a reliable friend to him. The guy, looking away, said that she was already a reliable friend, to which she replied that she was even more than she was now and that she would like them to be able to talk comfortably with each other. Jacqueline, putting her hands behind her back, asked if he understood what it was about and if there was anything wrong with it. The protagonist, bowing his head, said, of course, it would be easier for him. The girl, opening her mouth, said that yes, there was a view of a very beautiful garden from the balcony and asked if he wanted to watch it with her, to which the guy replied that he didn't mind, but didn't she need to go back to the banquet since it would be dinner soon. Jacqueline rushed to the exit, screaming that she had run as soon as she heard Rude's words about how he had heard that the imperial chef, a specialist in cooking meat, had been invited. The guy, sighing, thought about the garden and how it was probably not as stuffy there as here. The protagonist went outside. He looked at the flowers and said that they were beautiful, but they were probably artificially supported since they were blooming in such weather. Someone was watching the protagonist from above when he said that if they were no longer looked after, they would grow naturally, and why waste magic and money on such a thing? The leaves rustled. Someone's voice said that he had finally arrived. Kate fell into the protagonist's arms. Sweat broke out on Rude's face as the girl asked him if he was waiting for her. Kate smiled and asked if he had already looked for her everywhere. The protagonist spread his arms and said no. The girl gritted her teeth and asked why he dropped her, to which the guy laughed and said she looked pathetic. Rude sat down next to Kate. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked if he was really looking for her, asking if she was right, to which the guy asked her to stop with this nonsense and that he just needed to tell her something. Kate looked ahead as Rude said that when the battle began tomorrow, the dragon cult would attack the entrance to the subspace. The girl turned towards the protagonist and asked again about the dragon cult and if it happened in his past life, to which he said no, it was a trap that he set himself. Rude leaned on the ground and explained that the dragon cult was an obstacle in their way to destroy the 7 dragons, and he tried to involve as many people as possible in this attack, including the Bishop of Elfale, and he needed her help to kill them. The protagonist, remembering the bishop, said that to be precise, the bishop was an 8th circle mage, and even if all the dragon slayers and imperial knights gathered together to protect this place, the battle would still be fierce. Rude looked at the girl and said that therefore she would need to help others until the team arrived, to which she asked why her. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face and he asked again, and the girl asked why he was only telling her about this. He could have told everyone when they gathered together. Rude placed his hand on the curb, saying that the dragon cult members were humans. He imagined a man being stabbed with a spear and said that they could all kill dragons and magical beasts, but none of them had ever killed a man, and then added that he was sure they would be in a stupor, to which the girl asked what about her. Kate lowered her head and asked if he thought she would be okay. She opened her mouth wide and screamed that the fact that he saw her future did not mean that he knew everything about her now, and maybe in her past life she was fixated on revenge and could easily kill, but now she is different and initially she only wanted to help him, and why should she help others? The guy put his hand on her head and told her not to be angry. It was not like that at all. He, looking at her, added that she was very different from herself in her past life and that she was already much stronger. Rude sat next to her and said that he knew she couldn't easily commit murder, but the reason he was telling her all this was not only because she was the only one who knew about him, but also because she was the strongest of them all, and then added that she was the type to defeat opponents in order to protect those she cared about. Kate removed the protagonist's hand from her head and called him an evil idiot. The guy smirked and apologized. The girl put her head on her knees and said that even though he was telling her all this, wouldn't this conversation be pointless if he just killed the Thunder Dragon and came back safe and sound? Rude clenched his fist and said that yes, it was true, in his past life he had won, but then his brother was with him. Kate raised her head and said that this time they had him. The guy looked up and said that they had him then too, to which the girl said that she should stop belittling herself. She grabbed his cheeks and said that he was also much stronger than he was last time. Holding his face, she added that although he had regressed, he was still much stronger and that he was trying his best to find the best solution. The protagonist looked forward as the girl said that on top of everything, he knew that her mother would also be participating in tomorrow's event. Kate, with her mouth slightly open, said that they would win no matter what. The girl smiled when she heard a positive answer. Looking at the garden, the protagonist said that it seemed like she had just knocked out his tooth, to which Kate said that there was no need to exaggerate and that she had only hit him slightly. And Rude said that he was bleeding. Trees were visible behind the building. Soldiers were examining weapons. People had gathered on the street on the day of the battle with the Thunder Dragon. The girl brought her hand to her face. The soldiers looked away when someone asked if they were not having a send-off ceremony. Layla folded her hands in front of her and said that the Parmer royal family had already done so much. They allowed them to use subspace and also organized that stupid inauguration ceremony. And the Imperial family had to do so many things to keep people from criticizing them, to which Kate asked why the Crown Prince had come all the way to a dangerous battlefield if there was no send-off ceremony. The boy raised his hand when she asked if it was because the Bernstein family had a deep-seated hatred for dragons, or if he wanted to look good in front of the press. The blonde turned his head. Rude scratched the back of his head when His Highness called his name. The boy brought his hand to his chest and said that today he would be a real hero. Nicholas looked back when the protagonist said that he did not deserve such a title, and His Highness said that he should not belittle himself. If he did not deserve such a title, then why was the Imperial family bending over backwards to support him? The blonde looked away when the protagonist thought that he was asking for their support, and said that in the first place, isn't the recognition of a hero within the jurisdiction of the Holy See? After all, he heard that they do not even consider anyone without evidence, to which His Majesty clarified if he was talking about stigmata. A weapon shrouded in a yellow aura appeared when His Majesty said that what was bestowed upon the first warrior after being recognized by the god of light Arnik, and added that the power of light would instantly save the dying, and said that he did not think that he would be the one to believe in it. Rude closed his eyes and said that the Arnik Church is the national religion of the Elfia Empire, and then thought that he witnessed his brother receive it. The boy placed his hand on his shoulder and said that religion is just religion, and what the world needs now is not the power of light, but the power of man. His Majesty opened his mouth wide and said that now is a time when a sword that slays a dragon is more important than healing wounds, and he thought that he agreed with that. Rude, looking at the boy, said that he really agreed with him. However, being recognized as a hero is a completely different thing, to which the boy replied that he should not worry, and after successfully completing the battle, he will talk directly to the Holy Prophet to be recognized, to which the protagonist thought that it was not necessary. The flag rose against the trees. The blonde smiled and said that it was time, and asked Rude to stay alive so that they could meet again. People started to gather together. Someone said that they would open a passage to the subspace because it was connected to Elphael and existed thanks to her mana. Amanda put her hand to the side and said that in this way it would be permanent until she, the magic caster, died, and the only condition for removing the seal was the final death of the Thunder Dragon. The boy put his hands on his waist, and the woman continued that in short, no retreat or outside support would be possible until the battle was successful, and to be honest, this place was more like a barrier than a seal. The girl tilted her head when Amanda said that if their forces were destroyed and the Thunder Dragon broke into the very heart of the subspace, then no matter how much mana was available, the strength of the subspace would decrease and would not be able to hold out for long. Sophie folded her hands in front of her when it was said that she should not tell them about the disaster that would happen if the subspace collapsed. All the boys looked forward with confidence as they were wished good luck. The group took a step as they heard shouts for the main character to be careful and please come back, and someone shouted that if Uncle Rude died, he would kill him. Something lit up near the people's feet. Someone shouted at the captain that he must definitely win. The portal suddenly closed. The team looked ahead as someone said that it closed. Nicholas smiled widely and said that it was finally time to start hunting. The girl looked at her hands. The ornament in her hands began to glow. The stone began to emit energy of different colors. The boys looked ahead. Rude looked to the side. Sweat appeared on Adelin's face as someone asked about the Thunder Dragon's strategy. The girl's mouth opened slightly, looking to the side. The boys were gathered around the table 2 weeks ago in the meeting room when Rude said that yes, by chance one of Comrade Banner's diaries, which recorded their adventures, fell into his hands, and there was a detailed description of the battle, how to seal the Thunder Dragon. Nicholas grabbed the boy's face and told him to continue when the boy asked again about Comrade Banner's diary and if it was sold, it would be worth that much money. Rude raised his hand as he said that as they all knew, the 7 dragons were either dragons themselves or dragonites, and among the dragons, the Thunder Dragon was the only one that could change shape. It was fierce and cruel but also intelligent. It could run away or change its shape if it felt like it was at a disadvantage. He reached out to the pawn and started talking about catching him off guard. A dragon wing appeared. It looked forward and asked if 700 years had passed. The dragon flew up and asked who awakened it. It looked at the protagonist and said that he was a simple human, then asked his name. Rude gripped the handle of his sword and said that it was none of his business. He held the sword out in front of him and said that he was here to kill him. The dragon bared his teeth and said that this sword, this mana, smelled like Banner and asked if he was his heir. Lightning flashed over the scales and the dragon laughed. Lightning flashed in the sky and the dragon said that it was interesting. Banner did not look like a man, but he certainly was, and whoever left him here to rot for 700 years made him a rotting piece of garbage, and asked if this strange place was his doing. They clashed in battle and the dragon said that he thought that such a simple creature as a man could do anything to him, because just a cough would be enough to make him fly away from here, and that he would teach him a lesson. Since he did not know his place, he would destroy his city and spread terror across your land. The dragon looked ominously in front of him and said that he was the embodiment of disaster, the harbinger of doom. He was a thunder dragon named Karma and ordered him to kneel. The protagonist clenched his teeth and sighed. Rude leaned on his sword and cursed, then added that fear was a unique mental attack technique of the dragon that casts fear on the mental body. Everyone present here will be able to withstand the technique, but advised to be careful because it may stun them. Nicholas looked ahead as the protagonist said that his first goal was to destroy the mana shield, adding that Harma's shield, which has lightning properties, is extremely durable, but when they use an area attack, the area of his shield will decrease. The guy opened a scroll and said that this way we will force him to also use area attacks like breath. There were symbols drawn on the paper as he added that unlike attribute magic such as lightning strike, breath is easier to defend against because it only releases a large amount of magic. The guys looked down. Rude put his hand in front of him and said that if he had to deal with too many people at first, he would use a stronger lightning strike, but if his opponent was just one person, then he would definitely let his guard down. A fireball appeared at the dragon's mouth. He said that the protagonist had lasted for a long time, but now it would end. The monster released a stream of fire when the protagonist said that he would use his breath. Rude opened his mouth and shouted now. Gray particles appeared in the air. He said about the skill able cloud. With it, everyone except him would hide in his shadow, and the moment he used his breath, the operation would begin. The guy looked forward. The staff formed a seal, and the protagonist said that Liana would be responsible for protecting against the breath. They could easily handle it themselves. The sorceress defended herself from the stream of fire. She raised the staff above herself and shouted, "Immortal heavenly sword." Rude said that while the breath is blocked, the master will need to make cracks in the shield. The swordsman tried to pierce the barrier. He pushed the sword forward with force. The guy was thrown aside. The protagonist said that a hole the size of an arrow would be enough. The archer pulled the bowstring. The arrow pierced the barrier. When Red explained that a crack in the shield and the arrow shot by the sky archer will lead to a powerful explosion. A bright beam pierced the dragon's defense, and the protagonist said that the explosion would be able to destroy Harm's iron defense. The dragon looked at the destroyed barrier. He gritted his teeth and said that another despicable heir of Banner. The monster flapped his wings and screamed that they were shamefully hiding in the shadows and that they were pathetic worms crawling on the ground. The boys covered themselves with their hands when the dragon roared for them to show him all their pathetic tricks. Abel gritted his teeth and ducked when the dragon said that he would make them feel what real strength means. Lightning sparkled over the scales. Liana, holding her staff in front of her, said that he was using a lightning strike. Gray particles appeared in the air. The swordsman ran up to Rudd, calling his name. The boys swung their swords with a shout, a counter-formula game. Whirlwinds of water rushed towards the lightning. The archer pulled the bowstring, asking Abel to hurry. Liana raised her head up when someone asked how he was going to cope with the lightning strike. The girl raised her hand and said that dragon magic is different from human magic, instinct, and will replace spell formulas, so magic is not fixed to any specific form, which means hundreds of lightning bolts have their own unique structure, which makes dispersion impossible. Rudd looked ahead and said that since they can't dodge, they should try to counterattack, because if they narrow the path of the lightning strikes with a wall of white flame, then he and the master will change their trajectories. Abel folded his hands in front of him and said that the heavenly shield style was perfect for defense, so they should leave this area to him and the few that got through should be dealt with by the heavenly archer. To which he said that was easier said than done, to which Rude said that in any case, if they were able to destroy the barrier, they would then lower it to the ground, then added that he was being very careful and would focus on restoring his shield using other high-tier magic, meaning Abel would have to complete the binding formation in time so that they could hold out. The blonde boy explained that the Shadow Link was not a technique that could restrain one of the 7 dragons, it would only cause a short-term stiffness. Liana looked at Adeline as the boy said that if it was successful, that would be enough. The dagger was peeking out from under his belt as he said that their target was the arrow of the true Shadow Sword. Adelina looked at her weapon and thought that his true Shadow Sword was a skill that cuts through the target's essence along with their shadows. A black aura was emanating from the seal. Abel opened his mouth and shouted that there was a connection. He jumped up as the girl thought that she couldn't believe it. Adelina drew her sword and thought that thorough preliminary research, optimizing the strategy based on individual characteristics, and that a mere 18-year-old boy had such a level of judgment. The dragon looked at his injured wing and screamed and called them rats. Adelina dodged the lightning, thinking that it was even more incredible that everything was going perfectly according to plan, and wondered who this guy was. The protagonist soared into the air. Liana extended her hand in front of her. Rude threw the spear in front of him with great force. The dragon dodged and said that he must have scratched that disgusting piece of metal. The creature, wrapped in a yellow aura, said that he would grind them into powder, roast them and trample them into dust. They would not get off easy, all 6 of them. The team stood nearby. The dragon looked at the protagonist in front of him. The monster turned around and said that it was him. Rude, holding a spear in his hands, asked if he asked his name. The protagonist pierced the dragon's eye, saying, "The 9th successor of the heavenly sword technique Rude Donatos." A tornado enveloped the monster and the boy. Rude threw the spear to the master. Abel caught it, surprised how this brat dared to talk to him like that. He opened his mouth and said that in addition to a cool weapon, do not forget to bring manners with you. A splash of a wave. The archer, gritting his teeth, released an arrow. Adelina rushed forward as someone shouted that the connection was about to break. The girl gritted her teeth, wondering if the mana shield had been restored yet. The boy, sword in hand, cursed when the dragon called them vile pigs. The dragon, opening its mouth wide, shouted for them to get away from it. Rude tried to stay on his feet. The boys stuck their weapons into the ground to slow down. Various seals began to appear. Liana, opening her mouth, said that these were multiple spells. Adelina rushed towards the girl, shouting her name. Covering her with a barrier, they listened to the dragon's words about how he must admit that by half waking up, he opened a hole in his defenses to the insidious plans of these parasites. Rude covered his face with his hand, and the dragon explained that he forgot that after 700 years, people had changed too. Abel gritted his teeth as the monster said that what they had achieved was not progress, but a rout. The blonde smiled. The dragon, opening his mouth wide, explained that mere creatures who could barely live for 100 years actually thought they could kill 7 dragons. His wing was wounded when he said that they were able to break the wings of the Dragon King and made him stand on the ground where insignificant insects tread. His eyes lit up. The dragon, looking away, said that this was all they could achieve, and he would pay for this humiliation with their screams. The protagonist frowned when the creature said that especially Rude, who dared to look down on the Dragon King, the heir of Banner. The dragon bared his teeth, saying that he would destroy every life, that he knew his name, and he would watch all this without the ability to close his eyes even for a moment. Rude looked forward as the dragon said that in his last moments he would go mad with terror and he would personally chew him up and swallow him, and that he should consider it an honor as he would be his last pleasure. The sky was overcast. The girl with glasses looked to the side and said that the mana was fluctuating, to which the other said that it could be an ambush. Amanda looked up with fearful eyes. Hordes of dragons were in the air. Lizards were flying in the sky. The people turned to one side when someone exclaimed that it was an ambush. The countess pointed her hand at the people present and ordered that a protective barrier be erected immediately, to which they agreed. Chuck stood behind the girls when Leela asked what was going on, adding that she did not feel any fluctuations in the mana and that it was even more surprising that such low-level wyverns could attack in a flock. Someone was sitting on the dragon when she shouted that it was a person. Riders in hoods were riding on the lizards. The bishop placed her hand on her chest and greeted the pathetic lambs and the prince of Alfea. The blonde looked up angrily and asked if they had tamed the dragons, adding that it was impossible and that they must be mind-controlled, and then asked who they were. The hooded riders smiled when they answered that they were the Church of the Dragon, which followed the benevolent Dragon King and provided great help to the world while hiding. The crown prince looked up menacingly and asked again, and then asked what kind of nonsense this was, and if they were a secret society made up of fools, adding that since they served the dragons, they were no better than dirt, and that with their deaths the world would change for the better. Rysela smirked and advised the prince to be careful with his words. She raised a finger to her face and asked if that was too vulgar a word for a royal to say last. A sword flashed. The warrior swung it and asked how she dared to speak like that. The bishop held her hand out to the side and said that there was no need to rush, and that there was no need since she would remember to kill him. She made a characteristic gesture and suggested that they begin the hunt since she had finished the greeting. The dragon riders rushed forward. The battle began when someone shouted that the prince's protection should be prioritized. The blonde stared ahead unwaveringly, thinking that although they were outnumbered, they were quite experienced fighters, and since when had a rebel army of such a size appeared on the continent? The prince looked at the approaching blade when someone spoke to him. Chuck looked away intently. There was a wounded enemy behind him as he realized that he never thought he would have to fight humans. He grabbed his hand with the dagger, cursing in his mind and deciding that it was either kill or be killed. Blood sprayed in front of Chuck as he thought about how horrible it felt. The girl looked at the blade in horror and began to beg for salvation. She covered her head with her hands as Chuck charged the enemy and exclaimed that in order to save everyone, he would fight. Explosions occurred everywhere as screams were heard about eliminating those in masks and about killing the prince and attacking the wyverns. Griselda brought her hand to her face and thought about how a couple of the guys there were more capable than she thought and that they might be students of Erathium. A ball of energy appeared in front of her as she thought about how their only goal was the prince, so nothing else mattered, and how they would be a big problem in the future, so they had to nip that problem in the bud. The girl looked at the broken shield and said that of course, where Amanda was, there was space manipulation. The countess held a book in her hand, casting a spell. She frowned and said that she thought that Archmage Griselda had died 10 years ago during the defeat of the Dragon of 1,000 Forms, but she was there now, safe and sound. The bishop took off her mask and said that she was pleased that she recognized her immediately, and then asked what she looked like and if she wanted to become enlightened. Amanda stood in front of her as she asked her to stop talking nonsense, adding that since she survived, she should have stayed in the shadows, as she was a disgrace to all mages by believing and worshipping dragons as gods, to which Griselda replied that she had not changed at all, and that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked why they could not just be happy. A magical seal appeared in front of the staff as the countess said that as a graduate of her academy, she would show her how much stronger she had become. Amanda raised her hands up as the bishop said that she was sure that she tried her best, but nothing could compare to her black star, and that if she had not been preoccupied with her family's nonsense, she could have become an archmage herself. She took a step and asked her again. Griselda looked away. The bishop looked at the barrier and offered her opponent a treat. Many magical explosions occurred. Griselda was under the dome, thinking about how many times the explosions had been placed there, and how even the slightest mistake could kill, and what kind of psycho would use such magic. The bishop looked away, her mouth slightly open. There were magic seals above Lyle, as the archmage assumed that it was another half a spawn, and wondered how she was capable of something like that. She noticed her staff as she asked about where she got it. Griselda gritted her teeth in anger. She remembered the protagonist's face when she realized that she had been fooled, and that the existence of the Dragon Church had been revealed, and that now that they knew it was a trap, they had to destroy the subspace. A magic circle appeared in front of the staff as the bishop said that it was nice to meet again. The archmage put her hand forward and exclaimed that she would kill her, that bastard, and absolutely everyone. Someone broke away. Amanda grabbed her daughter. There were only trees around. The bishop appeared near the tower and asked her if she really thought they could escape. Silver hair fluttered in the wind. In the distance, only trees were visible. Jacqueline covered the elf's mouth and said that it seemed like the girl wanted to attack her. Sophie bent her hand and asked her to let go. Tears flowed from the elf's eyes when she asked why the girl was bothering her and exclaimed that she had to take revenge on that woman. She remembered how there were flames everywhere when she explained that it was Griselda who destroyed their tribe, her uncle, and her mother, adding that the bishop was responsible for all this and that she was completely sure that she wanted to take away everything that was important to her, so she would kill her herself. Jacqueline opened her mouth and started to talk about how the girl would die right away because her opponent was an archmage, and the elf exclaimed that she didn't care if she died. The girl grabbed Sophie's hand when she asked her to let go and asked if she really wanted Amanda to be in danger because of her. Jacqueline hugged the girl and said that she knew she was furious, but she should think about the others, and that until she was strong enough to protect others herself, she should wait and think about how upset Rude would be if she died. Tears poured out of Sophie's eyes as she wondered what this feeling was like something was missing. The girl brought her hand to the elf's head and said that she would cast an invisibility spell on her, so she should stay there and promise her that. Sophie sat behind the blonde, who asked her not to worry too much, adding that until she became stronger, Jacqueline would protect her. The opponents pointed their weapons at the girl. The blonde held her hand out in front of her. Kate walked through the forest and thought that the mana reactions had stopped, then asked if the owner of the Crimson Tower had closed the space again. Frowning, she noted that she felt that the black star was going in that direction. She wanted to attack suddenly when the moment was right, but Henny stopped her. Kate suddenly looked back. Henny's grabbed her and asked if Kate had seen everything but had done nothing, and was she just shamelessly watching from the sidelines. Looking at her, Kate said that she should be the one asking her questions, then asked why Henny's was alone there and if her mother had abandoned her. The angry girl replied that it was not so. Kate took her hand away from her and said that it was obvious, Henny's was just a nuisance who was doing nothing. To be honest, this whole situation was the result of her carelessness. Instead of arguing with her, she should go find her mother. Henny's frowned and said that Kate was starting to irritate her. The girl struck near her head. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Kate pierced the mysterious man with her blade. Standing surrounded by warriors, she said that she had to admit that they were very good at wasting time. Henny's touched her cheek, which had blood on it. Looking at her hands, the dumbfounded girl thought that this was the blood of a man who had been alive just a second ago. She had to move and she couldn't stand there like a fool. Kate killed the remaining warriors. Looking at the corpses, Henny's emphasized that she understood that if she didn't kill, they would kill her, but still. Kate turned her attention to her. She slapped her and said that Henny shouldn't be distracted. She had come there full of confidence, but at the same time she hadn't expected something like this. Confused, Henny's looked down. She bit her lip from Kate's words that if she was going to continue to be a burden to her, she should go home. Furious, Henny's hit her and screamed at her to shut up. She touched her cheek and listened to the words that she shouldn't dare hit anyone and that she was crazy. Henny spread her arms and asked who Kate was to punch her and call her pathetic, or if everyone had already become her punching bag. Noting that she was grateful to the girl for helping her, but she would give advice not to raise her self-esteem by belittling someone else's. Holding the back of her head, Kate asked why she had to punch her when she could slap her back. Henny's walked past her and asked her not to act like a child, adding that she knew it didn't hurt that much. Henny slammed her staff on the ground and noted that she was pathetic. She felt so pathetic that she didn't even know if she had made any progress this year. She knew she couldn't be as strong as Kate, and she knew that killing wouldn't be any easier because of a slap, but she did anyway. A bright aura surrounded Henny's, who stated that if Kate could do it, she could do it too. She suddenly disappeared. Kate's screams could be heard in the forest, asking them to wait for her. Amanda touched the ground with her hand. The woman closed her eyes and asked where she hid her daughter, noting that she needed to get her wings back, and she also needed to kill her in that liar. Amanda was furious, thinking that she was on the verge of exhaustion. She was a strong enemy on her own, and in addition to that, the magic circle that supported the subspace was still consuming her mana, and she didn't know if she could repel the next attack. A powerful magical explosion was heard next to Amanda. The woman asked with a serious look why she felt the wind spirit was weak. She released a stream of dark energy, saying that it was time for them to say goodbye. Henny's appeared in front of Amanda. She put up a barrier in front of her and repulsed the attack. Kate pounced on the woman from behind. She dealt a powerful attack. Kate dealt powerful series of attacks at her. The woman closed herself with a barrier and mentally asked if the girl was human, noting that she was much stronger than these weaklings, her attack power and unwavering onslaught. She repelled Henny's attack. The woman landed on the ground, saying that she couldn't do anything. Dark mana appeared around her. Amanda said with a serious face that it was the essence of an 8th circle mage. Black energy surrounded the woman. Henny's watched her and asked if the black star was blocking her mana. Snakes appeared in front of her. She jumped back. Kate swung her blade. The woman touched the snakes with her hand. She said with a mad look that Kate was a real monster and asked who she really was. She struck the woman and asked her to look at herself. She was suddenly thrown back, while the stranger was saying that she would kill them all anyway. She was just curious, so she couldn't help but ask herself this question, thought that she would accept her confession as her last will. Kate and Henny's protected Amanda. The enraged girls discussed how they could not use their magic. Putting a hand on her hip, the woman noted that if Kate did not want to answer, then she would kill her and then find out herself, after which she began to think about how to kill them. Noting that using the Arcana against them, such weak opponents, would hurt her pride, she thought that killing them in a more primitive way was not such a bad idea. Someone released a stream of mana and asked the woman what she was talking about. An explosion of energy sounded in front of her. Enraged Claire declared that the only one who could hit her students was her. Stunned Abel wondered how many. The boys fought the dragon, while he asked how many times they had already tried to break his impenetrable shield. Looking at the dark barrier, Abel emphasized that despite all their attempts, this dragon continued to regenerate, showing no signs of fatigue. He jumped back. Nicholas stood in front of him and asked him not to be stupid. He said with a serious look that anyone who has a living heart will die sooner or later. Unless he is a god, then there is no way to avoid it. A dissatisfied Abel listened to the mockery of Roderick and Adelina and asked to break the mental connection between them. He rose to his feet and noted that everything was definitely not in vain. Standing in front of the blue barrier, Rude said that before they were able to break through his iron wall for the first time, it was difficult to make the slightest hole in the armor even with all their efforts. An ice spirit appeared next to him. The protagonist delivered a powerful attack on the dragon's barrier. Looking at the shield, he said that it was now easier to penetrate behind it. The density of the shield was reduced. He pointed his finger at the dragon and noted that this mana was concentrated around its neck. It was not for nothing that it protected it. The enraged monster turned to Feldroa and said that even after 700 years, the King of Spirits serves people. Nicholas stood over the girl. Abel created a magic circle under himself and asked if Rude thought that they could succeed and what their chances were, to which he received an answer that the chance of victory was somewhere around 95%. And in his thoughts he noted that in his past life this had already happened, so in fact there was 100. Roderick lay on the ground and cried out that this was almost a victory and he was ready to fight. Adelina waved her blade and said that in any case they only had one way out. They could not continue to fight a battle of attrition. The main character must do as he sees fit. Everyone there believed in him, because they had already been through so much. Rude held the blade behind his back. Adelina charged into battle, saying that they would risk their lives to make up the remaining 5%. She struck hard and screamed for the boys to run. The dragon watched them and said that they were foolish people, risking their lives in vain. Roderick drew an arrow and screamed that it was not in vain, because they had 95%. He fired the arrows at the monster, saying that if the stakes were so high, then he was ready to risk his life. The dragon slammed its tail on the ground and said that they could not defeat it. It circled the boys while Rude said that to target the dragon's heart, they would have to engage in close combat, but now he was especially vigilant. They needed to somehow gain access to its heart, and then suggested that they try to launch a joint attack to make it move. Surprised, Adelina listened to the protagonist's words that when the shield was thin, the dragon would have a hard time intercepting their attacks from different directions even with high-level magic. They would launch an area attack again, and she would take advantage of this. Rude rushed at Harma and said that he was an unfinished bird. The protagonist prepared to attack and asked why he was attacking so sluggishly, risking himself in front of these insignificant insects and whether he was scared. The dragon gathered a cloud of fire mana in front of its mouth. Rude dodged its attack. He heard the dragon ask with a serious expression if the protagonist thought he could fool it with the same trick. Frowning, the girl screamed for them to change direction, because there would be a recoil, so they needed to hold on. The protagonist covered his face from the bright light. Adelina ran next to the dragon while he shouted that these people can't do anything, just run away like cockroaches. She launched a powerful attack at him. The wounded dragon said that no matter how many times they hit him, they would not succeed. The blades pierced his body. Adelina jumped back and screamed that the regeneration was stopped. It would last for 30 seconds. The protagonist stood in front of the monster and wondered why the direction was pointing there. The dragon flew up and screamed that it would crush Rude like a fly. Nicholas watched what was happening. The protagonist held the blade in his hand. Nicholas held the dragon back and screamed for Roderick to start shooting faster. The guy prepared to shoot. He made a powerful shot right at the monster's head. Rude moved towards him and thought that the golden blood was as hot as molten iron. Such an attack could be avoided if he was extremely careful, but if he had an explosive blood sword, then the attack became a chance. Streams of blue mana enveloped the dragon's body. The protagonist delivered powerful attacks to the monster. He moved towards the monster like a whirlwind and thought that in his past life he was able to notice the exact location of the place where his brother struck, where the dragon's heart was. Rude imagined the monster's heart under the scales. Looking at the heart, the protagonist noted that he did not know how it actually worked, but the guys would soon run out of mana. They did everything possible to make this attack. There would be no second chance. The blow must be sure. Rude grabbed the blade. He swung the sword and declared that he would tear it to pieces. A joyful Roderick cried out that everything worked. The protagonist with an angry look noted that he was not finished yet because he could hear the sounds of a heartbeat. The dragon took human form. Rude remembered how his brother stood in front of the dragon's corpse and heard screams that he was the next hero. The protagonist's face was displeased. He was suddenly taken aback. The dragon concentrated energy in front of the protagonist and asked if he was bored. His body was pierced by energy. Adelina was shocked by what she saw. She rushed to help the protagonist. She caught him while Harma was talking about how he could not believe that because of them he had to resort to this. He released the energy and said that over the past 700 years, their imitation of heroes has become quite believable. He let down his guard. Last time it was the same, since the threat did not seem frightening. Nicholas tried to hold back the mana that was directed at him. Frowning, he noted that he could not repel such an attack. He jumped to the side while Abel ran to help Adelin and Rude. The monster sent energy at him. The dragon cut off Abel's hand. Liana looked at him and called out while Roderick said that they should create a restoration field. Liana was suddenly taken aback when the monster said that this mouth, uttering strange spells. He grabbed her face. Nicholas swung his blade and screamed for the dragon not to touch her. A powerful explosion was heard. Roderick at that moment fired an arrow into the monster's face. Harma managed to catch the arrow. He waved his hand and said that this is the impudent look of an impudent magician. The dragon shot an arrow into Roderick's eye. The monster emitted a powerful aura as it said that out of respect for how far they had come, it would treat them the same way they usually did. It began to pull out a blade from space. Grinning, Harma asked if the guy's name was Nicholas. The enraged guy told him to attack if the monster dared. Their energies collided. Adelina looked at the wounded protagonist and thought that a lightning strike had pierced his heart. At least resuscitation and targeted mana were needed. She touched his wound with her hands and asked him to wake up. Rude suddenly began to cough. A stunned Adelina emphasized that she was not succeeding, she was only panicking and did not know what to do. Nicholas was fighting a dragon next to her. A spear was sticking out of his shoulder. The dragon stood over him and asked if their friend's body was just as strong. Frowning, Nicholas reasoned that there were countless sword techniques mixed in there that he had never heard of, probably the ones they had learned over 700 years of fighting. The dragon left him and asked him to sit there quietly while he dealt with the remaining one. He planned to kill it especially slowly to capture the moment. Adelina stood in front of the monster that said that she dared to cut off its leg. She made many attacks and screamed for the monster to not come near her. Harma seriously said that at first glance it seemed like she was just swinging the sword by accident, but, taken aback, Adelina wondered if the dragon understood. He said with a smirk on his face that it was an amazing technique, because the sword swings were connected to each other. Harma stabbed the girl in the stomach. Adelina sat in front of him and listened to him say that the fate of insects is to crawl on the ground, everything is in vain. It is time for her to give up. The time she spent her whole life on her sword training ended up being nothing but food for him. Adelina asked him with a smirk on her face if he thought too much of himself. He held onto the blade of the sword and said that the dragon spent his whole life to kill one dragon king. She seriously noted that it was not enough for her. Taken aback, the monster asked if she had connected the shadows, after which he came to the conclusion that the sword attack was just a distraction. Adelina joyfully said that humans should not be underestimated. Gusts of white energy hovered around the monster. He grabbed Adelina by the throat and said that she would crawl on the ground and beg for salvation, but he would still give her one choice. Because humans are stupid, he would allow her to choose her terrible end. Holding the girl in front of him, the dragon asked him to keep in mind that he would not kill her so easily. Rude recalled pushing away his brother's hand, who said that he would never die. His hand suddenly began to twitch. The dragon shifted his gaze. The protagonist stood up and noted that at that moment, the so-called hero was shaking violently. A blue seal appeared on his hand. The dragon was shocked by what he saw. Wiping the blood from his face, Rude declared that he was ahead of his brother. Feldro flew in front of him and asked the protagonist to come to his senses. Standing on his feet, Rude replied that everything was fine and asked him not to scream because his ears were ringing. The dumbfounded monster said that this could not be. He rushed at the protagonist, screaming that this should not have happened and this should never have happened. The protagonist's hand was cut off. The confused demon stood in front of him. Looking at the hand, which was regenerating, Rude said that everything was exactly like this. Frowning, Harma emphasized the fact that this glow was exactly the same as the one he saw 700 years ago and asked if the protagonist was the reincarnation of Banner. Rudd took out his blade and declared that he was tired of repeating that it was not. We were shown the mark on the protagonist's hand and told that it was a warrior's mark, which his brother also had in his past life. Determined by 5 strokes, it uses the bearer's mana, turning it into a violent force. The protagonist remembered his brother raising his hand and telling us that the stigmata lasted for about 5 minutes. When the strokes disappeared, the power would no longer be the same, so it was necessary to end everything before that moment. Rudd rushed into battle, saying that he was in too much of a hurry to play along with this nonsense. Furious, Harma ordered him to watch his language. They were actively fighting while the dragon was shouting that Banner had lost. This monster that didn't even look like a human was already dead. His hot temper didn't mean he had changed. Even if it did, the protagonist was just a human, a lower being on this planet. Rude stood still and thought that in his past life, his brother had a sacred spirit that granted him protection and life force. Then he constantly faced his own lightning strikes, so he needed to predict the course of the battle. Frowning, the protagonist noted that now there was no need to predict the strikes, he just needed to break through and that's it. Another thing is that now you can't make a mistake, so you need to finish this before the light disappears. Looking at the angry monster, the protagonist asked why the great dragon king took the form of a human. Harma swung his blade and ordered him to shut up. Rude dodged the attacks and clarified whether this was fencing or a sword dance. The dragon was furious. He released a powerful lightning and asked to stop joking, and in his mind he thought about keeping his distance. He wasted his energy while dealing with the rest of the bugs. He can't let him get one step closer to his heart. He wants to rip the skin off his arrogant face right now. The energy struck the monster. He turned around. Nicholas asked with a serious look if Harma was running away from the people. The dumbfounded monster noted that they were all dying. The guys got to their feet. Rude looked at his comrades and emphasized the fact that he would leave the final recovery period in case Harma turned into a polymorph. It would be a brutal battle, but if they concentrated hard enough and forced him to change his form, then victory would be on their side. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, remembered how he said that if they did not give up until the very end, then he would win. He rushed at Harma. The dragon began breathing fire and screaming for Rudd not to come near him. The protagonist's face was scorched. He struck the monster. The monster began to transform. Harma returned to his dragon form. The dumbfounded monster tried to destroy the barrier. He dug his claws into the barrier and wondered why it did not break. What kind of place was this? He imagined a huge dome and noted that this pure dragon was used by people. There was a chain on his paw. Rude held him with a satisfied look and asked where he was going. Turning around, Harma cried out that he did not want to die. He knew nothing. Fear was his destiny. The enraged dragon said that he was only a mediator in this chaotic world. Frowning, the protagonist ordered him to shut up. He dealt him a powerful attack to the neck and said that this world does not need anything like this. The barrier began to disappear. The surprised guy noted that this could not be. The woman with a mad grin cried out that the subspace was destroyed and this was their end. She saw Harma. The guys came back from the space. The warriors looked at the sky and said that it was a dragon god. The dumbfounded stranger noted that he was dead. The dumbfounded woman thought that this was the end and she did not know whether they should retreat or not. Rude attacked her. Looking at her, he clarified whether she was leaving already. Kate was flying at her from above. She pierced the woman's body. A powerful explosion was heard. The dumbfounded Claire screamed that the woman was jumping so fast, just like a rat, after which the guy noted that with such a mortal wound even sacred magic would not help. So she would not live long. Since almost all the sectarians were killed, they first needed to help the knights. Joyful Hennies called out to the protagonist. The girls surrounded him. They stood in front of him and said that they were glad that everything was okay. With her head down, Kate apologized for missing, to which Rude replied that that was enough. He was rewinding his face and said that he was now a hero. Kate was shocked by what he said. She closed her eyes and laughed. Looking at him, she wondered how a hero could be like that. A week later, people were walking down the street and reading the news about the victory over the Thunder Dragon, the emergence of the Dragon Church, and the second coming of the hero. These events engulfed the entire continent in excitement, marking the beginning of the era of chaos. The girl was sitting at the table. Looking at the pages of the newspapers, Rudd added that the rulers of various countries were feverishly trying to get information from Parfuma and Althea. Interest in the participants of the battle with the Thunder Dragon, who miraculously survived, had reached its peak. But although this was good, all the participants were seriously injured, which is why they ended up in the tents of Arnik, a department of the Holy Throne of Light where outsiders are prohibited. Sunlight enveloped the tall building. Looking at the apples, Roderick said that he was pleased to hear that Adelina and Liana were already recovering. Rude looked up and said that he had visited them recently and they had been drinking there. He took a bite of the cookie and said that the sacred magic was amazing. They had even sewn Abel's severed arm back on. Sitting on the bed, Abel said that it was good that the Solstice Guild's sacred mages were on hand to provide immediate medical attention, after which Roderick cried out that it was only because he had taken his arm with him. Nicholas smirked and asked how it could be compared to the true miracle of the stigmata. The protagonist choked on what he heard. He asked them to stop saying that with a displeased look, noting that everyone had already been laughing at him for the past 2 days. We were transported to the Holy Throne 2 days ago, when Rude was standing behind the priest. His face was furious. The man was sitting on a wheelchair. There was a smile on his face. Sitting in the hospital room, Rude listened to his comrades mock him for his nickname. Roderick noticed the protagonist walk away from them. As he left the room, the protagonist mused that the stigmata made recovery quick. It was nice to be able to move around freely. He walked down the hallway and noted that he hoped they would get better soon, but they needed to stop being so annoying. He imagined all his comrades calling him an immortal warrior. Rude clutched the back of his head and said that he didn't even have anywhere to go. The man approached him and asked what the protagonist was doing there, noting that the procedures would begin soon. Standing in front of him, he noted that although his condition was satisfactory, they knew too little about his stigmata. It was unclear when the side effects would appear. They suddenly turned to the voice that called Rude. Jeremy was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands and said that they finally met. He was glad that the protagonist looked healthy. Looking at Jeremy, Rude asked him why he crawled there, to which he received the answer that Jeremy believed that after the battle with the Thunder Dragon he would be treated in the wards of Arnik. And it so happened that he was also interested in sacred magic, so he applied for training in time. Moreover, the director of the academy wrote him a good letter of recommendation. Closing his eyes, Rude replied that he understood everything and asked him to shut up. Looking at the protagonist, Jeremy asked the priest to leave them alone. The priest calmly agreed, adding that they would need to return before the procedures. He left the guys while Jeremy was saying that he was wondering if his ancestor's diary could help. Holding a notebook in his hand, Jeremy said that he had done some research on the Dragon Church and the Light Church. At first there was very little information about the Dragon Church because they were operating in the shadows. But since the war, their remnants have been appearing one after another. The Imperial family is also investigating, but there has been no progress so far. But then he came up with an interesting hypothesis. Rude glanced at his notes, and Jeremy pointed out that there might be a connection between the two religions. The teachings of the Light Church tell of humans and gods in the era of mythology, before the dragon world existed. Jeremy introduced the two churches and said that there was a fearsome and powerful being called the Ancient Evil God. It destroyed the world and persecuted humans for its own gain. But then Arnik, the God of Light, granted them redemption and then asked Rude if he thought that the Ancient Evil God of the Light Church and the Dragon God of the Dragon Church might be related. Jeremy added that besides, the Dragon Church had taken deeper roots than they thought. Considering their scale, it was natural that they had a connection with the Light Church, a religion that had spread across the continent. He wondered what the connection was between the two religions, but for now it was all just a theory since there was almost no information about the Dragon Church. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he had found anything. Jeremy handed over the letter and said that the Light Church also looked quite strange. For example, the priest who came there had an unusual aura. Looking at the photo, Rude asked if he was talking about that strict priest. Jeremy introduced the man and stated that his name was Marvin. When he joined the church, his background, grades, path, everything was impeccable. However, there was some slight feeling of discomfort that only his eyes could see, so he continued to watch. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he was conducting creepy investigations into the past of ordinary events. He started to leave from there, and Jeremy shouted after him that next time he would bring more valuable information. Rudd was going down the stairs. He looked at Feldroy and said that Jeremy was certainly strange, but his suspicions were usually justified. The spirit flew next to him and said that in his eyes the priest was an ordinary person, but if the source of strangeness is mana, then such things are easier for people than spirits to sense. Sophie met him and screamed that everyone was looking for Rudd. She pointed her finger at Kate and said that the white girl ate all the cakes in his room. Entering the room, the protagonist clarified whether they should go home, because visiting hours were over. Evening came. The guys said goodbye to Rudd. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist asked if they thought that there was a walk-through yard, and Henny's asked to leave them alone because they were just worried about him. She frowned, noting that the protagonist was very rude. Looking at Henny's, Rudd asked if she knew anything about sacred magic or anything about the Arnik chambers at the Church of Light. He added with a serious expression that he was interested in information about the priests. Looking away, the protagonist added that he was also interested in knowing about Marvin. He lay down on the bed and said goodbye to her. Henny's left the building and asked about Marvin. Putting a finger to her chin, she wondered about the Berthold family, from which Marvin was known for his sacred magic. She remembered with a smile on her face that she had exchanged contacts with the girl at the social club. Looking around, Henny's noticed that it was late and the chambers were empty, but in such a large building there should be a device for magical communication. She noticed a phone booth. She called Haley Berthold. A happy Henny said that they had recently met at the club and she had a small favor to ask, and then asked if Haley had time to meet her now. Haley's voice came from the phone, asking to call later because she had just learned of her uncle's death. Standing in front of the phone, Henny's listened to Haley's speech, who said that 3 days had passed since her uncle Marvin's death, but no one knew until they found his body in his house. Taken aback, Henny's asked again about the name Marvin. The man was standing behind her. Rude was lying on the bed. He suddenly jumped up, and Feldroyd asked what happened. Holding his sword, the protagonist said that someone had cut off his mana flow, and in his mind he noted that the security there was strengthened, but someone was still able to get inside unnoticed. Besides, such a strange aura, this is not an ordinary person. Enraged, Rude turned to the man behind the door. He pulled the blade out of its sheath. Marvin's voice could be heard from behind the door, saying that he was upset. He held Henny's by the throat and asked if the protagonist had called him his son, although he did not even recognize him. Angry, Rude asked how he could recognize Adam if he constantly changed his identity. Henny's was scared. She closed her eyes in fear. Marvin's face began to change. Adam revealed himself in his true form and replied that the protagonist knew who he was. Standing in a fighting stance, Rude thought that this was the worst possible outcome. He imagined Adam walking across a field of corpses. Adam had a grin on his face, and the protagonist reasoned that this was the cardinal of the dragon cult. He appeared without warning and left no trace. He was able to change his appearance at will, an ability closer to a special power than to magic. In his past life he rarely appeared, but shed blood wherever he stepped. The protagonist imagined his brother and Kate standing back to back and added that even though his brother had defeated Adam, he himself said that it happened due to a lucky chance. He was so strong. Looking at Adam, Rude emphasized that this was something pretending to be a man. Feldrow flew nearby and said that he was not a dragon and closer to a chimera, and the protagonist noted that he could not fight because Adam had captured Henny's. In this state of affairs he would not be able to win. Looking at the blade that was covered in blue mana, Rude asked to try to save Henny's first as soon as he saw the opportunity, since he could use ice magic. Clutching the blade in his hand, the protagonist added that even if he was about to die, Feldrow must protect Henny's at all costs. This was an order according to their contract. Adam watched him closely and asked if the protagonist was going to draw his sword. Adam entered the room and pointed out that a man who could fool someone like Griselda with a ridiculous lie should be able to assess the opponent's strength. After which Rude asked if it was natural for such an idiot to act as a bishop and whether she told him everything even though she knew she would die of shame. Adam closed his eyes and replied that it was so, that's why he killed her. She lost many followers and couldn't even provide protection to the Thunder Dragon. He was deeply disappointed when he realized that the time spent in the peaceful snow was wasted and it was a useless death. Enraged, Rude asked him to stop lying, adding that Adam doesn't even know what disappointment is. He's just playing the role of a human and pretending to have feelings, so he should stop talking about things he doesn't care about. Adam held Hennies by the throat and said that he was also studying him. The protagonist prepared for battle and listened to Adam's words about being a survivor of the thousand-form dragon incident. An orphan, this is the beginning of a typical hero story, but it doesn't matter. Only some things don't add up. Looking at Hennies, Adam asked if it wasn't unusual for a boy who was just a mercenary to suddenly develop such talent in just 2 years and become a man capable of challenging the Dragon Kings, and asked if Hennies thought the same. She turned around and looked at him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Adam asked why the strangest guy in the room was talking such nonsense. Hennies broke away and wished him death. Adam parried her attack and noted that she seemed calm, but it turned out that she had been casting a spell the whole time. Rude pushed Hennies away and called Feldroa. A blue barrier surrounded the girl. Adam pointed his finger at Rude's mark and noted that from what he could see, he was indeed a hero, but his stigmata probably hadn't recovered yet. He held Rude's hand and asked if this girl was so important to him if he gave his hand for her. The embittered protagonist asked him to stop fooling around and get down to business, noting that he knew that he was the target. Holding the protagonist's hand, Adam asked him how he knew about him and how he learned about the incident with the thousand-shaped dragon. Rude smirked and said that Adam's father told him. Adam sent streams of dark mana at him. Hennies, dumbfounded, pounded on the barrier. The boy smirked and asked how Rude found the Thunder Dragon's seal stone. The protagonist stood with both his arms cut off and said that he simply picked it up. Adam chopped off his leg. Standing over him, he said that the Thunder Dragon should not have died such a useless death. It would have been great if the seal had been broken in Iradium, just like during the incident with the thousand-shaped dragon. Dumbfounded, Rude thought that because of the lightning strike that broke the seal back then, more than half of the students were incinerated by lightning that day. Their bodies were unrecognizable. All the tragedies in his past life happened because of this fool. Adam stepped on the protagonist's head and asked who he really was, if he was him, who was so angry about the disaster that never happened, and if he was the reincarnation of the hero Banaru. Adam, with a slight smile on his face, said that he did not think so, so he came to the next conclusion, that he was a regressor. He stood above him. Dumbfounded, Rude listened to Adam, who asked if he was a hero before he regressed, if he killed all the dragons and the dragon god. Adam grabbed his face and said that a year ago, the connection with the floating island suddenly broke. The place of the void dragon was vacant. Interestingly, that incident coincided with the time when he entered Iradium. Looking at the scared Rude, Adam stated that he was a toy of the Kurna Genesis dragon. The confused protagonist began to remember the white guy. Adam introduced the dragon and said that the dragon god, the Kurna Genesis dragon, the father of all dragons including the 7 dragon kings, the god of creation, one must be at least a god to be able to turn back time. Looking at the guy, Rude stated that he did not care who he was. He noted with an enraged look that this time he would kill him. Adam, with a smirk on his face, replied that it would be impossible to do such a thing with only one remaining leg. He held the protagonist by the head and noted that since he knew that he was a toy of Kurna, he could not kill him there. Adam left there and said that his curiosity was satisfied, after which he asked Rude to be gentle next time because it would be problematic if he died. The protagonist began to cough up blood. The protagonist grinned. His vision began to darken. The guys were standing on the stairs of the academy. The guy knocked on the door and said that he was coming in. Nicholas was sitting in a chair and asking how the knights could force him, old and sick, to participate in the investigation for 3 whole days. He was tired of all this. The guy looked at him calmly and said that they attacked as soon as he was recognized as a hero. Not much time had passed since the battle with the Thunder Dragon, so the security in the chambers was reinforced. After all, this was an unusual incident. Looking at the window, he said that judging by their conversations, it seems that they are conducting some kind of internal investigation, hiding all the information from the newspapers. The reputation of the heroes is everything to them. This incident can negatively affect the reputation of the Imperial Knights and the Church. The boy sat in a chair, telling that thanks to the help of a high-ranking priest, he regained consciousness since he has a stigma. He will recover by the time his mana recovers. Funny, but he seemed quite calm, while the other children were shocked. frowning, Nicholas asked if this was really the work of the Dragon Church. What kind of fool could attack them without leaving any traces, adding that then Rude would have been injured, and they managed to completely incapacitate him. The hero, since they declared an open war on them, then they can attack at any time, they can no longer waste time. The boy put his hand to his chin and said that the seal of the next dragon can be removed sooner than we think. Sitting on the couch, he said that he and Rude did not manage to talk normally. The captain of the Black Wolves came to ask him questions about this incident. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the boy and asked if he was joking. The protagonist sat on the bed in shock, asking if he was deaf or something. How many times did he have to tell him that he was sleeping peacefully during the attack? The man sat on the chair in front of him, saying that on the day of the incident, the Imperial Knights had tripled the number of guards around the chambers, and several of their Black Wolves had also been assigned here by order of His Highness the Crown Prince. But he claimed that someone had managed to sneak in and out unnoticed. Did he really think that made sense? Rude held out his hand, saying that he couldn't complain about his weak subordinates. He was the victim here, maybe one of his greatest knights had lost a finger or something. He looked at the green-haired boy and asked if he said that the man had originally taken the form of a priest, adding that just because they had been throwing around accusations here for 3 hours, the fact that they were completely unaware of the invasion when the Iradium disciple did not change. The man stood up from his chair and said that he probably did not understand the seriousness of the situation if this incident were to be known to the public. Both the Holy See and His Highness the Crown Prince, who thought of him as a hero, would become a laughing stock. Not only had he tarnished the name of the imperial family, but he had also acted foolishly. Gritting his teeth, the captain explained that people like him should not be called heroes, how he had killed the Thunder Dragon when he could not even protect his own body. The guild master had probably done all the work and he had taken credit for the achievements. How dare a childish village idiot and former mercenary say such things? The protagonist glared and said that the one who booked the room next to him said that. Would he really continue to talk nonsense? The man swung his arm in anger and shouted that he was an ignorant fool. The barrier in front of the protagonist blocked the attack. The captain bared his teeth and thought that he had blocked the blow, but he would show him the abilities of the captain of the Imperial Knights. The man struck again, shouting that he could not overestimate himself just because he had a stigmata. Rude looked at his hand. The captain smiled and said that he should understand now. This is what real skills honed by experience mean. The guy hit him in the chin. The man flew back. The protagonist stood there in rage and asked how he dared to attack the patient. How could he say that he was in a bad mood anyway today? Asking if he understood, everything that would happen next was self-defense. The green-haired boy was kneeling, thinking that the captain of the Imperial Knights had flown away after the first blow if this was found out. Not only His Highness but also the entire knightly order of the Black Wolf would be in trouble, and said that their captain had succumbed to a strong surge of emotions. Rude should calm down. The protagonist raised his hand in a panic and asked if he could see that this fool was aiming for his eyes. This was a fatal blow for a sick person like him. The boy bowed his head on his knees and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He was ready to do anything to calm his anger, so he should not tell His Highness about this. Let him have mercy on them. They say that people of high status often do not pay attention to their subordinates. Looking at the sad captain, he said that he was sure that he also felt something. Rude looked at him with displeasure and said that this was nonsense. Let him name a reason why he should let them go. The man put his hand under his cloak and said that he would give him this in return. Looking at the amulet, the captain said that it was an artifact that His Majesty had given him. They said that it was made from the world tree Vernica. The effects of the artifact are very minor, and he cannot guarantee that it is really made from the world tree, but since it was a gift from His Highness, it is definitely valuable. The protagonist put his hand to his chin. Looking at the happy guy, the protagonist said that this time he would let them go. Let him go and take him with him. The subordinate lifted the man onto his shoulders and said that then they would go. Feldro flew over the amulet and said that he was sure that the item was really made from a branch of the world tree. They must be crazy to create a weapon from the sacred tree that holds this world together. Rude looked at the crystal and said that the sinister creature was his daughter, Jacqueline. Feldro closed his eyes and said that since the world tree did not resonate with the artifact, it was nothing more than a common branch. In fact, it was unbelievable that she could use it, as expected of his amazing daughter. The boy looked out from behind the door with displeasure and asked who the fool was. Henny stood sadly in the hallway and said that she was called here to investigate. Although she did not receive a scratch, she was involved. Grabbing his finger, the girl said that she heard that he woke up, so she wanted to at least see his face. Reaching out her hand with the item, she said that she wanted to give it back to him. It was too much for her. She would go, so let him rest. Rudd grabbed her wrist and told her to go with him. Looking at the doors of the academy, he said that he would start carefully. The protagonist sat on a bench with his girlfriend and told her that it was neither her fault nor his. They were both alive and well, so that was enough. No need to feel guilty. Henny's looked down in disappointment and replied that he almost died. The guy scratched his head with a smile and replied that it was just a reminder that he still had a long way to go, and asked if she had gotten her hair cut. The girl squeezed her skirt and told him not to change the subject. If it had been Kate instead of her, he would have fewer wounds. Rude turned to her in confusion and asked what she was talking about. Hennies remembered running and telling him that while he was gone, she trained so hard that she constantly suffered from mana exhaustion, only sleeping for a few hours at night and spending the rest of her time in the lab. She swung the dagger until the hilt wore out, but no matter how hard she tried, she was still a burden to him. He couldn't even fight because he was trying to protect her. Imagining herself falling to the ground, she said that when she thought she had finally caught up with them all, they were always far ahead of her. She was wrong. She was just pretending to try to catch up to them all when in truth she was only holding them back. Hennies imagined herself reaching for her sneaker and telling him that she didn't deserve the wings of darkness he gave her. She was impossibly pathetic, completely useless. It would have been better if she had never existed. Rudd looked calmly at the sky and said that if he cut off the part of his body that was holding her back, it would still grow back. After all, he was an immortal warrior. The guy looked at his surprised girlfriend and said that he was really okay. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that she could hold him back as much as she wanted. He was okay with it. Besides, no one was born perfect, and there were no people who remained perfect until they died. Everyone lived at their own pace. Everyone had a pathetic and useless stage at least once. He was trying to say that she had her own value. She could not become the second Balak, Jacqueline, or Kate, but the same applies to them. He looked at the tearful girl, saying that no one could become her. Hennies cried embarrassedly and listened, but he was sure that he would need her in their future affairs. Rude frowned and said that she should stop thinking like that. She should just keep trying her best like she had been doing until now, keep investing until she got her share. That was fine. He did the same. The guy walked away from the girl and said that if she understood, then she should stop crying and come back. Hennies lowered her head and asked if she could keep him one more time. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. The wind was blowing petals off the tree. The protagonist looked at his friend and asked what happened. Kate stood behind the tree, listening to the girl say that she liked him. Hennies looked down in tears and confessed her love. She looked at the guy with embarrassment. Kate stood sadly behind the tree. The girl wiped her tears and said that she always thought that confessing while crying was the ugliest thing you could do. Who knew that it would turn out like that with her? She took his hand in embarrassment and asked if it was really at the wrong time. Although she didn't expect a direct answer from him, it was just her heart telling her. The protagonist looked at her seriously. He stood silently in front of the girl. The girlfriend smiled, hearing him apologize. Looking at Rude, Hennies said that he might not answer her now. In any case, she didn't expect him to accept her confession. He was too sensitive when it came to this, so she wanted to know something. Kate put her hand on her chest. The protagonist raised his hand to the back of his head, hearing her ask if he rejected her because of Kate. The guy looked away embarrassedly. He stood silently in front of the trees. The girl stood by the tree, confused, listening to the guy say that for him, they are all friends and comrades. She took his trembling hand, hearing that there was no need to play with their emotions now, and how could she make any promises when she could die literally any day now? Kate looked at her hand sadly and listened as he said that, to be honest, her feelings for him were stressing him out. The girl quickly ran away. She rushed between the trees. The protagonist looked away and thought that this should be enough. Hennies stood up and said that she understood what he was trying to say and asked if he had ever heard such an expression. Smiling, she said that love blossoms even in times of war. The girl raised her hands and said that it had been a shame, but now she felt relieved, glad that she had even such a small chance left. Hennies smiled and said that now she would really continue to try her best, as he said, so they should meet when he was released from the hospital, as if nothing had happened. Rudd watched her go, telling her that she should return home safe and sound. He looked away, listening to Felderat say that he had rejected 2 women at the same time. It was decided he would go to hell after death. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that in his past life, they were also just comrades to him. In fact, they would have rejected him themselves if he had made the first move. They were both acting like this because they had misunderstood his behavior as a regressor. After all, they were still young. Felderat flew next to him and said that even though he had regressed, the time he was in now was reality, asking if he really thought he could ignore these feelings just because he had seen the future. The protagonist left, replying that he didn't have time to think about such trivial things now. Rudd imagined a smiling Adam and thought that he was one of the 3 cardinals of the Dragon Church, realizing that he had regressed. Imagining Travis, the guy thought about what else he found out, that the one who turned back time is the Dragon King, the father and creator of all dragons, the Genesis Dragon. The protagonist stood in front of the doors, wondering what attracted the dragon god to him and why he said that his death would cause him inconvenience, because there was no point in it. The guy looked at Feldroa and said that he knows everything. This damn oath does not allow him to talk about him. Rude looked at the hall of the academy and said that for now the more important person is Adam, even though he is a cardinal, but in fact he just knows a lot. In his words and actions there is no trace of true faith. Climbing the steps, he said that this is why he had a theory. The protagonist stood on the stairs and asked what if Adam regressed before him. Feldroa looked at him and clarified, is he really a regressor? The protagonist held onto the handrail, saying that like him before his regression, no one on the entire continent believed that such magic was possible, while Adam immediately suspected him of it. But if he regressed when he did, some things didn't add up, his attitude towards the dragon god and his incredible strength. The guy remembered how he grinned and said that if the identity of creatures that are not humans or monobeasts is actually the result of regression, and this skill of his. Rude imagined how he fought Adam and said that that night, although he did not try to resist him, his extreme sense turned on, but he could not read his movements, but there were no jumps or distortions characteristic of spatial magic. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that he felt as if time had stopped. Feldroa flew over the stairs and asked if he thought Adam could control time. Just like the dragon god, he knew only gods could control time. Clenching his fist, the guy replied that in any case, these were just theories and now he needed a solution. Rude walked up the stairs, telling him that he had already reached the 5th heaven, but he still lacked strength. He couldn't just sit and wait for his comrades to reveal their potential. Judging by the words he told him that night, he wasn't going to go and kill him right away, but if he didn't do anything, the outcome wouldn't change much the next time they met. The protagonist walked down the corridor, thinking that from now on he couldn't fully rely on the experience of his previous life. He needed to find a way to become stronger as soon as possible to be ready to meet him. Nicholas walked down the stairs and said that looking at how he resumed the fight, he apparently felt better already. They needed to talk. The man sat at the table and said that based on his testimony, the Imperial investigators would continue to pursue the Dragon Church, but he shouldn't expect much from them. No matter how much influence Sophia had on the continent, they wouldn't be able to bypass the autonomy of other kingdoms to conduct an investigation. All they could do was ask one of the guilds for help. Rude looked at him calmly and said that he didn't plan on relying on them completely. He wanted to act on his own when the 3rd year began. The 3rd year students would begin their internships in the guilds. He would try his best to use his position as a hero officially recognized by the imperial family. Nicholas crossed his arms and listened. The only thing he needed was time. He closed his eyes and replied that since he had reached the 5th heaven, it meant he had been to the inner heavens before, and he had probably also passed the test to enter the inner heavens. The man looked at the boy across from him and said that although it depended on their character, some heirs stayed with him as spirits to watch over his growth after passing the test, and asked who had conducted his test. Introducing the girl, the boy replied that it was Charlotte, the 6th heir. If you think about it, she must have been his teacher since he was the 7th heir. Nicholas looked at him in surprise. Looking at the candles, he asked what she looked like. Rude pointed to her neck and replied that she must have looked like she was having a good time. She had cut off his head very vigorously. Putting his hand to his chin, the man replied that he understood. Nicholas remembered her grabbing his hair. Smiling, he said that she looked like she was having a good time. The man stood up from the table, saying that he believed he knew that time passed faster for spirits than for them, humans, and asked if he had a suitable opponent. He could make up for the lack of time by training in the inner heavens. The protagonist looked at him confused and asked if he should really ask her to help him with his training. Nicholas walked towards the exit and said that she was a good teacher. Opening the door, he said that he couldn't even compare to her. Rude adjusted his bandage, thinking that the future would definitely be different from his past life. This is the best thing to do now, because he doesn't know when someone or what will remove the seal from the next dragon. That place can be called an imaginary spirit world, but it feels the same pain as in reality. Real fights will help him much more than simple training, and will save him a lot of time. The guy took the bandage and thought that the next goal is the 6th heaven, which Professor Daniel reached. The protagonist took the bandages off his hand. Grabbing his shoulder, he said that he thinks that dying about 365 times should do the trick. Rude sat in a glowing circle. Splashes flew. Charlotte covered herself with her hand. The boy rushed towards her with a dagger. A whirlwind was swirling around him. Pulling the sword out of his stomach, the girl said that he was mentally calm despite the pain from his pierced heart, and his magic level had also increased. If he used the stigmata, he could even win. Rude held the sword in his chest with a smile and replied that the ultimate technique should not become a normal skill. Charlotte smiled and asked if it was just training, but was it okay that he spent so much time in the heavenly realm? She enjoyed his company, but didn't he have an internship at the guild there? Gritting his teeth, he replied that he was almost done with the tasks given to him, so he didn't need to worry. The girl happily held his hand, saying that it was a relief. It seemed like he had just entered the heavens yesterday, and asked her for training. Charlotte brushed his hair and told him that she felt proud of his progress, and after a long time, she could feel the passage of time, although it was hard for her to kill the cute student hundreds of times. Closing her eyes, the girl said that this was just her teaching style, Even though it was hard for her, she taught strictly and encouraged softly. Rude held his head and said that since we were talking about it, he was curious about how she, the sixth heir, died. The record said that she retired peacefully, but her spirit appearance did not look old, and there should have been no one who could defeat the greatest warrior of the generation. Charlotte looked at him thoughtfully. She spread her arms and smiled, saying that after a year, he finally asked a question that wasn't about how to kill her. She put her hand on her hip and said that since today was such a special day, she would tell him. Charlotte imagined the mountains and said that it all started with a request to pacify the dragonids in northern Morin. At that time they often crossed the mountain range. She remembered walking through the forest and saying that he knew her abilities, quickly finished the task and walked back, but on the way she found a dungeon. The girl imagined standing in front of the cave and saying that it was a treasure room from the mythological era. Remembering how she covered her eye, she said that it was a dangerous area with dragonids, so no one had entered it before, but he knew she couldn't pass by. Charlotte remembered standing in shock and said that if closer to the point, then it was not a dungeon, but a passage. The girl imagined herself standing in front of the mountains and saying that it was a shortcut through the great mountain range that led to the snowy plains where the Draconians lived. Rude looked at her in surprise and asked if she meant to say that the Draconians had created a passage through the mountain range. Charlotte crossed her arms and replied that perhaps it was bad news, so she was going to turn back immediately, but she was caught off guard. It was a fierce battle, quite exciting, until the one appeared. The girl imagined a fearsome man and said that he was the leader of the Draconians living there, incredibly strong. For the first time in her life she thought that she could not win. Remembering herself smirking, she asked what she could do and added that she had destroyed the passage. If they had gotten through it, it would have been a disaster, so she died. Charlotte put her hands behind her back and said that if the records said that she had retired, then Nicholas had fulfilled her last wish. The girl spread her arms and asked him what he thought. Was the story dramatic? She smiled and said that Nicholas was her student. He was probably the boy's teacher now. She had raised him since he was a small, snotty child and a crybaby. The protagonist was shocked to imagine the man. Charlotte closed her eyes and said that he was gentle, with a kind soul. If she asked him to avenge her, no matter how reckless he was, she did not want his life to be consumed by this. Besides, he would never refuse her request. The protagonist looked away with displeasure and replied that it was selfish. The girl watched him go and asked if she had satisfied his curiosity, to which he thanked her. Rude turned around, hearing her call him. Charlotte looked at the boy and said that the same applies to him. Let him not devote his life to revenge just because he is accustomed to death. Turning away, the protagonist replied that he will keep this in mind. The girl stood behind and listened to those who remain make such a decision on their own. Feldroa looked at the weapon and said that this time he was there longer. The protagonist sat on the floor and asked how much time had passed, to which the crystal replied that about 4 hours. Rude grabbed his neck and said that his whole body ached. Adelina stood in the passage with a smile and said that she found him. She has information regarding the task. Handing over the scroll, she apologized for asking for it right after returning from the previous one and said that recently the dragons in the vicinity of the kingdom of Ribble have gone crazy. There is a complete mess there, and it is not even mating season yet. She came up behind him sadly and said that she felt sad knowing that his internship was almost over. Maybe he would stay with the Dead Dragon Guild for the 4th year. The protagonist looked at the paper and asked if there was a new quest in the Wild Lands. The girl imagined a gloomy path and said that officially the Wild Lands are the westernmost territory of the Ribble Kingdom, but in reality no one considers them part of Ribble. It is a barren wasteland with only one city, Seminel, home to vagabonds, refugees, bandits, monsters, and dragons. The Wild Lands are truly wild. Rude held the papers, thinking that he heard that before she was accepted by the Dead Dragon Guild, Kate's hometown was in the Wild Lands, and said that he would go, but he wanted to be alone this time. There were many places in the Wild Lands that he wanted to explore. Adelina put her finger to her cheek and replied that his mentor, Thompson, had fallen ill after the last mission anyway, but she was a little worried that he would be alone. It would be nice to take a companion with him. Crossing her arms, she asked with a smile if he had made peace with Kate. The girl looked at the embarrassed guy and said that she simply asked, let him not worry about it. They should meet again before his departure tomorrow, and for now let him rest. The protagonist walked around the room, thinking about the fact that since the day Henny's confessed to him, Kate had completely ignored him. As a result, the entire Dead Dragon Guild was tiptoeing around them. Imagining the sad girl, he thought he said it knowing she was there, and to some extent he got what he wanted, but rejecting her so rudely may have been too much. Didn't think she would not talk to him for a year. He tried to make it up to him, but she stopped all conversations, plus he was too busy training to pay attention. Rude watched as Kate left the room, thinking that honestly even this was much more convenient than dealing with excessive affection. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy walked towards her and asked if the task was over, asking her not to ignore him. Kate stood with her back turned and answered that she was not ignoring him, but busy, they would talk later. The protagonist grabbed his hair and said that again, later. He held out his hand and said that he apologized for his harsh words. But it had been months, how could they resolve this if she didn't want to talk? The whole guild was on edge because of them. He wasn't asking her to be friendly, but they needed to communicate so that they could fight together. The guy watched her holding his hand and asked if she wanted to go back on her words at the academy about helping, joining the guild and becoming an ally. The girl looked at him calmly and replied that it wasn't that, she would be more attentive. The protagonist bowed his head in displeasure. He stood on the balcony in front of her and told her that she should rest and not worry, because the internship with the Dead Dragon Guild would soon end, so she had to endure a little longer. Rude looked away tensely. Passing by his friend, the guy asked her to take care of herself. Kate turned around. She was standing on the balcony and replied that she was going to. The protagonist spat. The plot moves us to the western part of the kingdom of Ribble, to the wild lands, where the guy was walking and saying that even a volcano would be better than this. The protagonist looked into the distance with displeasure and said that according to the map, there should be a shelter somewhere around here. Feldro flew above him and asked him to give him the map right away, adding that he no longer wanted to waste time in an unknown place because of some fool. Let him think for himself, otherwise why would they give him a stone of return that would take him to the guild building? Rude remembered how Adelina held out the stone and said that if he felt like he was lost during a mission, he should use this resurrection stone. Sandstorms in the wild lands could easily disorient him. He imagined looking at the stone and the girl telling him that she had been to a criminal dump, a refugee den, a place with many unpleasant names, but for her it was special because she had met their daughter Kate for the first time in the wilds. The boy covered his mouth with his clothes, thinking that it was very difficult for a small child to survive in such an environment. He looked at the house in the distance and listened to the stone saying that it saw shelter. Rude entered the room. There were people sitting inside the tavern. Frowning, the man asked if he was a mercenary. The protagonist grabbed his collar and answered that he was a dragon slayer. The stranger approached him and said that he looked too young to be a dragon slayer and asked if he was sure that he was not a criminal trying to infiltrate the wilds undercover. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was enough. Jack held out his hand and said he apologized on behalf of the Seminole Rangers. There was little contact with the outside world in the wilds and things had been unsettled lately, so they were careful with strangers and asked where he was from. The man put his crossbow on his shoulder and said they must be busy with those dragons flying around too. Judging by his first impression, he seemed capable, but he should still be careful. Even the thieves were going crazy. He held out his hand to the boys and said they were leaving, wishing him a good stay. The bartender looked at the boy and said the Seminole Rangers were quite smart and careful. The sandstorm would end in the afternoon and asked what he could do for him. Rude sat down at the counter and said he wanted coffee, if not, then just water. The protagonist looked at the cup of coffee and thought that the wild lands were the beginning of the fall of the Ribble Kingdom. Imagining the riders outside the window, he thought about how there were about 6 months left until the day the illusion dragon attacked Siren in his past life. The rampage of the dragons that preceded the attack also began around this time. If everything went according to the same scenario, then the attack would happen in the same period as in the past life. The problem now is the gap of half a year. The guy imagined the evil girl, thinking that the flight of the dragons in the past life was a response to the mana of the illusion dragon. In this period of time, she should have already begun to awaken, so why has nothing happened in the last 6 months? Resting his cheek on his hand, he thought that he had many theories, but the most likely reason was that she had not yet reached her best form. Therefore, she could have used these 6 months to recover her strength after breaking the seal. But in the end, a theory is just a theory. He needs to find the place where the illusion dragon is now, but he has no leads except that it is somewhere in the wild lands. The boy stood in the doorway and told Millie that he was serious. The sun does not rise in that forest. Raising his hands, he said that it turned out that the rampaging dragons continue to escape from that forest. There are even rumors that ghouls roam there. The sister said that she came to the wild lands because of this rampage of dragons. The protagonist sat down with the children, hearing about the Forest of Darkness, and asked where it was. Rude sat in front of the frightened children and said that he asked where this Forest of Darkness was that they had just discussed. Millie stood behind the boy and said that the Collins family would not let him go if he did something to them. The protagonist hit the boy on the head and asked if they were so proud of being part of a completely insignificant gang of thieves, let them tell him where the forest was. The child cried and called for his sister. The guy squatted next to him and said that he hit him very lightly. How could a man cry? Jacqueline clenched her fist and screamed that she would not forgive the abuse of her children. She looked at the guy in surprise. The girl smiled and asked what he was doing here. Rude walked next to the girl in the desert and said that he was surprised to see her here, asking what she was doing in the wilds. She was not doing an internship with a gang of thieves. Jacqueline laughed and replied that of course not. She was an intern at the Bells of Radiance, a guild based in Alfea, but the guild members recommended her quests in distant lands to broaden her horizons. The boy extended his hand and asked what about her mentor. She should have a mentor with her unless there were other reasons, to which she replied that she had lost him. The protagonist closed his eyes tensely and said that it didn't matter. He looked at the children in surprise and asked how lost she was, that she was working for some thieves, and even watching children, and the girl replied that they were here to deliver some things. Jacqueline smiled and said that she met these children when she was doing work for the Seminole merchants, clients of the Dragon Slayer Association. She took them home because the roads were dangerous, and they treated her to a delicious meal, so she was in their debt for the rest of her mission. Millie happily pointed her finger forward and said that she saw a camp. The girl looked at the houses in the distance and said that this was the Collins family camp. Jacqueline turned around with a smile and said that she did not know what he wanted to find out here, but if it had something to do with the wild lands, then the head of the family should know. The girl ran behind her friend and shouted to the boss that they had a guest. The boy entered the grandmother's house. The guy came out to the boys and asked who Jacqueline's friend was. Eddie looked at the guy in surprise and asked if it was really him. He looked at the burning fire in the room and asked what brought a warrior like him to the wild lands, and to them, the Collins family. Eddie was kneeling and telling him that the people living in the wild lands still had access to news from the central lands because they were friendly with travelers. He might think that they were no different from other thieves, but they only stole from criminals, and unlike other groups, their family mainly consisted of people who were unable to fight, such as old people and orphans. Rude was sitting in front of him and saying that he didn't have to make excuses. He didn't come here to establish public order, he wanted to ask for directions. Naturally, he would pay accordingly. Eddie was surprised to hear about the Forest of Darkness. He stood on a cliff in front of the forest and told him that the trees over there were the Forest of Darkness. It was once an ordinary forest, but about a month ago it was completely drowned in darkness. The protagonist looked at him attentively, listening to him say that the sun doesn't rise in that forest, it is under the influence of mana. Eddie clutched his head and said that maybe that was why there were restless dragons wandering around. Even ghouls had appeared, and on top of that their whole family had almost died. He would recommend gathering more people before going there. He watched the guys jump off and asked if he was really going to go right now. Jacqueline waved with a smile and said that he shouldn't worry and should go back, the family needed their boss. The guy was sitting on the edge of a cliff and asked to come to them when they returned, because he would treat them to lunch. Rude walked calmly, asking what he was saying if he had a lot of hungry mouths. Smiling, the girl replied that having a family was very nice, you can find warmth and food with them, although the guy behaved like that, but he gave them a pretty large sum for a regular escort. The protagonist looked at the corpse in front of his feet. Looking at the dead bodies in front of the forest, he said that even the entrance was terrifying. Jacqueline put her hand to her chin and guessed that it didn't look like dragon wounds. These people were probably warriors from Seminole. The protagonist walked ahead, asking if she was really going to come with him. After all, she had lost her status as a senior since she was left for a second year. Rude looked at the trees in the fog, thinking that this mana leaking from the forest belonged to the illusion dragon, so its seal was definitely broken. Looking at the skull, he wondered why the forest was so quiet. The guy looked away, thinking that someone had already killed all the enemies before them. Jacqueline held her hand and said that this was a creepy forest, everything here was sleeping, literally no signs of life. She looked away in surprise and said that something was coming here. The bushes swayed in the wind. Many ghouls jumped out of the forest. The guys stood in front of the monsters. The girl clapped her hands and said that the rumors were true. She had met many different monsters, but she saw ghouls for the first time. Rudd looked at the ghouls and told us that these are monsters that eat corpses. The more dead people they eat, the more they become like humans. These are very rare monsters. These creatures appeared here due to the influence of the illusion dragon, although they can usually be found in swamp dungeons. Jacqueline looked at the pendant in her hands, listening to how it was now hers, a weapon made of spiritual water. The guy fought with enemies and told her to try to resonate with it. This is her specialty. The necklace in her hand began to glow. The girl looked in surprise at the weapon that appeared and said that it was cool. Jacqueline happily walked with a scythe, saying that she would cut them all with this thing and it was so light, to which the guy replied that he had killed them all. The protagonist sat near the corpse and thought it was strange. Ghouls usually do not travel in groups because of competition for food. He looked at the brand on the monster's back and said that they were not ghouls. The girl looked surprised when she heard that they were undead. Jacqueline looked at her friend in confusion and said that the undead were the creations of necromancers, forbidden magic that connects the soul and the corpse. Was there really someone here who could do such a thing? The protagonist looked at the dark trees and answered that it was a puppeteer. The eerie gaze that he felt on himself from the moment they entered the forest probably belonged to him. The girl looked at him and asked if he suspected anyone, to which he replied that she needed to go back. Jacqueline looked down sadly. Rude put a stone in her hands and told her that it was a returning stone with coordinates set to Siren. Let her use it, and from here he would go alone. The girl looked at him and objected. The protagonist took her hand and said that she was a nuisance, that she should stop being stubborn and leave. Jacqueline pulled her hand back and repeated that she was against it. Why was he always like this? Frowning, the girl asked why he so desperately wanted to die alone. She looked at her calm friend, asking if he even knew how they felt after the incident a year ago. Jacqueline looked at the trees, screaming that Balak, Kate and Henny's too. Why was everyone trying so hard? When would they be ready? When would it even be? If he died before then, nothing would make sense. The protagonist held out a stone and asked if she even understood how powerful the Dragon Lord was. Frowning, he said that it would be hard for them to deal with the bishop of the church. There was nothing she could do now, that was all. The girl clutched the handle of her scythe and asked if this puppeteer he suspected was really the bishop of the Dragon Church. Jacqueline stood in front of her friend in rage and screamed that if there was such a strong opponent here, then she had even more reasons not to leave. The dead man sat behind the boys and said that young people nowadays considered the street their own home. Let them discuss their nonsense at home and not in someone else's yard. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that he would rip his mouth apart. Rude cut the monster and asked if this was the one who was secretly tracking them. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the guy said that it was enough to hide behind the corpses. It was time to show himself. Albert, in the body of a woman, came out from behind the bushes and said that he had heard about Rude. Raising his hand to his face, he said that the guy was arrogant. The protagonist stood in front of the girl, saying that this was only the corpse of a black star. In fact, he was an inadequate necromancer who prolongs his life by dividing his soul and transmigrating into the bodies of other people, the second bishop of the Dragon Church and a puppeteer. Albert smiled and said that he knew who he was. Well, it was not so surprising. Surely this foolish woman blabbed. Raising his hand, the necromancer said that he couldn't believe that such an ignorant lady had the rank of a bishop like him. But the expression on her face when her head flew off was a sight to behold. Only he could use this hopeless body as material, even though it was just a doll. Rudd snapped his fingers behind his back and said that he was the same trash as the original owner of the body. Like a larva parasitizing on corpses without a true form, how could he think that it was better? Albert, in the woman's body, put his finger on his chin. He smirked and said that he didn't know what brought him to the Forest of Darkness, but for him it was only a plus. Such opportunities rarely came. The necromancer created monsters around himself and said that this was a chance to make a doll out of the hero's body. Jacqueline swung her scythe and said that she knew everything. Rude dealt many blows, thinking that Adam probably did not tell about his regression, does not know what his intentions are. But for now it is in his favor. In his past life it was quite difficult to kill a creature without a physical form. If this forest is his base, then even better. The guy flew over his fighting girlfriend, thinking that maybe he is here to remove the seal from the illusion dragon, like Grisela. Rude watched as the enemy raised his hand and wondered if this meant that the upcoming half-year break would be because of him and the illusion dragon still has not awakened. In any case, his sudden appearance clearly disrupts the plans. The protagonist raised his axe. He swung it with a smile. The guy hit the ground with the axe and shouted that he will turn over the entire board. Albert raised his hands in shock and shouted that he is crazy. The necromancer, in the body of a woman, raised his hands and said that he does not even know what is in this forest. You cannot just destroy everything as you please. Rudd swung his weapon and asked what he would do with it. The puppeteer looked at the axe in fear. He dodged the blow. Jacqueline rushed towards the enemy with her scythe. The girl hit her rival. Albert flew to the ground, thinking that she was not just a burden to him. Who would have thought? Grinning, he thought that there was not a single free soul in this damned heart. If it broke, it would be the end. More importantly, if she woke up because of this commotion, it would be a disaster. The necromancer looked at the guys, thinking that he still did not have enough time to implement his great plan. At least 6 months were needed. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, Rudd said that if he felt cornered, he would move into another body. It was necessary to destroy this body so that it could not be used. But the main thing was not to overdo it, like last time, but also not to miss anything. Albert, in the woman's body, lowered his head and thought that it really meant something to kill the Thunder Dragon. Now he wanted this body much more. He created a magic circle on the ground, thinking that making even more of a mess here would lead to problems. He should summon the Guardian. Rude jumped back from the dark mana and told his friend to go back. A bright flash occurred in the middle of the forest. The enemy was advancing on the foggy ground and said that it was unfair for the hero to fight 2 against 1. The protagonist looked away in shock. The necromancer in Charlotte's body smiled. He happily walked with a sword and offered to play fair. The guy in the girl's body walked forward. He said that they should fight fairly, and one heir against another. Stopping, he grabbed the blade, saying that the forgotten heroine was the perfect body for the role of a guardian. He must admit, it was the most special of his priceless collection. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead and asked where he got it. The guy, smiling widely, put his hand on his belt and replied that he recognized this woman who died more than 100 years ago. He heard that the connection between the heirs of the heavenly sword is especially strong. A second later, the protagonist dashed forward, swinging his blade. He asked where he got this body. The guy, looking sarcastically ahead, blocked the attacker's blow, answering that he was almost sure that all the heirs of the heavenly sword possessed this heavenly spirit. After which he swung his blade. Raising his head, he added that, unfortunately, the person who gave him this body, having severed the connection between the body and the heavenly spirit, he could not do anything, because an attempt to overcome such a separation is considered very dangerous. He imagined two young men in his head. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and he added that he was glad to see his aggressive reaction, because he was very interested in the body. Outstanding figures in history, kings of different races, archmages. He made countless dolls from various corpses, but among them there was never a hero's corpse. He struck the protagonist with his blade. He added that this was the stigmata on his right hand. He could use it when he took his body. The protagonist cut his hand, answering that he should try if he succeeded. He looked menacingly in front of himself and answered that he was a pathetic bastard. After which a strong explosion occurred. The guy, smiling, answered that the higher the quality of the corpse, the less changes would have to be made. Looking at the fire approaching him, he continued to say that of course, this body's soul has returned to the blue sky, and in order to fill these shortcomings with his own soul, he has to use demonic energy instead of this body's mana, but he can perfectly reproduce the various techniques left in this body's memories, a slash that blocks the enemy's sword trajectory with minimal movement. After which he swung his scythe. Dodging explosions at great speed, he asked if he liked the flawless execution of his teacher's technique. Smiling widely, he added that in addition, since it is just a doll, he may not be limited by the limits of the physical body. He is now much stronger than she was when she was alive. This is the result of his long research, the pinnacle of the soul. Small explosions occurred around the protagonist's blade. He surrounded his spear with wind, after which he pulled his two weapons forward, creating a hurricane, answering that this is nonsense. He released an incredible force that was able to push the guy back. He looked straight ahead and replied that he understood. Ben Rude, frowning, said that he was not fit to hold a candle to the 6th generation. We are transported to a woman. She smiled and looked ahead and said that it lasted longer than expected. Unlike that hero, she is useless in her own way. The girl was kneeling on one knee, lowering her weapon. She, breathing heavily, thought that her restriction spell would soon end. She saw no other way. Looking straight ahead menacingly, she continued to think that she needed to use this thing to the maximum. Then the protagonist appeared in her memories, who said that this was not magic, and she should just imagine that she was preparing the formula directly inside her body. Her friend answered her to just swing and cut it down. The girl stood in a stance and then used the power of the sword. She made a strong lunge, thinking that it was not perfect, far from perfect, but she was doing it. The woman kicked her heel and a magic circle appeared under her feet. A second later, a strong explosion occurred, throwing the girl to the side. She was lying on the ground, unable to get up. A woman approached her, saying that this was absurd. She understood that she had run out of mana, but why would a spirit magic user rush at her with a scythe? She had a death wish. Putting her hands on her hips, she added that it did not matter how weak this body was. It was still easy to deal with her. It would be better if she hid somewhere and waited for the hero to come and save her. The girl, stretching out her hand, shouted that only she would do such a thing. An ice scythe began to fly towards her at great speed. It pierced the woman's body through and through. The woman grabbed the weapon and replied that she felt sorry for her, but such a weak attack would not help. She thought that she was special, able to use spirit magic, but now she understood such glass eyes were rare. Smiling, she looked ahead and began to repair her wound, saying that she finally understood everything thanks to her own memory. Who would have thought that this woman would have a daughter? The girl looked up in fear. Looking at her, the woman replied that the child was from her and an elf. No, she did not have the typical pointy ears. However, apart from the eyes, she was annoyingly similar to her. The girl clenched her fist, thinking that she needed to calm down and ignore all this nonsense that she was talking. She should wait for the right opportunity to take back the white bird, after which she asked how she knew the name of her mother. The woman, smiling, replied that she was her student. Hearing this, the girl froze in fear, and the woman, stretching out her hand to her, said that she was not quite a student. She only taught her soul magic in exchange for something. She was interested in how she, who owned the magic of spirits, would use this knowledge, and now she realized that no matter how close they were by blood, she looked too similar to her, because it was as if the girl pulled out her soul and cloned it. The girl, lowering her head, turned pale. A tear rolled down her cheek, and the woman answered that everything was clear to her. She was a doll. Hearing this, the girl froze, looking ahead in fear. Suddenly, strong magic appeared above them, and they raised their heads in fear. The protagonist, swinging his blade, cut the sky into two parts. He looked menacingly ahead. The girl, displeased, raising her head, said that the sky was torn. Was the guardian really losing the fight? Then her body started to disappear and she said that it couldn't be. She stretched out her hands in fear as a strong wave was coming towards her. A second later, the protagonist's energy completely absorbed her. Rude slowly landed on the ground, saying that he was only roughly aiming in that direction, but who knew that she would take the blow with her body. A guy appeared behind him, cursing menacingly. Frowning, he clenched his hands, saying that he had ruined everything. The plan he had worked on his whole life, he had ruined it. Half a year was only 6 months left. Rude looked ahead with displeasure, and the guy continued to say that in just half a year, the soul in the main body would have been forever forced into unconsciousness. He could have become the strongest being in the world. He had been conducting these investigations for hundreds of years. He had turned his body into dust and torn his soul apart. He had barely held back her awakening, but he had ruined everything. A powerful magical explosion occurred. The whole sky was painted with dark energy, and the guy added that he woke her up. Rude, frowning, answered discontentedly that he was crazy and should not tell him about it. A girl appeared. She raised her head. She stretched her arms in different directions. Someone asked that he tried to steal the dragon's body. We are transferred to memories. The protagonist looks ahead, and someone tells him not to follow her. The girl, frowning, added that he should return to his comrades. She can easily kill the dragon with an illusion in her current weakened state. If he goes with her, he will only distract. The protagonist, looking at her, answered that maybe he does not want to return, and even if he dies, it is his life. What difference does it make? She answered that he should know his place. He will die a meaningless death if something goes wrong. Rude replied that it meant she cared about him now. The girl told him to be more serious. Then she suddenly stopped, asking that he felt it too. It was the illusion dragon's mana. She raised her head, adding that she was so filled with power that even at such a great distance she could no longer detect her location with her mana detection, and his comrade had also weakened. Rude looked ahead in surprise, and she turned around, asking that he now understood what he had to do. The protagonist, lowering his head, replied that he understood. Smiling widely, he added that she wanted him to cover her, after which he frowned, thinking that maybe he had acted bravely back then, but he almost vomited due to the influence of the illusion dragon's mana. Of course, he was much stronger now, but the intensity of the mana was on a completely different level than it was in his past life. Looking around, he continued to think that he had not encountered her yet, but it felt like she already surpassed the strength of the Thunder Dragon. Then he looked at the girl, thinking that, in addition, she was almost out of mana. It would be hard for her to withstand even the presence of the illusion dragon, and he had already used great techniques twice. If they fought her now, I would definitely die. He looked at the girl, telling her to retreat immediately. The boy in the girl's body laughed and replied that how dare they leave without his permission. They wanted to escape after causing all this mess. He, Rude, had to pay for destroying everything he had worked for his entire life. Even if he didn't think he could escape from his grasp, he would tear him apart even if it meant using hundreds of souls he had collected. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that he should have died when it was his time to die. Let him look at himself. He had caused all this mess here because of his own stupidity. The boy replied that how dare this nasty bastard? How dare he say such a thing after destroying his precious forest and his dream? Killing him and feeding him to the beasts wouldn't be enough as punishment. The girl stepped forward and then asked when did this forest change hands? The dragon's humans smiled widely and said that she didn't allow such a thing. The girl looked ahead in fear. The car and the dragon took a step forward, adding that she had read his shadow. The bishop of the church, it was a very funny religion. There had always been people who worshipped dragons, but that didn't apply to him. He had joined this strange religion because of his thirst for immortality. Hugging the guy, she added that this body belonged to one of the heirs. You can't steal from people. And he had also told her such interesting things while she was sleeping. She needed to scold him a little. The guy, smiling, replied that the dragon was an illusion. She should know, right? This guy was the second hero heir. Looking at the protagonist, he added that this was the sworn enemy of the dragon god, a disgusting abomination. He needed to be killed here and now. The dragon looked ahead in surprise, answering that it was true. The guy shouted that this was the terrible hero who had killed the thunder dragon while she was sleeping. For the sake of the dragon god, they should kill him first. Laughing, he added that he had already spent quite a lot of mana during the battle with him, so they who accept the great goal will finish him off. The dragon kissed the guy on the cheek, adding that the bad children must be punished first. The protagonist looked ahead in horror. A moment later, a large crater appeared, from which a dark aura emanated, and the guy now. After him, only a saber remained on the floor, so he, turning around, smiled and said that now it was his turn. What is his name? Rude, lowering his sword, thought that the dragon's breath has great destructive power. But it is not enough to instantly kill the bishop of the church. She added power to it to kill the person who tried to steal her body. He did not feel the slightest intent to kill. Something is wrong here. Her behavior and facial expression are the same as those of Madman, which is completely different from the creature he saw in his past life. If Albert successfully obtained the body of the illusion dragon in his past life, Then the one they killed was under the influence. Looking at the dragon, he thought that it means she is real. In the meantime, the girl asked why he does not answer, only let him not tell her that he is deaf and dumb with such a beautiful face. Rude, turning sharply, thought that she is hiding herself. Now he does not feel hostility from her, so they can take advantage of this opportunity. Frowning, he decided that he will play along with her and then said his name. The dragon smiled and replied that he had a cute name, suitable for such a hero, much better than before, and his facial expression was nicer. She felt a soul inside him that had survived hundreds of switches, a little complicated, but pure. She liked it, he was interesting. Looking at the protagonist, she asked if he wanted to share his wonderful memories with her. Red swung his sword sharply. He looked menacingly in front of him, answering that she should not go too far. They had just met. The dragon looked displeasedly in front of him, answering that it was incredibly rude and was he really worried that she would kill him. Stretching her hand forward, she added that if she had wanted this from the very beginning, she would have already killed that young girl who was enjoying the game of hide and seek. She was his friend, so she did not touch her. The girl looked in front of her in fear. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that if it was the dragon that was saying this, the cause of all troubles, he would rather not trust a word of it. The woman stepped forward and replied that it was the dragon gods who had given them the job of controlling the human population through disasters, but not all dragons were the same. Looking ahead, she added that at least she was not as ignorant as the Thunder Dragon. She loved humans and did not want their bodies to hurt. She simply wished for everyone to have the happy dream they wanted. Then she leaned over the skeleton and said that floating forever in this endless ocean of elephants would make them both happy. Her hair appeared around the protagonist's leg. She grabbed his face and asked what he thought, if he wanted to have a sweet dream with her. The protagonist pushed her aside, threateningly telling her to leave him alone, that it would be better for everyone when she died. The girl, putting her hand on her chest, answered that he should not challenge her. She raised her hand, adding that it was not necessary to always reach the population threshold. Now she did not want to take too many lives. Smiling, looking ahead, she said that she would give him a head start of 2 months, let him take his loved ones and run. The girl, looking ahead, thought that she had removed her stealth spell with just one move. She had almost no mana. What should she do? The girl looked ahead in fear, and the dragon continued to say that she would destroy the city near the forest, so he should try to run away somewhere far away. The protagonist swung his blade, shouting that she would kill everyone anyway. How dare she pretend that she would give them a chance? The girl, looking ahead, laughed, answering that perhaps he was too young to understand her generosity. She menacingly extended her hand in front of her, creating a sphere, answering that she did not want to die, and since she was awake, she needed to do the job. Let them let go of her sword, otherwise she would have no choice but to wish him goodnight. The girl, frowning, extended her hand. An ice statue appeared, which answered that connecting with her soul was their only chance. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, answered that he knew. Ice energy appeared around the girl, and she released ice spikes using soul resonance. Rude extended his hand, making a dash forward. At the last moment, the girl jumped towards him, grabbing his hand. The dragon stamped her heel in displeasure, after which a magic circle began to appear in front of her. Turning around, she told them to run away from her as far as possible. We are transferred to the city. The protagonist looks at the girl in fear. We are transferred to a room. Someone apologizes and says that he has a day off today. There are bandages on the table, and he is told that everything is fine. After all, there are no days off in a hospital ward. The girl comes inside, asking how she feels, to which she is told that the magical poison has spread throughout her body, so it will be difficult to move for some time, but her life is not in danger. Looking at the girl, he added that she will regain consciousness within a couple of days, but it will take time to restore the damage by mana damaged by the poison. Of course, until then she will not be able to use mana. Someone asked that this girl is also a trainee of the Dead Dragon Guild. The girl, looking ahead with displeasure, answered that no, she is with the Bells of Radiance. She needs to contact the guild leader. She knew that she cannot send him alone, and now there will be an incredible mess. A girl entered the room. The commander turned to her and asked what had happened, and answered something, saying that Rudd was waiting for her in the office, and the girl said that she had completely lost track of time. The girl put her hand on her chest, saying that she could take care of her and let them leave it to her. The commander smiled, looked in her direction, and answered that she was very proud of her, and that they would leave the patient in her hands, and that she should not forget to call them when she woke up. The girl looked at the patient, upset, after which she lay down on the girl. The commander, looking at the protagonist, said that is, he means that the illusion dragon awakened from sleep in the Forest of Darkness and will destroy the city in 2 months. Rude, looking at the girl, replied that this is the only city in the vicinity of the Forest of Darkness. The girl clenched her fist, answering that she knows him well enough to understand that he will not joke about such things. She also understands that just now Sirius could have inflicted such damage on him, but if his statement is true, even if she tells the entire continent about it. She grabbed her head, adding that no country will do anything about it. the table, and she continued to say that the wild lands are abandoned land. She imagined the city in her head, saying that he himself knew what people thought of him and that the city was the only one in the wild lands that not only did not recognize him as a city, they had also declared trade with him illegal. Moreover, the kingdom where the dead Dragon's Guild came from had long been hoping for an attack. She imagined how their hands were reaching out to the city, adding that the wild lands were officially part of the country, so naturally, this growing city was like a speck in their eye. Kak, looking to the side, replied that it didn't matter, His Highness the Crown Prince had promised to support him. The same applied to the Great Teacher, and this was the same situation as with the Thunder Dragon. Instead of sacrificing a large number of ordinary soldiers, it was better to gather a small number of individual strong people. Fortunately, the Illusion Dragon used spells that affected the psyche, so it was not as aggressive as the Thunder Dragon. Remembering how she looked ahead with a smile, he added that of course, it remained to be seen what would happen if her plans to destroy the city were thwarted. He remembered the guy in the form of a girl, adding that more importantly, they needed to deal with the second bishop of the Dragon Church, the puppeteer, as soon as possible. That bastard had lost quite a lot of power. Even though she had disappeared along with the Illusion Dragon's attack, he was sure he was still alive. Since Albert had lost his original goal, he would either stay with the Illusion Dragon to survive or act on his own, driven by his own grudge. Imagining him smiling, Rude continued that the guardian made from the body of the 16th heir who pierced the heavens. He would become a difficult opponent if he continued to recover his power using the hundreds of souls he had locked in his heart. In addition to that, they should be prepared for the large number of undead he could summon. The girl, looking ahead, answered that she really wanted to. How did it happen that he fought with a member of the Dragon Church and came across an illusion dragon in the middle of the wildlands? But she would not ask questions, as she promised. After all, she promised that she would believe his every word. She remembered how they stood in the corridor, agreeing on something, putting her hands on the table, and she said that she should still answer her one question, the nature of the illusion dragon and the attack in 2 months, he is sure of it. The protagonist, lowering his head, answered that absolutely, the dragon never lies, because lying is the lot of the weak. The girl put her hand on the table, answering that then she understands they should not waste time. As soon as the news reaches the royal palace, these eccentrics will not remain silent. She took a few steps towards the door, saying that things could get much more problematic, so the Dead Dragon Guild needed to act independently. They needed to head to the city right now. It would probably be better if the Heavenly Sword accompanied them. Then she suddenly turned around, asking how his body was. He hadn't slept for an hour since they came back. His friends were worried about him. Maybe they could set off tomorrow and keep an eye on the girl's condition for a little longer. Rude replied that he was fine. He looked away, saying that the situation was developing much faster than expected. We are transported to a little girl. Someone says that they found her. She smiles and looks up, and they ask her why she was hiding here. The woman goes down, and the girl laughs, saying that she found her. Now it's her turn to hide. The woman grabs her hand, saying that I won't be running out of speed for today, so it's better for him not to wander around here. The girl said that every time she found it too quickly, next time it would hide somewhere very far away and surprise her. There were a couple of footprints left in the snow. The girl slowly walked forward, saying that she was serious even if she couldn't find it at all. Suddenly, she looked ahead in surprise. She stretched out her hand to the crystal, asking what it was. She extended her finger. Then she froze, thinking that this was a memory from her childhood. Her childhood memories were always blurred, as if buried under the snow. Her mother's face was very similar to hers, but she couldn't remember what happened after what she saw there. Suddenly, her eyes widened, remembering how the boy told her that she was a doll. She got up from the bed, displeased. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that she wanted to know something. Then she felt a strong pain, clutching her head. A little girl came into her room. Rushing to the bed, she asked if she was okay. The girl turned around and asked where Rude was, to which the girl replied that he was in the Dead Dragon Guild. She had been unconscious for 3 days. The priest said that she needed to rest for at least a month and, if possible, not use mana, let her just rest and take care of her health. The girl, looking away, replied that she understood. Her friend came up to her, saying that she knew how surprised she was when she saw her in such a serious condition, and Rude left again without saying goodbye. The girl replied that she was very sorry for making her worry. After which the girl, folding her arms, replied that the protagonist said that they were preparing for some big battle. She was not against him leaving, but he could at least rest for a day. The girl, smiling, replied that she understood. She had become a burden to many people. A white-haired girl entered the room. She asked in surprise that she had woken up, that she should not get up. She had only come in briefly before leaving. Putting the box on the floor, she added that these were things that would help her regain her strength. Most of the guild members, not counting the guards outside, had left for another city, that they should not move without necessity and focus on recovery. The girl, raising her head, wanted to say something, but her friend, interrupting, replied that they had already contacted the leader in her guild, so that she should stay here with this thief. The girl shouted in displeasure that this was insulting. The girl, upset, sank into her head and, frowning, asked what insulting meant. She thought that she would not notice. When she went through the food supplies, the girl told her not to be so serious. This was incredibly stupid. The girl looked at her friend. Can rude fly? Her friend, putting her hand on her chest, answered discontentedly that she was some kind of messenger for them. Moving away to the door, she added that she would apologize to him personally when she returned. They would say the same thing to each other anyway, so why force her to do it? The girl looked at the sick woman with a smile. Approaching the bed, she said that they needed to have lunch to recover faster. The girl answered that she was grateful. You are needed. Some kind of help? She replied that she should just rest. We are transferred to the city. The girl walking down the street says that she is leaving the mansion in their care. The soldier answers that he understands. Bowing his head, he thinks about the fact that this is the first time so many guild members left the building at the same time. Something serious happened. His comrade raised his hand, saying that he was late and he will replace him. The guy answered that it is a surprise. I did not think that he knows how to be late. The man smiled widely and said he had something important to do. We were transported to a pub. Someone said that was why they had been making cookies all day. They hoped she wouldn't say nasty things to them anymore because they would replenish their food supplies. The protagonist answered the phone, saying that they shouldn't have stolen in the first place. They told him that sharing actually meant caring. She was next to her. Did she want to talk too? The protagonist looked down in displeasure, saying no, they would leave it for later. He was a bit busy now. They told him why she always had to be the first to contact him. Rudd added that he would hang up and buy something tasty on the way back, so he should take care of himself until then. The protagonist hung up the phone in displeasure, and they told him not to buy weird and boring sweets. Like last time, there was one thing that had become popular in the capital. It was called. The commander approached him to tell him that they shouldn't rush, so he would hang up so quickly. Rude replied that it was fine. If you give her free rein all day long, she would chatter like that. The commander went outside. You will answer that then it is good. The master of the heavenly sword has already arrived at the gate of the city. Looking at the houses, she added that who would have thought that there would be a telephone in the tavern. It is not as simple as it seems at first glance, that is for sure. After all, this city has existed for about a century. Looking at the people, she added that they say that the first wanderers in the wild lands gathered together to build this castle and city. They also founded an organization called Rangers to establish a minimum level of order and discipline. Although they had a pretty good start, the city was in the early stages of its development. The people looked at them worriedly, and she continued to say that their caution towards strangers has increased significantly due to the large number of refugees who arrived here after a series of disasters. The commander looked at the protagonist and said that because of all this, she was worried whether they would open their doors to them at all. But judging by the way they were walking towards them, it seemed like they were hoping for outside support to help them cope with the dragon's activity. The girl looked at them and said that they were walking incredibly slowly. Smiling widely, she added that even running would be too slow. Hearing this, the commander, frowning in displeasure, asked why he had come. Someone shouted that how dare she call him that. The guy grabbed the protagonist by the hair, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He had grown a little since their last meeting. By the time he graduated, they would have to fight to see who was taller. Rude replied that he had already told everything that needed to be told through the heavenly spirit, so it hadn't been that long, and he was grateful for their hard work. The teacher appeared in front of them. He looked menacingly ahead. Then, suddenly turning away, he replied that they needed to go to the castle. Rude, looking ahead, thought that he probably had rather conflicting feelings because of the puppeteer. Even he was surprised for him as her student. A guy in a hat stopped in front of them, apologizing. He said that the lord of the castle agreed to a personal meeting. We are being transported to the castle. The man, looking ahead, said that he was the lord and he was glad to welcome them. Looking at the crowd, he continued to say that this was the first time he had met strangers in his castle as guests, so he asked them not to judge his hospitality too harshly. The commander, looking away, replied that they had already informed him in letters in advance about the reasons for their visit, whether they could regard the fact that he opened the castle gates for them as a sign of willingness to cooperate. The lord looked ahead and replied that the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild had acknowledged him as the lord of this city, unlike the other countries who saw him as nothing more than the head of a criminal organization. He looked menacingly ahead and added that it was his duty as the lord of the city to protect this place. They had probably seen it all for themselves, but the villages just outside the city walls were now deserted due to the long-standing attacks of dragons and other monsters. All the surviving refugees had taken refuge inside the castle. He recalled the injured citizens, saying that fortunately they had enough resources thanks to the mines with magic stones to cope with the current situation. However, the dragons were constantly descending from the northern forests and targeting the city. He imagined the dragons attacking the people, saying that the number of clashes was huge. If they continued this war of attrition, they would eventually run out of resources. An image of wounded and killed people appeared in his mind, and he said that on top of that, they had lost contact with the group of rangers that had been sent to the northern forest to scout. Looking at the people at the table, he added that it was then that they, the dragon slayers, came to them. They had no choice but to accept them with open arms. Looking at the protagonist, he continued to say that the guild leader, known for his strong dragon slayers throughout the empire, and a hero who was officially recognized by the imperial family, wished to help them. The man leaned on his hands, answering that the cause of all these problems, he believed, was not the arrival to defeat the creature that lurked in the northern forests. Looking at the table, someone said that in 2 months, the illusion dragons would attack the city. The Lord turned pale, silently looking ahead. Then, he smiled and said that one of the 7 royal dragons. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he continued to say that, apparently, they were going down the same path of destruction as the Caliban kingdom, instead of taking steps towards their desired dream of having the city recognized as a state. Looking at the commander, he said that he would cooperate with them. The teacher looked away in surprise, and the Lord, putting his hands on the table, said that for now he was giving them access to all parts of his territory, allowing them to stay in the castle so that they could participate in the battle with the illusion dragon. If necessary, he would do his best to provide them with troops and supplies. He lowered his head and then added that they should defeat the dragon. The commander, looking away in surprise, replied that there was no need for that to go that far. Rude, folding his hands, said that it was not about that. Opening one of his eyes, he continued to say that he thought they had misunderstood something. They thought that killing one of the royal dragons was something incredibly simple. And did they really think that they came here because they really needed the city's cooperation? Of course, their ultimate goal was the illusion dragon. She looked ahead in surprise, and Rude continued to say that however, if that was their only goal, then the well-being of the city would be the last thing they cared about, and they would head straight to the Forest of Darkness, prepared for battle as much as possible. As he thought, why did they come here and ask for useless cooperation? Lord raised his head, and the protagonist added that it was because not a single country on this continent cared about their city, perhaps they even hoped for its fall. The protagonist frowned and said that in a situation like this where they can't count on other countries to support them, they made protecting the city their priority. First protecting the city and then fighting the illusion dragon, shouldn't they be the ones receiving requests for cooperation? The Lord slammed his fist on the table. Rude turned away and said that even the ignorant imperial government gave out quite generous rewards for defeating the Thunder Dragon. A whole squad of outsiders wanted to fight to the death, but they acted like they were doing them an incredible honor by letting them into the city. The man lowered his head and asked what they wanted from him then. Rude extended his hand. Then, turning around, he smiled and said that it was. We were transported to the street. Someone said that they couldn't believe that this scoundrel was considered the hero of their generation. The girl, looking at the street, says that she understands the argument about the magic stone because it is quite a valuable commodity. But what is his purpose in attracting a gang of thieves as an army? The Lord replied that what else can they do? This is their only option. He looked closely at the protagonist, adding that they will see if this hero can protect the city. The girl hugged the protagonist, saying that he acted cool there. How smart he is, fooled the Lord with such an imperturbable face. The guy, looking ahead, replied that this is not a deception. Rude only demanded honest payment for their work, and the protagonist said that many people perceive heroes as some kind of unpaid workers. The commander, lowering her head, replied that he should have told her in advance. He can at least imagine how nervous she was. The teacher looked away, saying that since the negotiations were over, they need to start preparing, because they still have 2 months left here, and this puppeteer can make some move first. Rudd raised his head and replied that it was true. Besides, he was a member of the Dragon Church, and it would be difficult for him to go up against the illusion dragon twice. Too much caution wouldn't hurt. The teacher started to leave, saying that they would go around the castle. I'm looking at the walls, and also, maybe, get rid of the pests. The girl, looking at her friend, asked if she wanted to have a drink with her. The commander answered no, and then asked where the protagonist was going. Rudd turned around and replied that he wanted to take the weapon that was made for him. Half a day would be more than enough for him if he went now with the returning stone, and then they would use the portal. The protagonist looked at the stone, and the crystal told him that the return stones were convenient. Human magical engineering was progressing so quickly, but why didn't they just go to the place right away? It would be more convenient. The protagonist replied that the return stones were magic stones that possessed the magic of space. The further you wanted to go, the larger the stone should be in size, so each capital had a large portal with a magic stone, which was called a gate. Rudd looked at the stone, and he was told that he had chosen the time very well. when someone important would be born. If he had been born 100 years earlier, he would most likely have died tragically in a shipwreck due to a volcanic eruption. In those days, low-coefficient movement magic was even slower than a horse, and people had to navigate by the sun. Rudd replied that he should speak more slowly, otherwise he would run out of words. A magic circle appeared under him. The protagonist appeared in the city in the capital of the kingdom. He said that they were, of course, very expensive, but effective. After which he took a few steps down the street. Suddenly he stopped, looked away with displeasure. Then he said that he needed to look at the guild base, and the dead dragon, that she wanted him to buy a crystal, answered him that now he had also become a typical father, let him buy something for the girl already. Rude went inside and looked at the cookies in surprise, asking what they found in these pieces of sugar. Suddenly a drop of blood fell on the floor. The girl stretched out her hand in fear. Her friend was sitting in front of her in blood. Someone said that he wondered when this fool would grow up. The girl went to the window, thinking about the fact that she could not even summon the smallest wind spirits. Lowering her head, she continued to think that if her recovery took too long, she would not be able to participate in the battle with the illusion dragon. She could have just killed them. Why did she only poison her so that she could not fight? She remembered how dark energy appeared on her leg, thinking that he said that she was her mother's doll. In the end, she could not talk about it with either her father or Rude if this absurdity turned out to be true. She put her hand on the window. Then she frowned in fear, hearing someone say that they found her. The guard, smiling widely, held the dead soldier, saying that he could smell her. The girl turned around in fear, and he added that she was the illusion dragon that had merged into her ankle. How many centuries he lived buried under this terrible mana? He could smell it even across the ocean. He looked menacingly ahead and added that he was offering her to come with him without making any noise. The girl looked ahead in fear and replied that he had come to kill her. The guy stepped forward and replied that she was right in a way, but not completely. He took a few steps towards her and added that his heart yearned to see her dead body when he thought about how many of his dolls she had destroyed, but because of that he needed every body he could reach. If she had stolen a part of her soul, if she really was a great spirit doll, then she was worth it. Why had he come so far and entered here, trying to avoid discontent? He stretched out his hand menacingly and said that whoever picked up the abandoned doll first would own it. A girl appeared and shouted for her friend to lie down. A second later she jumped, grabbing her, and a loud explosion occurred in the room, throwing the guy aside. The girl and her friend flew out the window. She stretched out her hands, telling her not to move. She would only make her wounds worse if she used mana forcibly. They landed on the floor. Turning around, she added if she could stand, they had to leave here. A knight appeared behind them. Swinging his sword, he cursed. His attack cut the girl's back, and she, gritting her teeth, flew forward. The guy looked menacingly in front of him. How dare she raise her hand to him? The girl rushed forward, shouting for him not to touch her, after which she thought that any spirit would answer her call. A dark aura appeared around the knight, and he shouted for her to shut up. If not for this hero, although he was injured after that blow from the illusion dragon, but attacking the great puppeteer like this, allowing some girl to hit is an insult. The girl was lying on the ground, saying that he was a stinking old man. The girl extended her hand to her, and her friend, looking menacingly in front of her, added that if he was so ashamed, then let him come and die. The knight hit her in the chest with all his strength, replying that she was a piece of trash, almost dead. After which he grabbed the girl by the hair, adding that he did not know if she would be as useful, but now it did not matter, he would repay her for the shame. He lifted her up, continued to say that he could not wait to meet this hero when he was in her body. He wondered what his face would be like. Even he could not have predicted his trip to this city because she did not tell him that she was her mother's doll. After which he dragged her by the hair, saying that now they would go say goodbye to her fake soul. Several memories appeared in the girl's head where she was with her friend. She thought that she was not afraid to die. She was afraid to be alone after she could not protect what she loved. She did not want to helplessly cry because she did not have enough strength. That was why she tried so hard, so persistently. After which she slowly tried to get up, thinking that she needed to become as strong as Rude. She lunged forward, shouting for him to take his hands off her. The guy threw the girl to the side. Turning around, he put his sword in front of him, answering that this rat still cannot understand that she is not his equal, let him die already. The guy cut her leg, and the girl thought that at least hers. She plunged the dagger into the guard's chest, shouting that she will not let him take her. The boy looked ahead menacingly. Purple liquid spurted out from his chest and asked how dare she. He stabbed her with his sword several times, shouting for her to burn in hell. The girl, exhausted, lowered her head and replied that he would die. The boy swung his sword to make another attack. Suddenly the girl, closing her eyes, shouted for them to stop. A second later, ice spikes appeared and pierced his body. The boy's body began to decompose, and he laughed. The girl slowly began to fall. The protagonist caught her at the last second. The boy, lying on the ground, asked what Rude was doing here and how he knew. Probably the Dragon King warned him, but if he thought this was the end, he would return thanks to the bounty and hunt him down. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly, then he crushed the skull with his foot. The girl, getting up, said that she would call her father. An ice spirit appeared above the protagonist. Now it is impossible to heal her body even with magic and potions. The protagonist's face turned pale. He wondered where everything went wrong, why the guy came for her. Revenge is the body, but it should have been him. If he doesn't know about something, it is his fault that he left the girl alone. He should have brought her here in the first place. Suddenly, the girl approached him, saying that the spiritual stone should get it, which she gave him. They should try everything, or does he want to just let her go? She remembered the small blue ball, saying that the spiritual stone she gave him before the battle with the Thunder Dragon, let him use it to hold her soul until she returned to the spirit world. They can't waste time, let them hurry. The ice spirit lowered his head and replied that he understood their feelings, but it was an act against the laws of nature. One could not break a taboo just because she could not accept her fate, especially in her current state. Everything became cold, and the girl continued to say that she did not care, the passage between the real world and the spirit world, which they used to move between dimensions. As the daughter of the Spirit King, she can enter this passage, and also the path of mana will not affect her there. She cannot return the soul with the stone. She should try. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, replied that what she wanted was to turn into a spirit and enter the passage. But if she gets lost there, she will not be able to return herself, and time flows differently there. The girl replied that she knows this. She, smiling widely, added that the family should stick together, they should not separate. The spirit looked menacingly at the protagonist, and Rudd asked if she was sure that she would succeed. The girl, frowning, answered that she was sure because her father should also believe in her. The girl stretched out her hands with the pendant, and the ice spirit answered that if they both wanted it, he could only help to the best of his ability. The girl clasped her hands, lowering her head over her friend, and the ice spirit added that he opened a spatial gap. Now she can enter. If she feels that the soul is escaping, she will have to go back. The girl, closing her eyes, answered that he should not worry, he will definitely bring her back. She will return as soon as she can, so do not let Rude make such a face. It is better to punish this guy for them. Then she put her hand on the girl, saying that she is sorry that she cannot fight with him. The protagonist watched as his friend disappears and a portal appears in the sky, after which he said that he is sorry too. A girl appears in front of us, and we are told that a month has passed. She, who entered the passage of spirits in search of a soul, and her friend sent short messages at intervals. Fortunately, it turned out that her journey is going smoothly, and then an ice spirit appears before us, and we are told that, however, even the king of spirits could not say exactly how long it would take. After that day, the guy completely disappeared, as if he was gathering strength for the upcoming big battle. A smiling knight appears before us, and we are told that, except for the increase in the number of dragons and mana beasts, which was caused by the mana of the illusion dragon, there were no other developments. They are transported to the capital of the kingdom. The protagonist thought about the fact that the attack on the city was supposed to happen in less than a month, so they had no choice but to start preparing and focus on essential things. Rude walked down the street, thinking that they could only trust the girl and wait for her return. The leader of the Hammer Workshop Guild appeared before us. He said with a smile that Rude had finally come, after which he extended his hand to him, adding that he had been persuading him to finish on time all the time, and why was the protagonist himself so late? Approaching and answering that he was busy, where was what he asked him to do, the dwarf replied that payment first. The Great One personally fulfilled his order, so the price would be high. The protagonist took out a bag, answering that this was his payment. The Spirit King said that this is why dwarves are considered idiots who do not care about anything except gold and steel. Red replied that he was the king, let him not belittle other races. The dwarf grabbed the bag, answering that it was a half-empty bag. He thought that this would be enough to pay for his services. He opened it, answering that now it was clear to him these were not gold coins, but magic stones. Red asked that this was more than enough, it should cost about 500,000 coins. The dwarf picked up the crystal, saying that it wouldn't be enough, considering the materials involved. He should get about 1 million. He thought it would be easy to make a weapon out of the Dragon King. The protagonist replied that he should consider such a rare opportunity as part of the payment. The dwarf replied that it didn't matter, let him look at this sword instead. Rude folded his arms. Grabbing his sword, he replied that he didn't care, but he wouldn't recommend touching it, since he liked to absorb mana. The dwarf looked at the products in surprise, saying that it was interesting. He clearly rejected it. Putting it on the table, he added that it was a magical sword with character, it must be a weapon from the Golden Age. The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, asked what Golden Age. The dwarf imagined a large city in his head, answering that people also called it mythical. It was a dark time when ancient evil gods took up work. It is said that it was during that period that legendary rank weapons were created. This particular sword was forged in that age. But that is not all. Something is sealed inside the sword itself, most likely mana absorption, additional effects related to this thing inside. Looking at the sword, he asked if there was an idea what it could be. The protagonist, grabbing the handle, answered that not really, he had never thought about it in that way. The dwarf extended his finger forward, answering that the ability to absorb mana is very similar to the power of the thousand-formed dragon. Maybe this fact seemed insignificant then, but he pierced the dragon's heart with this sword. Continuing to look at the protagonist, he added that, apparently, this really played an important role. This thing inside the sword rejects anyone except him. The protagonist imagined his brother in his mind, thinking that he had not mentioned anything like that in his past life, but he could freely use the ability to absorb and release the thousand-formed dragon's mana, meaning that what was inside the heavenly sword existed in his past life as well. He imagined the dragon's heart in his mind, thinking that it had awakened when it came into contact with the thousand-formed dragon's heart. The dwarf stepped aside and lowered himself, saying that he had a very interesting sword. He wanted to know what it was made of, but he couldn't even touch it. And then he pulled out a blue item, saying that this was his promised weapon, his masterpiece forged from the heart, bones, and skin of a thunder dragon. A great bow with the power of lightning. Its name was Harma. The dwarf looked at the elegant bow. The protagonist grabbed it and pulled the bowstring, saying that it was original. He needed to take a look. Electric charges appeared around the bowstring, and he replied that from now on his name would be Thunder. The dwarf, stepping aside, replied that it was the first time he made a weapon from the body of the Dragon King. It was difficult for him, but what a good time he had. After that, it seemed to him that all his other products were complete trash. Let him take it and get out of here. His heart bleeds at the sight of his child leaving. Rudd, stepping aside, replied that he does not have a wife, so they pretend that he is married to his tools. They will see each other. He will come again if he has an order for him. The protagonist walked through the city. The King of Spirits asked that he wants to return to the city immediately. He replied that as the day of the illusion dragon attack approaches, the dragon attacks will become more and more violent. He does not have time to rest. He furrowed his brows and added that after that day, he destroyed every doll of the guy he met. But since he never showed up with a guardian, he assumed that he was going to show up in this body on the day of the battle. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and said that she needed to talk to him. They stepped aside and the protagonist asked her what brought her here. She replied that he hadn't slept properly since returning from the wilds. He didn't look well. Rude, lowering his head, replied that she came all the way here to tell him that. The girl, turning away, replied that she understood how he felt when so much was happening. The situation right now was special, so she could understand why other countries didn't want to help them and why he didn't tell his friends. She completely understood why he made those choices. Looking towards Rude, she continued to say that his girlfriend was seriously injured while accompanying him, and now that something like this happened to a girl, she knows that he feels a lot of guilt. He worries about their safety, but the more he thinks about it, the deeper he will fall into darkness, and then someday he will make a bad decision. Grabbing her hand, she asked, so he asked his mother about this, about her exclusion. Looking at the protagonist, she added, exclusion from the upcoming battle. Rude stared ahead silently for a few seconds. Then, looking at his girlfriend, he replied that this was his rational decision. She replied to shut up. She was trying hard to understand why he made this decision. Looking at the cold gaze of the protagonist, she asked who she was to him. Then she remembered how he extended his hand to her, saying that they should communicate, to fight shoulder to shoulder as comrades. Coming closer, she added that he believed that these were comrades. He wanted her to shut up and let him protect her. To watch him get hurt in battle, if he was going to treat her like this, then why did he even tell her about his regression that day? The girl, frowning, asked why exactly he was so obsessed with their safety. He told her in order to justify to himself that he would sacrifice his life to protect them. Rude lowered his gaze, and she shouted at him to answer her. The protagonist, frowning, menacingly shouted that he agreed. It was all his fault. He was worried to death about them. He was sorry that everything turned out this way. Throwing up his hands, he said that did he expect anything stupid from them and did he ever tell them to stop fighting and hide. He only asked them to stay in a safe environment until they gained experience so that he would not worry about their deaths anymore. The girl lowered her head silently, and he shouted that she could try again and again, with sweat, blood, and tears, even for a whole year, but it would be in vain when she died. She did not understand anything. Because he spoke softly, she still lacked experience. If she did not want to die, she should shut up and not interfere. The girl, smiling, laughed, then asked what he was afraid of. Rude raised his head in surprise, asking what she was talking about, answered that he was afraid that they would all die and his past life would repeat itself. She imagined in her head how he looked in horror in front of herself, answering that the feeling of helplessness, when in despair you watch how people close to you suffer and are on the verge of death. She imagined in her head the red-haired girl saying that the feeling of guilt, that his skills are not enough to somehow help them. He knows how many times he made them feel like this. Rude looked away in displeasure, and the girl asked when he should feel such feelings. It was too scary. Then she walked up to him and, putting her hand on his shoulder, said that she admits that they are still inexperienced. They are weak and young, since she is not the one who died protecting him. Squeezing his shoulder, she added that the idea he has of her. Then she hit him in the face, shouting that he is stuck in his past. Stepping aside, she added that her past life is his past life. She already told him this. The real girl is standing here in front of him. She is not someone's potential, this is her life. Looking at the protagonist, she said that she is not going to tolerate this attitude of his anymore. He needs to stop judging them and try to lead them, and she herself will decide whether or not to take part in this battle. Frowning, she continued to say that if he wants to stay in the past. After which she stepped aside, answering that she would go forward into the future. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, asked what she was practicing her blows. Biting his lip, he added that it was incredibly painful. Then a spirit appeared in front of him, who said that his daughter was stronger than he thought. Of course, he was also very worried about her. Rude answered that he knew. He knew that they had become much stronger over the past year. If they continued like this and reached their prime, they would become stronger than they were in his past life. After which he looked at the city, exhaling. He said that he did not really expect that she would calmly do what she was told. He had no right to do so, and no one should follow his orders. Everything is exactly the same, be it the past or the present. The girl looked at her wounded hand. Tears appeared on her face, and Rude thought that nothing goes the way he would like it to. We are transported to the wasteland. A hand appears from under the ground. The boy crawls out, saying that he barely managed to heal this body. He needs to hurry before the Dragon King destroys everything around him. He frowned, adding that during this time he has accumulated so much anger that he wants to kill this damn hero with his own hands. He looked around with dissatisfaction, thinking that he was able to collect all the souls that were put aside for a rainy day. But it is nothing compared to the amount he has already spent. If he had more time, he would have taken some precautions, but now it is too late. This body will not participate in the battle anyway. In fact, he has nothing to worry about. He confidently walked forward, saying that for his little revenge, the Guardian will be enough. He lowered himself, placing his hand on his chest, saying that the time has come. His Majesty, soon he will reward the unbelieving fools with death, so he offers this body to Her Majesty. The boy looked at the silent dragon, thinking that the Dragon King imitating a human. As he heard, she is the most unique of the 7 dragons. The girl, looking menacingly ahead, said that he is here again. He is incredibly persistent. Has it really come time already? The boy lowered his head, replied that the army of corpses, as well as countless other servants, are awaiting her orders. The invasion of the city is progressing even now with her permission. Smiling, looking ahead, he added that he wanted to clear the way for her into the city as atonement. If she shakes, he will gladly destroy the entire city. Let her just say. The dragon, looking menacingly ahead, replied that he is trying. However, she put her hand on his head, asking that when did she ask him to do something that she did not order. The boy's face turned pale, and he apologized several times. Putting her hand on his head, she said that he would not be afraid. After all, she was joking. Stepping aside, she said that she didn't care. All those who wanted to escape should have done so already. Then she stepped away, thinking that the city of people, she didn't really want to destroy it. Smiling, she stretched out her hands to the flowers, adding that their endless stream of ideas born from inner desires always seemed new and refreshing to her. Just like the stories formed by the interaction of their such interesting feelings, the city was like a small beautiful flower bed where all the flowers were gathered together. She stretched out her hand to the flower, thinking that she was born to become a disaster in this world, much more important than her interests, a terrible fate that forced her to hurt the people she treasured so much. The flowers immediately rotted, and she thought that she could not be free until she broke these chains. Then she stood up, asking what his name was. Turning around, she told him to do as he was doing. She was in no hurry. The guy, what, as His Majesty commands, after which he thought that it worked, let the hero wait for him. The prologue to destruction begins from his place. We are transported to the defense line. Soldiers attack and fight dragons. Someone shouts that they must take back the outpost. The guy swipes his sword, cutting off the dragon's head, shouting that they need reinforcements. The guy swings his dagger, surrounds himself with an aura, shouting that the heavenly sword is already on the way. They should focus on the enemies on the ground. Earth dragons are gathering in the west. The girl looked menacingly in front of her, thinking that she was already tired. How much longer do they need to fight? Suddenly, she turned around in fear, thinking about why she had such a feeling that the more they kill. Then she swung her sword at the dragon's neck, thinking that the more enemies there were. The soldier fell to the ground in fear. Looking ahead, his comrade asked if he was okay, shouting that they were done here. They needed help on the east side. Then his body began to shake. He clenched his teeth, asking what he wanted them to do in the battle. He remembered saying that even if they had never been directly attacked or robbed of the refugees from the wild lands, but they had not been to them, they were not even allowed to enter the city, so why would they need it? His comrade, lowering his head, replied that this was a chance for him and his family, a chance for the refugees and bandits from the barren lands to earn their right to live in the castle. This was a city that did not want to accept refugees, so as long as he had all 4 limbs, let him go and fight. The boy stood up and looked at the dragon, remembering the words that he had to prove his worth from a place where the city's residents could clearly see him. The knight lunged forward, plunging his sword into the dragon's neck. The lord folded his arms, thinking that the front line that the soldiers were trying to hold, risking their lives, was moving back. Behind him, the boy said that it was dangerous to be outside, to which the lord replied that their citizens, strangers, were fighting to protect their city, and he, as the city's leader, could not hide behind its walls. And he watched his experienced warriors destroy dragons with their powers, thinking that even though the dragon slayers were actively participating in the battle on all 4 fronts, it was only a matter of time how long they would last under these endless waves of attackers. Suddenly, he looked forward in fear. Looking at the many dark silhouettes, he said that the darkness was approaching, the real battle would only begin now. The guy raised his head, said that it seemed they were moving, and his comrade replied that the attack was earlier than the dragon illusion promised. It was good that they listened to the master. The guy frowned, adding that, as they assumed, the puppeteer's main army was hiding elsewhere, he himself was probably hiding somewhere nearby, controlling the dragons and corpses. Rudd, looking at the sky, said that rather the opposite, he was hiding as far as possible. As far as the limit of magic reach allowed, he was an unusual coward. It seemed that in his past life he enjoyed the show from a distance and appeared only when it was necessary. He was always the most annoying of all the bishops. Looking at the dead, he thought that, however, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible to control all these monsters alone. Most likely, he hid some items around the battlefield to maintain his magic and be aware of what was happening. The teacher, looking menacingly forward, said that it meant that he would have to show himself if they destroyed these items. He grabbed the skull, which had a dark aura, saying that they were talking about these things. The girl raised it above her head, adding that her favorite student had already found one. She tells them, "This little cutie has a very keen eye." After which she looked at her friend in surprise, asking that they had recently quarreled. Someone thought that when they would make peace. The teacher squeezed his sword in his hand, answering that if everything worked out, then they would not have to fight all these monsters. He glared ahead, adding that he assumed that everyone had warmed up, then they would begin the real fight. The 5 of them glared at the battlefield, shouting that they must destroy them. The soldier raised his head in surprise, saying that this huge wave appeared instantly. Watching the dragon slayers fight their enemies, he said that it was like watching waves collide. The dragon flapped its wing at him, a dark aura appeared around it. It fell to the ground, and Rude thought that one by one they were breaking free. The army held together by magic transmitters was falling apart. The dragon destroyed several of its dead allies. Rude rushed forward, thinking that a dragon under the influence of madness could not distinguish between humans and the dead on its own. Watching the dragon destroy its allies, he thought that it might be a large army, but in reality it was just a figment of its own comrades, and the guy's shelter was collapsing, and he was going to continue hiding. Let him crawl out. The puppeteer looked menacingly in front of him, thinking that something was wrong. He gritted his teeth, saying that he was losing his transmissions to magic too quickly. No way did they realize where they were, but he was sure that they did not have a mage capable of such a thing. If the situation continued to develop in the same direction, his magic network would soon collapse. He stuck his sword into the ground, summoning a magic circle, thinking that if this happened before they invaded the castle, the army would no longer be able to coordinate attacks, and everything would end in chaos. He should go out there and make new transmitters. A dark aura surrounded him, and he said that he didn't want to enter the battle so early, but he had no choice. If they really had someone who could find his magic transmitters, then they could track him down, though they should be busy finding the transmitters right now, so he closed his eyes and began to chant. Suddenly, an electric arrow pierced him through and through, and he screamed loudly. The protagonist smiled and said that he had found it. Rude looked at the bow in surprise and asked him what he should give it his wishes. The dwarf, looking ahead, replied that the runes were a magical technique unique to the dwarves. They were the embodiment of their faith, which was woven from will and prayers, and then supplemented with a wish. Their work could only be completed after they had inflicted that wish. Depending on what he wanted to achieve with this weapon and what wish he had infused it with, the runes would respond accordingly. He looked at the shining crystals. Clutching the weapon in his hand, he replied that it was his wish then. We were transported to the protagonist. He pulled the bowstring, and the spirit said that it had just detected his mana. Rude replied that he was about to shoot. Let him help him with this magical technique. He used lightning that cut through the sky, and the arrow shot forward at great speed. The protagonist, pushing off the ground, replied that it was a high-speed skill that teleported him to the target's coordinates. It was good that he had killed him. The protagonist pierced the guy through. He opened his mouth wide. Rude looked ahead in surprise, and the guy in the girl's body, frowning, thought that this couldn't be. Was he also a max, capable of using detection spells? But how could he make such a jump through space, and so quickly? Turning around, he saw the protagonist dash forward at great speed, thinking that the power of the Thunder Dragon. He surrounded himself with a barrier and swung his sword, thinking that it was definitely her. He felt traces of magic tearing apart spaces. He used the target's coordinates to move to her, that is, he calculated and performed this complex technique in a matter of seconds. This is incredibly outrageous. After which, smiling, he looked up, asking what a spectacular exit. This time he came alone. His title of a hero is too great for someone who has ruined his carefully thought out plans for the second time. Rude pulled the bowstring, surrounding himself with an energy aura. He replied that this is nonsense. Is it necessary to ask permission from a garbage can to throw out trash from it? The arrow rushed towards him at great speed, and the guy jerked to the side, shouted for him to look here. He thinks he can continue to shoot in a random direction. The guy, smiling, turned around. Looking at the protagonist, he said that also with the help of a weapon made from a thunder dragon. His ignorance knows no bounds. It took him almost 100 years to learn the mana of the illusion dragon. He should know. Rude clenched his fist, and the boy continued to say that how much mana was needed to use even a part of the Dragon King's skill, especially for a person who had not lived for half a century. He smiled widely, adding that he should shoot at him as much as he wanted. This arrogant body of his would turn to dust before he used even a tenth of the souls he possessed, after which he thought that no matter how strong the lightning was, its power was created to destroy the body. If it was destroyed, he could always rebuild it with a new soul. Rude, smiling, pulled back the bowstring, answering that how he talked when he was scared let him just admit that he was jealous. His comrades appeared behind the boy, and Rude said that he did not say that he came alone, after which they attacked, causing a strong flash. The boy smiled and said that it was the first time he used lightning power to move. His whole body hurt. The teacher looked ahead and said that Rude could go further. They would not figure it out, as they had agreed. The puppeteer tried to get up and shouted that they had decided to escape. He swung his sword and said that he would not allow him. Suddenly, someone blocked his attack. The teacher looked ahead menacingly and said that he had searched for the pool in his life, searched every mountain range, but could not find a single trace. And that was all. Frowning, he added that it was all because of him. Wind whirlwinds appeared around the battlefield. The puppeteer smiled broadly and laughed, saying that he should stop. They no longer needed to hesitate. Looking at his opponents, he added that they were poor creatures. An ordinary person without a stigmata would be able to deal with him. He added that he had allowed them to do as they pleased until now, because his hands were tied by the orders of the Dragon King, but now that it was time to administer justice, he would no longer hold back. The destruction he had to endure, he would put everything in its place and show them who was truly strong. Let them see with their own eyes the true power of necromancy. A dark aura appeared around the warriors. The girl raised her head in fear, wondering why he had only summoned 3 undead. They were much stronger than all the others. The commander, looking at her comrades, said something. The girl replied that finally an enemy worthy of battle. The silver-haired girl swung her spear, thinking that the one who had reached the pinnacle of mastery of the spear, leading an entire country. Imagining a girl fighting with a sword in his mind, he thought that the swordswoman who had moved around a lot in her time, the mage standing shoulder to shoulder, were corpses that he had personally collected and selected. Let them fight as much as they wanted. The puppeteer, dodging, said that they were insects, all the warriors here, and especially this hero who had fled like a rat. Smiling widely, he extended his hand, adding that they all bowed to him. The teacher swung his blade, pushing the puppeteers aside. Taking a stance, he said that for a walking funeral home, his tongue was too long. The puppeteer gritted his teeth, answering that he had no right. Raising his head, he shouted loudly to interrupt him in the middle of his speech. The guy ran to the side, saying that he began to spread his mana. As soon as they received a signal from the heavenly spirit, they should immediately act. The teacher replied that it was fine. He would try to open the core as much as he could. The boy looked to the side in surprise. A dark aura appeared around his hand. The puppeteer, spreading his power, shouted for them all to die. He clenched his teeth, thinking that he was an ordinary person. Without a stigmata or a sword that could absorb mana, it would be difficult for this piece of iron to remove even one layer of his soul. Pushing the boy aside, he told him to get away from him. The teacher jumped up, and the puppeteer thought that all he had to do was keep an eye on that freak, the 7th generation of the heaven-piercing technique, and currently the strongest dragon slayer of the heavenly sword. He looked at the teacher, after which, opening his mouth wide, he said that the one who escaped was the 8th generation, which means he also bears the burden of a disciple. So traditions are meaningless. He also could not surpass his body. His teacher, while she was still alive, that is why strong souls must strive for immortality. He smiled at the teacher, frowned, answering that this was nonsense, his sorcery with souls was nothing special. A second later, their power collided, and he added that he would teach the uneducated nonentity 2 traditional techniques that pierce the heavens. His energy rose up, and the puppeteer thought that his whirlwind captured his energy. Menacingly looking ahead, she spread her tentacles, thinking that the power of the attribute that proclaims the hostile nature of man. Through purified mana, he materialized it and put it into his sword. This is starting to irritate him. The teacher swung his sword, shouting that the first was to attack from behind. Then a boy appeared behind him, swinging his sword, and the teacher added that the second was to cut down the predecessor. The boy cut with green energy, using azure white. The puppeteer looked at his shoulder in surprise. Raising his head, he laughed, saying that they were joking. He did not even have a scratch on his body. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that he could do trash like him if he could not even break through his mana shield. The teacher appeared behind him, swinging his blade. The puppeteer turned pale and lowered his head, said that he just hit. A second later, a strong explosion occurred, and the puppeteer screamed loudly. The ground flew apart in different directions. The puppeteer, clenching his teeth, thought that why did a person capable of cutting souls have to appear at this time, at the beginning of his transmission, and now it felt like they had analyzed all of his weaknesses. Looking menacingly ahead, he said that he had collected them all in this body and the opera's initial soul if it was broken. The teacher, looking menacingly ahead, added that this would be the end. The guy looked forward in fear, answering that no. He desperately raised his head, shouting that he should not make fun of him. Looking at his enemy, he continued to say that they had decided that this was the end, but it was not so, he would be safe. They thought that a genius like him was often born into the world. Even this arrogant one needed him. His life was worth more than theirs put together. He extended his hand towards the dark liquid pouring out of his stomach, saying that his soul sorcery, his life's work. They do not know the true meaning nor the value it holds for humanity. Then he shouted that the Queen of Illusions, it was time to descend upon them. The teacher, looking menacingly ahead, turned to his comrade, telling him to finish him off. The puppeteer extended his hand, answering that it would bring death to these heretics and save his follower. Then blood gushed out onto the ground, and the last thing he added was that he was immortal. The boy looked away, asking if it was over, to which the teacher replied that the soul core was broken. Even if he had souls and bodies left, he would not be able to preserve himself. Looking at the stabbed sword, he added that this was more than enough. This battle could have lasted much longer. But thanks to him and Rude, they finished him off quite easily, and thanks to this, the pale student got the chance to meet his teacher. Everyone has their own prime in life. A smiling girl appeared in front of us, and we were told that the moment when his abilities and skills reach their peak, when his life is filled with happiness. In their limited life, these moments only last for a short second, but because these short moments are fleeting, they can be called the golden time of his life. The girl raised her hands, saying that therefore, let him not only live for the future, let him enjoy life itself and recruit more students to continue the legacy. The guy menacingly replied that if he does not want this crazy legacy, beating up students, will end with his generation. The dissatisfied one replied that in what sense beating? How dare he belittle her teachings about love? The man hugged his former teacher, saying that he was full of regrets, but she was right, and his golden time, the time they spent together, was indeed very short. We are transported to the forest. Someone says that in the past 2 months she has seen many things, the age of people and their stories, which have become even more interesting and rich after 700 years. The dragon, walking near the flowers, wonders why it is so sad and breaks her heart. Lowering her head, she continued to think that she will have to destroy everything with her own hands. She already feels so tired. Therefore, the protagonist appeared in front of her, and she asked that he will not resist and forget and sleep. Rude, smiling, asked that she finish chatting. Then, frowning, he added that then she can die. The dragon grabbed her face and smiled, saying that those with short lives always act like that. They are too blind to see the big picture, and always jump into the fire headlong. That is what makes them so beautiful that she wants to kill them. We are transported to the battlefield. Someone shouts that the sun is not visible. The knights run forward shouting that they must protect the gate. The girl swings her sword, thinking that the sun has not set yet. Because of the illusion mana, the sky is hidden behind clouds. She has a bad feeling. She needs to get to Rude as soon as possible. She raised her head in fear, thinking why she was acting like she was broken. Her opponent jumped back and began to tremble. Then he screamed loudly, raising his head. A second later, she slashed in front of her, and a moment later, the sword pierced her body. The guy ran forward, asking if everyone was okay. The girl, grabbing the dead man by the collar, replied that of course, they got rid of the puppeteer. The teacher replied that yes, the undead no longer obeyed him. The girl ran forward in fear, asking what was wrong with Red. The guy stretched out his hand, replied that he went straight to the climb of darkness. As they planned, he was buying time for them. They must minimize losses and transfer the soldiers outside the castle walls, and also get rid of all the dragons and the dead. After all this, they can join him. First of all, let him tell the soldiers in the defensive tower to. A sudden girl with silver hair rushed forward. The commander, looking after her, grabbed her head, replied that she was serious. The teacher, putting his hands on his belt, told her to leave her alone. There were enough of them to finish their job. After which the girl extended her hand, saying that she had an ominous feeling from this mana. They should act faster, let the soldiers retreat to the castle. The guy took the wounded soldier by the arm, shouting how he felt. A few steps forward, he added that they were ordered to retreat. Apparently, the dragon slayers want to clean everything themselves. If he wants to survive, they must hurry. Suddenly, the guy raised his head in fear. The commander turned pale, looking at the sky. They watched as the entire sky was covered in mana. We are transported to the forest. The protagonist protects himself from the dark aura of the dragon. She says that she really does not understand him at all. Why he tries so hard to protect everyone when he knows that in the end he will die, but she likes his stupid stubbornness. She extended her hand, adding that it is too late. She looked away, saying that the fate of the city was decided the moment she woke up. Once upon a time, all the wild lands, including the forest, were her territory. She looked at the sky covered in mana, saying that the wild lands remembered her mana. It was a part of them. The people of the city were probably already in a peaceful sleep. She imagined the knights lying on the ground, saying that it didn't look like the destruction she promised, but it was enough for him to put down his sword. He imagined the people lying peacefully on the ground. Rude furrowed his brows, wondering what sleep was. He pulled his sword forward, adding that the power that made a person sleep until their mana was used up, it may be called power. But in the end it was magic that would dissipate when the caster died. All of this would stop as soon as she died, but for some reason she thought that the end had already come. The dragon placed her hand on her chest, replying that she was pleased that he knew so much about her, but that would not happen. She had reasons not to die. The protagonist clenched his blade, replying that it was a lie. He ran forward, shouting that she thought people died because they had a reason. He swung his weapon, and she replied that she expected this, but he really was an incredible child. A magic circle appeared in front of her, and she added that he said that he had killed the thunder dragon. Raising her hand menacingly, she continued to say that she was created to become the third disaster. This dragon king was an insult to their kind. Do not even compare him to her. A dark aura appeared around the protagonist, and then a strong energy descended from the sky. An ice spirit appeared behind Rude, and he thought that the pressure level was much stronger than what he felt in his past life. She was stronger than the blazing dragon, even the ice dragon. This is what she meant by the third disaster. The protagonist dashed down, and the ice spirit said that he was too calm despite the whole situation. Rude replied that it was because he was confident now. He frowned, swinging his sword, then added that it did not matter how much she said she loved people. He cut the air, causing a strong burst of mana, answering that in the end she was an ordinary dragon, mercilessly killing them. The dragon's cheeks turned red. She raised her head, thinking that the morning star devours dreams, and it is incredibly beautiful. She looked up, watching the protagonist strike clear the skies. She thought that she knew it wasn't good for her, but she admired it every time. She smiled, wondering if this child who wielded the power knew about it. Energy and mana began to spread throughout the area, and she thought that humans, dragon kings, were actually just pieces on a board called the world. The protagonist threateningly released a huge wave, and she thought that the more she didn't want to kill him, the more the madness of the catastrophe reminded her of her role in this game. Rude squeezed his weapon in his hand. He made a quick dash, destroying everything in his path, and the dragon thought that how could she be sure if he didn't know anything? What was he so passionate about? Where did this shining blindness of his come from? She held her hand out mockingly, thinking that she was incredibly curious, and she really wanted to know. Smiling, she raised her hand to me, thinking that she wanted to know his story in all its smallest details. The protagonist menacingly lowered his head, thinking that the blue wind. A second later, a huge whirlwind appeared in front of him, and the dragon laughed. The space began to collapse. The fragments flew in different directions. The protagonist, squeezing his sword in his hand, heard the voice of the spirit that this was already pure madness. He decided to put absolutely everything into one blow. Rude frowned, menacingly looking ahead. He said that since she was stronger than the ice dragon, he still would not be able to kill her with his current skills. If he managed to drive her out of the wild lands, the spell would be lifted. After all, she still valued her life. He released a huge wave in front of him. The dragon put her hand forward, shouting that he should not force her to kill him. She did not want this. Before he died, let her read it one more time, just once. Rudd rushed forward. A second later, there was a strong explosion. The dragon grabbed her head, answering that she must let him leave her alone, let him free her from this madness, from these chains. Looking forward in disappointment, she added that she would not give up. The fog slowly began to dissipate. The dragon, looking around, asked that he died. The protagonist raised his hand, and the spirit said that seriously, he was completely incapable of following a plan. And what would he do now? There was very little spiritual mana left. Maybe they could reflect this blow, but they would not last long. Rudd replied that he did not have to tell him the obvious. Then he frowned, pulling his sword forward, shouting that it was all or nothing. He summoned a huge ice tornado, and it quickly approached the dragon, pushing him aside. The girl looked at her severed arm, saying that he survived, and she slowly restored her body, answering that she was incredibly happy, let him survive until the very end. After which she stretched out her hands, saying that let them have a sweet dream with him. The protagonist pulled the bowstring, answering that she moved from her own madness. Frowning, he added that she should wake up. We are transferred to the castle. Someone says that he will spare the kingdom in exchange for his sacrifice. The knight stretched out his hand, adding that they are now begging the one called the third catastrophe. The dragon, smiling, lowered her head, answering that she feels the birth of a new era. They will seal her anyway, and she will do everything they order. Looking at the wounded soldiers, she added that she would stay in the forest of darkness and lead her people to the snowfields beyond the great mountain range. So, she raised her head, asking what he would end this long battle. The knight, clenching his fist, replied that she thought she could escape the dragon's will this way. The girl, looking away, replied that of course not, she just desperately wanted to do something more with the time she had left. The knight looked at her friend, saying that she had to make a decision. She knew her better than he did. After all, she had served her for some time. The girl came closer. She slightly opened her mouth. We are transported to the dragon, raising her hand, and she said that she had always been curious about who she was. Looking at the protagonist, she added that someone, a person, free from the role assigned to her, from the role of a disaster. Rude pulled the bowstring, then said menacingly that her life flashed before her eyes due to the proximity of death. The arrow pierced her through, and he shouted at her to save the words for her tombstone. Black blood fell to the floor. Smiling, she said that he was really strong. Then she raised her body into the air, answering that she was strong enough to kill her comrades. The protagonist dodged her hair in fear. Frowning, he thought that effective defense techniques and half-hearted counterattacks, she did not use magic, besides what was on the dragon heart. She is now much stronger than him, then what is all this for? She can defeat him at any time, and there is no point in parting with her life like this, vanity or part of a plan. He imagined her in his mind. He then clenched his sword in his hand, thinking that either she might have completely lost her mind in her madness. There was something so strong in her that pushed the dragon to kill people, no matter what. He only had one chance. He made a quick dash forward. An aura appeared around his hand, and he thought that since he had no skills left. Then he released a huge wave of energy at great speed, shouting that he should not think about anything else. The dragon was pushed back. A short, strong lightning appeared. It went through the protagonist's entire body. He menacingly grabbed the axe, thinking that dividing the space, as he did with the previous opponent, would not be enough. He dealt a strong blow, cutting the dragon's body into two, thinking that he should fill it. The girl raised her head in surprise, healing her wounds. Rude grabbed the sword and thought that if it worked, the strike would open a path straight to the dragon's heart. He would distract her with a flashy skill, using the last drops of his mana, and pierce the heart with a sword that pierces the sky. The girl extended her hand, asking that now they would be able to understand each other. Rude, frowning, replied that maybe. He released a huge amount of energy, shouting that if she died. Smiling, the dragon replied that he was good, after which she extended her hand towards him. A bright flash occurred in the sky. The protagonist turned pale, looking ahead in fear. The girl looked ahead with a smile. The weapon could not destroy her barrier. After which she stabbed her hand into his body, telling him to rest well now. She picked him up, and the protagonist thought that she was injured, and he could not move, after which he asked what she did. The dragon hugged his body, saying that this sword could absorb mana, so she allowed the illusionary mana to flow into his heart. Pressing him to her, she added that since he wanted to kill her so much and was too strong to fall asleep, he left her no choice but to pull him closer. She clutched the cloak on his back, saying that it was quite a dangerous game. If she delayed even for a second, her dragon heart could break, and the reason was simple: she wanted to hear the story buried in the depths of his soul. Smiling, she said that it was obvious that he had managed to wound her. She lowered his blade, saying that a human could pierce her body so deeply. She was completely delighted. The protagonist's body began to tremble, and he told her to stop. The girl continued to envelop him with her energy. The Spirit King shouted for him to hold on, and the dragon said that this voice belonged to the Spirit King. He had gathered so many things inside his small body. Smiling, she looked ahead, adding that however, it would not help him, since the center of his body, his heart, was now connected to her dream power. Putting him on the ground, she continued to say that it was dangerous for her too if her heart broke, but it still could not stop her curiosity. Putting the protagonist on her lap, she asked what kind of life he lived that he could become so strong. After which she closed her eyes. Then she suddenly opened them. She appeared in a strange space, surrounded by books, saying that so short, but so full, It was too long for the story of a young boy. Smiling widely, she looked around. Then she raised her finger, saying that she wanted to indulge herself with each letter, but he didn't have much time left. Then she would read a short summary. A large golden book appeared in front of her. Coming closer, she turned the page, saying that he was the second son of a family of hunters from the countryside. He had a brother. It was incredibly cute. She continued to turn the pages, saying that this is not. Suddenly, she jumped away from the book, asking if it was him. Drops of golden blood fell on the page, and behind her, a wolf appeared. He stopped, clenching his teeth. The girl put 2 fingers in her mouth, saying that it can't be him. Maybe this soul is similar to him, but this pain. Turning around, she said that it sounds from the outside. Then she looked menacingly in front of her. Someone pierced her head, telling her to let him go. The silver-haired girl, menacingly stabbing her sword into the dragon, added that she should do it now. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.